A lot of people go to Vanderbilt for medical procedures. One of their top medical universities, I think, in the country.
That's true, man. That's pretty true. So,
We got all
what are
the
we going to argue about today? Sorry?
oh, as I say, then we got the country music, capital, Nashville. So, well, I was actually thinking about that evolutionary topic from yesterday. And I think when people talk about evolution, they talk you need millions of years, but if you've done the actual analysis of how long it would take, I mean, like how many, how many changes, mutations did it take to get a human being, you know, and how much change would have to occur per minute, per second, per day to get from a single celled organism to a human being.
I don't know, but it sounds like it would need to take a very long time. And I think that's what the evidence says, right?
Well, okay, you could just you're saying that, but you got to give me a number.
I can't give you a
Like,
number, Paul. I don't know how many mutations need to happen per day. I have no idea. I'm not a biologist. I'm not too clued up on evolution.
well, I mean, wouldn't that be a logical inference? If you say it took a long time for this to occur, well, then you have to be able to calculate how many mutations have occurred to get to human being, and then you have to say, well, these many mutations would have to occur, you know, every day, every second, every hour to get to the level of a human being. You'd have to be able to say that. But see, they just throw out the number of millions of billions of years, whatever. That's just a number that they haven't. They just threw out. They arbitrarily pulled out of their hat. I'm gonna drop my little girl off, so I'll be right back.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I'm back. I'm dropping her off at school.
That was fast. You guys live right next to the school?
No, I was driving when I first jumped in, so it's about 20 minutes away from where we live. So, but I mean, she's
okay.
yeah. I basically got to get her out of the car.
My bad. Like it sounded like you was just like I didn't hear the call or anything.
Well, I got a good, pretty decent Bluetooth, so and I muted myself too, so you couldn't hear anything going on. So, but don't you think that's a logical inference from what I just said, though?
Yo, give me 1 minute. I'm getting a phone call.
Jeremy, you there? Would you agree with me? Are you listening?
Sorry, Paul. You were saying, man?
No, I just said. I mean, don't that make sense though? If you're going to say humans have mutated to the point from single cell organism that there have to be a certain rate of how that would have to occur over a certain amount of time, rate over time.
I think so. I mean, I think even today there are mutations happening in us, right? What that rate is, though, over that amount of time, I'm not sure. But I
Right?
think, huh?
Like, well, I mean, I mean, I'm just pulling from the example they were talking about yesterday, how, a species kind of gets isolated and then it, becomes, changes, mutates because it's isolation. So, stop and think about that. How long did that take? Did it take 200 years? Did it take, a generation? Maybe it took, if an animal lives to be 10 years old or 15 years old. So that mutation took 15 years, for that to occur. I mean, that's just one mutation, but you got thousands of mutations, maybe potentially millions of mutations to get to where we're at. Let's say, takes 10 years or 20 years for a mutation to change the organism. Well, if you calculate for that a millions of mutations, what's 20 years times a million mutations? That's 20 million years, you know. But if but how many, proteins are in the body? There's 400 or more, thousand proteins in the cell, whatever it is. I don't know the exact number. Well, you got to mutate to create each one of those proteins. Well, how long does that take? You see, I mean, it's just, I don't think they just throw numbers out. They look at the fossil record, they see some kind of change in the fossil record, and they just kind of estimate what they think from where it's located in the fossil record, and they say, well, it took this long. But they never really did a quantification of the mutation, to get there. I don't think I've ever heard in the 30 years of me being in school and in this topic, anybody ever talk about that? Ever.
Well, I mean, have you ever talked to someone that's an actual evolutionary biologist? Maybe they would have the answers. I don't know if people on Discord would have those answers.
Remember, I said 30 years of my being. I mean, I've heard evolutionary biologists. I've heard people talk it. I've been to college. I took biology in school. You know, they just. My wife's calling. I'll be right back.
Yo, Paul, you there, bro?
20 calories. I don't come close to me. Do 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 do.
Allahu Akbar. Just kidding.
Who is it? That wasn't funny, man.
It was a little bit funny.
No, that was a horrible joke, Tim.
I apologize.
It's okay. How you doing, man?
Doing all right. Just waiting for my steak to be done so I can eat.
Oh, nice, nice. It's well, yeah, but you in Germany, yeah. I was gonna say it's a bit early for steak, but
Denmark. Well, I only eat once a day, and I eat when I feel hungry, and then I have a nice meal according to how hungry I feel.
why do you only eat once a day?
Yeah,
Why though?
because trial and error. I feel like that's just how I feel best, you know. I normally eat when the day is about to be over, which it is now.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just eat a solid meal, like a very good meal.
And during the rest of the day?
What?
And like during the rest of the day, like in the morning when you wake up, in the afternoon, you're not eating anything?
I can't. If I eat in the morning, it's like I feel heavy all day.
Yeah, but maybe it depends on what you're eating. Like if you just have like an apple and an orange in the morning and a cup of coffee, like isn't that okay?
No, it's because when you eat something in the morning, you're already stretching your stomach back or whatever you call it. So you will
Oh,
pretty much be hungry all day if you're not actually eating. You know, those 3 to 6 meals a day people normally eat.
interesting. So you don't eat so that you don't get hungry. That's what it sounds like.
No, I don't eat because first of all, I have never been a fan of breakfast, but I don't eat uh, in those hours because I don't feel like I need it. If I eat one proper meal in the evening time, without doing any hard labor afterwards, I am fully energized for the next day.
Interesting. Okay. And how long have you been doing this for?
Well, again, like it is not something I'm fanatic about, so it's more like, you know, if I were to eat in the earlier in the day and eat 2 meals, like it wouldn't hurt myself. But my standard is just that one meal a day, and I take it from there. Like I listen to my body. If my body tells me I need something, I of course I'm not starving myself. You know.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. For example, you know, people like, oh, you have to drink, you know, 8 cups of water a day. No, 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 no. Listen to your body. Are you thirsty? Drink. You know, don't force it into yourself. Anyway, be right back.
All right.
But yeah, it's just something I have adapted myself into. I've tried all kind of things. Been pescatarian, vegetarian, keto, full
Do
raw
you
meat.
have health problems, or why are you trying all this stuff out?
Well, it's like that Bougie is saying, you cannot speak about it if you haven't tried it, you know?
Oh, so you want to? All right, you just experiment.
Yeah, pretty much collecting knowledge and stuff like that. Because there is people out there who say, "Oh, this is the best." Okay, let me try it. Okay, it works pretty well. And yeah.
So far, what's worked best for you?
Well, I would actually say that I don't think there is a winner. Actually, like if you eat right, you can 100% be vegetarian and pescatarian. Pescatarian might be the best one, but that is because I'm such a I really like fish. I'm from Denmark, you know, so. But
Oh,
again,
you're
like
from Denmark.
yeah, but again, I didn't really feel any difference from, let's say, saying being pescatarian or vegetarian all the way over to raw meat diet. It all felt pretty good. You just have to listen to your body, and you just have to, do some research about what is good to eat. If you're just eating lettuce as a vegetarian, of course you will degrade, and like that's not the right way to do it.
Alright.
But right now, it's just like I've turned the food pyramid kind of upside down, So it's like 70% meat and fats, very little carbohydrates, very little grain and stuff like that. A lot of onions, a lot of garlic.
The good stuff. I mean, garlic's like super healthy, so that's okay.
Yeah, exactly. So I always have a few garlics in pretty much every single meal.
Yeah. It's like a miracle plant. Garlic.
Inflammatory, good for your blood flow or your heart, and yeah.
Yeah. No, it's super healthy. Man.
Yeah.
No, that's the stuff, man.
Yeah, I'm just like, being a fanatic about something has never worked for anyone, I feel. So it's sort of like, be open-minded, try out, and feel and see what works for you.
Mm-hmm. No, I feel you, man. I mean, I've never really gotten into any of that stuff. I just eat whatever I want to eat. I don't gain or retain weight much. So
I mean,
I
if you
just
feel good, why experiment? Like,
yeah. But I mean, what's the reason that I? So you just experimenting just to experiment and find out. There's no like you didn't used to eat healthy and now you need to start eating healthy type of thing. Or,
nah, I've always been semi-healthy. Like, been into football, handball, skateboarding. So I've always been so active, And when I started to party and look for girls, I started to work on my body, like in the gym and all that kind of stuff, running and lifting iron. So it's pretty much
Nice.
just experimenting, just like you experiment when you're lifting weights and stuff like that. What works? Do you want to bulk up so you can be big and heavy, or do you want to, take a lot of reps and just be lean?
I hear you, man. Interesting.
But actually,
So what
the one day meal, it actually came after some of my fasting, quote unquote, experiments or experiences. Like there is the intermittent fasting where you can eat like in an 8-hour gap a day, and I didn't feel it. Like, I mean, there is like a few days where you have to get used to it, but after that, it just feels right. You know, like if you don't eat in the morning, I feel light and fast on my feet, if you can say it like that. And I
Yeah.
just adapted that and kept on going. Like, for example, if I'm in vacation or home with my fucking parents and stuff like that, I'm eating when they put breakfast and bread on the table, of course. But, so I'm not a fanatic about anything.
Yeah.
I, I think I think my food is down. Be right back.
Yeah, it's not like you've made it like a lifestyle, you know. You're just trying out stuff, which is good. And it's interesting. It's like you're using your body as like a dependent variable, you know.
Well, if you work in a kitchen like I do, then you're preoccupied. You're preoccupied, and actually you don't fancy eating most of the time because you're preoccupied, and also you're surrounded by food. So it's more of a mental thing.
Is that around? You're around. Can you hear me?
Yeah, mate. I was just saying I work in a kitchen, so I I don't eat pretty much from about 7. I don't pretty much eat till about 3 o'clock or even dinner time at the best of times. But it's only because your brain is preoccupied with other things. So I think when people actually have a chance to think about their hunger, they'll start to be hungry. But to be honest with you, because I work in a kitchen, the smells and the aromas and all that, blah blah blah, will yeah. But I'm doing all right.
Are you like a sous chef, or are you just like a line cook?
Yeah, all rounder. You know what I mean? Because this sous chef and all that, they're just different levels of management, really. That's all it is. So if you can't be asked to manage people, then you don't take their job on. There's
Yeah,
plenty
but
of
I
jobs.
mean, do you work like in a Burger King or real ass restaurant?
Oh, I used to be a like hotel chef trained traditional. But I stopped doing that because of the hours. So I just do sort of staff restaurants, which are nice 7 till 3. You know, nice and easy.
Nice. That's
Who,
what's
who the
up.
fuck? Who the fuck wants to fucking work all those shitty hours and stuff like that? It doesn't do any good for your body clock either because it'll just fuck you up. But you know, there's I don't, you know, with the human body. Sorry, I just dialed in only recently. The human body is designed to only eat once a day, and it's designed to eat in the evening. So anything else is just gluttonous and gluttony. Um,
Where do you get that from? That we only designed to eat once?
because back in the day, or even today, indigenous people go hunting and gathering all day, and then they eat at nighttime. So the human body is designed in that way. They go, you know what I mean? They're not going to sit down and have a break while everyone else starves. So traditionally, yeah, I would say you just have your main meal in the evening.
I mean, I'm sure they would also hunt at night. You know, they would preserve their foods so they could eat it any time of the day they wanted. And it's, you know, I don't know, like if the men are out hunting and they
How do you?
gone for up to 2, 3, 4 days hunting, you know, tracking stuff. Like,
Yeah,
are you
you
telling
wouldn't.
me that the women and the
You wouldn't.
children are only going to eat when they come back? Or,
Yeah, but they wouldn't go hunting. You wouldn't necessarily go out for 4 days. But you might not. But how would you preserve it? If you knew how to preserve it with the likes of salt or sugar, or some type of cooling effect. If you understand those, great. But if the human body has been around way before the days of us learning how to preserve, our introduction of salt and things like that, then the human body is already um, You know, the human bodies, but then we choose to do with that human body is what we choose to do. We overindulge. Go to America. The overindulgence in America is ridiculous. But
Let's say if we're talking about times before people could preserve stuff, they would eat the food immediately. As soon as they got it, they would eat it. They wouldn't wait for nighttime. So if I caught something in the morning, you know, maybe I left my fish net out the whole night. I go check it in the morning. Those fish, I'm going to eat them within the hour, right? I don't know how to preserve them, make them last. So,
I mean,
sure, yeah.
there is also like we can take the Inuits, probably one of the population that can be studied that is going the furthest back with the old ways. Let's say they catch a seal, they eat the organs, the brain, the marrow, and stuff like that. A lot of the bulk meat, you know, the muscle meat, they're actually digging this shit down into like whatever bags they have, like 1.5 meter down in the ground, and they come back 1 year later, or maybe 2 years later, and then they eat this fermented meat. So maybe back in the days when we had harder bodies, it didn't matter if in our terms it would have gone bad. You know, maybe they were just more resilient to whatever could have built up in the meat that is a little bit old.
that's gross, though. You eating 4-year-old meat?
I mean, look at those who is going 100% raw carnivore today. They are fermenting meat in a glass and they eat it like 6 months, 12 months, 18 months later. And this rotten meat, they have a lot of bacteria, very healthy bacteria that is helping the body. Like, what is it? It's actually good for you.
Yeah, but they'll just cool down. They'll just freeze the meat, wouldn't they? They'll just stick it underground. It'll be frozen. But that's not general. But it's. I mean, they only eat meat. They don't eat vegetables or anything really.
Yeah, I mean, there's no plants growing up here.
There was also a thing, I think it was Tacitus or one of the Caesars that wrote about the German people that they were very bad at warm days, like they were bad at heated weather. They were bad at long-term working, you know, like working a full day. But what the Germans they had was that they could live and they were very resilient to cold and starvation. So they didn't need to. Maybe there was just a different. They were built different, you know, because yeah. So they didn't have a problem with not eating. That's my point. And again, not a problem with the cold.
Yeah, I mean, we also have to think: do we have a past there? Do we have a past that was as carnivorous as we are today? Was everything plentiful? You know, were we predominantly carnivores before? I don't think so. Even Indian people are mostly vegetarian. So
Yeah, but do you mean like red dot Indians or like natives?
No, I think our past, if maybe fish being plentiful, but livestock and stuff like that, things like that. Were we carnivores in the past? I mean, if you look at the shape of our bodies, our hands, our teeth, we're pretty much grazers in a way.
Are we really? Like, what about bodies tell you that we used to be grazers?
No. What I'm saying is that if our past didn't have that much meat, we went through cycles of plentiful and then cycles of drought. So when we go through these things, our body has to change and adapt. Are we designed? Are we carnivores? But no, we're omnivores. But we don't need meat necessarily. But this whole thing was about fasting and how much food you really need to eat today.
I'm pretty sure you ate as the earth was providing in any way. For example, I follow like this golden rule: eat local, eat after the seasons. So in the winter, where it's hard to store greens and stuff like that, I would eat more fat and meat and stuff like that because it's longer lasting. But in the summer, where vegetables and all that kind of stuff is plentiful, well, that would be my main diet, you know.
So where do you guys think this whole idea came from of 3 meals a day?
What?
This whole idea that we should eat 3 meals a day. Like, what
I
do you
think
think?
I think it came maybe with the industrialization because they wanted to have the workers being able to work. I would assume it might have been something like that.
Yeah, that's possible. So that you have energy to work long hours.
I mean, if you think about it, if people aren't doing anything all day, there's no such thing as jobs, there's no economy, there's nothing. You're not doing anything, so you're not burning off the calories, so you don't really need as much food as you think.
I don't know. What if you're at home raising kids? You know, making huts, clothing, and making weapons, and I don't know, man.
But would you do that all day, every day, 24? You know, like we have jobs today. No, I don't think so. I think people back in those days had a lot of spare time. You can look at, like, let's say, ancient astronomers. They were using, you know, that, or anything that was ancient. You know, like, hey, what I'm trying to say. I lost my track of thought. I'm sorry. Let's say you have a homestead. It takes work to build it up. When it is built up, it only takes 10% of your time to maintain it and even add stuff to it. Rest of the time you could be creative, you could take care of your kids, you could hunt for some wild game, you could make your stuff. It wouldn't be something you were forced to do. It was more like when it was needed, you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I can't tell for 100%. I'm just trying to, you know, what can be observed today. And when you have a homestead, yes, it takes a lot of work to build it up, but when it's built up, it's only maintaining.
Yeah. And yeah, I hear you. And it's not like you were trying to maintain it every single day, you know? Only when it's needed.
No, I
You
mean,
try your best.
let's say you wake up, you feed your goat, you feed your chickens, you take a round on your fence to see if anything have happened, and after that, you're pretty much good. So if you don't have any plans, you can just relax all day.
If there's nothing for the livestock or animals or whatever to eat, then they will die and they will get smaller in number, less food to eat. So unless we intervene and knew how to farm and knew how to do all these things, it took a long time to figure that out. Yes, things would have eaten other things just like nature does. Yeah. Yeah. But there would have been less animals on the earth, maybe, because there was less vegetation. And they all just follow the weather or do whatever they do to get their food. I guess
Who knows?
the fish life, the sea life, they probably would have possibly been okay. But everything on land, yeah, you wouldn't have loads. And I don't know, maybe nature's survival is to have plenty of offspring, but if there's no food to go around, you know, and then it's the food chain. So if there's none of the lower parts, then the upper parts start dying off and everything dies off.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess it depends where you live and how your immediate climate is being affected and how adaptable you are to the changes, you know? I don't know. I mean, it's I don't even know how they're able to look at fossils and determine the type of diet something had. You know, like have you seen them do that where they look at a fossil and based on
Yeah,
the
that's all
bone?
bullshit. Yep, it's all bullshit. 100%. There's no way they know that.
Yeah, but it's just interesting, you know, just based on like its jaw structure and whatnot, they can tell what kind of diet this thing had. Like, it just
No,
blows my
no, they
mind.
can't. No, they cannot. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They cannot. They tell you that, oh, it used to eat this because of this, but they have no real way to know what that animal was eating while it was alive. No way.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no way to know 100%, but you know, they have their guesses, I guess.
I think that teeth would be much better to compare with, and it would still not be 100% correct, and it would still be guesswork, but it would be legit to compare a set of teeth with what we have today, and then make like, oh, so if they have the similar teeth, well, maybe they have similar diet. It's still a maybe, but yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe that's how they actually did it. That sounds legit.
Interesting. I saw something on TV. I think I saw, and it was something to do with nitrate, or possibly definitely nitrate. I think it was injected. It was a like fantasy sort of thing on TV, and it was like anyway, how long a person was nitrated, but it was injected with
To me,
nitrate
or
to
is
preserve it.
robot? You was roboting, bro. Was it me?
No, it was him.
All right. Yeah, it was pretty interesting what you were saying about nitrates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully you can hear me now. Yeah, there was nitrates in the body, and the body was preserved. A bit like embalming of mummies and that sort of stuff there. But it was only a fantasy type of thing. But it was Wednesday. Adam's Family new series on Netflix called Wednesday, and one of the scenes involves the person had nitrate in their body, and their body was it didn't disintegrate and carbonize. It still stayed intact or moist or whatever you want to call it, leathery. That mummification. And they is this true that nitrates can preserve? And if we had a rich nitrogen environment in our past, then the stuff would have preserved a lot longer. But if we had less nitrogen, then stuff would rot within a very short amount of time. Therefore, illness, blah, blah, blah.
All right. You guys think we'll ever get to a point where we don't need to eat? Or like, I mean, I know you guys don't believe in like
Is it
evolution or whatnot,
so?
but
Isn't that what happens when you go like underwater, right? And so you know how you have to depressurize because a lot of nitrogen goes in your body. I mean, builds up.
That's not nitrate.
way to cut me off, Albo. Thank you, man.
Yeah, sorry, but I wanted to go back to the point that he was making. It's not nitrate, I know.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but interesting when you say that and you're going down, is the nitrogen trying to get out of your body because it's been forced upwards because it's lighter than water or whatever. So would this happen because it's under so much pressure to try and get out of your body? But surely we breathe nitrogen.
Yeah, I mean, I seen a video where these guys were under the water. They lived for underwater for like I think a few days or like I forgot how long they were underwater. Underwater, meaning they were in a little like enclosure underwater.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, you seen that? Um, but they have to depressurize slowly or repressurize. It was a repressurize You got to go to that thing underwater before they start going up.
I mean, you even have to do that on shorter dives.
Right. So, I mean, I wonder if was it the increase in pressure? Maybe. Yeah, you're right. Could be the increase in pressure that causes that. What is it? The increase of pressure that causes the nitrogen to build up, or
Yeah, it's the increase of the being underwater that increases. The increased pressure increases the nitrogen buildup in your blood, and you have to decompress slowly. It's called the bends or decompression sickness, if you get it.
so what happens if you have a prolonged exposure just being down there? I mean, like, because they were down there how long? 30 days, 2 days? I forgot the length they were in.
It doesn't even have to be days. It depends on the depth. You could be at like 30 feet of water all day long if you want, and then you won't get it. But once you start getting past what divers call an atmosphere, or 33 feet, that's when you have to, usually, like when you get down to 66 feet or 100 feet, you start staying in those depths for any length of time.
Your body converts nitrate or nitrogen
It's not
into
nitrates, it's nitrogen.
yeah.
It comes out of your blood like a gas bubble if you decompress too fast, so that those bubbles can, go into your heart or sometimes into your joints or whatever and cause injury or death.
Yeah, so our body will turn nitrogen into ammonia, correct?
I'm not sure about that part.
I think that's the case. So if you get the bends, are you poisoning your blood because the process is happening so quickly? Because these molecules are just like bouncing
No,
all
it,
over.
it's like when they go into those decompression chambers to try and, like, if someone comes out of the water, like comes up too fast or whatever and gets it, it's called the bends or decompression sickness or whatever. They can put them in compression chambers and recompress their blood and then slowly decompress the chamber back to atmospheric pressure. And then when they do that, it'll fix them up.
But I wonder if the blood gets poisoned by ammonia in the process. Therefore, you get a blood poisoning as well as.
I don't think it has anything to do with ammonia, but I could be wrong potentially, but pretty sure it doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, general knowledge says correct. I was just thinking outside the box. But anyway,
Yeah.
it's probably one of those irrelevant things, isn't it?
Well, I'm a certified diver. I haven't done it in a lot of years, but they don't talk about nitrates in the blood. It's like the gas nitrogen that forms.
Is there a special mix that they have to put into the tanks? Or is it just pure oxygen?
Well, generally speaking, it's just pure oxygen, but there is, for deep diving, there's like nitrox, they call it. It's I believe it's oxygen and nitrogen actually. But
Interesting.
that's a specialty. That's more of a specialty thing. I mean, probably 90% of the divers, the average diver, it's just the same air that you breathe compressed into a tank.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, because I think if it's taken, just normal atmosphere, air and stuff like that and put it in the tank is one thing, but just pure oxygen. So if you're just breathing pure oxygen, you're not going to have any, you would have expelled the nitrogen in your body pretty quickly after a few gulps of oxygen. So if, like them being a deep sea diver, do you think there's still much chance with in the old days where they had a pipe going up to the surface, so the person was breathing in oxygen and nitrogen and being that low down?
No, they still do that where they have hoses coming up to the surface. It's just supplied air. Commercial divers will still do that daily.
So
they have like a bell helmet on or whatever, right? And then it supplies that helmet with air from the surface.
Does it supply it with oxygen from a tank, or just
No, no,
from
it's
the
just the same air that you and I breathe on the surface. Same thing in a regular scuba tank. It's just compressed air. Like, I mean,
Okay.
it's a little bit special because they filter it, but other than that, it's like if you go to a gas station and stick your mouth on the hose that blows up the tire, it's the same air, except it's a little bit cleaner. Like I say, they filter it and take some moisture and stuff out of it or whatever. But other than that, it's just air.
It
Hey,
actually
well, what's the
depends. It actually depends on how deep you need to dive, because if after like 30 to 80 meters, pure oxygen actually becomes lethal and toxic to you. So they mix in nitrogen and sometimes helium, the trifecta of
Nitrox.
those.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier.
Oh,
That's a specialty. That's a specialty thing. No, most divers, like, I don't know. You said something in meters, but you can go to, like, I've been to 100 feet. I don't know what that is in meters.
it's like
I guess
33.
30 meters ish or whatever.
Yeah, I think so.
I do everything in feet though, but I've been to 100 feet, like, no problem with just a regular dive tank.
Hey, can I ask you a question? What when they have their oxygen tanks, regular divers, right?
Yeah.
What? So it's a liquid essentially, and once they run out of oxygen, the liquid from within that container is all expended, right? So what liquid is that they put in there?
No, there's no liquid. Once again, it's like I said, it's just the exact. They're not diving tanks like the regular, normal recreational diving tanks. Or there's no liquid in them, and it's not straight oxygen. It's simply the exact same air that you're breathing right now, just shoved a lot of it into a tank.
But I mean, like I've seen, like, so like the tank that my grandpa used to have when he needed oxygen to breathe when he was at the house, it's similar to that, right?
Well, you mean because your grandpa was sick or whatever, he was getting straight oxygen?
Well, he had old people in their houses, they have
Yeah.
oxygen machines sometimes, and when they need it, they'll fucking put it on their face.
Yeah, that's actual oxygen though. That's not the same as what a diver uses. And the
Oh, it's
tanks
not.
are
Okay,
obviously
that's
are
what I
way bigger
okay.
for a diver.
Okay, yeah, I know, but I mean, I'm saying is that stuff that's inside the tanks for the home ones the same stuff that's in the divers tanks?
No, like as far as I know, those little round, the long, skinny tanks that people
The
use in
green
their
ones?
homes, that's
Yeah.
straight oxygen as far as I know. This where they stick the little hose up their nose.
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as I know, that's straight oxygen.
And so divers aren't diving with straight oxygen?
No.
Oh. Well, okay, so I've
Oh,
never
like I say, a recreational diver, you just take the exact same air that you're breathing now and shove a bunch of it into a steel cylinder so you can take it under the water.
I know. I heard you say that part, but when I've had, like, I've held tanks, like the diver tanks or whatever. Some of them were all the way full, and some of them were almost empty, and some of them were empty. And it's like I shake them, and it sounds like there's some type of liquid in there, though.
No, there's no liquid in there.
Okay, but okay, so you're saying the tank is the same weight when it's full as when it's empty?
No, I never said that though either.
No, I'm asking because I don't know. I'm not trying to be
Oh, it
disrespectful.
will. A full tank can weigh more, but that's because air weight has weight to it.
Well,
Like
what I'm
air
saying is
isn't free
I've
of
shaken
weight.
those tanks and I hear something like it sounds like there's like something sloshing in there or something.
Nah, you
Like a
don't hear
spray can almost, you know what I mean?
No, you don't hear stuff sloshing in a scuba tank.
Not sloshing, but like what I'm trying to say is like it feels like something's in there when it's full. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is like
Ask
how
Chat
does it,
GPT.
Huh?
You'll get your answer, dude.
What's
ask what?
that?
Ask Chat GPT or Google.
There's no water. There's no liquid in a scuba tank. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah. I'm saying it seems like it, or like maybe it's just the gas, but you could feel something in there when it's full, as
I've
opposed to
never
like when
had
it's
that
empty.
experience where you can feel something. It feels like there's something.
You can feel that it's heavier though, right?
You could probably say water vapor if you didn't drain the tanks over a period of time. You could probably get water vapor in there.
Well,
Okay.
if you're getting a certified company to be filling your tanks. They have air dryers on their equipment. Like you don't want moisture in your tank. I mean, they take measures to make sure there's a lack of moisture in your tank. The air in your tank is like it's dry air.
Okay, I figured out how to
That's
ask the
weird.
question in a better way. Okay, so
What does
imagine the
that
tanks.
mean?
Imagine the tanks
What
were
does that
see through,
mean, dry air? What is that
right? Imagine
like?
if you could see through the tanks, right?
Dry air?
Maybe NASA needs to employ these guys so they don't get water in their tanks.
No.
Yeah, what
What
does
I'm
that
trying
mean,
to say is
dry air? That's amazing
if the
to me
tank was
because
see through, what would it
isn't
look
air
like anything was inside?
It
huh?
probably
If
looked
the
like
tanks
air.
were see through,
Yeah,
like
it looked like air.
it's just clear then, right? There's
Yeah.
nothing that looks any
Yeah, I
different.
don't. Yeah.
Do you think it would create, if
So,
you could look through them, do you think it would create like a mirage kind of watery image what you were looking through, or would be exactly clear as if there was nothing there at all?
Fuck if I know, but all I can tell you is that they take measures to make sure that the air they put in that tank isn't wet air. It's not wet air. It's just
Okay.
dry as they can get
Yeah,
it.
I guess what I'm trying to say is how do they get the? You said they push oxygen, compress
Not
oxygen into the
oxygen,
tank.
air. Just
Oh,
air.
air.
It's
Okay, I'm
not
sorry.
oxygen. It's just air.
Okay, what is air? What is inside the air? Like, what makes up the air then? What would they say?
It's the same mixture of chemicals that you're breathing now. So yeah, there is oxygen in the air we breathe now, obviously. But there's other, there's nitrogen and Cu2 and CO2 and all that shit. It's the exact same air that you're breathing right now.
okay, so what is the exact air we're breathing right now, dude? Like, what is it made of?
Dude, I'm not interested in having a debate on what that is. I'm just saying whatever
Nobody's
you're breathing
We're not
trying
right
to
trying to
now.
debate
debate
you.
you. We're asking
Yeah, no,
No, I
questions.
know. I'm
yeah,
just
we're
saying
curious.
whatever mainstream science says it is, then I'm just going with that for the sake of the conversation. Like, if you want to
Yeah, that's
say
cool.
that
I was just
it's
wondering,
not right, that's fine by me. I don't care.
dude. I don't
So,
know if it's
so
right or
look,
not. I'm
check it out.
asking.
So I looked up what the definition of dry air is, and it
Yeah.
says another definition of dry air is that it has low relative humidity.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, then you define what is humidity.
Yeah, it means like lack of moisture. How about that?
Okay, so what's moisture? Water?
Yeah, water vapor.
Okay, so like air has water in it then, right?
Yeah, generally speaking, but there's these things called air dryers that take the moisture or the humidity out of the air.
How does it do that? It heats it then, right? Probably heats it.
Yeah.
Sends it through a coil or something.
Yeah, probably something along those lines is what's going on internally.
So when you heat the air, I guess, because I know you can't create or destroy water, right? Because water is always like it'll just change states, right?
Well, it just takes the moisture out of the air and puts it back into the atmosphere. So even semi trucks, I don't, in the States, I don't know how common it is because they use it in colder climates, and I live in Canada. But pretty much all the semi trucks in Canada where I live have what they call air dryers on them. So their brakes and their shit, because semi trucks, all their brakes and stuff rely on air. So these air dryers prevent their trucks from freezing up, their brakes and anything else that they use with air. There's also, in a mechanic shop or whatever, they have things called water traps that they put off their air compressors, which trap water. Like even a painter shop, for instance, they also want dry air, like a professional painter. So they'll use air dryers or water traps off their air compressors to make sure that the air that comes out isn't full of moisture, so it doesn't fuck up their paint job.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
So
yeah,
then
so the same thing with
so
the
then-
scuba tank as well. They want to take the moisture out of the air that they put in the tank. I mean, this isn't, it's not just the scuba industry or anything like that does this.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
so then that still means that there's oxygen in there, just not
In the
water.
air? Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the minus some moisture. It's the exact same air that I don't know how many different ways I could say it.
You said it's not oxygen though.
Because when I got COVID, I had an oxygen level in at a 16%, which is really low, and they said, or no, I think it was lower, but they said
16%. You wouldn't be fucking talking to them if it was 16%.
yeah, no, 16%. And they said what's normal levels is 18 to 21%. No, I'm serious. It was really low.
No.
Whatever it
98.
Hell no. 98% is normal.
Huh?
98%.
Yeah, 98% is normal. I know because my kid has asthma. When I have to rush him, and it goes anywhere close to 80.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, 90. Okay, that's in your blood, but the air that's in the oxygen that's in regular air is between 16 to 21%.
How would they know that?
I don't know. They even tested masks, and when you wear a COVID mask, it drops your
they have
it drops
sensors,
the oxygen content.
Yeah,
Why would anybody ever wear a mask though? That's ridiculous. And I mean, you're not a little kid. It's not Halloween anymore. People wearing masks is like if that's what they want to do. If they're
I'm
in
just
dress
saying
up.
that's like. No, I'm not saying why we wear a mask. I'm just saying they've tested.
Well, I don't ever wear one. When you say we, I don't ever wear one.
Oh, that's cool. But like the rest of the United States did, and the world.
I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention. I don't pay attention to what other people do.
I never wore a mask during the whole pandemic.
But I mean, that's beside the point.
There was a point though.
Exactly, man. Because get to the point.
I'm not sure he actually had a point, except for being confused about how oxygen works in the body.
Wait, hold on. There was a pandemic,
right?
When?
Yeah. If it wasn't for that shit, I would never be laid or paid.
When you when I went to the hospital, they said my oxygen levels were really low.
Yeah, they didn't tell you your oxygen levels were 16%, though. I can pretty much guarantee that.
No, they probably did tell him that.
Yeah, they could have, I guess. Yeah,
you're only getting 3% air.
Yeah, you would be dead, bro.
No, they hooked me up with a machine.
They're like it's at 9.11%.
Yeah, your oxygen. Yeah, what kind of machine did they hook you up to? Did they put this little thingy on your finger?
I'd tell you, dude.
Did they put a thing on your finger? Is that the machine?
I really can't tell you.
Was it an inside job?
No, dude. It was a nebulizer. They called it.
The nebulizer doesn't give you the amount of percentage of your oxygen you get, but that's only to give you, I guess, treatment to, for what is that albuterol to actually
they gave me that shit too.
Right. So the thing that measures that tells them how much oxygen you're getting is it's a little thing they put in your finger, little red light.
And if it's reading 6% or 13% or whatever you're saying,
you're in a morgue.
You're not talking to them. Let's put it that way.
You're right. It was like 89% or 92%. It was lower.
Yeah, if it gets that low,
then you're in. Yeah, for sure.
But that thing that they put on your finger, doesn't it have like a red LED, some type of laser light in it?
Yeah, it has a LED light.
It's got a light in it.
I just realized what they're doing. that LED light has frequencies, like high EMF frequencies, right? So when those frequencies are going through your system, at that moment, your oxygen levels drop a lot.
What's a lot?
So what
Because
they're
they
doing is
usually read like
I don't know.
98%.
No, I'm not saying they drop
Or
down to what they
higher.
told them. I'm just saying I'm saying it depletes oxygen molecules in the body, the EMF. You know what I mean? When it's going through you, and then when it stops, they start replenishing themselves. But it instantly does that. So it's funny that they probably created something that instantly depletes oxygen molecules in your cells while they're reading an oxygen thing. So yeah, they're always going to try to give you the low number. That way you need them, and that's how they stay in business, probably. You know what I mean?
No, dude, because they don't read low
I
every
actually
time.
felt it, dude.
I could actually feel like that I wasn't, getting any oxygen or anything. It was pretty bad.
How did you feel?
Like dizzy, of course, headaches, like my lungs were hurting, all that shit.
You know they have special rooms for
Did you ever go
pilots,
barefoot?
eh? They have special
Barefoot.
rooms for pilots where it's low in oxygen in the room. And so they test the pilots to see how low the oxygen can go and for how long and how they respond to it. So that then they have an idea what it's like to have low oxygen too for flying.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, that COVID shit gave me pneumonia, is what it was. So
Pneumonia?
it was really a
It gave you an
bacteria.
actual thing.
Huh?
All I got from that shit was $18,000. Damn, it gave you pneumonia. You're fucking lucky, bro. You know what I mean? All I got was my EDD check from that shit. You know what I mean? And a bunch of good videos where I fucking go in stores and get attacked by Karens and stuff for not wearing one.
Yeah, I did that a few times.
Anyhow,
You got attacked?
Don't go
Yeah,
too
a
much
couple
on this
times,
topic
yeah.
there, guys, because we're on YouTube. So.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
No, I was
Gotcha,
talking about the
man.
Kobe Bryant signature, bro.
Good.
I never said the C word. I'll never say that word on your thing. You know what I mean?
Hey, did you know? I was reading on the news that Biden's going to lift the emergency, whatever.
In May
I don't think
11th.
that's misinfo.
May 11th. May 11th.
Oh yeah, May 11th. Yeah, okay. So does that mean we can talk about it after that, or no?
I don't know. That's up to YouTube, man. Not up to me.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, you can talk about whatever you want whenever you want. You're your own man. But if you're going to talk about certain things like right here, then you jeopardize their thing. So like, no man could ever tell another man what to say and what not to say. But like, I'm sure if somebody came on and just started doing that, then you'll get muted and for like with good reason, just so it doesn't sabotage everything. You know what I mean?
What's being lifted? I didn't even know there was something in place. What's being lifted?
The restrictions or the mandates or whatever.
No, I don't think they're mandates.
The emergency,
The
I guess
emergency. No, it's the emergency.
Bail?
No.
It's the
Let me see
emergency.
exactly what it's called.
The emergency. Yeah. Their
The
emergency blanket.
Yeah, the
Umbrella.
make believe. Hey, the make believe the make believe thing they put on us is make believe lifted until further notice. Liable to change at any time.
What's the repercussions? Funding, unemployment
They're
will
called
end.
emergency declarations.
Probably funding and the way that they enact laws and all that shit.
Yeah.
Mandates, blah, blah, blah. That's my guess, but I don't know for sure.
Something I noticed about Biden was watching the playoffs. His wife, Jill Biden, was getting real cozy up there in the box with somebody, but no Joe Biden.
Yeah, but he doesn't even know what fucking country he's in anyhow, so it doesn't matter.
It's a huge mistake to ever think that Joe Biden or any elected official is in any capacity incapable of what they're doing. Everything they do is completely scripted, bro. They're not stupid or anything. They want people to think that. That's the worst thing you could do for your adversaries because they have nothing but bad intentions for you.
Oh, he's fucking retarded, man. I mean, he's
No,
absolutely
he's not,
retarded.
bro. He might not even be a real person, bro. But all that shit's scripted. Don't ever think of your adversaries as less than anything, bro. You should
I'm
always
saying
think
the adversary is so smart that they put a straight up retarded dude on stage, and now nobody can be like, "Well, stop him." You know?
He's not retarded. I think
act,
his
bro.
mental health is declining.
No,
Like,
bro. It's just an act, bro. He's not even
he's
probably a
not.
real
Oh,
person,
it's an
bro.
app. He's an app.
Act, I said. ACT, not app.
No, I don't think it's an app.
Oh well, okay. Then they're really gonna the biggest country in the world is really gonna show the decline of a president on national television. Really, bro?
Yeah.
All right, bro.
Hey, they actually had a similar president. What was his name back in World War II? Eisenhower. Eisenhower.
Oh.
He had polio, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
So he was
they created something for that.
He would travel around in a wheelchair.
Him and Stephen Hawking.
Yeah. Best buds. BFFs.
Hey, I mean, it's not that complicated. Joe Biden is really retarded and fucking dumb as shit, but he's obviously not running the show. So people who are like, "Yo, I'm gonna go right to the top and be like, dude, you got to fix this." Now your hands are tied. Like you got to figure out all the branches of government and who's really running, and then people give up. That's the plan. Not that he's super smart, but really pretend to be a retard.
Yeah, that way
really
nothing anybody does. Nothing anybody does or says on the news. No politicians don't make any bills or sign anything. Nothing they think or do changes or makes anything different, bro. It's just all a facade. It's an act. Everything's already written what they're going to do. It's already been planned. Nothing they do, it's just all an act, bro. It's all
even if I had stuff that far out though. I don't believe that, dude. I believe they do the best that they
do you think
can
Earth is a globe? Do you think Earth is a globe?
I don't know. To be honest,
okay,
I
so
don't know.
You don't even know the shape of the Earth, then, bro. So you're not going to be able to figure out stuff like political stuff until you know the ground you stand on, bro. And until you're certain about that, you should be certain about the foundation in which you stand, and then you can understand.
That's not a good argument, regardless of
agree.
what everybody thinks of the shape of the Earth. Come on.
Oh my God.
You can't say you don't know anything at all about politics.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
What the shape of the Earth is.
What shape is the Earth?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
The one that says if you don't know the shape of the Earth,
yeah,
what shape is the Earth?
Oh, what did you're asking me?
Yeah,
he's asking you, yeah.
Flatter day.
Okay, so do you assume that we live on a spherical ball, bro?
That's not what. That's not. Don't ask
Just
me a question.
question.
I asked you a question. What shape is the Earth?
It's all types of different shapes.
Oh, you can't even.
What part of the Earth are you talking about? Wait. What part are you talking about?
You're asking them if you don't know the shape of the Earth, you don't know anything about politics or anything that you can. If you don't know where you stand on, but what shape is the Earth?
If I said it like that, then I misspoke, bro. I apologize. I didn't mean what I didn't.
Well,
because you don't know the shape of the Earth either, right?
But I was
no. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
You were arguing.
Okay, because you don't know the shape of the Earth either, right?
What I meant to say was, if do you believe that the Earth is as they tell us, like spherical in space? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, that's a good rephrase.
Yeah, my bad. No, I'm sorry, bro.
Smarten up already. For sake.
Walk yourself right into that.
That's a low blow.
I'm not lyrically speaking. I'm not very good, bro. I'm sorry. I'm still learning how to speak.
Still,
you know what
I would still disagree with you. Just because someone thinks the Earth is a ball or a flat or whatever doesn't dictate what they may or may not know about politics or about the way that world works.
Well,
that is very true.
In a court of law, bro.
If I didn't know the shape of the Earth, that I wouldn't have like any knowledge of anything else, like my experience, my day-to-day life.
Yeah, that's like saying I don't know how to drive a motorcycle. Therefore,
no, it's not like saying that at all.
No, it is true about it though. It does clue a person in on your ability to I don't have the right words. I had it.
I didn't have words.
But it's like, here's the thing: if you believe in a shape, that means you've fallen victim to taking in information without the need to verify it.
No, it doesn't
Well,
mean
most
that
people don't
either.
really. Yeah, I get that, Eli, but most people aren't really dictating their lives off the shape of the earth. They just go about their daily lives. They wake up, they go to work, they they do the 9 to 5, they send their kids to school. Most people, like literally, man, like they don't even consider it. It's not even a factor in their life.
I never considered the shape of the Earth until somebody said, "Why don't you consider that it's not a sphere?" And I was like, "Okay, let me check it out." Because in everyday life, I never needed to consider the shape of the Earth.
Right.
Who's making that noise?
Well, I don't know. But hey, so does that mean that every person that decides the Earth isn't a globe, that they've automatically, for sure, they've all changed their political opinion? Like, that's basically what you're saying. You cannot
No,
become
that's
a
not what I'm
flat
saying at all.
earther without changing your political view. Well, that is actually what you're saying.
So
No,
you
it's
do have a
not.
political
So
opinion, right?
me?
God Scalpel, you have a political opinion. But why are Canadians usually know more about politics than Americans? Why is that?
American politics? I don't know, because
It's
Canadian
because
politics are boring.
they put it on the news more. They
I
make
don't.
sure
Dude,
that
I haven't watched the news for like literally 20 years.
okay, well, like let's say
And at one
20 years
point,
ago,
not
Wait, then
anymore,
how do
but
you
at
know
one.
about political thinking?
because I've been there and I talk to people there, and they are
No, not
generally
you.
they
Yeah,
know.
but we
Not
have
you. I was talking to
Discord. I
him.
can talk. Yeah, well,
That's great. I'm saying that the Canadians will know American politics better than the average American. What is the reason for that?
that's
it's
not
just-
entirely
it's not by
true,
accident.
though.
That's only if it's true.
Maybe,
Yeah.
Man,
maybe. No, listen. I'll give you this. Like,
I
maybe
know a lot of
people
smart
that are on.
Canadians.
Yeah, maybe people that are on Discord and shit. But I can tell you, like in my own personal life, like people I know where I can actually go visit them and have a drink with them or whatever, they don't really care about American politics a whole bunch.
Oh no, I'm not saying like it's like you wouldn't talk about it with each other, but to an American, they'll tell you everything XYZ about what they think your country's about. So I noticed that happens, and I don't think that's an accident.
Well, you
It's
do have the
everybody,
propaganda machine.
everybody likes to get into American politics. Every country, every culture.
Every country, yeah, because they're
Except
the dominant.
Americans.
They dominate. America dominates the airwaves. Like even
I
in
know.
Canada, there's no good Canadian news or Canadian movies or Canadian sitcoms or anything like that. So people that are into that shit, it's all dominated by the
There's
Americans.
that show
Let me say
Mythbusters.
Let me say one thing. Let me
Go
finish my whole point then, so you can understand what I'm saying. So, all these politicians you're talking about, Biden, all these people who you assume are stupid or you assume what they see on the news, they're actually trying to pass this bill or that bill, right? And I'm telling you, all is fake, but you don't think so. But all of these people have said something about global warming or in one way or another brought up the world as a globe, global this, global that, right? That just by them saying that and them trying to say that the earth is a globe, makes everything they say from that point on null and void, bro. It's fruit of the poison tree. In a court of law, bro, their testimony would be
That's
inadmissible,
fine,
but
but
yeah,
that
you're going to
doesn't
trust
mean
them.
that doesn't mean that Joe Biden isn't suffering from mental decline, whether it's
Oh my
through
God.
Alzheimer's or dementia or
Oh my
whatever.
God.
Like, come on, dude.
It's over
Just
your head,
because
bro.
you said
Never
global,
mind.
oh, it's over my head, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and
Because
I don't agree with the
Hold on,
point that you
Scott,
made,
can I
where that if
respond
they're
to
making a plan, they're
Candace
making up a plan.
How he
Oh,
said about
That's
I
a
just like
perfect
to
cup.
respond real quick that whatever if they invoke the word global, that everything they say is null and void. I think that's false, because just because they say globe, what if they're under the impression that it's a globe and they haven't really looked into it?
Okay, I'm
And
glad you. I'm
what
glad you. I have a perfect answer for you. So check this out. They're the authority over us who make the laws, right? So if they don't know, so it's like this: if you're rolling with me, right, and you get me busted, either you're working for the cops or you're so stupid that you just did something dumb to let the cops bust me. Either way, you're a liability, bro, and I don't have anything to do with you. Same with them. If they're too stupid to know, then they're a liability and they're doing harm and they're leading people the wrong way. If they do know, though, it's treachery. Either way, bro, why would you want to take anything they say seriously?
They wouldn't be in a position of power.
So you can
no,
make
but
that.
look,
You can
They
make
wouldn't
that
be in that
choice.
position of
this
power if
is
they
what
didn't
they've
know,
been
dog.
taught.
I'm
Dude.
still
They
gonna go
have
to a
globe
doctor, man.
science.
When I break
They
my
have
arm, and
NASA.
you're gonna talk over me a third time. So like when I break my arm and I go to a doctor, if he believes it's a globe, I'm still letting him fix my arm. I mean, that's it. I don't care if he thinks it's a globe. If I injure my back and my sciatic nerve is shooting excruciating pain all the way through my body, and that surgeon believes that we live on a globe, I am still going to use his services because he's a top-rated surgeon.
Okay, so what does that have to do with Biden? What does that have to do with politicians, though? I'm talking about politicians on TV.
It's the same
What does that have to do
idea.
with-
It doesn't matter what they think the shape of the earth is. They're still going to do what they do. And if they're evil
What I'm saying
rulers,
is
they'll
everything
still
that
be an
comes out of their
evil
mouth is a
ruler.
lie.
And if they're a good ruler,
No,
they'll still be
everything
a
that
good
comes out of their
ruler.
mouth is a lie, bro. It's all deception. It's all an act, bro. That's what I'm saying. Nothing they do is real. It's all an act. The way they
So
talk,
flat,
the way they speak, everything.
so flatter days. Is it possible that they're
Right.
trying to make everyone think that Joe Biden is absolutely senile on the precipice of
Yeah, that's
Alzheimer's?
ridiculous, bro.
But like, that's functional, right? That's a political attribute to have. Like, look at what it did for Ronald Reagan, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
Would
this
you
is-
act a certain way?
I just mean that you can do any.
And
I'm just saying that basically anything that goes on during his tenure as president, he won't ever have to answer for any of it. And
Right.
he can
Exactly, bro.
It's not like they ever do, anyhow, dude. Like,
Yeah, exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about, then, bro. Yeah, it leaves it so they don't have to. Yeah, exactly, bro.
oh,
There's
because
no
he's
the
going to
answer. They
have
keep
to
passing
answer
the buck.
to it anyhow. Like, come
No,
on,
they
you
keep
guys.
passing
They
the
want to
buck.
build
bro.
the credibility that he's.
Can somebody let me know what
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
what is the
Latter-day
premise?
Saints, you claim that
Wait, did you say
the
Latter Day?
politicians are evil, right?
No,
But
what
It's
is the
Latter Day,
premise?
bro.
Was the premise that politicians are evil, or was it something else? Because this, I mean, you're going like 15 different ways, and a person who's just coming into the conversation should be able to pick up on the point that everybody's trying to. What is the initial premise? Why y'all are arguing?
I
We're not
believe
arguing.
Latter-day
That's a
is
good
making-
question, actually.
Discussing politicians.
Well,
But I wanted
Latter-day
to
made
hold on. I wanted to make a quick point
Yeah,
about
that's a
what
good
Latter-day
point.
Saints did.
he wanted a clarification.
You want me to
Okay.
clarify? Okay, so
I don't
he
want
was
clarifications on everybody's individual feelings about the topic. What started the conversation? What was the
okay. So
initial point that everyone
he was
started?
invoking Biden, talking about Biden being not smart about this or Biden's so stupid about that. He was bringing that up. So I informed him that everything they do is an act and all fake.
Okay.
Giving off the impression, I mean, he's making the point that Biden might be being extreme here, but Biden is actually secretly a genius playing the fool, and has a secret plan to deceive the country.
Oh
There's
my
no
God.
way to prove that. But
But you
what
know
we
that's a
can
fallacy,
do.
right?
Hold on, dude. There's no way to prove that. But he claimed that all politicians are evil, and they're
Well, I'm making a false claim. I didn't say the word evil. That would have been an opinion. I'm falsifying one of your claims, bro. That's all I'm doing. I'm not making a claim.
You said
I'm
they're
making a
corrupt.
negative claim.
Yeah, you said they're corrupt, and
I never used
you
the word
just
corrupt either. I said they're all acts.
okay.
It's all an act,
what
bro.
what
It's
did
fake.
you? Let's clarify what you said then.
Well, he just did.
He said it's all an act. That's what he said. They're
Okay,
all
they're all
acting.
an act, and everything they say is fake, right? You did say
Absolutely.
that.
Well,
Yeah,
Okay,
when
so
you're
script. It's a
hold on,
script, bro.
hold on. Let me just get out my one point. If they are fake and everything they do is bad,
I never said bad,
no,
bro.
you never said
okay,
that.
not
That's why I
bad.
tried to stop
If
you. No,
you said they're fake,
you're understanding
hold
what
on,
he
man.
just. No,
I don't
You
want
don't
to
cut him
conflate
off.
anything anymore.
time
He did
out.
say they're fake.
Time out. No,
You're not a mod. You
listen.
can't
The
time it out.
problem is what you're doing is you're taking him saying that they're acting, and you're attributing it to your initial argument against him, trying to make it fit your idea that he's saying they're all corrupt or some variation of that. When I hear him say that they're on a script or on a play, that's exactly what a job is. That's exactly what everything is. So technically, it's not true. That's how things work when everything is scripted and everything is accounted for. So you need to get a little more
Okay, but he's
information
painting
from
it
him
in a
if you're going
bad
to
light,
argue against
right?
him. All I'm saying is you have to get a little more information from him to figure out if you do have a difference of opinion, then argue there. But you can't just take a completely different opinion than what he said and do that. Like that's
Okay, this is the point that I wanted to make. If we want to look at our quality of life and compare it to other countries, then we can do that. But until then, if he claims that America is fake and everything they do is okay, he just said fake, so it's fake and scripted. But
Okay,
even
I
though
didn't
if
just
it's
say
fake
America,
and
bro. I'm
scripted,
saying every country does this, bro. Not just America.
It's
You were
just
talking about
management.
Biden. You were invoking Biden, so I said that, but I didn't just say America. It's all a script, bro.
Yeah, I would. Well, typically, see, here's what they're good at, right?
Yeah.
So there's a system in place for all of us to use. So the
Mhm.
people that we're disgruntled against are the ones that have figured out that this is a system and they can use it accordingly. We don't like the roles that we've settled into based on how they feel we should be governed or acknowledged or um informed. That's the problem. The problem isn't the system. The problem most of the time are the politicians that are inundating us with information that may or may not be true. That is a problem.
Yeah. Big time. Yeah, for sure.
But then I'll ask you, Latter-day Saints, do you still have all of
Don't
your
call me
human
Latter-day
rights?
Saints, bro. That's not my name. Don't ever call me Latter-day Saints, please. With all due respect, Latter-day Saints, bro.
All right, Latter-day Saints, do you still have all your rights intact? All your freedoms, freedom of speech, freedom of
Bro,
right to bear arms.
I don't pay attention to those things. I do what I think is right, bro. All those things are imaginary things. Freedoms, all these things, these imaginary curtains or chains. You know what I mean? I don't live by that. I don't live according to that, but I do what's appropriate and right.
Well,
To the best
those
of my
things
ability.
are real, and you can use them. So maybe it's a fault on your behalf that you don't take advantage of those rights, because a lot of countries don't have those rights, and we're lucky to have those rights. So
Bro,
America is
each man is as lucky as he thinks he is, bro. You know what I mean? Whatever you think you're lucky or blessed or not blessed or traumatized over or maybe underprivileged over is all in our heads as something that they said. And so enough people start thinking this, what these politicians are saying or not saying, or this or that, red, blue, Republican, Democrat, all this stuff. It gets a mindset over all. Yeah, you see what I'm saying, bro? It's all make believe, bro. It's all make believe. You know what I mean? It's all
not
in
all
our
make
head.
believe. What are you talking about?
Here's what I would
Nothing
say.
is tangible, bro.
Here's
What
what I
they're
would say
talking
to
about.
them. I would say a
Okay.
couple of things. Number one, we do have more advantages than other places, but it's a spectrum. You can still be on top anywhere if you know the system. It's just how corrupted the people that are informing. Because here's the thing: you can know the system, or you can choose option B, move through the system based on what people tell you. That would be politicians or public officials or what have you. You could just learn the system. If you learn the system, you wouldn't be subject to all the things that politicians say because they're not always true. They're not even regulated. It's a bunch of fluff. What you need to pay attention to is the system and how you play a part in the system, because then nothing a politician says will affect you.
The system is talking to you, but the politics themselves are maybe talking to somebody else. Hey, Elijah, can I ask you a question, man? Like, you do delivery, right? Did you do better during the mass time? Or you do better now? It was the same.
I would say mass time is better.
Because
Every
I
industry
was
that
getting
made
25
money.
bucks to deliver. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that every essential worker made way more money than any other time.
Just say it. I used to deliver COVID tests for like 25 bucks, just on apps and stuff, driving it a mile, 2 miles. Like,
Yeah, people were losing jobs while
am
there
I a
were money
terrible,
opportunities out here.
I'm a terrible person for thinking, man, I wish that would come back. Those were good days. Making a lot of money, right? But nobody else is ever thinking that, right? Nobody in any other professional field is thinking, man, I wish this math shit would come back because that was actually pretty good for me. Is it weird?
Well, it happens all the time. If you
Right?
take,
Why is
if
that?
you, well, it happens all the time. There's
Because people
always
were making
some
money.
kind of.
That's all I'm saying. That's my point.
Only certain people are making money,
There's
bro.
always some kind of calamity. Like, just think about like your life over the last. I'm 33. every either
That was
election
weird.
cycle or yeah,
I'm
every
33 too.
election cycle or every not election cycle, like 8 to 10 years, something happens where if a person is aware, they can make a lot of fucking money. Because that's the way the system goes. It goes up and it goes down based on people's awareness. If everybody was aware, the system would break. We would have to start again. It's not going to start over because there's a disparity in what people know.
If everybody was aware of the same things, then everybody would make the same kind of correct reads, and then therefore the same choices, and then therefore it would be very rare to be able to execute that choice that you have, right? So it's like your benefit to see through certain things that aren't true.
Well,
Yeah, there would be no
it's a
value
balance
because
of awareness
everybody's
and
right.
morality. That's what people don't understand. Like people in this room, we already know what the deceptions are. If we wanted to, we could all become millionaires just knowing what we know, because we know where the market's going to shift and how they're going to use that control and what's going to be profitable. Like all of
I
us right
agree.
now we could start fundraising for space or anything that has space in it. We could all just pretend that we're involved in that. We could organize together, create a GoFundMe, start a fake business, and just fleece people of money for space. But we don't do that because of morality. There's a lot of things like this we could do because we know it's deceptive. It's deceptive or deception.
Rig,
but
do you
we don't
remember?
do it because of our morality.
I also want to point out that Eli made the point that only some can prosper. That's under like a socialist mindset. So to say
No,
only
no,
some
I
can
didn't say
prosper,
that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That's not what I said. Let me clarify. Sorry to interrupt. What I meant was if everyone knew how the system worked, we would have to implement a new system unless there was some type of authoritarian rules. Like you have to work this amount of time to contribute to the system. Because if everyone knew they didn't have to be a wage slave and they could choose a better option, and no one put into the nonprofit known as the government, guess what? We'd be fucked.
well,
At
that's what I'm
least here
saying.
in America.
We have a system, a true capitalist system would allow everybody to prosper equally. If now people have to take part into that capitalist system, but what happens is people go back to the socialist system and input money into the government. So to put out the idea, not that you are, but to put out the idea that we all couldn't be just fine. Every single person, nobody starving, nobody needing for anything. Under true capitalism, with just the idea, the framework of it, that is possible. But any kind of socialism comes into play, it then takes from that, and starts to divvy it
No,
up.
I've been preaching this for a while because I was the one that said fuck a job. Why y'all doing that? You don't get paid or you're not profitable to May 16th. Who would sign up for that? Well, 90% of us. So all I'm saying is, if we all chose to do what Eli has in his mind, then everybody would be okay. The problem with everybody being okay is that we would have to rework the system because the system doesn't work on everyone being okay. The system works on the socialism, if you want to call it that component known as, what we pay into the government.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the part that would fit the system that would fail is strictly the government, not the people. The people wouldn't fail under true capitalism. The government would fail.
No, the government is the people. That's the problem. That's the point. The government is funded by taxes by the people.
Yeah, I agree to some of that.
If nobody wanted that system, well, yeah, we wouldn't have a government. But how would we govern each other then? I don't know. Like, because there wouldn't be any regulations. All I'm saying is there wouldn't be a system for us to individually play. There wouldn't
Well,
even
you
be.
could have a broad set of terms that you follow, but the system that the capitalist system is built on profit would speak for itself. So like how you asked the question, like how would we know where to put our money? The money would speak for itself. You don't need authority telling you what's important and what's not important. I show you what's important by buying what you're offering and not buying the other stuff that's not important.
I've attempted to tell people that, and they're like, "No thanks."
I happen to feel like there's no such thing as pure capitalism or pure socialism that can ever exist.
I don't think
And
so
so
either.
I don't believe, like, even though you might suggest that we live in a capitalist society, that everything is not necessarily capitalist in nature, and that some of it is actually socialist. And I
Well,
don't
that's
just
the
mean
thing.
like social
Nature
security,
itself is socialist. It's
right?
Yeah, I agree with that because again, like no one has to. Um, no one has to be a wage slave. In fact, we're all incentivized to be business owners, but 90% of Americans are wage slaves. So there's the problem right there. Hello, you know
So
what I
I've
mean?
had, I've had this
About that point of socialism.
I don't think.
Yeah.
One second. In the United States, a lot of people just never even think on it, but all public parks, public transportation, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all these things are socialist ideas. Like,
exactly.
And there's a lot more. Yeah.
And they could be they could easily be replaced by donations only. And until we decide to replace them by donations only, then we will be under somebody else's rule. Yeah, for sure.
No, but we're not under. We're not under someone else's rule. We're just under the ignorance that they put us under based on all of the information they've been bombarding us with, which may or may not be true. But what Lou is saying is practically true. Our taxes fund these places that we all agree, well, some of us, I definitely agree, that we need. That's why I said, well, if everyone up and decided to be a capitalist today, the system would be broken because we would have to figure out a new way to fund those things.
Yeah, we don't need those things.
That's
That's why I can't get
all
on
I'm.
board. Yeah, because we don't need those things that you think we need. We don't need them the way through taxes. Roads being built, schools. We don't need taxation for that. There's plenty of private roads that are maintenance by like two people. Public schools.
We're building schools with lottery tickets. You know what I mean? We're building roads by like selling them to other countries. That's how we're really doing it. But
yeah, I mean, if there's like property
that
taxes in my area is like $13,000 a year per house. I mean, fucking 7 of these houses will pay for the school.
Like New Jersey doesn't own its own.
Mostly, those are paid mostly by the rich, though. Like property tax and luxury tax is paid mostly by the rich. The rest of the taxes, income tax, is paid by the poor. Like everybody pays a share.
I pay both. So what am I?
Well, I mean, it like I said, it's like a spectrum. It's not like you pay the maximum of both. There's a mathematical formula in there that makes it make sense.
Well, when you create a false value for the money that you've earned or the sweat that you've bore, like it manipulates the whole system, because what all the government needs to do is to lie to people and to create an industry with the lie. So they just make a big lie, make it as big as you can, make a false industry to create a need for that lie, right? And then since they control the money, they inflate the money until they balance out the amount of need in the lie. So then you've just got people slaving away for value that they think they have, while you basically set them up on an escalator and you can control the speed. So
that is true.
You've got this rat race that you've created because the need didn't exist in the first place. You created the need, and then you've created all these like rules around the need, which was fake to begin with, and then you've got people chasing that fake money, which inflates as needed until they get the perfect balance of people who comply.
So I've
I
used
guess
this
my
comparison
overall
with people in
premise
the
and all of that.
yeah. So I've used this comparison with people in the past. I don't know if this might ring true to anybody, but in most things that we do, science, math, whatever, right? We're replicating nature. That's agreeable, right? We're trying to replicate nature, right?
I agree.
So then, if we're trying to build a system, an economic system to like survive on, we would try to mimic nature then, right? That would be a good start. Now, is nature itself more capitalist or socialist, if you could think of it in that way?
Capitalist.
I mean, but is that I don't know if that's a false dichotomy, only because I define the system as something that's absolute, something that's true, and something that was put in place by someone before we got here. Let's just say that.
Like
Like the
ants,
reason that two
bees.
plus two makes sense is because of the matrix designer. Because the things that I'm saying to you right now are intelligible because of the way the system was set up. The way government works because of the way the system was set up. It's fucked up because humans are fucked up. That's the distinction.
But in the natural world, you got things like bees and ants and termites, things like that that do work together. You have other things that don't, but right.
Working together doesn't mean capitalist absolutely works together. Like a tree, when it drops its leaves from the ground and then feeds the soil below it, right? It's working together.
Oh, I don't know.
Is it not?
I don't know. I think it's difficult to talk about. These are philosophical concepts, in their own right. So, like, we could talk about applications and all this stuff. Maybe you make your point, maybe I make my point, but I guess I'm just saying this: like the pure concept of capitalism never really exists, and neither does the pure idea of socialism. I guess
Right.
that's
Well, you can
my
only
short
Yeah,
point.
that's
you can
fair.
And as a standalone, as an individual, yeah, no, all of these things like mean something in relation to something else.
well
Nothing exists like absolutely.
both of them are ideas or philosophies. So I mean, socialism is a philosophy, capitalism is a philosophy. Which one are you putting into practice? It would tell you, not what
Well,
you are.
right, and I understand that. I'm just saying, like, even when you try to put it into practice, it's still going to be not perfect socialism, and it's still going to be not perfect capitalism. That's
Because
all I mean.
you're mixing the two.
Well,
So
see,
No,
we're
because
we're talking about the governance of the system. The way I like to look at it is I stop looking at the whole. Well, I mean, it's not like I don't look at the whole because I mean there are reasons that things are like the something that gives the value could be a large number of people. Larger numbers of people make things predictable, and so on one hand I would say, well, you know there are people that think, oh, well, this system in its entirety, it could be either this or that. I don't think of it like that. I think of what is possible in the system presented before me. If I'm able to take from the system or utilize the system the same way everyone else is, then I'm going to focus on me as an individual because the better I do, the more I influence more people anyway. Like you can't do any more than that other than talk about the system as a whole. Nobody can talk about the system as a whole and change it, but you can change yourself.
you changing what you put your money to changes the entire system. So your mindset, and if you're more in a socialist mindset or capitalist mindset, will change the system as a whole for sure. And that's what it comes down to. Laws that are put in place, are they leaning towards socialism, like, hey, donate here, or are they leaning towards, hey, listen, this is how you can get into this field, work it, and it'll produce for your neighbor as a byproduct of your work.
When you
So yeah,
Kind of.
when you
I
guys
agree with all you guys. I think it's an interesting topic, but as long as you have a fiat currency, you have a valve for the whole control method. Like this whole idea of capitalism, socialism. They are. It's like saying feminism. Like, it's just one perspective of the same problem. And if you control the value, then they essentially become meaningless because you can go in either way depending on how much value you apply to the fiat. So,
that's why
but nature
would
itself,
say go
and
back
I
to
hate being rushed, guys. I know you
the
guys
nature.
all want to get in, but I
Good
feel
point.
like my brain is rushed when I try to say these things.
Oh, go ahead.
So
I
let me
thought you
just
were
get it out
done,
real
so go ahead.
quick. So, like, nature itself is capitalistic. Okay, it just is. If you don't put in work, you're not going to get shit. You get fucked on. Okay, nature will fuck you up if you do not put in work. So capitalism is nature's way of handling things. The problem is, like, the way that we view things in this world is associated with the fiat, and on top of that, we're working with manipulated markets and people who are they're basically subjugating, or it's a false market. It's false scarcity, it's false a lot of things. But when you have crony capitalism and you have manipulated fiat currency, You're not really dealing with what you think you're dealing with. And that's kind of the problem. Like there is no nature balance to all this. It's controlled and manipulated for the purposes of making people think they're getting what they're not. And that keeps them going until the next day. Because if you lose belief and faith from people, then you don't have any value in that fiat. You have to get people to believe in the system that you're using, or it doesn't have any value. It's a faith system at that point.
So when you speak about nature, are you saying like animals capitalize on everything? They take advantage of every situation. Is that what you're saying? And before you answer, when we speak about a free market or private ownership, we speak about all these things. It kind of makes me laugh, right? I would like to know what people mean by that. Now, when you have all these individuals, these private owners making decisions, it's not decisions as a whole. And just go back to the free market. I mean, it's laughable, right?
That's the thing. They're not. That's the biggest deception of it all. We think that they're making a lot of decisions. Well, we are making decisions. The decisions that are made are based on the contracts that we agree to when we sign our name. Now, we might say, well, I was kind of like railroaded into signing that, or like I was made to sign that. Oh, maybe, but I mean, again, the more that you put on yourself, as far as I'm responsible, the better you'll be. Especially if you keep the Creator in mind first and at all times. He didn't put us here to fail. He did not. He wouldn't put us here with this big ass system that's here to just treat us like dog poop. I don't. Not only do I not believe that, but I teach that that's not the case. I can fix people practically in real ways. So me personally, and I do believe that what he's saying about animals and all of that. Look, if an animal decides to stay asleep, that's going to compound into a big problem if they're supposed to be gathering foods for the winter.
Yeah, I didn't agree with his definition of capitalism when he defined nature. Riggs.
But Murphy's law hits you when, like, we know some, like a calamity is going to happen to us maybe 2, 3, 4 times a year. Every other day is a day that you can save, gain, or give. But you gotta put yourself in a position that when these bad things happen, it doesn't hurt and you can move on. Because sometimes, a missed bill can set us back 3 months, 6 months, a year, depending on what it is. If you lose your house and your family is uprooted, these are just, and we all know this because we all experience or know somebody who's experienced it. So what people don't believe is that they can actually get their shit together and accumulate wealth for their families. People don't believe that unless they sign a contract with a job that promises them things at retirement that they're never going to get anyway. Why? Because the person is not paying attention. The person is not looking at the contracts or the plans that they've agreed to, and they have no fucking idea what they're going to have in the end, which means their family, after they pass on, is going to have to suffer the same fate and start over again. That's not necessary, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, try to do business with your neighbors and people immediately around you. No one wants to be around someone poor or someone starving or someone who's going to try to break in your house. But try to change the area in which you're in. That would be a good way to go.
Yeah, I agree. And this is the last thing I'll say. What happened to these movies that or these ideas? See, when we watch movies about what families are supposed to do, it's usually centered around a rich family that's fucking people over. But what essentials do they have? Well, in their family, they have a doctor. In their family, they have a lawyer. In their family, they have an accountant. All cornerstones are protected by the people with the specialties of the profession to do that. Today, I don't know about everybody else. I grew up in the city. I grew up with, my brothers and sisters. And at the end of 18 years, it was like, okay, everybody go. Good luck. It wasn't, okay, you come back, we do this for the family. That wasn't a part of my family. I hope it was a part of yours. But if it isn't, I mean, pay close attention to what some of us are trying to say. It don't have to be in a terrible situation forever because the government says so. Well, no, let me not. Because the people in government say so. That's what they want you to believe. Is definitely not true. The only reason that it's possible is because they keep lying, and 90% of the people are eating it. Well, how do I know that's true, Eli? Because everyone is fucking ate up all the shit about the globe, did they not? So why would I be saying now be incorrect? Well, that's a fallacy, but I'm just saying.
We
Yeah,
gotta
it's
go
a
with your
fallacy.
gut.
Whatever.
You gotta
Accept
go
it or
with your
no.
gut,
It
even
was.
if it is a fallacy. You gotta go with it.
But that's the way I see it based on the numbers. When I look at like people's financial situation, and I'm like, well, you could have chosen this option, but you chose this option. That's what's going wrong. It's like 90% of the people choose the options that they'll go wrong in. And who proposed it to them? A bank or an insurance agent or some other kind of governmental agency.
Yeah, like I said,
They
how this
propose it
works,
instead of a
it's a
person.
faith system. If you don't have the faith, then people don't comply.
No, yeah, it is a faith system, but that's the thing. Most people have faith in what they're showing them is the system.
Right.
That's the
Exactly.
problem.
That's what gives it. That's what gives the fiat value. But if people really understood the value of that fiat, the hard sweat, the blood, everything involved, it wouldn't have that value, right?
In other words, the people knew that they were the currency when they woke up, what they agreed to give their time to for the value of others, without understanding it's a unilateral. Oh well, is that even the word? No, it's not. But it's an unequal exchange. If people sign up for that, it's
Right.
like, well, why? Yeah, that's what's wrong. Nothing else.
Well, like
Nothing else
banks,
is
for
wrong.
example, banks only need 10% of the money that they claim to lend out, and some even do less than that because they cook their books. So what you're essentially doing is you're creating a power dynamic, which actually doesn't exist in nature. It's a fake form of capitalism. It's fraud. So people are consenting to this fraud, and it's enabling this faith system, which shouldn't exist anyway, because they can manipulate what your value is worth, what your life force is worth. And what you've done is, with that consent, is you've shifted power to and you've turned yourself into the debtor, even though that they probably have more debt than you. Like you've just that's why this whole fiat thing is so important, because you're giving power over willingly to a system that doesn't have the value that you have.
So what other system do you propose then? If this system, hold on, he said something about fiat and how it's bad. But if we want to look at our quality of life, hold on, dude. I'm literally talking, dude.
Because
So
I want to add on.
No.
What?
I don't even want to speak against it or make a rebuttal. I just wanted to add something because I thought that it would solidify his point. But now you have a question. Maybe what I'm about to say will make you, because I didn't take what he said the way you did. Because when he said system, it was the way I said system, and it's like it's actually the people, the system. Because we're equivocating. I think when I say system and what I heard him say when he said system, it is what we believe to be the system based on what we're told. So it's not the system itself and let's move to a different system. That's not what he says. What system would you? So the reason that I know what he's saying is true is this. You guys tell me if it sounds true or not. But Oh, did he in some roundabout way say you don't need the bank? Holy shit. That's absolutely fucking correct. Because you know what they're going to do? They're going to take the people in that bank that they've hired that have acquired the licenses to take your money and invest it somewhere. They're going to do the same thing you could do if you took a little time to pass a few tests and put your money away yourself. No bank required. So it's not necessary. But what are people doing? The thing that's absolutely not necessary. And that's why they're getting fucked over.
So what you said, Riggs, is the system that you're in now good or bad? And do you want to continue it, or do you want
For
something
who?
else?
For me?
For everybody.
There are some good and bad. I think ultimately it's bad. It's like feeding a child candy all the time. You know, it may be fun at first, but then you lose all flavor for it. You become spoiled to it. Like you can eat candy and suddenly it makes you sick, right? It doesn't have the same effect because you don't have any nuance. There's no dark to make the light seem bright. Like if everything's sweet, then eventually you're not going to taste sweet anymore. It's just going to be normal, and your teeth are going to fall out, and then your health is going to decline because it's not how nature works. Like nature has more balance to it. It requires you to do more work. You have to bite through the fiber. You have to, pound the rocks and sharpen the knives. You have to do work. You have to be intelligent.
I don't see America in decline, though. I actually see it prospering. Other people don't, but
you know why?
I'm actually pro-America. I'm not anti-America at all.
Well, I'm anti-government in general, but the reason America is always supposedly winning is because we have the biggest policing network in the world. We have the largest, most active military with the best technology. We have all the alliances with our controllers. And so then we're just essentially the police state for the world at this point. So we get anything we want. And actually what we can see very openly is that we have so much power and control. The only kind of needs that we have are fake. We're essentially just, spoiled children who have just candy everywhere. So then now we're just spoiled and we're like, oh, well, look at all this candy. Fuck this candy. When the rest of the world's never even tasted candy before. Right? But here we are with rotten teeth, and they have to manipulate how much candy we have to make us think that we're missing something. We have so much extra in the United States because we're the police state for the world that they have to make us think and pretend that we have less of something. Oh, look, there's an egg shortage. Dude, we probably have more eggs than anyone in the world of high quality even. You know what I mean?
Do.
Like it's a fake it's a fake need. You know what I mean? What people really need to do is they need to have their own chickens. They need to have their own land. They need to create offspring. They have to put the roots down. Like it's a fake need.
I think you actually indirectly said how good America is by saying we have so much extra. That statement right there just proves that what we're doing is actually doing the right. Well, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but we're doing the correct thing in terms of progression. Like if you look, have you ever played Age of Empires? And you start with building a little village, and then you progress from there. Well, if you want to look at America's timeline, we've did pretty good with the industrialization and then tech, and then from then on, we just keep going up, up, up. Now, people want to look at other things and make it seem doing bad, but to be honest, this is the best place to live.
Do you have any morality?
No,
Do you think that morality is objective? Because that would make the difference between right and wrong. It's not as clear cut as you think.
We're in decline. Like we might still have a lot, but we're in decline now.
We're not in
decline.
Look, how could listen? The reason that
I can disprove if we're in decline.
No, why are you?
If we let
guys, we're gonna do a list. One at a time, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah, the reason that the conversation started going three different ways is because the guy that was answering to Rig introduced a non sequitur. So it went from his question being, well, is this good for the people, to how good America, the industry, is doing. I mean, and now
That's
Lou's
fair.
going to answer to that. Like, why are we doing that?
That's
What
not fair.
industry? What industry?
If you
You
want,
gave it away to the Chinese. What industry
so
exactly are you
if
talking
you want
about?
to grade,
Boy,
if
you
you
know what
want
I'm
to
saying?
grade if you want to grade the health of an economy, you look at its how good it's doing, how much money it's making, the quality of life people are having. Those types of things you look at.
You
Yeah, but how
gave
long
your
does that last?
industry
So
to
I
the
disagree with that.
Chinese, bro. Am I not being heard? You gave your industry to the Chinese.
Okay.
Yeah, your
So after
quality of life. When
maybe
you
so I can
speak
get
of your
Rick.
quality of when you speak of your quality of life, a lot of people in America are malnourished, right? They
How
have
many?
fat bellies, swollen up
How many?
bellies, and
The ones
skinny.
that choose
And
to.
Guys,
hey
don't
guy, could
interrupt,
you
please.
let me finish?
I know, I got you
So
now. Hold on.
they
Guys,
appreciate it, man. So even with our food, I mean, we've done things to the food, different plants, corn, all types of things to make it produce more, but yet it's not as it's not as nutritious. So people,
Correct.
a lot of people, now if you want me to give you a number, there's a lot of people, just go outside and look around. Skinny arms and swollen bellies, just like those little Ethiopian kids you always used to see on TV. Now, as far as comparing America to other countries, I don't think that's what the topic was. But that's all I got to say for right now. I appreciate it, man.
I'm gonna ask for the third time. What industry does America have?
Who cares?
We have a tech industry.
So anything
Nah,
that
nah.
counts, everything that counts that you can have your hands on, anything that could be actually made and sold, you gave away to the
Oh,
Chinese. Can
no, there's
somebody
many
address that?
things made and sold in America. That's a
Okay,
lie. What are you talking about?
well, guys,
Really?
can I
Really?
change? Oh, look. This is an argument that's about to start based off of a word that I use, and it's going in a direction that I didn't want it to go, which means I used
Who
the wrong
cares
can't
word.
what
control
direction you
the
want it
thing,
to go in,
dude.
I
bro?
didn't mean.
Get
But
the controller of this thing.
we're arguing
Relax.
about me based off of something I didn't mean. You said, well, China has, okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, the goods and services, not the goods and services, but the goods and the actual material being exchanged, sold, and bought, and all of that. That's what you're talking about. Okay, well, I wasn't necessarily talking about that. So I really hope we don't start arguing about who's on top as far as the superpower.
No, that's not my issue. You guys were talking industry, you were talking about this and that, and I just told you guys, you're talking nonsense because we have no industry left. We gave that up voluntarily to the Chinese.
No, I don't
Yeah,
think
I
anyone
heard.
is kind of.
Yeah,
We
nobody's
produce
arguing.
cars and houses.
Okay, look.
Go ahead.
So I'm more of like a facts and numbers guy. So if you look at what percentage of the GDP is the manufacturing in the United States, it
The
accounts for
minimum.
11%
My
of the
bad.
GDP. That's really low. So $1 out of $10 made in the United States is made from producing something. So
That's
you're
because
right,
you gave it to the
Dusty, it's really
Chinese,
low.
bro.
Yeah,
Look,
and you know what? I'll tell you what's going to happen to the Chinese in about 20 years when they become really prosperous, just like us. They're already there, but
But
um,
let me show you how
when they
sexy this.
surpass us. Hold on, I'm not finished. May I finish?
Yes, please.
They're going to pass. They're going to do the same thing we did and pass their industry to a cheaper place that can produce it, and then ship it back to China, and then they just market it and sell it retail. So that's all we
Probably,
did.
but
All
that
we
doesn't
did was
change the
all we
fact
did
that
was no, I know all we did was we found a cheaper a manufacturer and producer and had it shipped back to us, and then we sell it here. It's just savings. It's just a cost saving thing. That's
Now
all.
it's true.
No,
It's
it's
true
not,
is that
bro.
it's true is that may or may not be because the may not is for you. Uh uh Montreal. And so you probably have some kind of rebuttal to that. I just would like to point out how sexy it is that nothing a company makes really affects how we do as a society specifically, because remember I said most of us are employees. So right now you just change the conversation to from our well-being to the financial strength of America based on products sold. But we're not a whole bunch of corporations selling things. So why the fuck should the people in here care? They should, because I keep telling them be a corporation or get you a corporation. I'm just saying how sexy it is to be talking about something that doesn't really involve most of us in America. Why would you do that?
It
Well,
does
first of
involve.
all, that makes no sense what you just
Yeah,
said. Because
yeah.
manufacturing.
Go ahead.
Can I talk for a minute?
How's
Yeah,
that?
and I'm
How much
next.
do you get profits
Guess
off
not.
of the goods sold from your job? Who
SC
does?
then me.
Who gets profits
S.
from the extra growth that their company gets?
Who's answering you? Hold on. SC then me. There's a list now.
Thank you, Jeremy. The point I'm trying
Can
to
I go
make is
after
this:
Jeremy? Put me on the list.
irregardless,
Jeremy.
irregardless of what you think, right?
Not a word.
When a country loses manufacturing, that's like the death knell of the country. You can think that you're going into computers and software and all that's all fine, right? But the lifeblood of a country is manufacturing during peace, especially during war. Do you know that if a transformer blows up in the United States, you guys can't produce it? You have to wait and order it from China? You have no idea what your economy. You don't produce anything anymore, man. Nothing.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm done.
it's a lie.
the production of goods.
Okay. Jeremy, you're
The
next.
production of goods in a country's fucking huge. Not only for the jobs that it produces, but there was a time during, I think it was Desert Storm, maybe Japan made these little LED screens for our tanks or personal vehicle, whatever, some kind of military shit. They made little screens for, and we couldn't get them. We couldn't put the tanks on the field. So yeah, time of war, it's absolutely crucial, and you don't want
Yeah,
another
bro.
country. You don't want another
Yeah, so
country controlling if you get medicine or if you get masks or rubber gloves or whatever. The governor of New York was on TV during the whole pandemic thing, talking about all the PPEs made in China. He's like, I don't know how we got in that predicament. I know how we got in that predicament, but that's a whole nother story.
Greed. Greed by American companies. Very simple.
So you know what's sexy, right? That's why I want more people like us to have companies to offset all of the greed. That's a potential. That's a possibility. Now, the things that you guys are saying are all true. Like all of these things are interlinked, like we've all been talking about. But we have to make small distinctions. Now, this is a small distinction. Okay, so we have more manufacturing, which means people can get more jobs. There are more jobs available for people, right? That guarantees more people a job or the potential for a job, but it doesn't have any effect on how upwardly mobile someone is. As a matter of fact, taking that job caps you right where they want you. So this is the difference in what we were talking about versus what we are talking about now.
I hear
So
you, bro.
I wanted to
Eli,
respond to see what he said about the manufacturing is the lifeblood of a country. And in the 80s, we started shipping all our jobs, outsourcing all our production to China. So right now, from the 1980s to 2022, I haven't seen the decline in America that you're talking about. I've actually seen America become more prosperous. Better roads, more food, still good quality of life, hasn't declined in any way. So what is this calamity or this decline in a way of quality of life that you're talking about?
It's
So
Canadian patriotism.
have you seen your national debt lately? Have you looked at how much
Okay,
you owe?
hold on. Yeah, I have seen our national debt, but what does national debt have to do with if the country continues to operate or not?
Have you
This is
noticed
what
the
I'm.
amount of homeless on your streets lately?
Yeah, okay, that's what I want to talk to. That's what I'm. Look, okay.
Do we
See,
have numbers?
now
There's always hold on. Let
Yo,
me and
hold on,
SC
Eli.
go back and
Hold
forth,
on, Eli.
please.
Good white. What are you doing, dude?
Well, I was responding to SE because he was talking to me, but what Eli wants to do is control the conversation to something
Dude,
else. But I think
no, dude, you totally sidetracked the whole conversation we were having. Like, it's no disrespect to you, bro, but like, you brought up shit that had nothing to do with what we were talking about, and you took it from a
me and
take as
SE were
if like
talking
we
about.
support these systems. We're questioning the system itself, and you're literally using the framework of the system to argue against it. It's like not.
Okay,
It's
well,
not
Eli's
conducive.
gonna go. He was trying to get in. He was already talking. He derailed the shit. Go ahead, Eli.
I think he asked to go after you, and then Eli jumped in, so he actually
You went
cut me
after
off.
me. I heard you go after me.
I didn't go after you when it was SE, you, and then it was supposed to be me, and Eli jumped in front.
We need a list. We don't know who's gonna go when. We need a list.
If anybody was
Skip this.
listening, Rubber Ducky head went first. Then I attempted to jump in with SE, but SE got his quick question in quickly, and then you started responding to SE. When I was like, well, hold the fuck up a minute, I'm a part of the conversation too. That's what happened. So anyway, what I
Eli,
was
go
gonna
ahead.
say was different. What I was gonna say was different from SE only because again that brings it back to the financial strength of the company. But you said that the quality of life for Americans aren't decreasing. Yes, the fuck it is. Seeing is that most Americans are employees or W-2 earners, which means they get taxed the hardest on top of taking the brunt of the inflation that they're not getting anything extra for. So just by existing, yes, the fuck they are, even though America's doing great as the corporation.
The
Okay,
corporations
what
are
is
doing
this?
great. Yeah.
Hold on. What is this tax percentage you're talking about? Do you have percentages of how much of their wages is getting taxed more than others?
Yeah, May
You
16th
said
is when you.
the employee is getting taxed more. So what's
Yeah,
their tax?
when
You don't
you
even
get
know the percentage, bro.
30%,
I'm trying to answer you, man.
30%,
Fuck.
Good
30%.
white.
Go ahead,
Hey,
Eli.
you gotta let. Hold on. Good white. You gotta let people talk. That's gonna be a
Yo,
warning, man.
Go ahead, Eli.
Okay, he said 30%.
I'm temporarily muting you till we're done with this, white. Good white. Go ahead.
Okay, so the answer is about 30%. Well, that's what it was, or that's what it is. Just Google it. Fuckhead. 30%, which means if you're a W-2 earner, you're not profitable to sometime around May 16th. That's just math.
Right. And with the taxes you get on other services and goods, like it's even higher than that. And there's no representation for any of this. They make you think that when you vote you actually get something. You just fucking don't.
Can it be
You guys good?
disputed
Should I unmute him? What's up?
Yeah, I have been interjecting a lot, so I'll sit more quiet and let whoever else wants to jump in and get their one piece.
I just want to bring the point across that manufacturing is the lifeblood of any country. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. If you're dependent on other people making stuff for you, you're at their mercy, bro. Price wise, availability wise, everything. America's got to get the industry back. I'm
It
telling you
just
guys,
happened
man.
with the PPE during this whole thing that happened, and we needed the gloves and the masks and shit. That happened.
Yeah.
Like we couldn't.
Guess where you were
Okay,
getting your masks from?
I just looked up tax brackets, and the people that get taxed 32%, which Eli claimed, this is for single filers in 2022 that were taxed 32%, that were W-2 slave wage earners. Their taxable income was, let's see, 170,000 to $215,000. So a person that's earning $170,000 is not living poorly. Okay, they're actually doing pretty good for themselves.
Okay, here's how it works. Okay, so based on what you're gonna make annually, that's taxed 30%, no matter how the fuck much you make, if you're a W-2 earner. Now, let me tell you how it works for a corporation or business or self-employed with a 1099. What do you? Let me tell you how it works.
32% over what? What are you talking about? You're only taxed 32% of the taxable income that you've made.
That's what I said. Your income tax, the one that your boss pays you, is taxed 30 fucking percent. The income of you. That's what I said. Now stop interrupting me.
Yeah, a person earning $170,000 is not doing.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
stop
90%
interrupting,
of
dude.
Americans, 90% of America is not in that tax bracket. So who fucking cares?
90%? That's false, because I have the percentages of the people that at what rates they're taxed at, and what it appears to be is the 32%. Hold on, the 32%. Look, he's interrupting me. The
He
32%
interrupted my
that
secondary
you
point
invoked.
Yeah, I don't know. He was in the middle of his point. You interrupted a couple times. Just let each other finish, guys, please. Eli, finish your point. Good white. You're going to be next. There's no need to interrupt. There's no rush. We got all day. Don't fucking interrupt, guys, please, or we're going to a list. Dude, you're lucky I'm even letting you talk right now. Honestly, you're on a list of people that I am going to just start muting at will at first, right when they start doing this bullshit, interrupting, destroying the whole chat thing. So tread carefully, please.
I mean, what I said can't be disputed. It is what it is. Maybe there's a little bit of nuance here and there, but just generally, yeah, 30%. Go ahead and Google it. That's what it says. Okay. So if you're just starting the job, today, there you go. Then what I said applies to you. Now, with a 1099er, if I make $100,000 and my business expense was $90,000, I get taxed on the $10,000. Not the $100,000. Why? Because they want my business to grow. Why? Because I'm going to employ more people that are going to pay more taxes. That's how it works.
I can't believe this guy's trying to talk to me about taxes. Anyway, you claim that 90%. You gave a 90% figure that everybody's making 90% or thereabouts that are poor, and that's totally false.
No one heard me say that.
Yeah, you did. You know what? I'll go back and listen to it again. How about that?
I'll give you 20 bucks. Yeah, sure. If you can find it and clip it out.
So honestly, most people's tax rate is about 22% within the U.S., right? Talking about just off the top, single earners, typically about 22% on a W-2 employee. But that's just on your gross income. There's a shit ton of other taxation that takes place.
$22, 22%, 30%, 31%, 28%, tomato. But yes.
Yeah, but 22% of what, Napalm? The average earner is only making 38 to like 45,000, right?
Gross. 22% of your gross income.
Yeah, but that gross income is less than 50,000, correct?
So 22% starts at like 40 something thousand. But here's the thing: what you guys need to start realize is they're bumping up the minimum wage to about $15 per hour, which works out to be the lowest earners are now in the like $30,000 to $35,000 a year range if you're working full time at minimum wage.
Yo, when are the
So
plans? When's the plans to do that? Because I make a little bit above that, so I'm going to be basically. You know when they're planning to do that?
depends on your state. It's all based on your state.
Oh, okay.
Like here in Florida, we implemented a couple of years back where it was like our minimum wage was like 7 something an hour, and then it was a 5-year plan to get it up, 5 or 6 year plan to get it up to $15 an hour, where basically it was bumping it up like $2 an hour every single year until it got to 15. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. And then people wonder why the cost of shit's going up. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, nobody really wins. I don't know who they think wins when minimum wage goes up, because let's say you work at a Dunkin' Donuts and the price of coffee is $3, and then they raise minimum wage, so they got to pay the Dunkin' Donuts workers more, so they raise the price of the coffee. Now the Dunkin' Donuts worker, even though he's getting more money, he can only buy the same amount of coffee he was buying before, because they raised it. Because Dunkin' Donuts and McDonald's and Walmart, they're not stupid. They're not going to make less money. They're just going to charge more for their goods when minimum wage goes up, because they gotta.
Yeah, just because you raise the floor, right? The poorest, the ones who rely on minimum wage, they're still going to be in the same situation. What it really
it's not going to change.
What it really screws is the people that are above minimum wage. Like
That's what I was.
if they're especially somebody that was just above minimum wage to begin with, they're not getting sucked up into the minimum wage, right? So they now go down because they can't, because their labor's not worth more than the minimum wage, right? So they're now getting pushed down. And then the average like middle class person, let's say making like $50,000-$60,000 a year, their employers just continuing along with we'll give you a 2% cost of living increase, even though the cost of living is going up like 10 to 15% every single year. So now they're losing considerably, because now your $50,000 a year is basically like earning, $40,000 a year the year before. So it's
raising minimum wage is just fucking. I mean, it sounds like a good idea. It's like, raise minimum wage, poor people make more, but it don't work like that, because these companies take advantage of shit like that, and they actually end up raising it more. So, like, when that Dunkin' Donuts worker gets the minimum wage and they raise the price of coffee, the guy that works there will probably be ending up being able to buy less coffee, because Dunkin' Donuts is going to be like, let's take advantage of this so we can make way more money.
Right. It's not even about making more money. It's just being able to survive, right? Like all companies need a cushion, right? Because you have a year like COVID, and what can that do to a small business, especially? It can wipe people out, because especially like restaurants and things like that, they have such small margins to begin with. Do the owners make a decent amount of money? Sure, but they also run on like razor thin margins. They're 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 bad months away from almost losing their business. Yeah. So people don't understand. It's for politicians to sound good and for economic idiots to vote for it because it sounds good as well, even though they have no idea what the hell they're talking about.
It sounds great. Raise minimum wage, let poor people get more money. Yay. Sounds dope as fuck, right?
And like what Jeremy's saying,
if a business is not profiting, if it's not profitable and it can't pay its workers enough to buy the things that the business produces, that's a system that's going to fail, right? And when you speak about minimum wage, everyone needs to kind of get a hold on, when did they calculate this minimum wage? How was this done? And does it apply to us today?
Actually saw on the news. Oh, Lou, you're up. Go ahead, Lou. You were trying to.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say is what you were saying, that the corporations, they're not going to take a hit. They owe their investors like this promise that they've made that they're going to increase their profits every quarter of the year for eternity. Okay, so they're just, like you said, going to keep raising their prices, and who they're really serving is just these very rich investors and themselves. The board, their CEOs, all of that, handing out big ass bonuses while everybody else takes a hit.
Yeah, so I mean, raising the minimum wage is just like it's a fucking joke.
Well,
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
like
how you're going to
economics
calculate the
101.
minimum wage. Speaking about how you're going to calculate what you call a minimum wage or a livable wage or whatever you want to call it, you have to discuss, putting caps on things, man. I mean, if your business is profitable, right? Why do you want to exceed that and just be greedy? Take care of the workers, put a cap on the cost of whatever you're selling so you can't, starve your workers out and just keep replenishing them with, high school students graduating high school or people going to college and these different things. It's an
Well,
endless
the
cycle, man.
I don't
The
agree with that.
turnover
well, the
rate in a
reason
lot of these corporations. Yeah, the turnover rate in a lot of these corporations, man, it's ridiculous, bro. It's a
well the
plan.
re well the reason that everything went up. So I did hear a state talking about that on the news recently, that they were going to start raising minimum wage to match inflation, because I mean it's a serious problem. These companies over the recent past couple of years, they've raised their big company profits are through the roof right now. They're higher than ever. Shit's not more expensive because like inflation or stuff went up. Like there's just company greed. I saw a congresswoman drilling a guy on this. She had a chart with the profits and everything and shit. So I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Also, the separation. So, like, yeah, wages have only gone up slightly since like the 70s. But the profits have gone like way up. So the separation between like corporate gains and like mean income or whatever, like the worker's wage, is just like separating farther and farther and farther, meaning that we're actually losing money as time goes by. The number might look higher, but we're actually poorer and poorer and poorer.
Yeah, a lot of that has to do with corporations being able to garner money on the stock market, right? So you have a lot of employees who are full-time, like W-2 employees that have 401ks. Well, those 401ks are investments that get invested into the market, right? So you're making investments into businesses, and those businesses have an obligation to the shareholders to increase profits, like you were saying, Lou. So they have a constant obligation to continue to increase the profits. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? So the average worker, their effective income continues to go down, meaning your purchasing power continues to go down over time as wages aren't increasing with one, inflation, and two, the amount of profits that are being distributed back to the employees of the company, because the company has the obligation to supply profits to the shareholders, which would be the people who are invested in it, which is large amounts of people all across the country through like investments in 401ks that are invested in these businesses. So it's like you want your 401k and your retirement to do well. So you want the businesses you're investing in to do well and turn high profits. But that in turn is kind of screwing all of the employees because it's continuing to ensure that their wages aren't increasing because the profit needs to be bigger to feed the Wall Street machine. So that's one issue as well. But I wanted to say, kind of to North's point, I disagree with you, North, in some aspects, because I think minimum wage should be $0.00, because then nobody has a barrier of entry, meaning everybody has the ability to find employment regardless of how much you're worth. So there is no barrier to entry.
Well, North
Right.
wants
Well,
to
you
cap.
heard those.
And
You
then
heard those.
North wants
as
to put
far
a
as
cap
the
on cheeseburgers. Hold on.
right, and then
Hey,
as
I
far
know
check
as
you
this
were talking
out.
about putting a cap on like cheeseburgers, though, right?
yeah, and then as far as the cap,
I'm talking.
I don't think there should be a cap as well, right? Because I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that people do earn a decent amount of money. Like I have a family member who makes millions and millions and millions of dollars a year, but he also owns 3 businesses that employs hundreds of people, right? And then with his money, he does purchase many things, including like building a home, where he had some Amish people building his house, and like one of the Amish guys got in an accident in his buggy and was out of work for a long time. So this gentleman not only appreciated the work that this guy did, but also had the ability to to ensure that his family ate when he wasn't working, right? Because he gave them salary basically for not working because this gentleman was such a hard worker, right? And fortunately enough, my family member is blessed with enough money to be able to do that, right? So there isn't all just bad people that make a ton of money, right? So just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, that's why I kind of preface that whole thing with, how did they calculate what we call a minimum wage? And I don't know if this is still going on. I guess it still is going on. All these corporations taking out life insurance policies on these old people and collecting.
No,
if they got a
that's not legal anymore.
That's
They were
illegal.
doing
That's
that.
illegal. Yeah, I
They
was
were
just about
doing
to.
that. Walmart was doing it and shit. Anyways, go ahead, North.
Oh,
Go ahead.
That's
Hershey,
wild.
Walmart, all these big corporations had a vested interest in the older people that they're hiring to die. So they were worth more dead than they were alive, and that should tell you something in itself. And even if they are not doing it anymore, those corporations that were doing so, why would you do business with someone who's not going to take care of their workers? Why don't you just let that business fail? Please let them
That's
fail.
what I'm trying to tell y'all. Don't work at motherfucking any business that you don't respect. Don't do it. Not for a paycheck. Not for your survival. Like Napalm just said. What? Find a business. If you're gonna work for somebody, find somebody that's doing good. There's a lot of businesses out there like that. It's just we don't have the time when we're in desperate need, But at the flip, we can't be desperate as old people trying to get a job at Walmart. Like at that point, we understand something is wrong. Why are you old trying to get a job at Walmart where you can then be taken advantage of by a corporation illegally? Like that's just too much of insanity. Why?
Oh yeah, they're even talking about raising retirement age again, and then claiming that old people want to work. Like that's what they want to do. These old people, they want to work longer.
Old people they want purpose. They want purpose. They don't want to work for money. That's bullshit.
It is total bullshit.
It's like my dad works
My
part time at a golf
mom
course.
knocks on doors. My mom knocks on doors because of I guess niches. I don't know if they're shutting down or whatever it is. So my mom's knocking on doors to try to make people aware of it. Like old people want to have purpose. They don't want to be broken. Have to go to work. That you know what I'm saying? Like these
Yeah, there's a
corporations,
difference there. Yeah.
politicians are
But
fine.
it's funny too, because with them talking about raising retirement age again, at the same time, life expectancy has been steadily decreasing in this country. With all the money that we put into healthcare and all that, our life expectancy is going down. And where this, let's look at the stats.
All right, let's look at the stats.
Also, really, what this conversation was at a while ago, about quality of life and all that. All you really have to do compare to say the late 50s or mid 50s. You would have a family, with one worker and 4 children, where they would have a comfortable living and be able to retire at, what was it, like age 50 or 55 or something like that. Like knowing that they'd be set for the rest of their life. They had a month of paid vacation per year. They had their, pension and all of that stuff, sick days. They would be able to comfortably support 5 other people with just one income, and plan to be able to plan to retire comfortably.
So I
Where
just
are we
pulled
at
up
now?
from the U.S. Census Bureau the life expectancy, and in the 1950s, it was that's pretty low.
I'm not saying that life expectancy is down compared to the 50s. I'm saying where it had been increasing steadily, it is now declining.
No, it's not declining; it's increasing, and it's projected to increase even more. So what you said is false. I can post the U.S. Census Bureau information if you'd like.
But either way, good white, a lot of that's factored in there is us having medical advances and trying to keep grandma alive as long as we can, right? Even though, you know, it may not be the most natural way that grandma's being kept alive. Let's just put it that way. And let's be honest, once you get into your mid 80s and beyond, that's overtime. That's a blessing, right? We keep pushing the retirement age back. Soon it's going to be like retirement age is going to be 70. What? So you're 70 when you retire, then you can barely walk, you can barely do the things that you thought you would be able to do in retirement. You work your whole entire life to maybe do a little bit of traveling, maybe see the country, blah blah blah. Yeah, you're going to be so
Maybe get an RV.
geriatric at that point, you won't be able to do it.
My dad's 70 and he can do 8 pull-ups, dude. My dad's no slouch, bro. Like,
Cool story. Not
like
not
we go
everybody's
to the
like that.
park every day and we do pull-ups.
Cool. Cool. So you're telling me every 70-year-old can do how many pull-ups can your dad do?
Yeah, there's a lot like that. He can do 8.
Actually,
I'm
I have an
serious,
article
I'm
that
not
says
lying.
you can't
He
do
can
that.
do literally 8.
Cool. Good White. Good job. So your dad is the norm then. Most 7-year-olds
Yeah,
can do
there's a
8
lot of
pull-ups.
people like him.
So most can do that is what you're saying.
Some can.
Then why are you even bringing that up?
Well, you
So
just
what you're
made it a
saying,
point.
so what do you think the retirement age should be, Good White, then? Maybe 80? Everybody's
Like a
required
weird
to work
flex.
80?
Well, you
Because
said it's going up, but
then you're
what has
geriatric
it
enough
went
to
up
be able to
from?
not enjoy your retirement? Is that what you think?
What has retirement age went up from? Because you just made a claim
It used to
that
be
it's going to keep
55.
going higher and higher. 50, it used to be 55 in what year?
Not that long ago. I want to say in the
Okay,
80s.
well, what year exactly? So we can
I'll have
plot
to
it
look
on a
it
graph.
up.
And
Is this
look
going to
at
help
the
your
projection.
argument? Good luck.
Well, then
Here's the
if
thing.
you're
Like
making based on
goodwill or good
talk,
luck is only goodwill or good luck is only interjected when he found a problem. He hasn't been agreeable at any point in this conversation for the sake of conversing with brothers. He's only been adversarial. Now, on this point, I mean, we're gonna be incorrect if we're speaking generally, technically, like, because no one's here, like, really trying to be all that super technical with the numbers and this, that, and the third. Like, why are you attacking these tiny, situations when we're overall talking about the quality of life and perhaps some information that can help others?
Because he's
I'm
contrarian.
not
That's why.
trying to attack anybody. I just want to be accurate in the
It's like, no, I'm
information
not
that
a
we're talking
contrarian.
about.
I'm not a contrarian.
No,
According
dude, are
according to
you
this
guys
according to this
contrarians as well? Hey, I believe you guys are contrarians about what you guys think about the globe. So don't act like you guys are mainstream
No, I'm working it like
narrative
you're a contrarian, and then I'm
tinfoil
making fun of
hats.
you for saying so.
according to this graph about life expectancy, yes, it's now down to approximately it looks like 2004, 2005 ish. It was going up, but now it's gone backwards.
What are you talking about? Are you looking at the U.S. Census Bureau data?
Take a look at
What are
the
you talking about?
Can you post it, please? Because
take a
you're
look at
looking
the
at the wrong
graph that
graph.
I posted.
Yeah, that's the problem. We're starting to get caught in the minutia of this and not the actual argument overall that's being had, right?
What is the argument?
Well, it was regarding kind of the way things are trending, right? The economics of the way things are trending.
I mean, I'm with SC. We fucked up. We fucked up so bad that if we tried to bring it back, we couldn't even afford to do it. You couldn't afford to buy American-made products. You know what they would have to put the minimum wage at?
Yeah, but even though that's true, that's a conversation for a room full of board members, or stockholders, or like, why are the normies having conversations about things that don't concern them? When I become this mega, millionaire, billionaire, where the decisions that I make on that level matter, then I'll start talking about industry and what we should be doing, where should be shipped and built and this, that. Like, why are we caught up in that when we should be talking about how to improve our lives here under the system we are under?
Because they're the people that are enslaving us. Are you serious, Eli? Did you just say that? We shouldn't talk about this?
Yeah, because
Come on,
remember
man.
what I
Of course
said
we
the
should
other.
talk
Yeah, because remember
about
what
it.
I said the other day about math and how you either have, an interest working against you or for you. Well, here's the thing: if everyone just did that and nothing else, and applied that knowledge and nothing else, guess what? You'd be living okay, and your neighbor would be crying about the shit that we're talking about now. And I'm not, but that gives you the ability to change things when you begin to understand where individually we're all fucking up. They're
I
already
told you,
playing
bro.
the
The
game.
problem is
That's why we're crying about where they decided to do business. Because we're not doing business. If you were doing business and you wanted to keep it here, you could do that.
Yo, did you call me a normie at the beginning of all that though?
We're all normies, Jeremy. I'm not excluded from that. Just to
not a
let you guys
normie.
know, I'm
Let
still
me rebut
down
what he
there with
said.
y'all.
Yeah, that's a good point, Eli.
Let me
Most-
rebut what Eli said, please.
Go ahead.
First of all, there's no question that you've given all your manufacturing to China. Number one. Number two, Jeremy is correct. Bringing it back now would be almost impossible because you'd have to raise the prices of everything. Now, if you don't see that, Eli, I mean, sorry, man. I mean, it's on you if you don't
I
see
never
that.
contested that. So I wish you understood what I was saying and what I was contesting, because it wasn't contesting that. Like, I don't know why it has to be an argument. I didn't say, oh, that's wrong. But you're using that, something that's completely non sequitur, to tell me that what I said was wrong. See how that worked?
Are you guys
No.
talking about how corporations get shit made in China to sell in America and stuff?
Yep.
But you do realize it's not entirely the corporation's fault. It's mostly society's fault as a whole because they keep wanting things cheaper.
Yeah.
But it's not just they.
So I'll get next.
Hold on, I'm next.
That-
Hold on, go ahead, finish it up.
I just
God's
want to
on next.
say real quick, yeah, like everybody that goes into business, I don't care if you're selling hot dogs at a hot dog stand or Tesla cars. You're in business to make money. You go in business for no other reason but to make money and to be your own boss and kind of control your future. But listen,
man, I'm
hold
going
on.
next, guys.
But the whole thing is that if society's asking for things cheaper and cheaper and your workforce can't provide those products for a price that's profitable, then you'll look elsewhere for different workforces. That's why China is where they're at.
We know. So, all right, just to respond to Eli real quick, I got something to say about that too. But to respond to Eli real quick, I'm not a normie, and this does affect me, right? If all our shit's made there, and now someday we have a crisis.
I didn't say it didn't affect you. God damn. Like, if you're going to lead with the premise, do not lead with something that I wasn't in opposition to. Please.
They're normies talking about shit that doesn't even affect them.
Okay. What? Okay. That was a
That's
bad.
what I led with.
That was a bad
You're
statement.
just a
So let
normie,
me.
Jeremy. What do you know?
That was a bad statement. So let me retract it for the sake
right.
of continuing a conversation
All right.
where it was
Okay. Now
supposed to
on the
be.
God's thing. Okay. Fine.
Triggered.
Retracted. Now on the God's thing. It wasn't just some innocent little thing that happened. Politicians got together and said, "Yo, you want to get rich?" They lowered the tariffs on incoming goods, which started this whole thing in motion. It would have never been doable if it wasn't for these evil politician motherfuckers lowering the tariffs. We would have still been making shit here, still been good.
Yeah, I got next after Jeremy.
It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
just.
Hold on.
I do want to get back in there, though.
Yeah. I had next from Jeremy. No, first of all, you guys are missing something.
Dude, I called it. That's not fair, dude.
No, I've been said next when he started talking. So hold on. So you guys are missing. Yeah. Thanks. So you guys are missing a point. Like this whole economic thing has been fixed before. Like I've said before, the Federal Reserve needs to be destroyed. The majority of our national debt is to the Federal Reserve. So once you dissolve the Federal Reserve and its corrupt institution, we're no longer in debt. The rebuilding infrastructure and stuff in here can be easily regulated It's been done before. You could easily ban usury and interest loans, only allowing the government to do it. And then you can also put it where for the governments to start making their own profit. During the 1900s, 95% of all people that were working in the United States were self-employed, and the majority of taxes came from corporations. So
wait a minute. You just, wait,
Okay, so I'm going next.
Very fucking much.
Thank you. I'm going next. Relax,
Okay, so
Alex.
hold on. Everyone, hold on.
Okay, so SE, SE made a claim.
Gain control
that all-
earlier, but my mic was muted. Good white, relax. Can you guys hear me?
I
Do I
just
have the
want to say
delay
exactly
going?
so that the thing that
Hello,
seems
hello,
to be
hold on.
Can I
Hello,
go?
can you guys hear me? Hello. I'm modding. I'm gaining control of the room now. I'm out of the conversation, and I'm modding because there's a lot of people I want to talk. So you guys got to go one at a time. Or we're gonna have to shift it over to a list mode where I take a list of people I want to talk. You all go one by one. So go ahead.
Is it allowed that somebody respond directly to the
No.
last person that said something,
Okay,
or is the next
Dude,
person
I asked if I can go
Okay,
after
we're doing
the
a
other
list.
dude.
We're doing a
We're
list.
taking lists.
Who
We're
wants
on
to
a
talk?
list.
Eli, you're on it. Who else?
I would like to be
No,
on.
I think I was gonna go next.
Snacks. Was that Snacks?
Yeah.
Put Deathbringer on.
You're on it.
Deathbringer.
White, you're on it.
Yeah, I want to be on the list too, Zanuck, because I want to know about how destroying the Federal Reserve removes the debt.
Anyone else? Zanuck, shut up. I'm taking the list names. Not time to make your point. Who else? Anyone else after Zanuck?
Deathbringer. I'll take it. Next. Deathbringer.
Anyone else after Death? Go ahead, Eli.
So there's a couple things I said. If everyone was doing well, then the system would equalize and it would be useless, and we would have to start again. That's not something that I believe is going to happen, because there are a lot of people who are in opposition to doing better for some fucking reason. Now, what the guy said before, back in the the early 1900s, when most people were self-employed. The only thing that changed is the power dynamic. We're talking about manufacturing, what these business owners are doing, what the business owners who are in bed with the nonprofit known as the government, by the way, is doing. And they're working together, and all of the employees are like, oh, woe is me, and blah, 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 blah. But here's the thing. The only difference is how many people were self-employed versus now. And it just seems to be intrinsically linked to the benefit or the lack of benefit for the same kind of person. What's so? Is there not a link there? Like, y'all are making links to shit that's like.
Well, first of all, it's lies. It's built on lies. That's not 50%. It wasn't 90% at all. It was like 50%.
Zanuck, my man, what are you doing, bro? You ain't even close to being next. Snack. Eli, were you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, all I wanted to say,
Snack.
and thank you, Eli. Great statement. Sorry you were interrupted by Zanuck. What I wanted to say was that, like, there's international trade agreements between countries that, like, a lot of this goes on behind closed doors, so it's not public knowledge exactly. But, that's a big part of, like, the United States economy, the power of it, specifically the areas like the metropolitan areas, California, New York. These are big centers, and they allow other countries to kind of make some money on their grapes, on their strawberries, whatever, goods and commodities and services that can be brought from other countries. So that's always going to be going on. So I don't know if I was trying to address the whole, like, made in America kind of thing. I think I'm failing pretty good at that, but I hope you understand my point. Whoever's next, go ahead.
I think it's
Am I
good white.
next?
Is that me?
Yep.
Or
Okay, so
No, Zanuck.
yeah,
I will let
estimated-
you know when you're next, Zanuck.
Okay.
So SE made a claim that all of our manufacturing has been given away to China, and that America is going to fail as a result. But when you look at the United States imports by country, last year China was at 506 billion. Now, if you want to compare that to other countries, you have Japan, which we imported $139 billion worth of goods. If you want to go even further, you can look at Germany, which is 138 billion. And then Vietnam is at 108 billion. And then South Korea.
Bro, don't read the whole list, bro.
98 billion. So what
Dude,
I'm
don't read
saying
the whole
is-
list.
Okay, I'm
Stop
done
reading
with
the
the
whole
list.
man.
Relax, dude. Let me finish. So not all of our manufacturing has been given away to China. That's a lie. We have a lot of other countries like Canada and Mexico do a lot of our manufacturing as well. What it is it's a cost savings because no longer do we have to pay somebody to produce our goods at a high rate because here in America the cost of living is high. So we can't afford to pay these people at the same rate. So we ship it out to other countries that will produce it for much less and then ship it back. That's all we're doing.
Put me on the list. I want to respond to this dude. He has no clue.
You in right now? Yeah, you're in it right now. Go ahead, and then Zanuck, you're up next. But hold on, let us ask you to respond to that.
All right. No disrespect, dude. You have no clue what you're talking about. Right now,
I just
as we
gave
speak.
you figures.
No, not your
just-
turn, bro. Not your turn. You're not even on the list, dude. Go,
all right, put me back
don't
on
ask
after
SE.
Xanax.
Don't ask him a question or anything because Zanuck's gonna go and then Deathbringer's gonna go.
Okay.
Okay, put me on after Deathbringer.
All right. I mean,
Like
if you
I
guys want to
said-
have a 5-minute back and forth on this, I can let that happen. And once we clear the list out, is that what you want to do?
I don't care.
No. Just respond. I don't know. Just respond to him. Let's get going here.
Okay. Let me just say this, right? It's what I'm gonna say now is indisputable. You can cry about it. You can do whatever you want. What I'm gonna say right now is indisputable. America, from pure greed of the manufacturer, has nothing to do with people. It has nothing. Of course, everybody wants to buy cheaper goods. That's not the issue. The issue is the manufacturers, which control your congressmen, have convinced your government that it's okay to give everything to China. That's what happened. Look around you. I dare anybody, look around you right now. Pick 10 items that you bought recently and look where they're made. You can't dispute that, bro. You gave your manufacturing, most of it, to China. It's not a lie. I'm done.
Most of it did go to China. A lot of it went to Mexico.
No, it
Zanuck,
didn't.
you're up.
I just gave
Zanuck,
you
you're up.
figures.
And if you want to, and that's
That's
a
a
good
lie.
point. Well, why do you got to do that? So that was a big point back in the 90s, early 90s about manufacturing in Japan, about how it dwarfed to a certain extent what was made in the U.S. and growing broad in the U.S. But you got to realize these companies, our U.S. companies, had plants over there. When you start subtracting our companies that put up plants over there and hired their people to make shit and send it here, that number becomes far less, SC. So you might want to look at that number as well. Going back to the employment numbers of 1900, no, it was not 95% were unemployed. I mean, self-employed. That's complete bullshit. You must have found that on some website or something. No, it was like 50%, and it went to like 3 or 5% in the 70s. So that's not true. And the previous person, I think it was Goodwhite or somebody else. No, I think it was Goodwhite. Somebody else mentioned about if you just destroy the Federal Reserve, because all the money's owed to the Federal Reserve. If we destroy the Federal Reserve, then suddenly everything's fine. That's just lunacy right there. You got to look. If you, I don't want to say this, but if you take a finance class or you took a basic econ, macro, micro, you learn how the money system works. And it was, we had silver certificates back in the 1900s. Everything was backed by a big lump of silver, and before that is gold. And then we figured out we got to extend our ability to finance, and so we started just giving reserve notes, which is just fucking fluff. There's nothing to back it up. It's vaporware in the background, but it's still a belief system. It's like it says, "In God we trust." No, it's in the government we trust. So now we trust the government's going to hold the secure that this money is actually there and it will be owed to us and will be paid to us at some point in time. But it's all funny money, and I agree with
wrap
that.
it up.
Okay, that's
You got 5 seconds.
Statement. That was
it. Okay. All right. Deathbringer and then Goodwhite. And we can open it back up. I hate this list thing.
I'd like to see a conversation of that part.
It's good sometimes,
can't
but
do
we
it.
can open it back up if everyone go one at a
No,
time.
keep it
after.
closed because Zanuck and that other guy. Just keep it. I'm cool with this.
Keep the
Put me on the list,
All right.
by the way.
Yeah.
Put me on there.
So we're going Death, Goodwhite, and then Eli.
Okay, so and the last 22 presidents that were handpicked by the Trilateral and Bilderberg, they're a organization of globalization. The United States of America, exclusively with the Trilateral and the Bilderberg group, are using this thing called globalization, where they try to tell everyone on economics that the products that you have are cheaper, right? And the only reasons why we do globalization so that we can have cheaper products, that's the biggest lie. You look at the iPhone, right? How much does it cost in production over there in China? $5 it takes of US money to produce 100 units of iPhones. Well, how much do we pay when it gets to the States? It's a 900% markup. We're not getting cheaper goods. Not to top it off, since the 1950s all the way to the 1960s and then 1970s and currently, the transition of corporate executives' bonuses as well as wages have gone up to almost 265%. And there's many times in current history where we saw that corporations that got bailed out because they were supposedly to protect the employee from losing their jobs, only for them to get fired in thresholds. The Federal Reserve is a private institution that cannot be audited by the president, God, Christ, or any other person. And that's the one that's constantly lending constant money and putting us in further national debt. The moment we destroy it, which is pretty much counterfeit money, because John F. Kennedy, which hasn't been repealed, Executive Order 11110, which is supposed to put back our money back by gold and silver, has not been appealed. The money that you currently have in your accounts are counterfeit and fraud. Thank you.
Who was next?
Me.
Good White, and then Eli. Go ahead. How are you next?
Okay.
Go ahead.
It almost it almost it almost sounded like he was reading from a script, but that's kind of what I wanted to say about that. But as far as what Zanuck said, I want to agree with what Zanuck said about that the money system is a belief system. So all of us, and this kind of ties into what Eli said, that we shouldn't be talking about this, but what we should be talking about is the system and how we can improve ourselves. But if we're still going to be partaking in this system, we're still, like, if we don't agree with the global, like the other guy, Deathbringer, what he said about global policies and all the other things that turn this into a like the manufacturing where it's done and like the cost of things that are produced. I think that it's important that if we're going to support this system, we do so because we are partaking it, and if we don't support it, then we should be talking about it to notify our representatives, like our government representatives, like our local representatives, state and federal representatives, that we're not happy with the system, and if we can come up with something better, we could change it.
Jeremy, put me next on that list.
Hold on, it's going Eli, then me, then
Yeah,
Jeff
no,
again,
just
I guess. No one else wants to get in. You just went.
Well,
I mean, we
thought
can
I was-
finish.
I thought
Okay,
I was after Eli.
I'm here.
Then me, then Zanuck, then Death.
I'm here. Did you say me?
Yeah, Eli, you're up.
Yeah, all I wanted to say is, when they say "in God we trust," I kind of now believe that because they're working off of a system. They're just understanding formulas based on people's behaviors, and because we don't understand that, the people that are there who do understand it are fucking us over. But I do believe that the system was in place by God. Y'all don't have to believe that. It is what it is.
All right, I want to just real quick touch on something Eli said like 5 minutes ago because it was dope. If companies are doing us dirty, don't go work for them. Don't buy stuff from them. We actually have the power. These people don't have the power. We can let our dollars and our actions speak, but we'd have to get together as as a whole. Society as a whole would have to get together on that. But who was up next? Good White or Zanuck?
That was me.
Zanuck,
No,
then Good White.
I don't need. I look in the chat and see SC saying, "Oh, you don't know anything
Jeremy,
about
put me on the list.
Zanuck, Good White, gods. Go ahead. Keep it.
Right. So I'm looking at the chat and I'm seeing SC talk about, oh, you don't know anything about manufacturing. Dude, I was part of it. It's part of my life for 20 years. I mean, I know how the system works. I know how the balance of trade works also in government. I've studied macro and microeconomics in business school. I mean, come on, guys, this is not, it's not that complicated, but it is. And we have to have what is called a balance of trade. There has to be a balance. We don't want to have everything in our country and exclude everything, push walls out and keep everybody out. We want to use with resources of China and Japan and how they can do things more effectively and more efficiently than us, and then give them things that we have, like food we grow or other types of materials that we make here, and trade with them. And so it's called trade. And we want to have a balance, and whatever that balance number is can be determined. I mean, there's no argument there. There's discussion, and we determine it, and then that's when things are that's when we're all happy. When you start saying that it's the government printing money, counterfeit money, yeah, it's kind of counterfeit money. It's like diluting. It's like stock being issued by companies. You own stock in a company, and suddenly they start.
Let me respond after the speech.
All right, so there is a balance there as well. Now this is based on trust, and it is based on this God who trust on the freaking bills paper we keep in our wallets. But it is working right now. But we have to get rid of the debt, and get rid of the debt by stop spending so much, stop buying all these freaking jets and aircraft carriers, and just in building roads and bridges and things that we may not even need, or wait till later to do that, or finance all this freaking electric car company BS. Where we
get it, Zanuck. I think
rich guys are making $500,000 a year. They get a $8,000, $10,000 tax break that we pay for, so they can buy a Tesla. Why should I have to pay for that? If they want electric cars, go buy it on their own. Why? Oh, because we're going to make the country, the world green. Oh, really? Come on, false pretense. Anyway.
Okay, hold on. I fucked the list up. I got SC Gods. Who else wants on the list?
I was
I'm
on next on the list,
bro.
I want
What are you talking about?
Can I get on the list?
It's
I don't know. I
Nenek,
just know I
dude.
was after the next person, whoever that is.
No, I was after Zanuck, bro. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah,
I'm
he
the
was.
next
I'll
person,
wait.
you
I'll wait.
fucking dope.
Yeah, it's I was on the list as well, so I don't know where though.
Yeah, I'm third for sure. These guys were before me.
All right,
So
then just
hold
put me
on.
on fourth.
Good White. The
I'll hold.
Say real quick before you guys get back into it. We've put ourselves in a.
I was just gonna say, can I get on the list to make one quick comment to get White about something he said recently?
I mean, around it after death. Lou, I got you on there.
Yeah.
I just want to say real quick, we've put ourselves in a predicament though, because we can't compete with China when it comes to making goods. You can't put a hammer in a store for $1 and then for the Chinese made one and then put the $20 American made. Nobody's going to buy the American made one because they have borderline slave labor going on there. They're working for bowls of rice and shit. But go ahead. Good White, you're up.
All right, man. So I wanted to say something about the national debt, which is at 31 trillion currently, but in relation to the GDP, which is 23 trillion. So if you want to look at it as in how much are we actually in debt, maybe about $8 trillion. But if we're making 23 trillion a year, that 8 million isn't that much. And last time I checked, I don't see anybody that's going to come knock on our door and tell us to make us pay for our bills. We own everything, we run everything, and we're the most powerful country in the world. So nothing's going to happen if the debt continually rises. So this illusion that if the debt goes too high, that suddenly things are going to fail, that's false.
Well, didn't we lose our
Because
AAA credit
America-
rating because of such a thing?
I think you just interrupted me. There's a list. You want to wait for your turn to speak? Thanks. So when it comes in terms of what we make per year, which is 23 trillion. So I think the national debt is an illusion, and we're still doing pretty good for ourselves because we're making 23 trillion. So that's all I wanted to say about that.
All right, Gods.
Yeah, so I'll be quick. I just wanted to go on.
Wait, real quick. That was a great
What the
point.
fuck?
Oh, hell no,
Shut
not
up,
real
Zanuck.
quick.
I wanted to compliment him on his statement. Why can't we just do that before?
It's a stupid
Great,
fucking point.
Zanuck, stop. I put you on the list if you want it, Zanuck. You want it?
Now
Go
he's
ahead,
quiet.
Gods.
Yes.
Oh my.
Okay, Zanuck's on it. Go ahead, Gods.
Okay. Anyhow, yeah. I'll be pretty quick. I just was going on the heels of what Jeremy said. I like it. Basically, I feel like Jeremy kind of added to what I said earlier, and I would happen to agree with what he says too. Like, it's our own fault as a society as a whole where we're at. And yeah, Jeremy's right. I think you can vote with your, where you work and how much you pay for something. But just like it's already been said as well, nobody's going to pay $10 for the exact same hammer because it was made in America, and when there's one that was made in China right beside it for $1, it's like a hammer. It can't be $9 better for the American made hammer, right? That's it.
Death.
Yeah.
I think
So,
isn't it me now?
no,
My bad. My bad.
All right,
SC,
go ahead.
then
Go
death.
ahead.
My bad.
Go ahead.
I think it is me. Yeah, thanks.
It's SC. Go ahead.
So, guys, there's no way to whitewash this, right? Maybe it's too late now, and God's is correct about the hammer. We can't start buying hammers at $9, right? Or whatever the price is going to be a significant cost to bring it back. So maybe we shot ourselves in the foot. Now, what I'm trying to say is realize what has been done. Don't make it any worse. There's no question that we gave our manufacturing away. There's no arguing that. Like, there is no way to argue that. It's a fact. So I think we should just wake up. I'm done.
All right. You good?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'll go. So look, when it comes to manufacturing, like I work in the blue collar sector area, like there you could tell a big difference between the quality of globalization products and stuff made in America. You look at stuff like, say, for instance, why most people would avoid buying stuff made from China, even though it's cheap, because it breaks and it's brittle. I can't tell you how many times that even in a Chinese hammer will break after 7 or 8 knocks on whatever hard surface you're using on. The majority of workers here would rather use American goods or something to avoid Chinese goods, because Chinese goods will cause more damage in the infrastructure or whatever you're building in the long run versus using it for cheap labor. And when you look at majority of products that are going from China, it's always either toxic, it's either damaging, they're always cutting corners. And right there and then, we don't need outside trade from shit companies like that. And the fact that we enable a totalitarian system that is using their own using globalization economics to maintain their failure government is the number one reason why I don't want to support them. Having infrastructure here locally built here has been done multiple times, even during World War II in the Rust Belt. All that stuff existed. And the thing is, a lot of these globalizations will say, well, what about our neighbors? What about them not being first world countries? Or what about mass migration? Because, hey, America should be a melting pot and we should all support the economy. Well, the blue collar sector worker has been saying this since a long time, that the cutting of jobs locally because of the globalization has been infiltrated and subverted by the Trilateral and Bilderberg Group. Those are the guys that have been clearly lying to everyone. Rockefeller took over the education system and started building the schools as an industrial worker center. Like, it's there on the books. It's facts, and that's as it is. All right, I'm done.
Exactly, brother.
Throw me
Well
back
said.
on the list there, Jeremy.
Yeah,
I
put
was
me back on the
I was
list,
next.
sure.
Yeah, I was next, but it's not exactly relevant because Death just kind of said one of my points. I mean, also being a carpenter, I'd rather buy the $20 hammer that's going to last me a lifetime and often comes with a warranty in case it does fail, versus that dollar or whatever it's still going to cost $5 for the cheap Chinese hammer that might not even get one job done, even if you use 20 of them.
Yeah.
The other point that I was going to make is a little bit lost and old. Was about I think it was Good White who said something about writing your representatives and all of that. Your representatives don't serve you, the people. They just pander to you for votes. They serve the big corporations. They serve what are they, lobbyists and so on and so forth. Like they'll say whatever they have to say to you, but they're not going to do it for you, and they've proven that over and over again.
Finally, some sense in the VC.
I think
Kudos.
I'm next.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I thought I was
Hold
next.
on.
I think I'm next.
Hold on.
Oh, Xander and me.
Okay, I'm
me
Oh
after
back
shit!
on
I
the
Zach.
didn't
list.
even have you on the list. Hold on, gods.
Yeah.
Well, put me in
Yeah,
the
throw me
list.
back on the list, Steph.
because
What the
I did
fuck,
say
Jeremy?
before.
My bad. We got Xanic, then Gods, then Good White.
How am I
They
last?
put Def on.
How am I last?
So
Just be lucky you're on there.
Earlier you want on?
Elijah, go
Yo,
ahead and go
Jeremy,
after
don't
me.
forget
I'll
to
be
put
in
me on,
this
man.
time. Go ahead, bro.
Relax.
okay, so the yeah, I
Then
mean, I
Gods,
understand we.
then Good White, then Eli, then Death.
I just want to say I said everything that the last three people said.
Yeah,
By the
you
way,
get credit for that. Way to go, Eli.
20% credit. Go ahead, Xanic.
20% credit.
I'll take
That's
it.
being generous. Yeah, we all kind of say the same thing. We don't want our country to fail. We have to have a balance here. And what you're saying is that we don't feel, this group doesn't feel there's a balance of trade with China, and to a certain extent, I believe that. And I believe they don't have our best interests at heart in any way, shape, or form. I agree, but you got to realize what we're buying. It's not the blue collar person I talked before. He's in the industry. He sees quality materials that come over from China, and a lot of it is crap. But some of it's decent, and some of it doesn't even really matter. I mean, feathers and aluminum and yeah, maybe that doesn't matter. Wood pulp. We send garbage over there. Plastics, they recycle it. We buy the raw materials back. That's not a quality issue. And there's a lot of billions are spent in that. But the main things are telephones, computer equipment, bicycles, tricycles, motorcycles, all that stuff. Not motorcycles, but bicycles and tricycles and things. And communications. That's all a huge part of what we import. And because we can't make it here that effectively, that efficiently, it's just going to be too expensive. It'll be
Because we
3-4
can't,
times.
we're going up against slave labor.
You're right.
Finish your thing.
So
Finish
we
your
don't want.
thing, and because there's a list.
No, I want to go with you on this. I like the dialogue with you because I think you got it as
No,
well.
we're not
No,
dialoguing with
Jeremy's
me. There's
not
a
on the
list.
list.
All right. Then
I'm
we'll
not
do it
even
later.
on the list.
So, but you made a comment, and I appreciate that. You're not
Slavery.
talking. So I agree. It's like we're financing their slave labor. Now, ethically, morally, do we do that? Or we just boycott it? You know what? Even that shit's really cheap. We can't do it because it's it's putting kids' lives over there in danger, and it's not fair for our economies to do that, to our workers to do that. So we shut them down. How much do we shut them down? Completely? Then they stop buying shit from us, and then we really got fucked because we count on them to buy things from us that we can't sell anywhere else to the level we sell to them at. So I mean, it's a balance, right? I mean, you got to think about they're not evil, they're not the devil over there, but we have to moderate it. Thank you.
Okay. So right quick about this hammer issue, like I know we used the hammer as an example, and on one hand I can agree with you guys. Like, some of you guys are saying, well, I will buy the $10 hammer because I work in the trades or whatever, and the other ones are shit even though it's a hammer. I can agree with that to an extent, but it's somewhat of an anecdotal argument because yeah, just like mechanics will pay extra money to have Snap-on or Mac or whatever. But I'm talking society as a whole is going to, in general, gravitate towards the cheaper products. And something else I would say is if you buy almost everything and anything you buy on Amazon comes from China for very cheap. That's it.
Hey, China. Don't buy tools from Amazon.
There's a million kinds of multi-tools out there, right? But I'll always buy Leatherman. Sometimes I'll buy a Gerber, but Leatherman is, they got a lifetime warranty. I don't even know where they're made. This shit could be made in Mexico for all I know.
No,
but
I think they're
in
American.
Hold on.
Well, the
Good
thing
White.
is,
The list.
sorry,
Hold on. The
yeah,
list.
I just wanted to say really quick to what you're saying, Jeremy. I'm into collecting high-end knives, and there's for instance, companies like Spyderco, they make knives, and they'll have a series of knives that are built in America, and they can be $200 or $300 Canadian or whatever. But then they also have a series of knives from the same name brand that are made in China, and they're only under $100 Canadian. So, I mean, these big companies still do those things too. Leatherman might do the same, or whoever. Sorry, that's it.
They might use Chinese steel. In fact,
There's still the list.
well, just to throw a quick. Can I throw
Stop
a quick
it.
point?
No.
A quick point.
You can't.
A real
Just
quick
wait.
Points. Good White, you're up.
Okay, no quick points, huh?
Okay, so this is
You're on the list.
All right.
This is to what SE was saying, that we gave all our manufacturing to China and that we're finished and that we're through. So he's kind of saying that America is not going to have the same quality of life, or maybe decline, or maybe even completely. Hold on, whatever he's saying, It's not good for America. But I want to. I guess I could share a chart of the S&P 500, and from when we started giving away all our manufacturing to China, which is in the 80s, compared to now, it's increased 3,900%. Or wait, I'm sorry, 2,670% since the 80s. So
I'd like to rebut that.
hold on.
Hold on. Hold
Yeah,
on.
okay.
There's a list.
I got you on the
There's a
list, ST. I got you on the list.
He can't be before
Oh,
me. There's no way. He just spoke.
Hold on. You're next, Eli. Good white. Finish it up.
okay. So I wanted to reference an indice that tracks the state of an economy's health, which is our stock market, and it's been steadily inclining since the 80s. And I also wanted to point out the unemployment rate, which is at it's currently at 3.5%. So that means pretty much 3 out of every 100 people are working. So that means everybody has a job. The health of the economy is still up. It's up by 2,000%, which is a lot. So
That's not what that
I don't
means.
see any.
Go ahead and finish, but that's not what that means. You're wrong.
How am I wrong? Go ahead.
Hold on. We're on it. So I got you on the list, Lou.
He made a claim.
All
He made
right.
a basis claim at
All right.
that. But I
Well,
just
okay.
proved to him that I
well,
just proved to
the list.
him that the state of our economy is in good health. Everybody's working, even though that SC claimed that since we lost all our manufacturing, that we're not doing good as a country. But I just proved to him that we are with
All right,
with
Eli.
statistics.
Yeah, I know I'd be skipping in line, but no, unemployment that's not how the unemployment rate doesn't include. It's not out of all people within like the working ages of 16 to 65 or whatever that is. There's all these discouraged workers, is what they call it. Your unemployment rate, I think it's after. Is it only after 6 months or something like that? Like after
Yes.
unemployment wears off. After unemployment wears off, you're no longer in that group anymore that they keep the statistic on. They don't count you.
It's correct. They take
Right
you
now,
off the list.
yep.
All right, Eli.
All right. So the thing that I've been trying to drag people's attention away from is, but this is what's happening. So now I had already made the points about the W-2 worker and why it's good for our system, but why you don't want to stay there at the same time, right? That's been my argument. The argument that we don't have to suffer the way that we're suffering, right? So then SE made the point about the different families, and he mentioned Rockefeller and the school system that Rockefeller implemented. By the way, his employees loved him, right? But at the same time, he implemented the slave system known as the workforce that we all started arguing about when I was saying you don't have to do that, right? So now we're having a conversation about slave force versus slave force. Our slave force makes more money than the slave force somewhere
Slave
else.
force.
Okay, that's what we're talking about. Or the people that are on the lowest rung of society but producing the most. Let's just change the word from slave to that, and that would be the workers, the working force in any country. Doesn't matter where it is. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the difference between this slave force and that slave force. Then we start talking about hammers that
Can you
cost a
define
dollar
slave force?
versus hammers that cost $10, $20.
Eli, can you
And
define the slave force for me?
Bro, there's a line.
I just
I know.
did.
Make me mute you.
Simple
I just
just
did when
said
I
it.
said you can change me saying slave force with just the people who produce the most but make the least.
Okay.
That's the situation everywhere. So I'm trying to speak to everything instead of taking a point here and a point there. My overall premise is that sure, this is how the world works, but as individuals, you can decide which side of the world, which side of the game you want to play, and then the things that you're disgruntled about, you can actually attain the power to change it by being something different, being something better. Maybe and it might take it might take, you know, decades. It might take you passing on what you're trying to do to your children. Who knows? But the bottom line is, wouldn't it would the thing that would fix this, oh look, things are so cheap, so expensive to get the real stuff, and nobody can really, wouldn't it make sense if more people could just afford the extra $20?
That's just what?
No, just as a full stop. Like, obviously
Well, yeah, but we're
that's
lucky
a
because
no
I
Hold
don't
duh,
on,
live
right?
in
Xanax.
this
If we
country.
could,
Hold on. Hold on. Death
so
is
that's
on the
a
list.
yeah, so
Go
that's
ahead,
a no
Eli.
duh. If we could make more money to pay the higher cost, then that would be the better. Like, we wouldn't be crying about, oh, this is going up. Not if you had more than enough money, right? So all I'm saying is, in America, even though America plays dirty business, even though everywhere else plays dirty business and they're shaking hands with America, some people aren't shaking hands with America, whatever the case is, in America, you could be upwardly mobile to the point that these things aren't a hindrance, rather something you can change if you chose to change it. That's the kind of conversation I'm trying to have. Everybody else is talking about what the captains of industry do. And it's like, oh, yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying to become one to do something better.
No doubt.
Captain Eli.
Death. You're next.
All right,
Xanax, you're
thanks.
up after Death. Relax, bro.
I
I know
agree with
you're
90% of
antsy
the
in the
stuff you
pants.
said too, by the way, Zedek, which is crazy to me. But yeah.
What was that? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yeah. So no, like I've said before, it's like these systems are not designed for people. The society that we're living in, and the society that a lot of people are asking us to, to keep it going and keep it moving. It's not designed for us. It's a prison. Ever since like I've said before, and it's a fact. Ever since Rockefeller got in, and ever since he initiated the education system, ever since the time the government got involved with education's gone more and more shit as each year has passed. We've now have mass migration that is now choking all other states. We have all these things that are slowly crippling the economy. We're supposed to be in a recession right now, and our current administration is giving untold billions to Ukraine. We're also giving most of our military infrastructure to Ukraine and other places. This is a very simple fact that we are mass printing money out of thin air. It's not backed by gold. It's not backed by silver. And it only took one country like Russia to kind of get involved. Where, hey, look, this is the problems with globalization. If we have a problem with another country, then the trade resource of what we need from that country goes away. Like if we had problems with Taiwan, then chip manufacturers will be hitting hard. And the idea with globalization was that if we all needed something from one another, we wouldn't be so quick to go to war with each other. But the major issues we're seeing now is that when a country has finally gained enough power to kind of like, you know what, fuck you, I don't need to be involved in this more. And now you see the ruble rising about 25% more than the current petrodollar. The petrodollar is going down even further. And that's where we are seeing the issue. If we had our own infrastructure, our own resources, and our own business, we could be self-independent and self-isolated from any sort of foreign affairs. And that's the key thing. We can do it. It's been done. Multiple nations have done it before. It's just that the factor is we just need to dissolve our chains and prisons from Rockefeller and the Trilateral Commission. Yeah, I'm done.
Don't forget me, Jeremy.
Okay. I don't know if you were even on the. Hold on, I wrote the list in text chat. Hold on.
So keep
It's
in mind,
going.
you change what he
Death,
said to
me, SE Lou.
W2. That's what he's talking about. He's
Death,
talking about
Xanax, SE Lou.
W2s.
All right,
That's what
Xanax, you're up.
Rockefeller
Well, yeah.
implemented.
Well, back to I forget who made the point. That's why I don't like waiting so long. You can't really strike with the iron's hot. But yeah, we'd like to have everybody be able to afford $20 more for something or the other. But we're very lucky to be in this country to have the amazing amount of wealth that this country has. The fact that we can allow people flipping burgers to make $20 an hour now. Fucking crazy. You think people in China make $20 an hour flipping a burger? They probably get a quarter an hour. A quarter, 25 cents.
I knew a guy from China. He said they literally work for just to eat. So
Yeah,
but finish it up because there's a list. SE, you're next. SE.
So the other thing is, we have to have the trade. I've mentioned, maybe I don't want to belabor that point. We have to have a trade about. Where do you think our steel comes from? Does anyone show of hands real quick? Who knows how much steel we make in the United States versus China? We make shit. They make all the steel. They make half of the world's steel is in China. Without steel, what do you think we can make here?
China steel is shit steel though.
Yeah, China steel's the worst, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, I know if you're building buildings,
Doesn't even hold a magnet. Some of the fucking steel.
Oh, would you stop it?
No, it's true. I'm not even lying.
Yeah, because it's all stainless steel. Yeah, you got.
No. I'm talking about their supposed fucking high carbon steel.
Yeah, I know, and I agree that a lot of even the raw materials are shit over there too. But some of the time it doesn't matter. If it does matter, then maybe use the stuff that we make here. That's much better. I agree.
I mean, put me on next on the list. Oh, just on the list.
Yeah, it's anyway. So
Yeah,
I
on
don't
the
know what
list.
the last point was.
It's a recurring
It was
list.
about another point that somebody made. It was actually a good one earlier, but I guess I'll just yield because I can't remember.
Okay, Zanuck, you said enough, right? You said enough for
I
2-3
never did say
minutes
enough.
now, or you want to say more?
Go ahead.
Crypto
I'll
opened his
let
mic
me have
on
a
the
one-on-one
list.
with
I'm
you for
just
about a
saying,
minute.
I'm looking out for the people.
Can I take the next 30
don't get
seconds
a
to go
chance
back
to
and forth with SE for a second?
No.
All right.
No,
You guys want to do that?
No, I do not. I don't want to hear that shit.
No
It's
chance. No
SE,
chance.
then Lou. Hold on. It's SE, Lou, Death, then Eli.
No, crypto.
No. I'm not even on the list currently,
No,
man.
dude, there's no list, dude. It's
Okay,
not me,
SE,
SE.
me, Eli, then Zanuck, or Deathbringer, then Zanuck.
Look at
Everyone
Jeremy go, man.
stop.
He's like the total manager of this group. He took a job.
Everyone stop talking, please, Zanuck. So I got SE. Lou, you said you don't want on it.
No.
Then
Put me on it.
okay, but hold on, I'll put you on the end. Lou doesn't want on it. Then Death.
Oh, I know what I want to say.
Zanuck.
Well, I wasn't quite done. I had to remember because you made me
Just
wait
mute
so
him,
long.
Jeremy, for fuck's sake.
Hey, why don't we keep the list from before, dude? Why is the list changing?
Because different people have different things to say. SE, Death. See, Crypto wanted in. Death, Eli, Crypto.
I went in. Def over here.
See, Death, Eli. Did you say Crypto wanted in?
Well, he opened his mic, but maybe not. I don't want in on the list yet.
Jeremy, can I finish the last 10-second statement? The thing I was going to
10
say.
seconds. I'm counting. 10 seconds.
So,
10.
whoever brought
9.
was Good White there that talked about the national debt, the $1 trillion versus our gross national product? Was that him? Who's that voice early on in our conversation?
Yeah, of course it's me, because I'm the only logical one here.
I know, but what do you call about flat? What's your name now on the list?
All right, your time's up. You wasted your whole time for that. No, your time's up. SE.
Oh, come on. I just want to know who the guy was. Real quick, because I recognize his voice. Real quick.
I want to
So,
know what
yeah,
color the sky is. For
he
fuck's
made
sake,
a great
Control
point
yourself.
because we have to think about when we have national debt, and that's great. But
Jeremy, please mute the fucker.
Yeah, the only way.
It's just temporary, Zanuck. I got you on a whole nother list now, Zanuck. It's the list that does not play well with others. Go ahead, SE.
I think you should have let him go. He just
God's
wanted to
sake,
finish
thank
his
you.
point.
I'm gonna make it simple and short. I
You
want
gave
to
him
address
10
the general.
seconds to let him finish his
Elijah,
point.
Elijah.
It was his turn.
Wasted it.
Sorry about that.
He's up right after this, right after SE and then Death and then Zanuck. Go ahead.
No, I'm on the list, Jared. Come on, man.
SE, Death, Good White, and then Zanuck.
So I wanted to address the gentleman that was trying to compare somehow the living of people with the S&P 500. It's very comical you did that, my friend. I don't even know who you are. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it's absolutely comical. I would like you to talk to the average person on the street that used to have good jobs in manufacturers that were getting $30, $40 an hour, and now they're working for $15, $16 an hour. If anybody wants to question the damage done by you giving your manufacturing away to China, you're asleep, my friend. You're just asleep. There's no questioning the quality of life for the average worker has went down since you gave manufacturing to China. You may have a cozy job somewhere driving your Lexus around, but talk to the common man and you'll see, sir, you're absolutely wrong.
Oh, definitely put me back in the list where I said I didn't want to be. Please, I want to address that.
Jerem, can I get on that list, man?
Hold on. I got SC. He just went. So we got Death. White.
Would have been me, but if Zanuck wants to go before me, I can't force myself back where I was.
No, Xanax right after you. Xanax right after you, and then it's next.
Oh shit.
All right, go ahead. Death, you're up.
Okay, yeah. So when it comes to like the like again, and this is the thing that keep popping up, right? Like the idea of like China and our steel. We had steel factories. How do you think a lot of these skyscraper buildings and city infrastructure was? During World War II, we had the entire Rust Belt, steel mill, and all these other factories. And after World War II, when globalization started settling in for their version of the Great Reset, that's what ended up happening. The Rust Belt ended up going away. Coal mining facilities got destroyed, and now look at this with the climate control. You have also all these other companies that are going down as well. This was supposed to be coming back up ever since the pandemic, and now they're just completely going no, 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 no. We need this. And now when you look at just the majority of like China, even what Jeremy said, pay with your wallet. Chinese product are shit tier product. I can tell you how many times electrical wires burnt the entire interior of houses. I've checked reports multiple times. Look at Chinese infrastructure. It is literally a fucking meme of you seeing Chinese buildings just breaking apart. You could stick your finger in there, you could bend right bar, and they're already fucking with each other. Like, why would you want that shit in America? If their product was so good and such quality, like German stuff or Norwegian stuff, then yeah, we would definitely pay good money. But the factor is, it's shit quality, shit product, and it should stay in China. Same thing with Indian products as well. We can build our own shit, and again, when you have other companies, they will compete. The prices of stuff that are being built here will be cheap. And again, if corporations like, well, I want to sell these products for an affordable price, but I can't compete with market, well, good, because then you can reduce the prices of marketing. Because most people don't know this, but marketing since the 1970s up has been increased in their spending by 70% of what a product is. Then you also look at the CEOs. They're making about 95% of over 400 employees worth of wages. Do you think that even makes sense when the majority of those CEOs aren't the one running the company? It's the accountant, the management, and the secretaries that are running it. If Jeff Bezos and his entire CEO Amazon team died tomorrow, Amazon will still be there, still be running by the secretaries, accountants, and management. So when we do local factories and businesses here, all it is just a reduction in some of these assholes' wages and to continue moving. That's it.
We got Eli. You're up.
So that's the thing that frustrates me in this conversation, because what SE said was true, and then what Deathbringer said was also true. And ultimately, what we're talking about, to try to broaden the scope on the conversation, is, Essie, ultimately you're saying, look at the difference between the wage earner at some point versus now. Look at what was done to them. Like, that's what happens. It happens to them. Why? Who knows? We just know that it's the brainchild of people like Rockefeller, who made the system that put you in a position to speak about that person in their position, because they went through the slave process and chose that process in a country where you don't have to choose that. That's my overall point. So it's like, yeah, it very much sucks for the person who goes through the school system, drinks the Kool-Aid, and works for 40 years and wants to get benefits in the end. It's always going to suck unless somebody like Eli doesn't choose that road. Somehow down the line, my bloodline becomes some company person who will decide to take more hits so that we can implement some of the things that we think would make America better. Like, well, we can't. I mean, we already know that the worker's gonna get fucked. How many times are we gonna give examples of the employee getting fucked and the employer making bank whether he lives or dies. Right? We have the opportunity to be in either seat. That's my point.
We got Good White.
I don't really have a point. Go ahead, guys. I was gonna look. I was gonna say something of what the dude said about the CEO pay, and I was just researching average CEO salaries. And I do believe there is a big difference because it shows that Jeff Bezos makes 300,000 times more than his average employee, but the average CEO in America gets 14 million, and in the UK it's 7 million. So, but there's I think what I'm reading is there used to be, because I was aware that there used to be a cap on the CEO pay in the UK, but I think it just changed like in the last couple years. So I do agree with the it's not fair that the CEOs make so much money, and it's true the company will still keep running even without them. But I do see the importance of a good CEO so he can make good business decisions and be on top of all the current laws and stuff.
I want in. He can buy a country like Spain, not Spain, like Portugal and Greece. He can buy a country. Literally.
I want in the list.
Oh,
I got you.
One
I
more
got you.
thing.
Hold on.
Let
We
me
got
let me wrap
Zanuck.
it up.
Hold on, Jeremy.
I should have been after.
Yeah, Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, we got. We'll finish it up, Good White. You went on a long time, but we got Zanuck, Eli, and then Elbow.
Yo, throw me on the list, Def. Throw Def
Wait,
on the
where'd
list.
I go?
No,
Where'd I
I'm
go,
not.
Jeremy?
Take me off the list. You might have put me in there twice because
Okay, somebody write this. Somebody write this down in chat. Write this down in chat. We got Zanuck, and then fuck.
Elbow.
Hold on.
Elbow.
I think we're good.
Snacks was in there.
Elbow.
Hey, let me wrap it up, Jeremy.
Zanuck and then Snacks.
Just give me 30 seconds. Not even 30 seconds. But
All right, make it
what I
quick.
wanted
Wrap
to
it up.
say. Okay. I do want to say something about bringing wealth to a country such as America and the importance of whatever means possible. If that means sacrificing our manufacturing so people can afford cheaper goods and services. But I did point out that the S&P has been going up and the unemployment rates, and that's a direct reflection of the state of our economy and our prosperity levels we're all taking part in here in America. So when you bring more wealth to a country, their prosperity and quality of life will increase, and I think that's what we've been seeing. And I don't think we've seen a decline since the 80s. We've seen, we haven't seen a decline since the 80s. We've just seen a incline in prosperity. So
I got Zanuck, Snacks, and Elbow.
Yo, put me on the
Who did
list.
you see this prosperity?
Yeah,
Are you
yeah.
kidding me, man?
Yeah. Jeremy, put me on the list. Jeremy, put me on the list.
Zanuck, somebody write this down. Can I get a large hot?
Zanuck, you're next. Go ahead. Keep it concise.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to that, other than the fact that I wanted to bring up that point about the national debt, our deficit versus debt. People usually don't understand the difference between the two, especially our politicians. But yeah, we are very wealthy. We've done very well. Can we do better? Absolutely. We got to cut the crap. We got to cut the fat in this spinning spree that our government's on right now. But other than that, we have to have that trade balance with the other countries. We make our life better. We enhance it. We feed their slave laborers. Yeah, I think we do a little bit, but I mean, it's all about our own sense of morality and ethics to how much we want to support them on that logic. So I don't have much more.
All right, who's next?
All right, just put me on the
Elbow.
list. I don't know who's next.
Snacks, Elbow, and then Death.
All right.
Okay.
I
All right.
heard y'all say a lot about, the company can run after he's gone. Yes, of course. That's what the CEO does. He sets up the company to run even after he's done. But without him, none of that would have happened, right? So there wouldn't be a company. There would have been an accountant. There would have been those people that are working for that person. and his base salary, it was not what he's worth. You know, he's worth so much money because of whatever they say the company's worth, but his base salary is not exactly what he's worth. So, anyways, it was it.
Nice. Snacks, what's up?
Oh, I wanted to get into international trade a little bit more, but because let's start with like fractional reserve, right? The reserve banking. You know, if like 90% of the currency is like, that means like we really as Americans have like 10% of the control over what, you know, goes on here, because 90% of it is like somewhat catering to international interests, you know, because of that system. And I don't know. It's just like none of that money really exists anyway. So it's all imaginary. Other people are going to want a piece of it. That's why like these other countries and stuff, that these interactions are going on. What I've really kind of wanted to say to SC is that like, if nobody was playing ball with China and trying to put money, you know, let them sell their things, then what they're going to do, just be broke. You know, you don't think that, I don't know. It's just like that would go bust in a bad way. You know what I mean? So like part of this is all like just gardening in a way, you know. I'll rest there.
Death, you're up.
Put me on the list, please.
All right.
Death and SC.
You guys
All right.
can be, by the way.
Okay,
Am I coming
so
through?
Death, SC, then crypto.
okay, so when we're looking at the CEOs, and again, you look at Jeff Bezos, he even said himself in interviews that out of 2 months, the most he's ever worked was about 8 hours, and that was like separated in meetings. Like they're not doing anything in the sense that you would think like what old CEOs did in the 40s or 50s or even the industrial revolutions, like literally traveling, pushing and selling their corporations like most entrepreneurs are. And that's where a lot of the confusion are. A lot of entrepreneurs think to themselves that this is what CEOs do. They're not. They're more like figureheads. The majority of their job is broken down by the people that are below them. That's why I said, and it's a fact, that if Jeff Bezos' team his whole CEO team boardroom got killed one day, the company would still move. That's why it's always said an autistic monkey could do your job, and that's exactly what the case is. And when you look at the difference between wages, right? If corporations are having a hard time competing in a market of products. Again, phones don't need to be $1,000. Laptops and GPUs and graphic cards and games don't need to be at such a high margin of prices. They do this to continue to make more money. The CEOs will want more wages, more bonuses, and so on. If these CEOs had a situational wage where they maybe made 2 more times than the employee's salary, then you would see products be at a reasonable price. That's why we need to cap the CEOs' wages to make sure things would work out well. That's why I say local and isolated factories and buildings can work, but one of the things we have to tackle is destroy the Federal Reserve, destroy central banking, destroy the fractional banking, go back to gold and silver as a currency, and then completely demolish the CEOs and put them on a wage cap. That's it.
SC crypto, Eli. SC good.
Okay, thanks. Look, guys, I'm not against free trade, right? It's all about if you need resources that other people have, and you got to get them, right? I mean, if we're in Canada, we got to get bananas from Florida in the winter. That's all there is to it, right? So I'm not against that. My point I'm trying to make is the military, well, leave the military out of this for now. The industrial complex has taken advantage of the system and has given the manufacturing away to China, most of it. Now, there's other countries too that are in on it, but Mexico and that, which is fine. It's your neighbor. But I mean, you got to come to terms with the fact that most high-paying manufacturing jobs don't exist anymore. That's my point.
I want in the list.
Okay, crypto, go ahead.
Larry.
Yeah, I just address the idea that CEO wages is the reason that phones cost a lot of money. In most large corporations, the CEO's wage makes up a fraction of a percent of the turnover of that company. And actually, even say you take a company like Apple and divide the CEO's salary by all of the staff, it would be a few dollars a year each or something stupid like. So from that point of view, I disagree with that. I do agree with a lot of what he said, but CEOs' salaries don't really mean anything in the context of an economy or even in the context of a large company. Now, there was another point I was going to address, but I can't remember it. So I'm done.
All right, Eli, and then Elbow, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
So let me get my good mic going. Okay, so yeah, the guy before, when he was talking about, you know, I think you were saying it's a problem that these CEOs aren't really doing anything nowadays as opposed to before. I mean, that there's four quadrants. There's the employee, then there's the self-employed, the business owner, and the investor. And the whole point of going from one position to another is so that less of your time is traded for money. Like that's the system we're all in, and that's possible for everyone. So the point isn't to focus on like an individual quadrant, or it's just like understanding how the system works and where you want to be. Now the point that El Bariqua made that I agree with is that there's this CEO, that companies have different structures, but you were speaking to a structure where not El Bariqua, but the last guy speaking to the structure that a person builds a business, and then maybe he shouldn't be reaping as many benefits as he should, since he's not really doing much at a certain point. And I'm going to take what El Bariqua said to say that, yeah, if it wasn't for that CEO making the decisions that he made, there would be no manager, there would be no accountant, there would be no, they wouldn't be playing the game. There just wouldn't be that company. So it takes that person. Now, there are business structures where if you train someone to do what you've been skilled at doing, then you earn a percentage off of those efforts. I personally agree with that philosophy. Not saying you guys have to. I don't see anything wrong with it. I put my time into training someone, and if I die and they can't run my business, well, then that was a bad investment. If I die and someone can run my business and then my children reap the benefits instead of starting over like me, I like that philosophy, and it's also possible for everyone. If it wasn't, then I'd have a problem. Here in America, anyway.
Hey, real quick, mic check. Can I be heard?
Something about,
Mic check.
try to get back to the list. Sorry.
Mic check. Can I be heard?
They're kind of both a little bit robot-y.
So can I be heard?
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
Well, I didn't know if anyone was talking. If I didn't know if I was cutting in, but I wanted to say something else.
Yeah, I want to be on the list. I've asked a few times. I guess you guys didn't hear me. That's my fault.
Well, Larry, you go ahead.
I mean, I was
Yeah,
in the
Larry-
list before him, but
Yeah, Elbow, Larry.
Yeah,
then
Elbow was
Crypto.
first. Go ahead, Elbow.
I mean, can you imagine if you set up, let's say, if I started a company, but I got to set up I have a margin cap. In other words, like let's say Bezos, right? He started a company because he started off of scratch. You know, he's worked at a banking, and then he went into a books, making a bookstore thing, and created Amazon as a website, living off his freaking in his garage or whatever. From there, Amazon got what happened to Amazon was that it wasn't really the Amazon part that got really blooming, was the AWS, which was the servers. So pretty much like 80, probably 70% of the world uses Amazon servers to host their website. Now, imagine if there's a cap. You tell him after about 100,000 a year, you can't make no more money. What do you think he's gonna do? You think he's gonna let his company keep making money without him making any money, and be like, be happy with it? Yeah, he's gonna be like, okay, well, once I make this cap, I'm turning off my servers. Good luck to y'all. Look for another service until I could make my cap for the year goes down. I mean, that's the way I would take it. Like, fuck y'all. I mean, y'all don't want me to make no more money, man. I mean, y'all not gonna have your site to watch or go to a Discord and actually talk because there's no service to run off of. But I mean, that was my point.
Yeah. So what's going on with the list? Are we doing next?
I think it's Larry and then Crypto.
All right, then I'm right after then.
Okay, was
Cool.
it Deathbringer?
Yeah.
Yeah, state your name if you want to be on the list. Okay. Yeah. So I heard someone say that when I first got here that things haven't gotten worse since the '80s, and I was like, "What is he talking about?" I have no idea what he was talking about. Maybe he made sense, but it didn't make sense to me. Ever since like NAFTA in the '90s, and we've been exporting everything to other countries, like we're not making them richer by exporting, right? Like everybody has a cell phone that comes from like cobalt from Africa, the Congo. It's like slave labor, right? So when we export all this stuff, yeah, we're creating jobs, but they're filling it with slave labor. So in order to make the world better, I think it would be awesome if we could just, instead of deviating all this stuff outside, right, so that we can afford cheaper stuff, how about we, go back to the old ways and make higher quality stuff rather than exporting everything, because I like American products. I mean, if I wasn't delivering pizza for a living, I would drive American cars. And I think that American products are great because I've, bought Chinese cheap shit all the time and it just falls apart. Like, what? I'm just using it. Why is this falling apart? So that's all I got.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I wanted to mention is that often people talk about large salaries, and they conflate people with large salaries with rich people. So I have to. I don't know if this is going to come as a rude awakening for some people, but rich people don't work. So people with high salaries aren't generally rich. So the idea that we should lower the salaries of a few CEOs as a cure to some kind of wealth inequality, that's not going to help. That's not going to do the job. Rich people own assets, and those assets produce their own incomes. Okay, so that means that rich people don't have to work at all. So by limiting salaries, you're not really doing anything. What you're effectively doing is saying that the middle class can't become the elite, which you may say is a good thing, but you're not actually reining the elites in from being elites and creating the slave system we live in. Okay, so that's the first thing to say. The second thing to say is if you then do actually want to rein in the wealth of the elites, you have to create a way of utilizing some of the assets' income for the good of the country. And at that point, you're very close to communism, and that's going to be an issue for a lot of the capitalistic-minded people.
Hell yeah.
All right,
Put me
who
on
is
the list.
next?
Oh, nobody's
Death,
next? Oh, that
death,
other guy. Yeah.
death anyway. Death anyway.
All right. So my terms when I was saying that, like lowering about the CEO caps or the spending of different departments is what the argument against cheaper products, right? Like I'll give you a good perfect example. You can look at the gaming industry, right? The gaming industry, people keep saying, well, the prices keep going up, the prices for game development goes up, and a lot of people have a lot of misconception as to why are games going up, why the quality of games are going to shit, how come games are coming up. The product you'll get is just broken. And just to give you in terms of an analogy, imagine buying a car from a dealership and then being told that you'll get the engine, the brakes, the all the other parts of the major part of the product within a little bit of time, within the year or two. And if they don't are not able to make more money out of you, they'll completely destroy the product, and you just got a broken product. So when you look at the facets of these, of where is the money going and where is the spending going horribly, for instance, if you were to cap certain prices, like for instance, like games, like oh okay, it's $70, or the hammers you're buying from China is too expensive, is too cheap versus the competitors, and they go like, well, we need cheaper products. We need to be able to go like, well, simple. Stop spending so much money on marketing. Stop false advertisement. Have the FCC regulate false advertisement. And if they continue like, well, we need to raise the prices. Let a competition locally here to compete. If we had games all being made, the gaming industry made outside of the United States, you'll see video games almost $1,000. And the reason why we don't have that is that we have that stuff in here. It's being done and built here, and there's competition. That's why and something that Jeremy's have said, vote with your wallet. So when a game becomes like shit or garbage, people go like, I'm not buying that piece of shit, and then that game fails, and that industry has to move on. and so on. But we don't have that in a globalized market with like China. When China shit is flooding in from all different types of varieties, from raw resources to metal to food to everything else, that's when you have a major issue. There is no competition against the slave market. So I don't give two shits if China gets nuked, died, or gets flooded tomorrow. That's not my problem. That is the Chinese government and the Chinese country's main concern. My concern is America and American problems. So that's why I think it's best that we isolate, get our shit together, and fuck the slave market system.
Put me on the list. I want to be on the list whenever I can.
Well, next is Elijah, and then what's your name?
God Scalpel.
Say your name if you want to be on the list. We don't recognize everybody's voice.
Okay,
I'm like
after
blind
Elijah.
when
Then.
it comes to voices, guys.
I
think
snacks. I'll be after Scalpel.
I literally cannot tell the difference between Jeremy and Kosho. I have to like see who's lighting up.
Oh. I'm having trouble with Paul and Extremis's. Tough, man.
So the thing that Crypto said is something that was very important. Is that I guess I was trying to make that point, but I don't think I made it good enough because even I was like, yes, Crypto, why didn't I say that? Right. So remember, every time I've opened my mic, it's to say, hey guys, you have a choice. Which side do you want to be on? Well, what I should have elucidated while saying that, W-2ers are wage slaves and blah 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 blah. The reason that I kept interjecting by saying no, the system is separate from what people do. So what I should have alluded to was the fact that you guys are conflating the difference between wages earned and people who make a commission. You know that little dirty thing that nobody likes to do, that thing called sales? Yeah. That kind of person that produces sales, right? And builds distribution based on that, they don't have a cap. They make as much as they want to. That's why salespeople in America make the most money. That's why it's the best, the biggest growing industry. That's why financial services made more money in the last 2 years than everybody else complaining about a job. So I'm not shitting on jobs. I'm just saying, at least if we're in a conversation about the rich and the people who have less, is understand that they're in different vehicles. You're talking about the difference between salespeople, people who no longer have to sell because their money makes money, and then people who trade time for their wages. These are different categories. Just it's understand that while you're, coming to your conclusions.
Okay, so I've been quiet for a while. There's a couple of points I want to touch on if I'm given the leeway to do so. For starters, real quick, I agree with what Crypto and Eli have both said. And this, like, I've owned corporations myself, and this idea that, a CEO somehow or another, how much they make should be capped, I think is a completely ridiculous idea. It's a slippery slope, and who decides what needs to be capped and all this? It's just, to me, it's crazy. But because it's your company, you should be able to do what you want with it. But secondly, another thing Crypto said that he's right is the people that are actually truly wealthy and whatnot, they buy things like real estate or whatever they're into. Their assets make the money. Matter of fact, a lot of super rich people basically have no money in the bank for all intents and purposes. I mean, they do compared to the average person. They got lots of money, but compared to their actual net worth, they don't really have anything in the bank account to some degree. All that being said, this idea that it takes less time, these people are spending less time to do a job. Once again, that's another argument I don't think makes sense, because if I can go into a company and make that company double their profit in a year, am I worth more if I can give them that information in a day as opposed to take the whole year to do it? Like, It doesn't make sense. If I can double a company's profit, then the fact that I double your profit should come at a cost, regardless if it takes me 5 minutes or 5 months to do that. I'm doubling your company's profit, so it's worth something. If I can do it in 5 minutes, hey man, that should be good for you. I can get it done quick. Like that should almost be worth more money that I can do it in less time than take 6 months to double your profit. So yeah, anyhow, that's all I got to say.
All right, what's the list, Bill, right now? So I
Eli
step
back in.
away.
I don't think anybody said
I think
anything.
I was next, but I'll pass.
Yeah, just put me on the list as well.
We have no order anymore. What's going on? Okay.
I-
Eli, was it Eli Snacks Death?
Oh, there was one thing I just wanted to add, if I could, and I'll be like super quick. Another
$5.
Yeah, I'll give you $5. It's in the mail. But a super quick point is when people are talking about like how much time it takes to make a certain amount of money or whatever, or complaining that CEOs take less time to make more money. To me, that's a slave mentality. If you actually want to be rich and if you actually want to be wealthy and break out of the matrix, so to speak, you got to understand you can't. These people that are rich don't trade time the way you trade time per hour on an hourly basis for $50 an hour or 20 or whatever. You have to break that cycle. Stop complaining about it. Learn what they do and what they did to get where they're at, and understand you don't have enough time in the world, even if you're making $100 an hour, to become rich like these people. So it's not about time, money exchange. You have to think differently.
All right, I need $10
Sorry.
actually. That was but hey,
Yeah, sorry, I rambled a bit.
I'm not
but I'll
sure what
slow
everyone's
down.
been talking. I was going to say that capping people's ability to make money never makes any sense at all whatsoever, especially with a business. And I'm not sure if I'm missing the context of the conversation, but there are different loopholes that like the megalithic companies utilize, and that could be discussed maybe. But
Yeah.
honestly, like capping CEOs' money is so stupid. Like I'm about to launch a couple businesses, and if I can make $50 million, I can make $50 million. I don't think that's ever the move. If you do that, then it's just going to benefit the shadowy figure. So anyway, was it Eli's next?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. You shouldn't cap a CEO because the reason that the CEO gets breaks from the government is because the CEO is going to build distribution, hire more people that are going to pay back into the system. That's how the system works. But the thing is, there are people who have figured that out that are manipulating all of the people who stay on the side that is least favorable. That's what we're trying to say. We're all basically a lot of us are basically saying the same thing. We understand the situation right now is shitty. The reason is because a lot of people have been tricked into this mentality where they're going to work very hard as an employee and get what they're worth. I think I heard the gospel what's it the hammer thing the last guy before what's it saying something about if I go to a job and I provide like more value for them than anyone else, I'm still gonna make the same wage because that's what I contractually agreed to. They're like, hey, hiring you might make me 4,000 an hour, but I'm gonna pay you 15. Is that cool? And you're like, yeah, man, call me back. Make sure I like that. That's us. Just so you know. So it's like the thing about it is the best situation you have, like what's it saying, like what are there any benefits in there for, but well, you could be a key employee, then you get certain benefits because you're that much more important to the corporation. Like so it's not like it's a bad thing that corporations hire people. We're just saying the people who have corporations are doing people wrong, and we as workers who don't understand the system are trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And some of us are saying, no, that's not the way to go.
Yeah, for sure. So I think it was Snacks that was next. I don't remember. I'm kind of going off voice. I'm driving, so.
Yeah, so
No, I was
I'm
next. I just as
Okay, good.
I was just maybe
I'll go
I'd
right
like
after
to
him
say
then.
that
Jeff.
really quick. Maybe it's time to. It's like list is making it too difficult to like have conversation.
I agree. I agree. I was about to say, if everyone can just control themselves, I think that we can have open dialogue. We're not five. Like I'll mod. So just go ahead.
Yeah,
Whoever
open
has
it
more
up. Open it up with it.
All right. So like I think where people were just getting confused by when I kept saying a market cap, it's like this. So say if you own a business, right? Maybe I'll make it in detail. Say you made a large corporation, and say let's make it an analogy since all of us play video games. Say you own a video game like say Blizzard, right? And now your product is failing and your product keep failing. There's multiple products competing, right? And a lot of these guys are going to say, well, I need to increase these products prices because, I need to maintain a certain income or intake of profits. Well, first of all, if you really want to compete, especially in this industry, you have to have competitive prices. That's a given. There's always going to be someone that's going to compete, especially if your product quality has gone down to shit. So what I meant by if a corporation itself will look at something like, okay, CEOs, you're making a lot of money, but you're not providing the leadership and quality of that product because you already failed that industry, you failed the business as it is, but it's your business. So either you lower your prices, you lower your base income as a CEO, you regulate yourself because I'm not stating a law should be put there or a government, but you have to have some sort of smart decisions of reinvesting that money that you would get for your personal income back into the business. And then once the business is back to being at its golden age, then yeah, go ahead. Take as much money as you think that you're worth. But like same thing with Jeff Bezos. If Amazon was dying tomorrow and people stopped using Amazon and started using local, all that money he was getting on a yearly basis, I guarantee you he'll be reinvesting it, trying to figure a way to keep his business afloat. That's what I'm trying to say. There should be some sort of underlining. And if a business does fail, I would love it for the government to stop fucking bailing these guys out, because as soon as they get bailed out, they still do the same dumb decisions, like the banks, a lot of other industries. So that's where I'm putting out there.
You're talking about. Oh, go ahead.
Can I get in at some point? No. I don't know who's next on the list, but can I get in at some point?
Yeah, it's open room.
There's
man.
no list anymore, so go ahead.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Well, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you to all the Americans for finally embracing queuing, which is a national sport in England. So I just wanted to congratulate the Americans on that. But also, you were saying something about, how they shouldn't be allowed to be bailed out and keep making the same mistakes. I think everyone agrees, right? But
Yeah.
I don't think that you solve that by capping CEOs' wages. Another issue, there's a few issues that
That's not what I said, bro. I said not by law. I'm not using a law regulation. That should be something that the company decides on their own, right? If you own the business, right, you should cap your own money. If you think your business is going to fail tomorrow, do you think having that bonus is going to keep your business next
Oh,
week?
that's the business's choice.
Yeah,
though.
that's exactly
I
what I
think most
said.
people could agree with
All
that.
right,
Yeah.
That's what I
let's let
said.
Crypto finish his point either way.
Yeah, go ahead.
okay. Well, I mean, it's more or less so. There's a few issues. First of all, the salary doesn't exist actually as a necessary antecedent to the profit of the company. The reason that the salary is so high is because you're actually competing with other companies to find the best CEOs, right? So it's a competition thing. So if you're paying $100 grand a year and the company up the road is paying $300 grand a year, the best CEOs in the world are going to want that job and not yours, right? So that's one thing to consider. Does that speak to your point? Or
No, because let's even use the example of like I said, the gaming industry and the media industry, right? Look at the movies that are failing right now, and a lot of the movies that are tanking in the business, with woke propaganda being a failed business model, right? So when movies or video games get woke propaganda, they tend to fail in the first 2 weeks of the sales, and then they continue to fail later on. They'll never make what they're projected to the investors, the market value cap of what they expected from the investment. So when you have these CEOs, right, continue to jump from one place to another, failing over and over again. So that it's just right there as it is. It's like you're not really competing for CEOs. You're really just competing and trying to maintain some sort of base income. So like for instance, if the CEOs in most of these video game industries can make their money, then fine, let them. But if they keep failing, then why the fuck bail them out? That's what I'm saying.
That's an interesting point to maybe think about. So, like the whole idea of woke propaganda within the media, right? So we have two options. One is that they're really placing the incentive of propaganda over profit, but that would kind of require a really wide net of conspiracy, right? Or it would be that the people that are really obsessed with money, they realize that a small minority, but a very vocal minority, will get them completely canceled. So they kind of take the loss. Which one do you guys think it is?
I think it's there was a guy what I checked was I forgot his name. He was a consultant for the federal government and worked as the assistant for the chairman of the Federal Reserve, and he was doing these subsidies. And there was this information packet that this guy was subsidizing corporations like media and other places for woke points. So if you had a certain amount of woke points, then you would get a certain amount of government subsidies, like diversity, multiculturalism, how many gays you have in your show and movies. And there was even a guy who did a production show. I think the same guy who did Friends even stated that he actually had a paper that was telling him how many characters and how many of them had to be gay and black and diverse in order to get things for funding.
Can I get on the list, please?
There's no list. Just talk.
Just point out, just his I guess his response is that they basically get paid by the government, so it would make up for the profits. I don't know. Personally, I think it makes the most sense that may be true, but they look at it as like a business person. So like either I get canceled, I make $0, or I play their game, I make at least this much, even though it'll be less than otherwise. I don't know.
I think we're losing. Sorry, I thought you were done.
I was saying, go ahead.
Oh, cool. Okay, so I think we're losing the plot. I'm really glad we're talking about the woke thing, and that's one of my favorite subjects. I love to discuss that. But the thing we were discussing was the loss of manufacturing jobs to China and other countries. So yeah, let's not lose that plot. And I'd love to talk about the woke thing. That's the most pressing thing, I think. Yeah.
Crypto, you trying to say something?
To be fair, the reason we were talking about manufacturing is because you were addressing someone else's point, and I was saying, well, while that's a fair point, that's kind of not where the conversation was going initially. We were talking
either way,
about.
I was clearly I was just throwing out to the room if they wanted to touch on the other subject. So whatever you guys want to talk about, I don't care. I'm just chilling.
Children first. Let's do it, man. Definitely.
I'm
What's
just saying,
happening right now?
Essie, do you hear my question? Like, what is your take, right? So, like, the companies are clearly pushing like woke propaganda. They're taking the superheroes and making them different races, or making them women, or making them gay, or making them trans. And the average person doesn't want to see that. That's a very small percentage of the population. They don't relate to that. So his point is to bring that up, and they end up losing money because people don't relate to that. My question is, do you think that either all these different companies are actually in on some elaborate plot where they're like, we're going to place propaganda over profit? Or do you think that they kind of feel like they have to because this vocal minority will get them canceled, so they have no choice and they take the loss? Like, what do you think is going on? Or is it like a combination of all of it? Like,
Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say. That's exactly it. It's a combination of all of it. It's the weakness of our fellow man right now. For some reason, they don't want to speak up because there's some sort of shame thing going on. Like they'll call you anti-gay or anti-this. Everyone's afraid to talk, man. And they see this, right? They've seen it and they see it, and they're taking advantage over this. And this 1% of the population is pushing their views through, and it's going through to our children. They're using Disney and the movies, and I'm so glad we're talking about it. Yeah, absolutely, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to jump in if you don't mind, just real fast.
Go for it, man.
Okay, I
Just
got
super
you
quick.
guys. It's going to be Larry, Crypto, Death.
Thanks.
We're going back to the list.
No, but
Sorry.
just facilitate the conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is a group of people who are very vocal, and there's also a very silent group, right? So, for example, if someone says, let's take away the guns, and nobody speaks up, and, silence is acquiescence, right? But if someone stands up and says, oh, you want to take away guns from black people, women, and gays? Oh, that's that's homophobic, misogynist, and, you got to play the game, right? You got to explain to them, like, oh, too many people on the earth. Well, show me the people that you want to kill. Let me guess, the Africans. There's too many Africans. So we have to be just as vocal as the wokest.
Yeah,
Yes,
well, actually,
brother. Yes.
that leads very nicely into my point, actually, Larry, because I was going to mention I was watching like an interview from like this very bitter feminist who was like pro-trans, and she was interviewing like an older Christian guy, a southern guy in the US, and basically he was saying, look, I don't approve of the tranny agenda. That was I don't approve of the tranny agenda, and it's because of the effect on children. So instead of her just like meeting it at face value, she said, oh, do you have any children? And then he was like, no, I don't have any children. Okay, fine. And then she starts making accusations of him. Oh, why are you interested in children if you don't have any? Right? So all of this kind of stuff. So instead of, do you know what I mean? Basically, in heavily insinuating that he's a pedo, and that the only reason you could be against the trans agenda is that you're a pedo. Like, so dishonest. But this is just what they do. Instead of actually addressing what you say, they just make attack. Because at the end of the day, for them, the ends justify the means.
Yeah.
That's projection, right? I mean,
well, I mean, it's a whole host of fallacies. You know, there's about 5 different fallacies in the short interview if you watch it. But like they say 2 things that they absolutely mean, and one of them is that you should make the personal political, and the other one is that the ends justify the means. And when you understand these 2 things, you understand why they are so rude, why they are always attacking, and why they never address your point.
like ballers. Okay, Eli, what's up, bro?
Yeah, exactly like ballers, and here's where my rhetoric ties in. I've been saying that they're playing the game. What I'm saying is, instead of crying about the side where the people are losing, we can take the reins and gain more power. One, by being in power, earning what we're worth. Because let me tell you, these CEOs that are good CEOs, they can't do what we do. These logical, they're getting battered by these people that are coming out in line. There's this guy that I look up to who's been servicing families for 33 years. And he decided to do a debate with some YouTuber that was crashing his company as well as other companies. And even though I know the man's stats, even though a lot of his business is public, none of the debate was about that at all. And this other guy kept hitting him with fallacy after fallacy after fallacy. And even though he's a multi-millionaire, he sucked at debating. So the first thing I said was, hey, well, sis, I better get as much money he has quickly, because I'm arguing from this side, trying to tell him that he can't fucking argue his way out of the trash bag, even though he has all this money. Why are you letting this 20-something-year-old logical fallacy you out of the room? So my point is that if we don't get better and play the game, they're going to keep doing what Crypto just said, because no one's there to logically do anything about it. Because even though they make money, they don't play the game that we play in here.
Yeah.
We keep waiting on others to make it better. It's us. We're all the world's got.
Death, what's up?
Well, one thing that I've...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go.
You're good.
I was just going to say, one thing I've noticed... Yeah, okay, I'll just be quick. One thing I've noticed is that when these people get very, very rude, if you get rude back with them, they're quite shocked, because they're used to being the aggressor. When they are now being accused, oh, you're just implying that he's a pedo because blah, 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 right? They get very upset with you, and it's because you're doing the same thing they're doing. So that's one thing I've noticed. Just do what they do, and they don't like it.
Yeah, so like I was saying, like when it comes to this whole woke thing, yes, for a long time, and again, it can go from like you can go back with education, you know, that's why and something even Witz had said, it's the masculinity. Like men Like the fathers and men's kind of failed society. And the thing is, a lot of the fathers during the time, like Gen X and the boomers, well, I wouldn't say the boomers, but mostly Gen X was fighting the system and society itself. And those that usually were, calling out the woke culture and all that stuff, they were self-eliminated. They got their jobs destroyed and stuff like that, and so on. And so currently, right now, this is why you see toxic masculinity on the rise. This is why you see Andrew Tate and villainy being at high, because the majority of men are done being nice. We're done. Like when people ask me like, Def, are you like support LGBT? I literally say I am anti that. I am anti all woke. Like I don't give two flying shits. I judge you by your character. If you are a piece of shit, I don't care where you come from. It is as it is. And I said this at my workplace too. And there was a lot of guys over there that will come to me like, yeah, man, you did great, man. You did good. You speak like, yeah, exactly. Because I'm not subscribing to the weak anymore. I won't bend a knee. I won't do any of this stuff. And even if they come after me, right, I would rather be an example to everyone else around me that I'm not bending the knee to something that can barely lift 20-pound boxes, So I'm not going to do that. And that's what a lot of men need to do. They need to start showing that, to, saying no to the woke culture. And for the movies and shows out there, don't fucking pay for it. Go get yourself a Chinese bootleg if you don't want diversities and LGBT, because they have that in China and Qatar, So there's always out there. Just pirate the shit.
Yeah, I got to point this out, right? So, like, we're in a situation now where we have this left-right paradigm, whatever. We'll use it for intents and purposes. So, like, the right's cuts so far over that it's basically the left a few years ago. So anyway, it's like you got to concede. This is a really like normie conversation in a way, right? Like how they're sexualizing everything and making it so gay. But it's like what I just said right there, like making it so gay. There are a lot of truthers who won't say that anymore. And look, here's my deal with that. We've been saying that forever. I don't know where you grew up, but if you did something that was lame, we'd be like, bro, that's gay. And everyone would laugh. Okay?
Let me correct you on that, bro. Bro, it's not the gay. Don't say gay, bro. It's not gay.
You're trying to
It's
do what
freakaloid,
I'm
bro. Change the word to freakaloid. It's not the gays, bro. That's the problem. Or the lesbian.
Brother, it's not about who's the problem. That's my point. Is that even the truthers have begun to cuck on this, where like I don't care if you're gay. I don't personally agree with it, but I don't care. But I can say gay. I can say gay as a derogatory term. Dude, people that make up 2% of the population don't have some monopoly over what words I use. And that's my point, is that even the base people have become cucks where they
No, you
say,
misunderstand, bro. Gay. Bro, if it's the gay's fault, you say gay. But this is not the gay's fault. This is the transgender.
Let's say you're not addressing what he said.
I mean, I'm not. I'm addressing exactly what he says.
No, you're not. I know that because I'm listening. You're not addressing what he said.
Okay, correct me.
Well, he was saying that you shouldn't be afraid to say the word gay. He wasn't saying that gays are the problem of anything.
Yeah, I get that. And my point
but
is, if he says the word...
what he said.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. My point is, that's exactly it. If he says the word gay and the problem is not the gays, right? Then you're offending the gays.
I don't care about offending anyone. That's my point. My point is like, it's like I'm not talking about who's at fault or anything. I don't think trannies or gay people or anything like that is at fault. I actually think that lots of people are super confused. If you say you're bisexual, you're confused. If you think you're the opposite gender, you're confused. Okay? But like, I don't care. But I can say what I just said. My point is just like how they're controlling our speech, thus they're controlling our thoughts. And that's my bigger point, is that even the truthers are having their thoughts controlled. Like I just got kicked off YouTube today, or I did a climate change. I called it climate control, and I immediately got pulled off. And because that just goes to make my point, we've become so cucks that the way that we speak is controlled. A good example is how when I grew up, if you did something goofy, someone was like, bruh, that's gay. And then everyone laughed, okay? Even gay people. Now, truthers won't say anything they think is politically incorrect. And that is my point. They're actually even getting the truthers. If you want to look at where we are as a society, look at the vigilantes, if you will, of free speech and watch how even they're starting to tip over.
Yeah, I won't disagree with that for sure. Yeah, but my point is like now there's a new class of danger. You understand? Like, personally, I never felt a threat from gays or lesbians. I knew it was 10% of whatever the population. I knew it had to do with genes, this and that, whatever. Whether I agreed with it or not, that's a different story. But I wouldn't let my personal feelings get in the way. But now we have these freakaloids that want to teach our children, right? They want to dress up with their genitalias half exposed, put fake boobs on, do crazy, talk about dildos to 5-6-year-olds, and that's what I'm fighting against.
But the reason that it's gotten so extreme like that is because people didn't call out the gay thing, where, like, if you're gay, you shouldn't be talking to children about how you're gay. Adults shouldn't be talking to children about anything sexual, period. But since
I'm with you, yeah.
we cut so hard on the gay thing, where now we have gay parades everywhere, where we have half naked or basically entirely naked men and all this crazy debauchery in the streets, where the little kid is just going to the grocery store or to the movies or to get ice cream with their parents, and they can't help but see a dong slinging around. You know what I'm saying? And they're sexualized into gay. That's like the thing they push on. And that, since we didn't do anything about that, because we want to be politically correct and not offend people, when in reality, it's not genetic at all. And most people that are gay had actually experienced sexual abuse. And, the percentage of pedophilia is way higher within that community. But either way, it's that they sexualize, they bring their debauchery and throw it on the innocence of children. We sat by and didn't do anything. Now we have to deal with the trannies. And maybe one could argue rightfully so. It's what we deserve, since we didn't do anything when they were being sexualized into homosexuality.
I agree 100% with that statement. Nobody should teach anybody's child about sexuality. It should be up to the families. I couldn't agree with you more on that. Absolutely, yeah. Not whether you're gay, straight, a fairy, whatever you're into, BDMS. I don't care what you're into. You don't teach sexuality to children. Period.
Yeah, and we already let them do that. Like if my daughter, when she's like 7 and she starts running around the house going beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop with her arms out, and I'm like, "What are you doing, Aaliyah?" She says, "I'm a spaceship." I'm gonna be like, "Okay, And a few minutes later, she keeps beeping. I'm gonna be like, "Look, Aaliyah, you're not a spaceship." You know what I'm not gonna let her do is tell me that she's the opposite gender the next day. I'm not gonna let her tell me I think I like girls. I'm like, yeah, we all like boys and girls. We like all people. We're nice to everyone. I'm not gonna start talking to her about sex, dude. I'm not gonna start talking about, oh, it's because you're attracted to the same sex. No,
that's ridiculous. Yeah.
That's what started this problem, bro. We let them do that. We let them start teaching sexual education to children at a young age. We just let, and it's a process, bro. First, it's teach children about condoms. How about we don't? How about we teach children that if you have sex, you have to accept the consequences that the person may have a baby. Teach them how to have condoms, use condoms, talk to them about sex, lower the age. Now, all of a sudden, in the sex education to the lower ages, we're talking about sexuality preference, whether or not you're gay or not. Well, first of all, they don't even understand how they got here. They don't. That's how they need to learn about sex. That's how they exist. Well, that's not because two gay people did something. So I don't know. I just think it's crazy how when they hijacked their first understanding of sex, which should be what it's really about, which is producing children, and that's very evil. So of course we have trannies on runways dancing half naked for children. At this point, we didn't do anything earlier.
Yeah, that's hard to disagree with. Yeah, the point here is children. That's the main thing, children, and it's the school system. The teachers have no business teaching anybody's children about sexuality. That's my opinion. Take it completely out of the school system. Maybe, I don't know, in high school, later years, for teen pregnancy, if you want to make an argument about that, okay, but definitely not in freaking 5-year-olds and 7-year-olds and 8-year-old kids. Definitely
so
not.
This is where I agree with Deathbringer, where it's a beautiful thing that the system is about to be drastically altered, because say that we were going to try to salvage the current system in its way it is and try and fix some of the problems. We're just going to, only best case, we're going to be able to go back 10 years where we're still already cucking. We have to rebuild it, because No, the way they teach the children about sex is you can be responsible by wearing a condom or taking birth control. Well, birth control destroys a woman's fertility. Condoms are stupid. Condoms are gay. So, like, no, you have a penis, she has a vagina, and you put it in there and make babies. That's how children are taught about sex. But, you know, if we were to just kind of like try to fix the system right now, we're still going to have the, oh, use birth control, use condoms, here's a banana. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just the sex education itself is automatically tainted. We have to replace the system. But not like burn it to the ground, but there has to be a huge divide or something, because I think it's a little deeper than we understand. We just see the final product and we're finally wanting to speak out about the issue, the tranny issue, but it's like, bruh, you're bleeding out on the ground and now you're asking for a Band-Aid or something, you know?
Yeah, that's why we got to go back to the age of the Giga Chads, man, because like, you know, we have to go to unapologetic masculinity. Like you are a man, you have your conventions, and that's it. You know, if a woman don't like it, fuck her. I don't give a shit. If a guy don't like it, I don't give two shits either. And that's how it's always been. Men built this country. We reforged it from the ground up. You know, and it's always going to be that. And that's what I completely believe, that it's going to be strong men gathering up together. Look what's going on with the parents going up against the schools with the whole tranny shit. It's all these fathers that are showing up and yelling the shit out of them, and that's a lot of angry men. They even call the feds on them. And you know, people are removing their kids into homeschooling now, and I think homeschooling is going to be the big way. It's going to be these small places where people can go and get educated, and that's going to be the key for it, because you know what it is. A lot of the white collar jobs are now getting replaced by AI. Blue collar work is now coming back stronger than ever, you know, and not to top it off, blue collar work has now even more of a threat than there is. Truckers won't be wanting to do trade with cities, and they're completely scared. It's like, hey man, if you want to call me all these evil things, I'll just stop sending you supplies over to the city. And now they're having a dispatch problem. Truckers, there's hard times to get truckers to deliver in New York City. New York City only has 4 days of supply if you know, trucks don't come in, and the train systems aren't designed that way. So you know, things are changing, man. Pendulum is swinging back to the right, and it's going to be stuck there for a while.
Dude, that maybe is why they have to automate, because they got all the men to be such little cuck dammit. Like if you look in the chat, it said like of course Baller Zealot saying like people are so insecure in their own orientation, right? That's his response to our conversation.
Imagine that. Yeah.
Like we're talking about children being hypersexualized into debauchery and it permanently ruining their life. And your response is people are so insecure with their orientation. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's the problem, bro. And maybe, you know, like if he raises children, is his son going to be able to go work in the blue collar jobs that you're talking about? Or
Nope.
like, nah, right? So that's why they need automation, because they made everybody such little girls.
Yeah, they're saying that, and then they're saying it's you know, some sort of homosexuality hate speech or whatever, if you're trying to protect the children, right?
That's my point. Well said, bro.
This is where the slippery slope comes into play, right?
Yes.
You know,
Well,
they start
this is where you gotta
to do this to the children, right? And then if you start sticking up for the children, then they already have their words that they can throw out at you that are trigger words, like you know, homosexual hate is being thrown around when you're trying to defend the children being over-sexualized. That's the fucked up thing.
That's when you tell them.
Listen, hold on. I think the next generation is going to be pure estrogen-filled goop. They're not even going to be people.
Yeah, dude. This other kid, he said, the children. What a great excuse for homophobia. What a joke. Paul, go ahead.
Dude, you just gotta tell those people that you're not being hateful. You're just being factual. And
no, you just don't talk to the bi, right? I guess is the move.
Well, they're gonna come at you. They're gonna push up on you, like if
You
they
guys,
really want to.
heterosexuals are evil because they are single-handedly keeping the population around.
Dude, homosexuals reproduce by molesting children.
Yep, exactly. I agree. Yeah.
No, I'm serious.
No.
That's the one thing that'll get the liberals. That makes the liberals fucking seed. Because when you tell them you're defending pedophiles, like, oh yeah, your gay friend at work is wants to fucking blow a kid, that's when
Mm-hmm.
they get fucking livid because they're programming.
Yeah,
All of a sudden it's on their doorstep.
Here comes the agents. Here come the bots. What's up, dude?
Yeah. There was Dr. Umar Johnson, who's a psychiatrist at the time, and he even talked to other psychiatrists. He even said it himself that they themselves did in the black community gather up enough psychological data to see of cases of between gay kids and gay adults, and they found out almost 85% to 90 were majority traumatized from molestation. Right, and they even in those and he even did this as the way to back him up, that the 20% of those that are actually getting mental help even said like, no, I don't. I there are times that they want to touch children, so that's what he was like saying. But they're getting the help now. But imagine all those that are not getting help, that are not seeking therapy. So it's like, it's spreading, bro.
Yeah, well, there's these blue
Hold on, real
pill
quick. Don't
normie
say too much
cucks
because
in the
these
chat
fucking
that just
people. Hold on. Don't say too much because these people might clip some shit out and try to use it against you later. I'm not kidding.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sure they are.
fine,
That's
dude.
that's
They
the
already
way they
got
are.
me on record.
I don't care.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they don't realize the overarching agenda, right? That's taking place right now, to where it's being set up that these creepy people that are in the higher echelons of society that do these messed up things to younger individuals are setting it up so that their lifestyle becomes a protected lifestyle in the way that other, let's say, sinful ways have become protected.
Yes, brother, and they got a crazy name for it. Oh man, good point. They want to legalize
Minor,
the kid thing. What's it called? Anybody know?
minor attracted person.
Yep, Matt.
Yeah, man. Yeah, look at that
MAPs need to get
sickness.
MOP'd, bro. Like I don't like the fact that this is even a thing. If we say children shouldn't be sexualized and they shouldn't be talking to them about being homosexual, and then someone's response is like beep boop 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 homophobic, I'm like, bro, you're lost in the sauce, my dude. Like I don't want to converse with you, bro. Like,
Did
go
someone just say
download your
maps? What did somebody just say about maps?
What do you mean?
Oh, MAP, like minor attractive person.
Okay. I've heard of that. I see now. I see what that
That's
is.
the latest sick thing.
That's why the
that's
Globers
the new
are always
thing.
bragging about their maps, man. They're the only ones that
Bro,
have the
dude, they're
map.
gonna need a fucking map to find the bodies, dude. That's goddamn, dude.
Dude,
That's
that's why.
crazy.
Wait. That's why I said it. What's more cryptic, right? Which is like MAPs need to get MOP like mopped up. So like, anyway, yeah. I just think it's funny. I don't want to cuck at all. I've been talking to Gio about how we could just rock out where no one says things they're not allowed to say in the chat, like in the text chat, and you can just say what you want to say, and we'll go Rumble, and we'll keep the YouTube 12 hours and disappearing into the ether. And then the bots will just kind of implode. The only reason that these bots can exist in here so frequently, every day, all day, is because we're censored. So like they get to live in their fairy tale bullshit world in here and just talk about like circle jerk to the moon landing all day.
Yep. And the funny thing is, right? I started using some of these talking points against like the gay community, like especially in my school. Like, oh, did you know that trans people are getting attacked as soon as they come outside their door? I go like, that's a conspiracy. Please show me your sources. And they start seething. I was like, come on, man. Like, or like one time this girl says, what? Every out of 5 girls, 3 are raped. I was like, show me your sources. And they go like, no, I heard it from a friend. Oh yeah, then this conspiracy. Stop peddling these conspiracies. And you just gotta keep doing that, man. Just keep throwing the conspiracy bullshit at them, like they do to us all the fucking time. And now it's our turn. It's like, yo, you give me your sources, man. Where you get this from?
Well, there is a rate an R word situation on the loose, like because that's like the underpinning of all of the conversation that's going on right now. Because that's the thing people don't want to say. Again, yes, it does start with the children, putting them in the system that Rockefeller's family benefited from and created for exactly what's happening. I don't think it's something we should be fighting for. We should definitely be taking our children out of the schools and getting more control of that. But as far as the shit that's happening in the homes, I do know, like, and perhaps it's, again, I live in a city. It is a fact that majority of the like my homegirls that I know, and even a lot of the guys, some of them won't say anything, but there's a lot of the guys who had some shit happen. I've always wondered, how come I never really thought about the gay thing? Is this really like what's going on here? Like, am I real? Like that? No, but I've never been harmed in that way. I can't say that that's fully the reason that people are choosing to be
No,
whatever
yeah, I'm sure it's
orientation
not.
that they are. But what I am saying is, even if you look on YouTube and you watch the How to Catch a Predator kind of videos, where you can even find the ones where there are women that are looking for, it's mostly most of the time other women, or the males like attracting another young male, like, so they're gay, but really in the background, they're doing the same thing that potentially happened to them. And you can
Yeah.
see the psychological, they don't even know how to function as a person. They're these weird people that need help.
All right, I need to do some modding. So,
You know?
Research Flat Moon, I need you to come off your mic, bud. Come off your mic, dude. Research Flat Moon, come off your mic, please.
Could you use English? What the hell is come off your mic mean?
Yeah, like say something. I need to have a conversation with him. I'm not on mic. Okay, so what are you talking about in the chat that you say, I bet Discord does? Do you want to get banned?
He's threatening. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, do you want to be banned from here? You can go hang out with wherever Brenda went when she got banned. Okay, that's nothing like that's allowed at all. I'm gonna time you out, unless you can somehow justify that. I find it unlikely. Okay. Anyway, continue on.
Yeah, like, regardless as it is, like I said, we have the full pendulum. In order for these guys to spread their bullshit, they had to be in a safe echo chamber and censoring, right? And just like what's it said, like they were able to spread that shit because everyone got censored. But now all three media platforms, Parler, True Social, Twitter, and no one uses fucking Facebook. Meta's dying anyway. And you could just call them out, like, you'll never be a woman, you'll never be this, you molest kids, all this other shit. And I've seen plenty of people who've not gotten banned. Shit, there's the noticing, there's the hashtags, and they're literally crumbling because they can't deal with conflict, right? And the fact that now that the wall is broken, there's thousands upon, actually, I'll say like hundreds of thousands of 4chan bros just going over there and doing the Lord's work, breaking these organizations. And not to top it off, how many of these trans servers and discords got invaded by them, and then like they got the chats, that they love going after kids and drugging them up and doing all this stuff. So a lot of disgusting things from these official Discord servers were already collected, archived, and posted on the chans long ago about what the fuck they're doing. So when they keep advocating, no, we're innocent, we want this or we want that, everyone got the receipts now. No one wants them around anymore. Like, because we know that even if you let 10 of the gay communities or whatever members be on their own, it would have to be like in a very isolated situation. Like, you're contained. You cannot, if you're openly gay, you cannot work around children. Because even the Boy Scouts, when they started accepting gay members after that law was passed, molestation started rising up.
Wow. Look at what's happened. See, and it really gets contentious every time we say protect the kids. Think of all the, okay, hear me out. Coming up, you wanting to be a secular person, you don't know this, but you just want to have fun. You want to be able to watch TV, and for whatever reason, the TV is saying that people hate a specific kind of person, and obviously, as people were like, "Oh, you shouldn't hate people," and blah blah, and it's like graduated into this thing that which it's talking about, where now look what we have to deal with. Now, it's interesting because the people that we went out and attacked, who were doing nothing but protecting their own children. That, remember them, the Amish. That lifestyle is whack. What are you guys doing over there being all religious? Are you guys raping your children? Like, this is the kind of shit that they put in your mind about people who don't want anything to do with the secular world. People who think of all of the movies that make homeschooled kids look weird because some weird shit is going on in the house. Or maybe their children are being protected, right? But our minds, every time a kid is being protected for whatever reason, we go, oh, let the kids be kids, right? Oh, the kids, they're gonna explore sexually on their own. So maybe we as the adults should intervene and help. Like at every given turn, not when somebody's like doing something they shouldn't be doing, but just in general, right? How about this whole Santa Claus thing? I know everybody hated on my dad for wanting to tell me that Santa Claus wasn't real at 6 years old. I was mad, sure. But look at how many people get upset because I went to school and told people what my father told me. Now it's a whole big thing. Maybe he has to come up to the school. All because he was protecting his child? Yeah, we didn't stand up for it, not at all. In fact, we grew up in it, and today is the day we got to decide that we're going to do something about it now because the facts are out there. It is what it
Yeah,
is.
we have to clean house, man. Like, so specifically, we've been talking only about like how it's wrong to sexualize children. It just starts to shut the bots down because they're so programmed into illusory virtue because they're little cucked gammas. So they're virtue signaling. They're just talking crazy, lying. This is abusive. We got to report the server and all this crazy stuff. It's like these people should not be allowed here. But anyway,
Yep.
and something else that maybe isn't the most popular opinion, but like sexualizing children has like flown under the radar all around our society. Like even in the South, you have pageants.
Yep.
Like little girls in pageants is bullshit. So it's like there's a lot of stuff. Our society has lost the plot in lots of ways regarding
I've
like
been saying
sexualizing
that for years, bro. I never understood these pageants because I'm like, who are these tiny people dressing up for this? What's cute about this? I never understood nor like that. That's a good point.
Yeah, no, and exactly. And again, most people, the lefties will always say, "Oh, what about the conservative Republicans pageants?" First of all, that has nothing to do with conservatism. Pageants are nothing to do with tradition. Tradition is the voice of our ancestors, and if you look through our ancestral past, we never dressed these little kids in these fucking provocative clothing. That's something that's progressive. And when you look at these, a lot of these kids going missing, who's usually adopting them? Usually these single moms or these different types of individuals, gay families adopting kids. They dress them up and then whoop, they disappear. Oh, we decided to exchange the kid to guardianship. That's just them selling it. That's pretty much like modern day child slavery right there. They get in front of everyone to see which kid they want, and those kids are going to exchange parents down the road.
Yeah, this is crazy. It's like if you just read the chat, it's like, okay, like no one said every gay person molests kids. That's a lie. No one said that all gay people are bad or something. That's a lie. Like we're talking about sexualizing children, and this is the problem, bro. Like, what are these people in the server why are they allowed to be like? What are they doing? What are they doing? Where if we say we don't want children sexualized, they feel the need to turn it like pretend we're arguing the ball earth and start lying, straw manning, misrepresenting, ad homing, threatening, claiming victim.
This is exactly what I was talking about before, bro. Like, not on you, right? They'll use anything. This is why I said the gay thing, right? Because I know how they are. I know how they behave. I've done this so many times, man. This is what they're going to do. They're going to try to call you anti-gay. Yeah.
Yep. And the funny thing is, this is why I've told you, like if you really want to see where Glober falls in logic, just ask him how many genders there are. Ask him about maps. Ask him about these things, because I guarantee you, if they're the ones pushing out the global shit, they're also going to be the ones talking about, gender is gender fluid and spectrum. Anyone could be a woman. A man can be pregnant, and that's when they fall into that bullshit. That's why you're seeing all of them pop up the moment we talk about lefty gay shit.
Dude, the funny thing is, like, we have a ton of gay friends. Like, my wife has even officiated a gay wedding, right? So, yeah, we have conversations with our gay friends about a lot of these things, and most of them are
Hey, buddy,
very
just 1 second. I
anti.
got to make a quick announcement. I am actively timing people out in the chat for inappropriate behavior. Research Flat Moon is gone for a week. That is all.
Okay.
You would not be missed.
Nice.
Appreciate you doing that. But we've even had, even recently, a conversation with a group of our gay friends regarding this who have transgender friends that are really close to them who feel like they got screwed over by what they were told by psychologists and society as far as taking these hormone blockers and things like that, like irreparable damage that's been done to them, meaning they can't go back in time and redo what they've already done to destroy their body. So most of the gay community is pretty anti pushing children to make these decisions at a very young age. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. You get these white knights in here saying, oh, you're just anti-gay and blah, blah, blah. First of all, you don't know any of us on a personal level. You don't know who our friends are. And second of all, if you understood the gay community, you would realize that most of them are very against trying to push this gender fluidity, try to take pills at a very young age, make your own decision, because they're starting to realize that some of the decisions you may make or some of the things that you may have on your mind as a child change as you get older, and they're doing things to their body that can't be changed. Just wanted to point that out.
So let me put a number on there. Let's do this real quick because I'm not really saying anything but accenting everything that's been said. So, let's speak up for the gay people. Gay people, actually, we've been harmed, and we would like to actually speak up for ourselves. Ooh, let's defend the globe. Actually, Newton never said what you thought. Einstein never said what you thought. None of these people ever said what you thought. And they all said it was their philosophy, and you believed that it was actually science when it was pseudoscience. Anybody else want to add on to these white knights that are coming out to do battle for ideas that no actual persons are fighting for in that category?
Yeah, this
I
is
want to know where you got those numbers, man. Talking about most gay people are not trying to do these things to the young children. Where do you get those numbers, and what kind of research did you do?
Well, okay, so then if you look at the numbers, pedophilia is not a majority position in any sexual orientation. Right, I have actually looked into this. So, like those studies are being stifled now, of course, but like as in not even allowed to be done, which is disgusting. But yeah, for sure, percentage wise, there's more pedophilia in the homosexual population than in the heterosexual population. It's just objective. And then you got the person, NASA's hoax department says it all, right? Saying that that's not true, and there are more pedophilia or more pedophiles in the straight community. This is objectively not true, unless you're just saying more, as in like literally a higher number. Yeah, no shit. There are way more gay people. I mean, way more straight people. So like, I don't know. Anyway, this is just weird because the point is, we're saying that, like, just like we say with the Globe or whatever, like just like the ballers reach out to me and they're like, dude, the people you debate make us look terrible. They don't represent me, right? Like anyone that's over here like talking, like somehow trying to divert the conversation away from us saying that children shouldn't be sexualized or abused, or somehow make it about like virtue signaling and straw mans about how we hate any people or something like that. It's like you're like the worst of the worst. Like the group that you're supposedly defending would also disavow you, like a wide majority of them. And that's the ironic part, which is kind of what Eli was saying. I think it's an ideological war. We have to sharpen our sword where we just slice through them like that. Like 99% of Globers would disavow the anti-flat earthers in here.
Yeah, like, and oh, go ahead, man.
No, that's it.
Yeah, and just to top it off, right? Like, heterosexuals, again, if you're a straight person, you're a straight male or a straight female, you're only attracted to straight adults, right? The moment you divert from going after your normal biological function to something else, then you're no longer heterosexual. If you go after kids, you're now in a divergent, degenerate sexual orientation. And then if you want, and you're going against the normality of nature. So when the accusation says, "Oh no, I know most straight people that are pedophiles," that's wrong, because that person is not a pedophile. That person would be a bi-pedophile, bisexual individual, depending if the guy is going after women and small boys or small girls. That's why it's called a divergent degenerate norm. We've only removed the degeneracy in modern sense. So if you're gay, that's an abnormality. So if you're a pedo, that's also an abnormality. And just a heads bet for the people in the chat that is going to use ancient Greece as a cornerstone for it. You don't want me to start bringing up ancient Greek laws of what they used to do to the gays. All right,
wait, ancient Greeks is like a huge that actually supports the point, right? Because it was a very small percentage of the population was quote unquote gay, and they were typically the people in the mystery schools, and it was a common practice to have a little boy like a quote unquote assistant. So that's 100% strengthens our position, which is that it's not even just a modern trait. It's like throughout all of history, the percentage of pedophilia is higher in that population. So like, it is what it is, bro. Like it's like disavow children being abused. It shouldn't be that complicated. It shouldn't be the fact that you have any type of reaction other than that is super suspect.
Exactly. And you know what? They want those child brides, right? The same way in the Freemasons, you see them having a child bride too. They want to be open with their kid brides. And that pisses them off. Look at the gay pride parade, right? If it was all about civil rights, you wouldn't have such a debauchery, disgusting thing going in New York City and all these others. You have penises and all this other stuff in front of children, right? And they make sure to bring it, oh, it's child friendly. Yet if anyone else got caught past that, the parade, they would be considered like a streaking violation or showing nude or anything like that stuff. But only in the gay pride parade will they make porn people like or fucking strippers more conservative, right? And that's the shit that people are sick of it. We already know how fucking disgusting these things are, and we want an end of it.
Yeah, this is why I think it's super important. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what would happen if like the Catholic Church's Easter parade suddenly had all of the congregation in speedos and twerking in front of young children? What would happen there? What would the media and everything have to say about that? I would just be curious.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like I think this is what's important that we consider moving, because like if not, then because I want to do a show or 2 shows a week where I have like a bunch of people in the Discord and we have a conversation and I stream it, and it has to be somewhere where we can just freely speak. And honestly, like again, if you just stream it to Rumble, you stream it to YouTube, but it's going out, you just say things in VC and you don't say it in, you don't say anything in chat, you don't allow inappropriate things to be said in chat, like against TOS, then that right there will weed out a lot of these like the degenerate ballers, like the people that come here just to try to attack people and then like rip them apart and personally dox them and then claim that they're somehow virtuous. Like these people that literally they just want some attention, and so they come here because it's this one world where they can like convince themselves they like are special or whatever. Like they couldn't sit here. Bots can't listen to you like speaking lots of blunt truth against the programming. It's like pouring water on the circuit board. And that's what we're witnessing right now, where we just say that children shouldn't be abused, nor should they be sexualized or sexually confused at a young age, where they shouldn't be talking about sex. They should be playing with their friends in a sandbox. Then this is your reaction. That speaks volumes. And it's like really, we're on like a pursuit of truth. Like we're trying to speak up about truth. We've been lied to about all kinds of stuff, including where we live. And like these people have just kind of the dirt has creeped their way in, right? To hang around.
You know what's even more interesting, which I for myself have observed when I look at gay or lesbian couples, I see that there's a tendency of natural what is it called? You know, basically one will always be more in the direction of being the man of the household, you know, and the other one will be more the feminine side, the woman. And it's with gay couples and with lesbian couples, you know. And I've seen this with also especially old lesbian couples or gay couples, where one tends to be more feminine in his outside appearance and the other one tries to be more masculine, as if even though they have this unnatural way of having both genders combined, for some reason they still want to be more feminine and the other one want to be more masculine. I'm not saying it's with all couples, but I've seen that a lot of times. I bet some people in here have also noticed that.
Yeah, 100%. And that's usually because that's typically the best way that a household functions, right? Like the complementary things that both genders bring to a relationship is typically what makes it successful, like complementing one another, certain strengths and weaknesses that are being fulfilled by one side or the other. This typically tries to be replicated even within homosexual relationships because it's the best way for them to be successful within their relationships.
Yeah, it could also be a lot of damage too, though. Like, I have lesbian neighbors right next to me, and the one is transgender, and I don't know. I feel like maybe she grew up, felt like, I don't know, for whatever reason, she wanted to be a man. Maybe the other woman is looking for that masculine energy and found it in a woman, maybe because of past abuse or something. My point is, I guess you never know the full story, and it is sad, but you can't bring that stuff up in defense or as an obfuscation when all we're trying to do is point out that we need to protect kids. It's what this whole thing is about.
Yep.
Well said, brother. Well said. Yep. Exactly that.
And
yeah, specifically within the transgender agenda, right? Having children make these decisions that may be irreversible in the future when their brains aren't fully developed to be able to fully comprehend what they're doing to themselves. That's the biggest thing.
Yep. And you know what? The best thing to do right now is we go back to traditionalism. You know, things always worked over there, and we go back to it. And anyone that protests or complains about it, it's the majority of Americans are sick and tired of the progressive left. Most of them aren't going to be around. We all know why they're not going to be around. And a lot of them are losing their staying power. There's a lot of woke industries right now, even cutting ties with the woke media. Like, for instance, you had some of the productions are not only some of the movies and video games and other stuff already losing their steam. They only get about one season. Games are failing. Books are failing. So now more businesses are going for where the money's at, which is conservative families. And we just got to, staple that in. Like, if, you have gay communities coming out there saying that, oh, your homeschooling should have a gay curriculum, say no, fuck you. Get your own kid. And then just keep moving on, and the best thing we can do is to push laws that, separates their authority over the family.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And I just gotta say this. So the guy Slickwood, which he's on thin ice, right? He said that heterosexual pedophilia is 11-1 more common than homosexual population. So, and I went and looked it up, and the very place that says that number, it says using phallometric test sensitivities to calculate the proportion of true pedophiles among various groups of sex offenders against children, and taking into consideration previously reported mean numbers of victims per offender group. The ratio of heterosexual to homosexual pedophiles was calculated to be approximately 11-1. This suggests that the resulting proportion of true pedophiles among persons with a homosexual erotic development is greater than that in persons who develop heterosexually. So he doesn't know how to even read. So just shut up.
Wow.
That just totally destroys your point. Yeah.
100%. I can't stand the lies and whatnot in the chat right now. It's like making me furious.
Yeah,
I'm saying this is really highlighting like the degeneracy and debauchery that has frequented this place.
And this is what causes kids to be hurt because.
Go ahead.
My bad. Someone talking. I was just gonna say, this is the problem. Why this keeps happening, and the younger generations are kind of getting messed up by it because you have the parents who are trying to justify their degeneracy, so they act like it's a good thing, and they teach the kids, oh, it's okay, you can like whoever you want, their own children. Like, how does your love for your own children not break that wall that you're putting up in front of your sin? It's just disgusting, and I can't stand it. And this chat is just a microcosm of it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we can all agree that basically, in summary, and let's saying so they are clearly pushing this through our media and it's just the basic, like, sexual confusion in general, because children, they're going to Disney shows and children's shows, and then of course children love like superheroes and stuff like that, right? And so when you start to say, like, oh, your favorite superhero you idolize as a child, which I don't think is right anyway, right? But I did when I was young, and it's like, oh, he's gay. It's like you start to think it's cool or something, and you don't understand anything about that, though. Like, before the TV showed you that your superhero was gay, it's like he doesn't think about having sex with boys or girls. He doesn't think about, like, and to be honest, children aren't romantically involved with the same sex. That doesn't even happen. So, like, we all know that objectively until they're, like, told it's some type of option and convinced that it's possible or whatever. So, like, we can all say in summary that it's not good to sexualize children, to sexually confuse children. You're stripping their innocence away. And some adults even trying to sexualize children is creepy in and of itself. That's basically pedo-like, that adults would even want to do that, much less not defend them when they're being sexualized and confused. And then the answer is definitely, like, we raise our own children and we maintain families instead of handing them over to the state, which is only going to continue to go down.
Yeah, and stay away from the superheroes and Supermans and Spider-Mans and Aquamans and all that crap. That's one thing I've done raising a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old is I haven't, like, put that crap in front of them every single day. So when one of them does turn gay, they don't link and attach to it, think that they're gay as well. So
yeah, you did? Go ahead. All right. So like I said, a lot of the families that are raising their kids, I've met a whole bunch of my family that raising their kids, cousins and nephews. And again, none of those kids are turning out gay, and even the cousins that I had to take care and bring back from school when I was going to high school, they didn't turn out gay. And that's all it is. Good parenting, making sure everything is good and clean. And when it comes to the whole ideas of, like, LGBTQ or the gay bullshit, you just tell them it's bullshit. You tell them that that's bullshit and that's not for them, that's for other people. And you raise your family well. You don't need to include all this nonsense shit, because it is nonsense. And when they pull up, when you're talking to lefties and they pull up, natures of worms. Well, if I cut you in half, you're not going to regenerate like a starfish, right? So you can't just keep pulling up animal species like that. Human beings are the most only sentient creature on this world that we know of right now. No animal is like us, and we got to stop looking into animals to find some sort of comparison, because that's how they keep getting these Pokemon genders.
This is super funny because he tried to go find another study, and he thinks that this one does support his point or whatever. It says most men who molest ... are not gay. Only 21% of the ... molesters who we studied who assault ... were exclusively homosexual. Nearly 80% of the men who molested ... were heterosexual or bisexual, and most of the men were married and had children of their own. And what he doesn't understand is that if they just took a random group out of the population and 20% of them were gay, that's higher than the percentage of gay people. So that actually supports my point. That supports my point, which means it's more frequent percentage-wise with homosexual community. That literally supports my point. This is why you can't be a bot, because you lack reading comprehension.
Double frequency.
Yeah, it's like insane. What percentage of the population is gay? So, like, if that many more people are heterosexual, of course you're going to find more people total that are pedophiles there, which is equally as bad, right? But the point is that it's a much more frequent occurrence in the gay population, and that is the point. Is there's no coincidence that that's one of the groups trying to sexualize children. Can you use your brain?
Yep.
See, this is why I agree with you and the majority of the rest to the people that agree with me in saying that these people are our enemies. Like they don't have a place, and we shouldn't be housing them for the sake of our entertainment and getting better at debating. There is no debate. We should be moving on now that we have increased our awareness, increased our numbers in awareness. We have the kind of army in here that could take out 200,000 nitwits. You know what I mean? So it's like we need to be doing that, not babysitting kosher.
Well said, Elijah, even though you're very muffled, bro. Yeah, the
You
proof
came in
will.
that day too with it when I was talking. Sorry, when I was talking the other day, the first day that I had brought up finance in here, and I was talking about the rule of 72, and I was like, yeah, that's just like one simple thing that most people don't understand. People challenged it, and I was like, whoa, what is it? Majority of the room didn't know. It was like me, Napalm, and probably one other person that did know what it was. And guess what? Everyone said who did open their mic, thank you, I didn't know that. Appreciate the information. I'll look into it. Kosho was like, but what do you need to tell people for? Like everybody knows how to invest. Nobody needed to hear what you had to say. So the people that just thanked me for the information that they didn't know didn't need to hear what I said. But why are you doing that, Kosho?
Dude, it's the same
You know
thing
what
he
I mean?
did whenever I brought up ChatGPT. And I'm like, yo, we don't need the bots anymore. We have like their supreme leader bot, and it's only going to get better. So we're like, what's wrong with the Geodynamo model? It tells us the honest answers. Whenever you show that it used a fallacy, it says, sorry, I was incorrect. And you get a much more concise, efficient description or representation of the globe model without the ad homs, the diversions, the make one sentence take 3 hours. And immediately Kosho jumped in to talk about how stupid the bot was and how we shouldn't trust it, and to go on this big elaborate explanation of why the bot was actually going to end up making us look stupid and wasn't trustworthy and we shouldn't utilize it. I'm like, wow, what a joke. He did the same thing to you. It doesn't surprise me, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, these people aren't our friends. They're not buddy buddy. We're not having a coffee break between debates. Like right now, okay, yeah, everybody's cool. Hey Zanuck, what's up? What's up? Even though Zanuck was saying some pretty cool shit a little bit earlier, half, I said 90%, but it's really like I agree with half, and then the other half I was like, I don't know. But I mean, if I, most of these people are just here to stop whenever someone has an epiphany. You have an epiphany about something obvious, there will be a bot that comes out and tries to take the profoundity out of you using your own brain. I don't need that around me, and I hope you all feel the same.
No, I'm in agreement with you, bro. That's why it's called the war of ideas, man. Because like most people don't understand this. World War III has been an information war ever since the end of World War II, and we're literally everyone in this room needs to understand we're fighting for our species. We're fighting for mankind. Because if these guys continue to erode mankind with their bullshit ideology, we'll be even further into this dystopian slavery, right? That's why it's best now to start getting your fucking spine, find your balls, and start, arguing anytime you hear some wrong thing. Because now that we have the numbers now that we have the social media, you should go ahead and start doing that. Because now most of this cancel culture is already dying as it is. Sure, YouTube is getting censored, but there's Odysee, Rumble, and all the other places, So you could just move on from there, man. Like you gotta be able to fucking fight these guys for where it is.
Now we're fucking talking. Here. That's how you do it. Yes.
Hate him or love him. I don't hate him or love him. When QE said that people need to stop being terrorist sympathizers, like now that I really think about the definition and not like the TV version of some person with a tower. None of that. I'm not pointing. An insurgent that's there to disrupt and literally, like a disease, infest everything that is good. They're terrorists. We need to cut them out. And now this wording might be a little harsh, but for those that might be triggered listening out there on YouTube, keep in mind this rhetoric is being pointed towards nobody in particular, but anyone who would abuse children, anyone who will put profit over people, anyone who will literally do you wrong. I'm in opposition to, and that is who these words are for. Don't let them get you twisted and my words fucked up. I'm fighting for you.
Well said, brother. This is about the children, and anybody that stands in the way of that, you're the enemy. I don't care who you are. Get that through your head. You're the enemy. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Enough is enough.
Yeah, just a public service announcement. Let's try and keep this discussion, this specific topic, in the voice chat and out of the text chat. It will make my life and other moderators' lives a lot easier, and we can avoid going against Discord terms of service.
Are we not allowed to talk out against pedophilia?
Dude, that's what I'm
saying.
saying.
That's a safe area, right? Like,
Bro,
that's why they're
right?
trying to twist what we say and make it that we're actually just hating gay people for being gay. They want to twist the narrative, but that's what I'm saying. That's why they need to get kicked out of here. That's why they need to be timed out and banned, because that's bullshit. There's no way around it. That's straight up bullshit. Everyone knows what we're saying. We've made it abundantly clear. They've spread a bunch of misinformation, trying to pin us into this narrative about hating someone because they're gay, so that they can try to somehow get out of the fact they just got destroyed in the argument. And they're not needed. And that's what I honestly think. And I think I need to talk to Gio about it, because these people suck.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm just trying to keep the whole thing out of the text chat so that there's no risk of breaking Discord terms of service, because they can get you to say something in this discussion and then like delete their comments and report yours. It's sneaky stuff, and I don't want to see that happen.
And they will do it. Trust me.
Well, I've already given out over 2 weeks of timeouts in the last 30 minutes, and I will give out more, no problem. But those people are gone already. Hey, does anyone know, is Glatt Flobe? Is he, what's his deal?
What do you mean?
Flobe's cool.
He's cool? Okay.
Yeah.
I asked him to stop posting pictures of trannies in the chat, and he just told me to fuck off. So I was like, all right.
Well, yeah. So the chat gets us in trouble, man. The chat gets us in trouble. So, like, I think that we do plan on maybe trying to move it to where VC can just freely speak, because it's like, kind of freeing. It's insane that we don't already do that, but it can't be in the chat. It cannot be in the chat. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
So real quick, I wanted to say, like, there was a world where I lived in my mind where I thought the people with the money, that none of them are trying to do good. So I met a few millionaires, and I realized they're good at making money. They're terrible at debate. This is why we don't see anyone speaking up, because there's no one like us with that kind of capital up there using the kinds of skills that we've learned with talking to each other over the years. So we are literally next up, and that will change your life. Do something with what we've done here and change the world. It's not a small thing. These people are liars. They blow down like paper in the wind. I'm telling you.
Oh, I'm liking what I'm hearing, guys. This is good, man. Kudos to everybody in here today. Well, almost everybody.
And like, dude, I'm just saying the way that you it's like, you know how you run, like, say you got a virus on your computer and you have to run it through the software to clean your computer. Like, these are bots. So like, they have emotionally programmed algorithms where they just regurgitate bot mantras. So basically, running it through the software would be just speaking truth unequivocally. It's just speaking the truth, exposing the lies of the narratives, because they start to like sort out. You know what I mean? And yeah. Anyway, that's why I think that's just kind of the move. It's like these people shouldn't even be like. There are normie, brainwashed people on the right wing that would never associate with these ballers. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, whoa, you're like not just addressing, I said we shouldn't sexualize children. You're like making it this weird little virtue signal bullshit. Like, I don't trust you. I don't, you're not allowed here. You know what I'm saying? Or like, shut up. So I think it's crazy if we as flat earthers, true earthers, are like not at least where like the normie Fox News proponent is.
Yeah, well, it's up to us to fucking stand up for these kids. It's literally up to anybody that has the balls to speak up about it, to fucking say, yeah, this is not chill.
Yep, because they certainly cannot do it. Exactly. Well said, sir. Yep.
Their parents, at this point, their parents are grooming them. I'm old enough where, like, a lot of people that had kids my age were, like, very liberal, and their children now are, like, unidentified whatever's, fucking amorphous blobs until their parents' mental illness can fully take form in them. So, like, their parents are not helping them. I'm not saying we need to, like, liberate children from their parents, but we definitely need to speak up for these kids that don't know that there's another way to live. Where your childhood is not about what sexuality you're going to choose when you go through fucking puberty or don't go through puberty because you get fucking hormone blockers. You know, their childhood can be about like going outside and playing with sticks and rocks and playing tag and shit like that.
Imagine that, bro.
Fucking hell, dude.
Well said, bro. Well said. Dolls and freaking whatever kids boys did, right? Baseball, hockey, whatever. Yeah.
Touching grass, just being outside, you know, not being around their mentally disabled parents who are glued to CNN all day, you know, taking crazy SSRIs, and like, yeah, this is just nuts. Dude, half of my family is full blown retard. Full blown fucking retard. Like, all this shit that we're talking about, like, they'd be freaking out. I can't.
So
It's sad.
You, bro.
So not Rockefeller. So not Rockefeller's dream system that we put our kids in to churn out good little employees. Yeah, not that system, right?
I'm sorry. What's the question?
Just not that system. The system where, like, all of these problems are derived from the system that we're talking about but not talking about.
Definitely not that system. Yes, definitely not.
Damn, I had a second point, to be honest. It wasn't supposed to stay there, so I just tried to wing it.
I'm like, wait, what's the question?
I tried to wing it. I couldn't.
No, you're good.
What were you saying before? What was your last point?
That I've got some fucking crazy liberal family members that want kids to be gay.
But like, what's weird is just like, let the kids be free and don't just taint their innocence, man.
Oh,
that's why is that so much to ask? Like, I think pageants are also very creepy. Like,
so check it out. So what I meant when I was saying not that system, the Rockefeller system, the system that puts your child behind bars. I mean, a building that looks very reminiscent of a prison, where they have bells that tell them when is what, because that prepares you for the work system, because the prison system and the corporate system kind of looks exactly the same. So does the school system. So it's like, yeah, they're gonna be for majority of their childhood behind walls when the sun is outside, learning the same core topics that they learn how to read and do math for real, and they come out at the other end not knowing anything about how to take care of their finances or simple concepts that the banks use against us after all that schooling. Wow.
Well, that's because they're
And they tell you philosophy is garbage. You may as well not go to college for that. Well, philosophy is just logic. Wow, not that system.
I mean, I went to private school for the beginning of my education, and I was taught logic from the second grade. Once I went into public school, it was like easy mode for me because I was already like 2 years ahead and learned a bunch of shit that they didn't know. And it was pretty obvious to me that public schooling is about creating consumers, educating your children in a private manner through homeschooling, whatever, is about creating producers, innovators.
So whenever these people in here do the robot dance, is it actually doing the robot or are they just dancing?
It's a good question. It seems like these women, like these two chicks, Big J and NASA, they're just like complaining in the chat until they can get somebody to say something that they can really, that's actionable.
Well, they're feminists. You don't pay them any mind. They've hit the wall. Their validation is garbage. Their ideals are garbage. The less attention you give them, the better. Just make fun of them.
Yeah, a lot of people are like that. They just try to bait people into saying things so they can get servers taken down. Honestly,
just post cringe memes, man. That's all they are. They're cringe. You don't have to
professional victims.
Yep, exactly. And once victims can't get that baby attention, they die in the dust. It's like, most of these ladies are gonna become Karens or are Karens. Gotta speak to your Discord manager.
Yeah, but we're supposed to be the ones with like, I don't know, compassion.
Bro, I'm out of compassion. It's been beat out of me. All right, all it is fucking.
That's your fault, dude. You need to be stronger than that. And I'm not defending their actions, these women, in any way, or saying that you should go white knight for them or white knighting myself. But I am saying we do need to have more compassion.
Yeah, I'll leave you with all the compassion.
You know who doesn't have fucking compassion?
Who
is the fucking the goblins, the grabblers, who see us as cattle? And I don't ever want to be like that, and I don't think you do either.
No. I'm not. When I'm saying compassion, like, first of all, it's the same compassion that, like, back in the past that that allowed those grabblers to survive the K-Knight situation. If you get my drift. So no.
We might be talking about the same thing, and we might not be, because as a whole, you're right, but as a personal perspective, I feel like he's right. Why? Because what do I battle with? The more I learn, and the more I earn, the more I know. The more I try to tell people, and they reject it or just do the other thing, the more I despise their ignorance. I don't want to get to the point that I'm up there, but now I hate the people that I was around. I don't even know how to come to terms with that. I still pray on it. Because we're all just trying to help people that don't want to be helped. Isn't that right?
Yep, exactly. That's my compassion for the day.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I was looking for the option as a moderator to hard ban people earlier, and I couldn't. And the most extreme thing I could do was just time them out for a week. So I did so. Believe me, dude. Like we wouldn't even be having this conversation if I had things my way. But I remember why the rules are the way they are here, and that's because Gio wants us to be more compassionate, and he's right. I was not. Let's see here, 7-8 years ago, like, I would have been down with talking to you about 9/11 and stuff. But flat Earth, I would have called you guys retarded. I would have been like, you guys are fucking stupid, and I would have fought you tooth and nail about it. So people could change.
I think we should just start saying that they're human phobic.
Human phobic. Hey man, that's why there was like that meme that was around during not so long ago. It was like super straight. It's like that's my gender.
Bro, the super straight shit was actually really funny. I like how they dude, the Zoomers, man, they come up with some great jokes.
Yeah, man.
You guys remember at the beginning of the pandemic, the kids were calling it the boomer remover? That shit was so good. Oh man.
Oh man. You gotta leave it to these 4chan Zoomers, man. They're coming up with some quality meme. Faith in the next generation.
Yeah,
Like,
because like they're growing up in a world where everyone's like value is how funny you can be and how quickly you can be funny because they grew up in the meme generation. So they're like veterans, you know?
oh yeah. Dude, I watched this hilarious shit happen. There was a bunch of kids, and I mean they were all of diversity, bro, right? And they were talking about what would be a funny thing to do to prank like this teacher who's been talking a lot of very certain talking points. So all these kids dressed up in Nazi uniforms with a swastika pizza olive and showed up to school. And mind you, like 7 of the kids are black, 2 were Jewish, I think 3 were white, and some were Hispanics. And they just came in as a Halloween costume. And I was like, holy shit. And the school's like, oh, you guys are all racist, like, but they're all mixed. They all did this as a class project. What do you want to do? It's like, oh, let's not talk about this. Oh man. These kids, man. These kids are funny. Of course the teachers didn't like it, of course.
Yeah, I had a feminist teacher when I was in the 9th grade. And one day she like pulled down this map in front of the chalkboard and was like teaching us something. She was my history teacher. She was like, I forget what she was teaching us, but she had to go take a phone call. So she like stepped outside for a second. So I went up to the map and like pulled it up, went behind it and wrote Tiggo Biddies on the wall in chalk. And so she comes back in, like nobody says anything, you know, finishes the lesson and then pulls the map up and freaked the fuck out. Started talking about women and genital mutilation in Africa and was just geeking the fuck out. It was really funny.
But did she put it as like a sexual assault in the class or something like that, or?
No, dude, this was in like 07. So
Oh,
like
okay.
we're we were a little before that. She was like she was ahead of the curve.
Yeah. Fucking storm.
Yeah, well, I for one, I'm good to hear that we're talking about protecting children and women and all that stuff. So that's music to my ears.
Oh man, yeah. Things are gonna get good, man. Just have faith.
Dude, I'm glad you added that and women there at the end because women don't want to live in a world where men are obsessed sexually with children. And that in the larger, densely populated areas is becoming a reality. And it's going to be a real problem for women in the future when they realize that they're following in the footsteps of, these women that promoted this type of behavior and then reaped the benefits of it, which were not beneficial at all.
Absolutely, bro.
My
I'm watching.
grandma has my grandma has like 40 grandchildren. We love her. We love her very much. She's got all the help she needs. She's never gonna see the inside of an old folks home ever.
That's fucking sweet, bro. I hate that shit.
Dude, it's fucking rad. And like that's the real shit. Like you want to promote a society that's gonna end up fucking dumping you in a home where these people are getting paid like pretty like nothing to fucking abuse you basically. I mean,
yep.
Okay, if that's what you really want, but I don't want that, and I'm going to do whatever I can and say whatever I can to make it not happen.
Much respect.
Well, the numbers say that and this is why it's important to protect our elders because the numbers say that they were just taken out by our insurgents. I'm not gonna say more on it, but that's what the fuck happened, and I'm very upset about that.
Yeah, I mean, disconnecting us from the elderly is a massive disrupt to our natural state. We're supposed to be confronted with our mortality every day, and to understand like how valuable and precious life is. We're supposed to see good examples of people that lived long lives and produced many offspring and have good traditions and values and morals to pass on. Instead, we're completely disconnected from that. Kids are getting their morals and values from fucking TikTok reels and shit. It's fucked.
Yep. Now people are seeing the lies for it, man. Even the women, like that. The thing about the manosphere we were talking about last time, like a lot of women are going against feminism. You know, they want, you know, they understand what men want and what they also want, and they're trying to connect. You know, and the idea of throwing your grandparents to the fucking, the meat grinder of the old folks' home is just disrespectful. It should be the old folks, your parents living with you in your house, and then you have like 3 generations living in one home, and that way Gramps can have something with the kids they raised up. Because I've seen so many studies that the grandparents that live with the parent or the kids and their grandkids live long and beautiful lives, man, versus getting beat up by a bunch of people.
Yep, they're doing everything to change the subject. Somehow, a normal person, when it comes to protecting children, if you have anything other than, yeah, man, you're absolutely correct, to say you're part of the problem, you're the enemy. It's as simple as that. Look inside of you. If you have a problem with that, yeah.
Well, let's say you're talking about protecting the children. All right, and I'm all for that. Yeah, all children deserve to be raised healthy, without all the, I don't know, the psychological bullshit that we've been speaking of. And that happens, definitely happens, but it's not the norm. Most families, normal families, are not teaching their kids about sex and sexuality and all that. I mean, what do you mean by protecting them? What action are you talking about to protect
Not
these
the
children?
families. Let me answer him, please, guys. Let me answer. Please.
I was talking to
Left
SC.
lane. It's not the families, bro, that we're talking about. There are some families that obviously bring their children to these meetups, but that's not the issue. It's the schools we're talking about. It's the schools that are putting this curriculum and wanting to teach the children. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I agree 110% that but the thing is, if you think about the reality of, I don't know what this uproar, where it came from. I guess we allowed it to happen, but in the end, there's male and there's female, there's men and there's women, and that's not going to change. All this, I think it's like kind of like a fad. It's going to pass because it can't be successful. It's impossible for it to be successful.
I hope you're right, brother. I sincerely hope you're right. But in the meantime, we should be doing everything in our power to protect the children. That's all I'm saying. Against these
I agree.
freakaloids.
I agree.
Yeah.
So
we're
sounds
just
like you hate gay
Yeah.
people and women, Left Lane.
Do what?
Sounds like you hate gay people and women.
No, I love women.
I'm just
And
joking.
listen, okay, all right.
I'm just joking. That's what the chat seems to believe. If you say simple things like that, they think that you somehow are homophobic, all that kind of shit. It's kind of funny.
No, it's not a matter of homophobic. Children are very impressionable, especially before 7 years old. That's kind of the line that they draw, that whatever a child is subjected to in their household, by the age of 7, they become who they're going to be, kind of thing. I tell you, if I caught someone trying to influence my child in some way that they could pick their gender, or when they're not even able to process that, it's like, I would have to whoop somebody's ass. There ain't no doubt about
Yeah,
it.
bro. Preach, brother. That's
Yep.
freaking abuse, man.
Yeah, like there was a black grandfather. There was a YouTube video that got like spread everywhere. Black grandfather came over there to the school, and his grandson was like, was complaining that the teacher wouldn't undress him and put him in a dress. And he told him, "I have a problem with you," telling the teacher like this, and like, no, principal, like, no, I'll get the principal. No, I have a problem with you. Do not be putting my grandson in any no dress, or you and I are gonna have problems. Like, don't speak to me like that. No, I'm gonna speak to you in any way. So like, there are people that don't understand. Some of these old timers will lay hands, man. Police, like this whole reactionary thing. You're messing with someone else's kid. You're fucking them up.
If the government thinks that the people are going to sit back and take this, well, let me tell you, I know a lot of people that are very, very angry right now. So, yeah, take that to heart.
But dude, this is the problem. That as it just sits there for years, they start to get over it, and it just becomes normal. They become desensitized, and that's the danger that we're actually facing. We have to not allow it to become normalized and people to become desensitized to it. Because 20 years ago, if you had said that you were going to start sex education at a really young age and teach them about all these different sexual orientations, like just being gay or straight or bi, dude, people would have been so livid, it would have never got off the ground. What they did was they just slowly eased it in. And then the next thing was, tell them they can be different genders. And so, like, if people just kind of sit by, then unfortunately, I think it will slow the pendulum will keep swinging.
Yeah, that is the truth right there. Yeah, you slowly, that's the agenda. I was telling my wife, is somebody speaking in the background very low and I'm talking over them?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so I was telling my wife, I wonder where they're gonna sneak in the first man-to-man kiss on the internet, because I've been into this for a long time, right? And I couldn't believe where they did it. It blew my freaking mind. Star Trek. That's the first time I saw a man kiss another man on TV.
Well, it's just a basic thing, right? It's like we live in a country called America, or a lot of us do. Either way, whatever country. But the United States is obviously very important culturally for the world, right? And like the majority of us, we like certain things. We believe in certain morals, so we determine what happens in our country.
Yeah, like I'm not saying don't get that comment I made that against gays, right? I'm not anti-gay. I'm just saying they're putting it in your face slowly. And I think children become victims to that. Adults can handle that. I'm not saying no, but that creeps into the children thing, with these movies.
Let's say it like this. Think about this, Izzy. So if you're throwing a party and you have 100 employees and 95 of them like chocolate chip cookies and 5% of them like cupcakes, why would you buy nothing but cupcakes?
Yeah, well said. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to come to terms with this stuff, without offending everybody. It's do what you want in the comfort of your own bedroom. I could care less. Good on you. Just, it's about the children, man. That's all I'm about, the children. That's it.
And it's not just 5%, it's less than 1%. Even in the census, like most census will try to round it up by the 40% margin. So it's like if 0.40%, we'll put it to 1%. So you're having the entire society bend the knee and change the entire way over there. Like nothing pisses me off more than seeing the military bases or embassy, and we have like not just the American flag, we have the American flag under the rainbow flag, right? And that just like, wow, are you saying the LGBT is more important than the American flag? And a lot of people are seeing that firsthand. It's like this is disrespectful. We're literally bending the knee to like almost like half of 1%, and our entire society is being curtailed to that, and that just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's like, well, okay, I think the percentage is a little higher because of what they've been doing and sexualizing children and like children. A large percentage of children, they go through a phase where they want to be rebellious. So if you tell them from a young age, like a way to be rebellious or to go against the crowd is you have all these different all these different creative sexual options, then they're going to end up defaulting to that at some point in their life. That's why so many of these people that have irreversible surgeries as a child, then they're like, I don't even know what the number is. It's like insane, like 2,000% more, 2,000 times more likely to commit suicide or something because they go through a phase where they're rebellious. If like all the decisions I made when I was like 17, I was forced to live with those forever, I'd be screwed. You know what I'm saying? Like I was just bucking the system. So I don't know. I just think that how do we lose grasp of that? It's confusing to me.
I gotta make the connection. Why were we bucking the system? Well, now, in retrospect, we were bucking everything that's wrong today. Everything that was provided by the school system. So it all falls back to the system that none of us really agree. No one has ever actually agreed. I've never seen this many people fight for the way shit is in the education system in my life.
Yeah, bro. Like, I think that's probably pretty telling too. If you could look back at the numbers, which is like an impossible study, but look at the people that like bucked in school, as in like not even just were troublemakers, just like didn't like school. It's probably a lot of kids don't really like school, for the most part, but they just didn't like the way it was. Like stand in line, like you're in a prison. The bell tells you when you can get up. Sit there in this hard chair. We keep it cold so you stay awake, just like a prison. And like go stand in line and eat your like state sponsored poisonous food that's super bland. And like they just didn't like it. And like if you want to think for yourself and you ask questions, it's like a big deal. It's like a whole ordeal to try to ask a question that's not like that challenges what you're being taught. And if you look at the people that really didn't like that, those are the people that are going to be like free thinkers now. And I'm sure there's like a huge correlation between that.
Has anybody here asked their teacher why cat was spelled with a C and not a K ever?
I did not specifically do that, but
I did, bro. Guess what she told me?
That's just the way it is.
Yep, you got it.
I remember I asked my teacher, like, is 2 + 2 really 4? Because what if 2 represents a group of apples that have 3 apples? And that's really stupid. But the point is that a lot of us just naturally kind of wanted to, like, we could feel intuitively that there's something wasn't quite right about what we were being taught. And we just wanted to buck it.
Yep, I learned from young that something's up here. I didn't exactly know what it was, but I felt it. Yep.
Yeah, well, not safe to say, not everyone did feel that way. Like, okay, like when I was transferred to a private college preparatory school from this small little public school, and then we had like this reading. We had this like literature assignment for the summer, and so I had to read it within a week and blah blah blah. And I was the only one in the class in the English honors class that made 100. And there were kids that were like mad and like were like trying to say I cheated, and they were mad I did good or something. Those people are like the anti-flat earthers. So I bet there's a huge connection here.
I think those people that were alone in high school in a corner, they weren't with the in group, kind of like loners and stuff. I think these are the people that end up being in charge and getting their frustrations out on the rest of us, man. I don't know. Because it seems to be a disproportional amount of weirdos that are in power. Or is it the system that makes them that way after? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if you had to ask these people what they think about these conversations 10 years ago, it would have been completely different answers because they literally just toe the party line, you know? That's kind of, it's just sad. It's just sad, bro. Like, imagine being like that. Like, you don't have your own thoughts. Like, this person, I was like talking about how, yeah, YouTube took my video about climate change down. And the guy's response was, YouTube's a private company. They can do what they want and keep what they want on their platform. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, thank you for your bot input. And he just kept saying it. I'm like, dude, shut up. I'm like, well, do you approve of censorship? He responded with, YouTube does what it wants on its platform. Again, I'm like, I asked you for your opinion. And he's like, oh, I'm against censorship. I'm like, oh, look, you were able to critically assess something yourself. I just think that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like they wait for an opinion to be given to them. When you ask them a question, it's not like, well, I think this. It's like, well, let me go into the literature and see what the freaking accepted opinion is, and I'm going to give that to you. It's like, you ever think of some critical thinking, like what could be wrong, right, logic, not logic? How about doing some of that sometime?
Yeah, like when I say that my video about climate change got taken down, which of course I'm saying that they're going to create a climate change lockdown after getting us used to it with the pandemic. They're going to manipulate the weather as is declassified by the government that they can do that. And they're going to justify lockdowns. And that gets taken off of YouTube within hours. And so let me just casually just say it in the chat, like 5 words. It's like, for your response to be like, YouTube can do what it wants. You know, it's like, really, you're just saying like, you're glad that my stuff got censored. Because like, whether I'm right or wrong, I should just be able to say what I want, man. And yeah, I think it's crazy. It's like, how is your initial response not to just give your own opinion of the situation instead of just regurgitating what you think you're supposed to say based on a script?
Yeah, like this conversation should have ended 2 hours ago when somebody said we should protect the children, whoever that was first. Everybody should have said, yeah, oh yeah, what are you talking about, man? It shouldn't have been
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned that, and it should have just been like, yeah, no, that is crazy. They're doing that. Of course, we should protect the children. We should have just moved on.
And we were ready to do that. It's not us. It's the opposition that somehow it's wrong. I mean, it's mind-boggling. That really bothers me. That
They're weird and creepy, and it goes to show like the mindset of the average like news watching blue pilled normie. Like their brains are so programmed to have these reactions, right? To actually like fight for these messed up things, right? We're talking about protecting the children, and instead of actually being on the same page with us, they have to fight against us in some way. It's creepy.
Yeah, bro, I don't get that at all.
Even later in the convo, then like one of them was like, yeah, I agree. It should be like capital punishment. So you agree with our point, but you have to like, it's just weird, bro. It's weird. Just like the other guy, right? He's like, yeah, I don't like censorship. But you're sitting here arguing for the censorer, right? Like on repeat, like a mantra. So it's like, not only do you not think for yourself, but you have your own thoughts buried inside of you, and you actually vocally and vehemently oppose your own belief because the system said to do it and gave you what you should say. And really, I guess in that scenario, they're like, they just hate me personally. Like, because you can just look at the chat, right? Like, I just recap what I said in my stream. They're like, oh, the prophecy, LOL. Oh, he has to always be right about everything. Or, oh, what's it so stupid? How hilarious about, right? I guess that's really what it is, maybe, too. It's like they personally hate me. So, like, if my video got taken down, then they're cool with it. If their friend's video got taken down, they wouldn't be cool with it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's it. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a combination, but it just seems weird to me that you would, like, vocalize something that and argue as a defense attorney for, like, say, censorship, but when asked about your own opinion, which it's really hard to even get you to say it out loud, then you say that you disagree with what you've been vocalizing and defending. That's just so weird.
What it is what it looks like to me. They hate us so much that even like an objectively supportive issue like this, which should be supported by all sides, they seem to find something wrong with even that. It's amazing. It's all that the hate is so strong.
Yeah, and they come against all of what we say and stand for simply because we know the earth is flat.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, that's what it is. They hate you for your belief of the earth. Absolutely. Yep. And that somehow encompasses all other subjects. You must be wrong. You're a flat earther. You're stupid. You must be wrong.
You're a flat earther? Well, then clearly that apple is not a banana.
Yeah.
It's a peach.
Yeah, it's sad, but I'm glad that we have some people with good heads on their shoulder that will keep the devil at bay, shall we say, for a lack of a better term.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to keep trying to help feed the starving rabid animal in the corner that needs the food in my hand, no matter how much it snaps and hits my hand away.
Yeah, like the goose you feed in the zoo that bites your hand after. You want to smack it, no? But oh damn, it doesn't know.
hey, at least that goose takes the food, knows what's good for it.
Yeah.
Just like Globers need to, for their personal development, start admitting that the world is not a globe.
Bro, these people can't even say, like, immediately that children shouldn't be abused. Like, of course they can't go against the well-established mainstream narrative. They can't go against the brand new ones. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, it's wild. I love it when you use that word because it fucking sums it up.
Yeah, it is wild, bro.
Imagine the health secretary of the United States being asked, "What is a woman?" and she refused to answer the question.
Well, the craziest part is that, why don't, ironically, we're not your enemy. We're, like, trying to help you out. That's honestly the truth. That's the craziest part, right? It's like, just think for yourself, brother. If you disagree with me on everything I say, that's cool, man. Just make sure it's you that disagrees with me, not just like an opinion that was made for you. Like, literally, I just want you to think for yourself. I think it's very important that our society thinks for itself and speaks its mind, whether or not you agree. In fact, I think it's very important that there are people that I don't like that disagree with everything I say that are 100% allowed to say everything they think. Where it's just weird that we have to sit here and watch. Like, it's like you're fighting with yourself or something, and you're like, you say things in the chat and to try to convince yourself of things. And it's just weird. It's sad to see you guys spew propaganda points that you yourself don't even agree with, or you're like having this inner turmoil to convince yourself you do agree with it out of fear of not being accepted or whatever.
Yeah,
That's pretty wild.
And these people are fucking weird and creepy. Like, you're talking about it to expose it, right? To say we need to stand up for the children. And then they say, "Oh, what are you doing? You haven't done anything, blah, blah, blah." First of all, they can't open their mic, probably because they're not a female, even though their picture's a female, right? All they do is they live in the text chat, and they try to negate anything, any conversation that's going on, as if like, I need to tell you that my wife worked with abused children for over a decade, that we've worked with charities to help save children from sexual abuse. Like, I need to tell you that, right? Do you want me to give you my address, my credentials, so you can come over and we can have a discussion about it? Is that what you need in order for me to be valid in my hatred towards what's being done to children? Like, is that what needs to be done? Like, these people are fucking creepy and weird. Sorry for cussing.
Yeah, this is what's weird. Like, look, she's like, he doubles down and like, no, your wife did that, not you. It just, these are really just terrible people, bro. Right? I mean, it's like she's
Right. Like,
projecting because she's done
instead of
nothing.
appreciating what my wife did for over a decade, dedicating 80 plus hours a week to trying to save abused children, instead of actually like appreciating that, they're going to sit there and condemn me because it wasn't me, right? I didn't have to sacrifice my wife working long hours. Like, it didn't put a strain on our relationship. We didn't spend countless hours of our free time with charities, with children, right? Like, give me a fucking break. These people are complete, and to come at somebody who lives in that world and has for a very long time just shows you their character. Seriously.
And look, and now she's trying to flip it. Like, you didn't do anything. Why are you trying to take whatever, take credit? And it's like, you're the one that accused him of doing nothing, but he just clearly described how he did. Or it's like, dude, if he did 1 second of something, he's done more than you have, because you're just projecting, because you actually attacked the people that were vocalizing how important it is to defend the children. You attacked them and tried to diminish their point, strawman what they say, get rid of the conversation, say stop talking about it. You're the one we're trying to raise awareness to something about the children, and you're trying to make sure we don't talk about it and misrepresent it, and then say you haven't done anything, blah, 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 right? It's like, just like you said, that's probably not even a female, dude. But it's like, the point is that they're just going to project onto you because they've done nothing, and they're actually attacking the people doing something. So it is what it is. It's just
sad.
like next level weird. Yeah.
It's sad. And then they want to like try to agitate people who are actively trying to make change in the world. Like, I don't know, these people are weird, bro. The internet's weird, especially the ones that never want to actually talk, and especially the ones that never want to actually like divulge anything personal at all whatsoever. Not saying that people need to like air their personal shit, but like, these people that live in the text chat and never open their mic, they're just
It's just crazy. If you go read the chat, it's just always toxic depravity, debauchery, degeneracy, hatred, personal attacks, attempts to try to provoke responses. And sure, I guess one could say just ignore the chat, but that's like half the experience, right? So like half the experience, especially even if it's streamed, you see the chat, you come in here and you interact in the chat's supposed to follow the conversation. So it's like, it's annoying. It's annoying. And
dude, they're like cockroaches. Like, I avoid the chat all the time. I'll text in the chat once, and then it's like the cockroaches come out and they all start jumping on you and like piling on. It's like,
I think it's because they lack conversational skills and a solid position with their beliefs, and those two combined can't be, self-esteem building, confidence building.
yeah, for sure. That's a good point. But then I think really the main thing they get out of it, though, right, is because they reply to each other's messages a lot and amp each other up, and like they do their little laugh emojis and LOL, and yet like they're really just here to try to find some type of self-validation. So they find that through attacking us and then like amping each other up, no matter how dishonest or disingenuous the person's comment was. If they can just find a way to pretend they agree, then they kind of think it gives them a little boost of self-esteem, I think. And that's just my opinion. I'm not even trying to be mean, but
it's almost as if they work in groups, like literally work in groups. It's hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, they don't even have to literally do it. They just effectively do anyway. So
yeah, I'll give you another personal thing, man. I had a neighbor who worked for military intelligence, and literally he got paid for 10 hours a day to be in chat rooms. That's what he did for military intelligence. So just throwing that out there.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Like, I think a lot of these people aren't, but yeah, sure wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
He
Did he tell you
came
how
over
much
to
he
our
got
house
paid?
one time for like a party, and he's like, I kind of have to be working. Like, I have to be in here talking with all these people in these chat groups, and he's like showing me, and it was before Discord, so before I was on Discord, so I didn't know if it was Discord or not, but I was like, bro, like that's what you get paid to do. Like, you're military intelligence, you get paid almost $100,000 a year to fucking be in chat rooms. What the fuck?
That's wild, dude. And then, of course, like a lot of them, they just come in and like, you say you had one military operative or maybe two or three, then you would have all these other, like, just like, I've been using the word bot a lot lately, but I think that is kind of what it is. But NBCs just kind of like jock to them, you know, and then they would kind of act as a cohesive unit, and you wouldn't have to like have them all in place. You just have to have a couple.
Oh yeah, two people steering a conversation in chat. That's all you need. Like, literally.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if they were to say use a voice changer, or even if they use the real voice, how are you going to figure out anything? And then so like if they come in VC, that makes them much more like believable.
Well, if I were strong in my position, like I am, I'll come on the VC and defend my position, like I do. So it doesn't speak very well to the validity of claims if someone isn't adult enough to even use their own voice to come and have a conversation about it. That's telling.
Yeah, it's crazy because it's like, well, I think this is why too. They're able to just talk so reckless. Like, I say this all the time, but this is such a big part of it. So like, if you don't show your face, you don't show your name, you don't talk in VC, you have literally no accountability at all. Like, you could just come back tomorrow with a different screen name and a different profile picture. You have no accountability. It's not like you're going to talk on VC and people are going to recognize you again. So like, there's nothing, even if you know what you're doing is ridiculous, like, who cares? No one else is going to know. Right. And so when you're talking to like say like a nihilistic atheist that thinks there is no like good or bad, or like you're not accountable or you don't anything like that, it's like, who cares? If you can get away with it, then you get away with it. And that's kind of what I think the main problem with the internet is.
Yeah. The ambiguity of who people actually are. Like, I don't have my picture or my name up, right, for obvious reasons, because there's creepy people on the internet that would probably try to get me fired from my job and shit like that. So obviously I don't do that. But like, I've met people that I conversate with on this Discord, like in real life, right? So it's not like I'm afraid to actually meet with people. But I did have an interaction with somebody one time where literally just out at a bar, and this guy was basically like bragging to other people how he just he goes online to troll flat earthers and blah blah blah. So I was sitting there, I was like, oh really? So what do you say? And blah blah blah. I started to get into conversation, and literally, like, I was just destroying this dude in front of a bunch of people. And then somebody else from the crowd started to speak up about I think it was relativity or something like that. So I started having a conversation with somebody else about relativity, and like, as my attention was turned, this dude like slithered away while nobody was paying attention and totally dipped out and left the bar, and like left friends. Like, he was there with, like, he was at my house prior to going to the bar, and then left without saying anything, like slithered away like the slimy little slug that he was. And I did.
That's so funny.
And he came on 24/7, and I recognized his voice, and I called him out without like doxing him, like called him out without like calling him out, and he's never been back since. So it was
You
freaking
think he
hilarious.
knew? You think he knew it was you?
I don't. Well, he knew that I at least knew who he was when he came on to 24/7, and he probably knew it was me for obvious reasons that you would probably understand with. But
gotcha.
Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, like in real life, like, he just got destroyed, was stuttering, like couldn't hold his own at all whatsoever. And then literally when my attention was diverted, he slid out the back door. It was hilarious.
Yeah, that's pretty funny, man. It's like
like say flat Earth really is just super crazy, right? Like, how weird is that to bring that up? Like to be like, yeah, I go in and I troll lizard reptilian overlord discords.
Dude, he
like,
was
what?
he was using it as like a flex. Like it was hilarious.
That's so weird to me, bro.
Yeah,
That's
it was hilarious, and I know very well the girl that he was there with. And once he said that, she looked at me and she was like, "Oh shit, you're about to fuck this dude up in a combo."
Yeah, that's funny. You know, it's weird too. It's like one of the main tactics that they use is like just blatant psychological projection. So like, or they try to always flip everything on you. Like, what's your face is doing that right now? It's like they're so obsessed with gender because they're confused about their own identity. It like obviously 100% is not true at all. And like to even think that's possible, you're like so lost in the sauce, you know? I just think it's crazy. I think that it's legit like the bottom of the barrel of society, man. And I think they know that. And it's like, I try not to say it too much because it's almost like bad. Like I still have empathy for them as people. Like, to really like point out that like, dude, you are like the worst in society. And the way that you behave is legit like unacceptable levels of moral degeneracy and etc. And this is why no one likes you or whatever you wanted to go into that. It just would be maybe detrimental to them. So like, I don't know. It's a weird paradigm. That's why I think it's so cool that if we just start like speaking uncensored, that'll kind of take care of itself. Like you're not gonna see these anti-flat earthers in my Rockfin chat, or like even you maybe won't see many of them in my Rumble chat. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that whenever you can really bluntly speak the truth, it's much harder for them to. It's like a vampire that can't stand in the sunlight very long.
My God, what's it? You're so full of yourself.
It
Full of
seems
myself.
it seems toxic behavior on their half too. Like I worry about their health sometimes. You know, it's like crazy how toxic they act.
Dude, they're probably all like sick all the time. They're probably like their mental health is probably horrible, which transposes into their actual physical health.
Yeah, it's crazy. The rice experiment alone probably shows you what the inside of their bodies looks like, right?
Yeah, very wild. I think if we were able to just freely talk about like the pandemic and the genetic modification and how organic sperm is the next Bitcoin, which I think that comment's actually what got me taken off of YouTube. But I said I didn't say organic, so that's unfortunate. But anyway, I just don't think that they can be like say you're ignoring them, but just talking about stuff like that, and because we just like to talk about truth and like figure out what's going on. So we just enjoy it, and we really are passionate about trying to figure out the truth and then expose the lies. If they just had to watch us be passionate and build like freely, they're not going to be able to stick around because they're like, oh man, I'm not dragging them down. I'm not stifling them. I'm not able to make them run in circles about Coriolis for 50 straight minutes every couple hours or something. You know, it's like this sucks. I don't want to, like, I'm not able to win. It's kind of like, I'm not getting the girlfriend doesn't get her attention. So she stomps out or whatever. That's just my theory. I just feel like we really don't know what that's like because we've been censored for so long. Flat Earth has been censored into a corner, so they know they can come there and they can have like over representation since the beginning of Flat Earth on YouTube, basically, right? What was that? 2017 they censored it, or 2018? So it's like they can come over to Flat Earth realms and they can have like a loud voice because we're held down. The average person that's just normal and not like psychopathic, they're not there. They can't find it. So they're not there to just look insane to majority of the people, which is why modern day debate is very telling. If modern day debate ever blows up and people go back to look at previous debates, they're going to see the chats and comments of the ball earthers and they're going to be like, whoa, This is crazy, dude. If the Earth's a ball, I still want 100% no association with these people.
Seriously, I think it's funny how Mind Shock is like, he's like, I think it's a psyop, and the ball earthers are arguing that way on purpose to like prove flat Earth. It's hilarious. It's so true when you watch them.
Yeah, no, that's what Mind Shock's crushing because, and like the Globers hate him. They're like, oh, he is a flat earther because they just hate that he clearly just, without bias, critiques the debate. And like he gave me a fallacy the other day from understanding. I haven't seen that, but like it's just that objectively the globe earthers use way more fallacies. They're way more like devoted to the cult of scientism. They don't think for themselves. They're not able to precisely, accurately rebut points with specificity of any substance. Like, yeah, I just like I think it's funny. I think it's funny that like they've gotten away with it because of censorship. And I think we literally just need to we need to all just double down on like Rumble and BitChute and stuff like that because yeah, it sucks and we're taking one on the chin and they probably secretly like that. We can't reach the biggest number of people, but who cares? I don't know. At this point, I think we just really like put all our chips in that basket because that's what really exposes the matrix is like full on free speech. I may stay on YouTube and just do flat earth stuff on YouTube, but I'm gonna like consistently stream on like BitChute. I guess I can't even do that. I don't remember, but Rumble and Rockfin, I just think that's kind of the move. It sucks, but it is what it is. I'll put stuff for flat earth on YouTube and I'll put in TikTok and stuff, but yeah, I just think we're giving the cockroaches too much time is my point.
Yeah, makes
Well,
sense.
of course you're going to say that because we give you an argument and you don't like the argument. You just like what you think you know. You don't want to listen to anybody else but yourself.
No, I literally only come here because that's not true. Like, I specifically want to hear the best the other side's got. That's the only reason you've gotten as much time of my life as you have, Zenek. Like, what I'm saying is that the way that you guys behave, how you're like disingenuous, you hear us make a point and you talk right past it, or you intentionally and tactically and meticulously spin and misrepresent the argument to formulate a straw man and beat it up, and then just keep doing it and run us in circles and talk over us, insult all that stuff. All that stuff is what we're talking about. We're not talking about disagreeing with the argument. We're talking about the behavior.
Can we have
Yeah, I gotta get in there too. I gotta say something, Danik, just real
Hold on
fast.
a second.
You
Wait,
got
wait.
an argument,
Hey,
right?
I'm
Your
responding
best
back to
argument.
Witsit.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
responding to
Your
Witsit.
best
He's
argument.
talking to me.
Sorry,
Let me
just
speak
trying to
back
say
to him.
something real fast. I don't
So
talk
really,
on here a
Witsit,
whole
this is
lot.
why I can't talk to
I
you.
know.
Danik,
It's
shut
crazy.
up. Shut up. He's
Yeah,
fine.
just trying to say something real fast, and I go on mute. Right? That's how it's done. Okay, so yeah, your argument is you don't understand what you're reading, even though the paperwork says that gravity's fucked up, and that's why you have so many modified gravity models. You don't understand. That's your best argument, that we don't understand that your shit's fucked up. I mean, come on, dude. That's not an argument.
Larry, with you, I'll just have one sentence to you, then I'll go back to Witsit. What I do with you is I tell you, no, I don't say you don't understand. I say you don't understand, and here's why. And I give you a detailed explanation. And even Witsit said, he went through a minute or two of saying all these tactics that we use. We're so smart and so capable of trying to create some crazy argument that you've given us way too much credit, Witsit, if that's the case. But it's not the case. We don't try to obfuscate. We don't try to give you red herring fallacies. We don't try to do anything other than try to attack and do exactly what you're saying we don't do, the argument. The argument is you talking about things that you don't know much about. You arrive at very false conclusions, incorrect conclusions, based on things you've read and cobbled together as from things you read, and then you
All right, shut up.
So simply an example of that. Example of that was your thing with the thing we talked about a couple nights ago about the
You're paid to be
lunar
here.
module
You're
orbiting around the
100%
moon.
paid to be
You
here.
said
You're paid
because
to
it
be
doesn't have atmosphere, it should fall straight down to the ground. Now, did I misrepresent that?
Are you paid to be here?
I think the creator made it so that people that are liars have to project what they are doing out into the open. So they just literally have to project it or something. It's
No,
ridiculous.
I like talking about the physics, but I don't like. I have a problem with people that just ignore some of the basic.
Have you not watched a debate? Have you not watched a debate? Because I've never heard of anyone argue with your tactic that you're saying that. Oh yeah, we always are honest. Have you not watched Mind Shock's channel?
Well, okay, so I'm using the same debate tactics that some of the well-known physicists of this world use in fighting the bullshit that you guys agree with is bullshit with climate change. I use that because this is a thing we're probably on the same side about. Maybe not for the same
We
exact
don't care.
reasons, but we're on the same side. Hold on. But the tactics I use are really call them out on their logical fallacies, the fact their appeal to authority, appeal to consensus, etc., and focus on the things we've actually measured and those correlations. They both have correlations, but I think the side that is not paid by the government has better correlations. And it's all about the best
All right,
evidence.
cool. Shut up. Like we're making a
If you
point.
were right in
We were
front of me right
making a
now, would you be
point.
talking to me this way? Hey,
Yeah,
if you and I were in a
absolutely.
room right now, buddy,
100,
listen,
a
you would not be talking
million%.
to me that way. I
A
guarantee it.
million%.
You would look me
A
in the eye
million
and you would not, I'd look down to you in the eye and you would say, oh shit, let's have a conversation like adults. And you wouldn't be telling me to
No.
shut up because I'd slap your bitch ass.
No, actually, if you were monologuing about how it's so funny though that none of the ballers have anything to say whenever you say stuff like that. But anyway, like if you were monologuing about how much smarter you were than me and I just don't understand things and I
Never
just have
said
to be
that.
correct, shut up.
You wouldn't talk to me that way. I'm telling you, talk to me like I'm in
Dude,
front
you're
of your
not going to
face
talk
right
at
now.
all in like 5 seconds. Like, I don't know. Like, this is the problem. You're literally coming in on cue, like live time acting out the very problem I just described. It isn't
I'm not.
about
I'm trying to have
shut
an
up.
intelligent. You're telling me
It
to
isn't
shut up like I'm a
about
little kid.
because I'm talking and you're interrupting like a little kid.
No, we can have a back and forth, Witsit.
Shut up, man. So,
Oh,
like,
there
the
you go
point that
again. Is that
because
warranted? Telling me to shut
dude,
up, really?
you're about to be muted, dude, and timed
There
out.
you go again.
It's too late. I'm reading him.
Don't
It's
do it.
just pathetic, man. It's like I was just making the point that it isn't the argument. Dude, most of us enjoy the argument. In fact, there are people that frequent servers that are on the fence. I talk to people all the time that are on the fence. All the time. In my emails, in my DMs, all the time. I'm about to start a show to have people come on with their questions. I'm about to allow people to say, look, will you sit down and talk to my family member on Zoom? I don't care about the arguments. I like debating. I like hearing the other side. It is the behavior. It is the tactics. It is the gaslighting.
I get it. Shut up. See how funny that is? It just feels weird for me to tell you to shut up. But anyway, so I get it, Witsit, and I do want to have the intellectual conversation. I like the argument. I really do. But I'm not doing any of these tactics that you accuse us of doing.
Or do you admit that all the other Globers do it?
A lot of them do. I mean, you have an endearing quality that sometimes, generates this kind of animosity and this kind of anger or aggression toward you. I don't really have that much. Sometimes I do. We all do. You do it to me all the time. But I can always reset. Like right now, I want to just talk with you. Let's talk about some of the things that I think you're like. For example, you're talking with Jesse Gordon about the straight line thing. God, you guys going nowhere.
What a
I mean,
line of
I know.
bullshit.
Hold on,
What
let me
a
finish.
fucking
Oh, let me
line
finish.
of
Let me
fucking
finish.
bullshit.
Let me
My
finish.
God.
Let me finish.
Oh,
I'm
Janet,
talking.
you're so full of
Let me
shit.
finish. Come on. So what's it? I heard that conversation. I speak you, and you probably speak me too, probably as good as I could. But you guys were talking past each other. You know what he was asking. You were saying that line is on a flat Earth. It would be a level because on Earth. He's saying if I have a line and I have it on a block, it would be an angle, so it wouldn't be level. But you guys couldn't see each other's position. It was obvious to me. But you both,
No,
you
I saw
included.
it. No, Zanuck, I saw his position. He's clipped that out, brought it up 20 times. I've taken the time to correct him and explain it so that there is no talking past it. And he's come back another 10 times anyway, saying that I ignored it, have never addressed it. I'm scared. All my fans are going to see that I'm scared. And he keeps on speaking past me with the straw man. So thanks for making my point stronger. That's a perfect
Fine.
example.
Let's try to do a back and forth, like a couple seconds each, and let's try like we're talking at a bar. So, did you not hear when he said that straight line is on a block? Is it still straight?
I don't want to talk to you.
Well, no, it just shows that we have the capability to communicate. If we don't,
No,
the arguments are
Janet,
going to be very
you're
hard.
hilarious, man.
Okay, we don't need the background freaking chime.
Does anybody else want to talk?
Yeah,
I
man.
don't want to talk, Zanuck. You guys can talk.
Okay, then let me finish with this. I'll drop it after this one sentence. So you have to agree with me. I saw the fact that you were talking about a straight line on the surface. He was talking about a straight line that was angled, and you couldn't understand why he was even bringing that up. It seems stupid to you. I know why he was bringing it up, but for some reason you don't know why he was bringing it up, and that's what puzzles me.
Whatever nice attempt to try to provoke engagement. Yeah, like this is one thing that they all do, and I've been talking a lot anyway, so I'm letting someone else talk. But This is one thing that they always do. They want to type out a narrative so that you feel like you have to respond to correct you being misrepresented. That's what Jesse did when he said, all your fans are going to see that you're lying and that you're afraid to address this. When in reality, the truth is I've addressed it 20 times. 20 times. But he's saying that narrative because he knows that it's like more likely that I'll be like, why are you lying about me? Stop lying on my name. It's just a tactic that you guys do.
You know what? I'll accept everything you just said if you answer one question about that topic. Just one.
I don't need your acceptance, dude. I'm
just,
going to the
I know. For me, as another human being that just wants to be put that right, because I had a little bit of curious, like why all this is happening. So if I say I have that line that's on a block and one touching the surface, and it is a flat Earth, would you say that line is not level?
You guys think that level means curved, so why would it not be level?
It has nothing. We have a flat Earth. We have a line going from the surface to a block. It's angled, like you just said it was. Would you say that line is not level, but it is straight?
Sure.
Okay, good. That's what I thought. I mean, I speak your language. I know what you think. So
you wouldn't even know what a straight line is if all you.
I don't want to get into that. I didn't go here to argue with Whitson about it. I just wanted to argue about this communication gap that seems to exist between you and a lot of us because you're not listening to what they're saying.
The communication gap exists because I formulate my own thoughts. I think for myself. I try to come up with other ideas that aren't currently postulated or haven't been thought of yet. You guys can only regurgitate the consensus, the scientific consensus. So we don't speak the same language.
Well, I don't mean it by language as in terms or even the things we say. I mean, you're not listening to what he has said or even interpreting what he is saying. He was asking you about the straight line. He was talking about the fact that a straight line can still be straight and not be level because it's got an angle to it. And you're like, duh, right? You know that. But that you guys were talking past each other. Both of you were.
Just please stop repeating yourself. It's very boring.
Oh, dude, you think you're so smart, don't you?
There's nothing to do with that. You're just very boring.
No,
right
you are. You have
how sweet are those Saxor stones that I remember seeing one on Old World, Florida about those Saxor stones. And I live down here in Florida, and I have a couple in my town too. Dude, that stuff is so wild. And then he just was on Tinfoil Hat recently coming up with a whole bunch of stuff as well. I'm not saying 100% on board, but I just thought it was interesting.
Well, getting back to a point that he brought up, I wanted to address that you think flat is level, you think level is curved. And yeah, if you had a ball, let's forget about the Earth. If we had a ball that had ferrofluidic on it, and this ferrofluidic was surrounding the ball, you would say that ferrofluidic material was level around that ball because it all is being pulled into the center of that object. So that's what the term means when we talk about definitions. Now, whether the Earth is round or flat doesn't matter. We're talking about the language and the communication that we're trying to have here with each other.
Hey, I don't want to talk to any Globers until they can show me a working geodynamo model to explain the geomagnetic field. Because they've even been using major supercomputers for over a decade to try to do this, and using the best supercomputers in the world, they still can't make it work. And of course, we used a supercomputer, not even a really powerful supercomputer, one time to map out the magnetic precession and the sun's movement on the flat Earth, and it worked perfectly. Which means you guys are not even in our league. It's sad. So when you guys want to come up with a model, when you guys want to come up with a, can you stop interrupting?
Arrogant.
Can you show me a model of flat Earth that works for every single phenomenon that works on the sphere?
You can't even find one.
Wait, time out. Why is it that you can't apply the same problem with the globe? If we need a model that explains every single phenomenon, why doesn't the globe need that?
Shifting the burden of proof once again.
No, you don't. You can't even describe why the sun doesn't change angular size as it sets.
Notice how no one answered the question. So, they think what they say is flat Earth doesn't even have a model. What they mean to say, but they're just low IQ, is that we don't have a map. But they just keep saying the word model, and then whenever you point out that we can't explain lots of things, there's some things that we don't fully know yet. It's because the flat Earth is fake and that's not real, and you guys don't have a model. But then when we talk about how the globe Earth model, which I'm still talking, when we talk about the globe Earth model that has millions of dollars or millions of people, billions of dollars in hundreds of years, still can't even explain the magnetic field with supercomputers in Harvard trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's how science
years
works.
for the flat Earth and nothing.
Oh well, that's how
Yeah.
science works. And
Over
we don't.
6,000 years for the flat Earth.
No, not
Nothing.
no,
Funny
no.
how they
People
can.
have only been no. People have only been trying to explain
Yes.
the globe. Can you stop interrupting me? So people have been trying to explain the globe with all the technological advancement in universities, computers that we have for the last couple hundred years. They have not been trying to use all those resources to explain the flat Earth. If you don't understand the difference in that, I'm sorry that you should just go on mute.
I'm sorry, but societies like Egypt have had trigonometry and geometry for the past 6,000 years, and there's not one accurate model of flat Earth produced by those societies.
You just keep saying that, but there's not an accurate model of the globe. We just explained that, so you just have a double standard. So whenever
But
flat
you
Earth
said hundreds.
shut up
We
when I'm
have six.
talking, bro. I let you finish,
We
and then you immediately interrupt.
hundreds of years. You have 6,000
Who
years.
is this, man?
And
Who is it that
nothing.
just keeps interrupting?
Yeah,
Okay, if you interrupt me again,
hold on. I'm gonna moderate. Yeah, Lael, please don't interrupt because. Yeah, go ahead. What's it?
So the double standard is very clear, right? They say flat Earth doesn't have a model. Of course, we can explain tons of things on a flat Earth in many different ways. Okay, we objectively can. If you wanted to model, you have to model out each specific phenomena. Okay, there isn't a all-knowing globe Earth model that explains everything. It's like, oh well, here's our model for the magnetic field. Here's our model for the core of the Earth. Here's our right. You have separate models. Now there are tons of things flat Earth can explain. There are tons of things we don't know. There are tons of things the globe can theoretically explain. There are tons of things that it doesn't know. But whenever the globe doesn't know something, it's, oh, well, that's just how science works. We're still figuring it out. Of course not. It doesn't have to be perfect. Nothing's perfect. You can't prove anything. We're just trying to figure it out. That's how science works. What's it, you stupid flat earther? You don't know how science works. But whenever a flat earther doesn't have a full explanation of something, then it's, see, the flat earth doesn't even have a model. It's so low level and remedial and double standard, and it's very obvious.
Yeah, but there's been societies for 6,000 years or more that could have came up with an accurate flat Earth model to describe every phenomenon that the globe can describe better. I'm not saying we could do it perfect, but better than the flat Earth. And yet there's not one model of the flat Earth.
Yeah,
we only had 200 years. We've done this all in 200 years, and flat Earth hasn't done it in 6,000 years.
Oh, I thought you've been doing it for 2,000 years.
Well, even so, 2,000. You said 200. I was just building on top of what you said. You said 200 years. I was building on top of what you said. Even 2,000. That's a lot less than 6,000 or 8,000 or 10,000.
Okay, so everything that the globe could explain, the flat Earth could explain. There was a Buddhist monk who gave an entirely functional astronomical model of the flat Earth in the 1800s. Okay, and the flat Earth can explain tons of things. And in fact, there's a ton of things that a flat Earth model can explain way better than a globe. And one example is the magnetic field. The magnetic field, where if you guys knew how actual spherical magnets worked, if you actually knew how magnetic fields worked, and you claim that there's a core that's moving, causing convection currents, causing a magnetic field due to the fluid makeup of the core, you would understand that that is symmetrical. The way that that can work in reality, if we actually do it in a lab, is it creates a symmetrical magnetic field. But when we look at the Earth, the north and south magnetic fields are not symmetrical. In fact, the south is over 30% weaker than the north. So your model doesn't even work in theory. And they've been using supercomputers to try to figure out some way to explain it away, and they still can't explain it away. But of course, on a flat Earth, if you go further south, you go further from the center, it makes sense that the magnetic field gets weaker. So there's a perfect example of the flat Earth working way better, as we're the inertial plane in the center, the dielectric plane in the center of the magnetic field, and you guys can't explain it at all.
Right. Wait. So flat Earth magnetism, is it a permanent magnet or is it an electromagnetic field? Which is that?
Good question. Our field seems to show some fluctuations within it. Can still have a permanent, still be a permanent magnet. Though.
I just wonder why magnets don't stick to the surface of the Earth, like, you know what I mean?
What?
Why magnets? Why do magnets not show a greater affinity for the surface than a rock does?
Well, things do show.
Go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead, Witsit. Well, I was just going to say things do have an affinity to the center, hence the compass.
And why do things not get attracted to the surface on a globe?
That's gravity.
And by center, I mean North Pole. Obviously, not the center of a sphere.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you?
Yeah, I
What
got
does
you.
gravity have? No, you guys claim that the Earth has a
But I mean,
magnetic
if it
field.
was,
You claim the Earth
I
has a
mean, if it
magnetic
was the
field.
same,
So
yeah. But if it was like you talk about it, I don't know. It's just confusing to me to make
Well, I
a
don't.
significant
I don't
point.
want to.
What?
I don't want to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, you go. You go, Gio. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say I don't want to speak for Whitsitt. He can explain further what he meant, but I mean, partly in the way he was describing that, if you have like an azimuthal equidistant layout type of a map, and you have like the North Pole at the center, like a dartboard, from looking from above down, and you have all the continents coming out. If you have some kind of magnetic source at the center, the North Pole, of course, in the ancient Vedics, they called it Mount Meru, a massive magnetic mountain, and so on. But if you have that, then there would be potentially, just in this simple layout, I'm saying, a dissipation from the center going out south to some degree. And on a globe, that there would be no reason why the south would have a weaker magnetic field, because if the magnetic source is at the center of the sphere, and the way they show it, the magnetic field surrounding the sphere, there would be no reason that there wouldn't be symmetry. But on an azimuthal equidistant map, there would be.
yeah, and it's not even about like how they show it. It's just like how magnetism objectively works. If you create a dynamo, the dynamo effect is electric currents creating a magnetic field. Okay, so if you create that, it's always symmetrical. That's how it works. Okay, so that's your problem. That's your problem. Now, for example, here's a good example of what goes on here. There's elucidate the double standard. So actually, this one works better than the globe. No big deal. Oh, Flat Earth doesn't have a model, but the globe model doesn't work. But when the globe model doesn't work, it's, we're just learning stuff. That's how science works. And then the guy in the chat says, toroidal field claim requires a north and opposite south pole. So where's the south pole? Of course, it's below the Earth. If you actually knew what the claim was, you would know that the center of the toroid's in the center of the surface of the Earth. You have the north above and the south below. You guys seem to think it should be outside somewhere because you don't even know what the claim is. But then, so that's an example of how they'll try to pick apart a magnetic field on the flat Earth, right? And same thing with left lanes, like, well, why doesn't this happen then, right? But they won't try to pick apart the claim of the globe Earth, which admittedly doesn't work at all. So you guys will go over and beyond trying to critique every little thing you can think of to say, oh, look, the flat Earth doesn't work. The flat Earth claim doesn't work perfectly. If you can come up with anything, then victory, mission accomplished. But you don't do that at all with the globe. So how's that not a double standard?
Hey, Witsa, can you demonstrate to me that one? Can you demonstrate any flat Earth map that isn't a projection of the globe?
First of all, if you can't answer, the Gleason projection is actually done by a flat earther. He wrote an entire book saying it was a flat earther. You had to use longitude and latitude on a sphere.
What is the projection of again?
Why are you always interrupting me?
Yeah, he's going to be temporarily muted if he interrupts.
Can't let you finish.
It's because you see I'm making a coherent point. So, like, Gleason made a projection, and he, of course, was actually a flat earther, wrote an entire book about it, and he had to use the longitude and the latitude and the sphere to be able to get the pattern for the map. He was given certain parameters he had to make the map. Secondly, that was a blatant diversion away from my point, and I think that it should be addressed, which is the globers. If I say electrostatic acceleration, they'll talk to me for 7 straight days trying to pick it apart and tell me why it doesn't work. But they won't pick apart space-time at all whatsoever, right? Same thing with the magnetic field. I'm explaining a magnetic field on the flat Earth. You'll try everything you can to say it doesn't work, but you won't even examine the globe Earth model and try to pick it apart at all. You have a blatant double standard. That's the actual point that I'm making. It should be acknowledged by a glober instead of just ignored.
Yeah, would someone like to address that directly and not just derail off into something different? Could someone address that? I'm gonna unmute you, Lael, if you want to, but if you could try to address that so we could keep on the topic.
Gleason was a flat earther, I agree, but his map was a projection of the globe. So it actually doesn't work for you because it's a projection of the globe. And Australia is a problem on the flat earth maps because it's stretched out and longer and takes up more area than it actually does in real life, in reality.
So you can't actually respond to the point I made. You have to change the subject to maps because I very specifically just made a point that you're trying your best to avoid, which is that the globers, for the third time, they will go over and beyond thinking of every little question they can to try to attack any position, for example, that I have about a flat Earth. Anything I say, they will go through. They will come up with 50 questions apiece to try to
We
pick
do
it
the same
apart.
thing.
But they don't apply the same thing to their own position.
We do. And so
no,
it's
you
based
don't.
on.
I
So
apply it to my
I
position.
always respond to you.
My position is that the Earth
Wait,
is a sphere,
Leo,
and
one
every
second, Leo.
Gleason, every projection flat Earth
Leo,
map is based
Leo,
off
he's
the
not talking
sphere.
about that. Leo, just 1 second. He's talking about. I want to address exactly what he said. So yes, we do. We know that, and we explain why the bending and warping space-time explains for a lot of the paradoxes that we see, the things that we can actually measurably, quantify. Now, you in this accelerated magnetism thing, which is, but for me, and I know you have an understanding of it, but to me, it's just a bunch of words that don't really make sense. We don't see how it solves any problems by talking about that. In fact, there's several ways we can say that it's not valid because remember the instantaneity that I talked about? The instantaneity
Oh
is
my God.
a key aspect of gravity, and it doesn't work with magnetism, which seems to work at the speed of light. So that right there kind of rules it
Okay.
out. But you can,
But,
okay. So you feel compelled when I do attack things that you speak directly. Then you have to interrupt me and try to say that, oh, I'm I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm an idiot, whatever you
Well,
say.
no, I have to walk inside. So,
I know
I'm
you
just saying,
do.
what we were at, I'm not, first of all, I could make my point about the electrostatic. Every time I say electrostatics, you argue against it for 3 days. But when I ask you about space time, you're like, oh, well, I don't really know. I don't even necessarily believe in it. No one
That's
knows
not
what it is.
true.
But that's
No, I
objectively
do.
what you say all
I
the
try to
time.
explain to you what it is. You still don't know what it is.
Please. You can talk as long as you want to. Once I say this one thing, 'cause I have to go inside. So, like, the point that I'm making was originally about the magnetic field, because it's a perfect example where if I say that we have a toroid and that we're in the block domain wall, the inertial plane, the dielectric plane through the middle, it makes sense that the magnetic field is weaker in the south because it's further away from the source in the center. And that's what I say, that the magnetic field, it makes more sense on a flat Earth. You guys will try to pick that apart over and over, but you'll never go try to pick apart the geomagnetic field of the geodynamo model of the globe. You'll just ignore it. And then when I force you to acknowledge it, you'll say, oh, well, that's how science works. We don't fully understand it.
All right. So, no, that's not what we do. And there are certain glaring errors with the toroidal magnetic field, especially the things we can measure from the North Pole to the South Pole on the globe versus the area of the South Pole, which you call Antarctica, which encircles the Earth, and the North Pole, which is the center. And of course, all these crazy distances and sizes that Lael alluded to earlier with these greater and greater circles as you get out to the Antarctica. I don't care if there's a south beneath the flat Earth. That still doesn't make things work properly. And we measure these things that does work properly in our model. It doesn't work in flat Earth model. It
doesn't work
model.
in your model. No,
It
see,
does
you
work.
immediately,
Now, the
you immediately
geomagnetic
went.
precession. Hold on, one last thing. Sorry. The geomagnetic precession is very complicated. And yes, scientists and physicists are still puzzled about why this thing either is or isn't precession in the rate at which it does precess, but they do measure. So I'm not saying they know everything, but they do understand a lot of it. You don't understand.
No, so that's no. So your response was immediately to start talking about a flat Earth again, and then you kind of eased in the globe and then just blatantly misrepresented it. Which in reality, again, a dynamo effect would require symmetry. The base dynamo model predicts symmetry in the north and the south. The south is over 30% weaker. There's a variance in the field. There's a precession that isn't predicted. There's a 50,000 times difference between the strength and the magnetic field of the core and the surface, which isn't predicted. There's many things of the geodynamo model that doesn't work at all. And one of them is that it gets weaker in the south and is supposed to be symmetrical with the dynamo effect, but fluid in the center causing convection currents, because that's how it works. That's how dynamo effect works. And so when you say it works perfectly, it doesn't. But your response was, again, to just start talking about your misunderstanding of a flat Earth again. So that's the point.
I never said it worked perfectly. You keep on misrepresenting what I'm saying. I said it's a great model that does explain, 95% of what we're seeing.
Well, Harvard says it doesn't explain 95%. That we don't even know what the fluid is. We don't know what the mass distribution is. We have to assume that they're perfect currents, perfect conductive currents, but actually we know that they're not, and that doesn't match the data. We predict symmetrical data on the north and south, but we see 30% weaker in the south. We have a variance. We have declination readings in single locations that are off by greater than. We have declination readings in single locations that are off by over 6. Okay, just forget it. If you don't know what convection currents are, I don't know what to tell you, man. I have to carry groceries in. Like, my point's been made. The room's going to see that all you're going to do is proceed to try to talk about a flat Earth and not critically assess the globe, or you're going to misrepresent how strong the globe geodynamo model is when I'll just get back in my computer, I'll drop all the resources. It's admittedly using supercomputers for years now. They can't get it to work at all.
I'm just kind of curious with the convection currents. Those are caused because of the rotation of the Earth. How does that occur without the rotating
He
Earth?
said conductive currents. That's why I
No, he said convection. I heard him say convection.
Well, no, the second time he did. The first time he said conductive currents, but you may misspoke.
No, I said they have to assume that it's perfect conduction in the model, even though the data doesn't match that. And you're asking me how you're basically saying, look, the globe claims that convection currents exist. So how would that work on a flat Earth? That's the dumbest
No,
question.
my claim. You're misrepresenting my claim again. My claim
that's what you
was
just
that
said.
our model says that the convection currents are caused by the rotation of the Earth. If the Earth does not rotate, how can there be convection currents?
They didn't prove convection currents. Your model has gone through like 50 different explanations of magnetic field. And in like 1930s, they went with a dynamo model, which is that there are convection currents. It's just a theory. Okay. It isn't like we proved there was a convection current. And then you're saying, oh, well, we explain why, because it spins. How does a flat Earth spin? How does a flat Earth explain that? No, it's your model theorized that maybe the reason there's a magnetic field is because of convection currents due to the spin of the core and the Earth, which actually doesn't work either. Okay. I don't have to explain convection currents on a flat Earth. That's a globe Earth theory.
What do you mean convection currents, Lael? Why do you say convection currents are caused by a spin rotation of the Earth?
Convection currents are caused because of the rotation of the Earth, because the magnetic core, the core of the Earth, rotates, and the liquid in the core of the Earth also
got it.
moves, and those cause convection currents.
Yeah.
Without the
that's a
rotation of
theory.
the Earth, there would be no convection currents, but there are convection currents that have been proven, are demonstrated.
How were they proved? You're just lying. They weren't proven. I just read Harvard yesterday say that they in no way proved it. They have to treat them as. I'll give it to you in a second because you obviously are very uninformed. Okay, so they say that they have to assume that it's perfectly conductive, even though they know the data doesn't match that. And I can give you a whole PDF explaining the progression over the last century of the models, and the dynamo model was just the most recently agreed upon one. They didn't go measure currents in the Earth. That's not what happened. So support your claim that they've been proven because you just made that up.
And the claim is dependent on a spinning core, which they're saying is stopping and going to spin in the other direction. So that's a weird claim to make.
This is what
It
happens.
wouldn't matter which direction the Earth is
globe
rotating.
Earth
If
experiment.
convection currents are caused by the rotation of the Earth, it wouldn't matter which way the Earth is rotating, the convection currents would still occur.
No, the core of the Earth.
Yeah, we're talking about rotation of the Earth causing convection currents.
Right, but Lael, on a stationary Earth, what you're calling rotation, the Earth being stationary, that rotation you're talking about is just the movement of the system above and around the plane of the Earth. So we have the stars, the sun, the moon, the winds, the sun. Everything there's clearly movement. So that movement is going to create a series.
How does that cause the lava to be hot and convection currents in the Earth, not above the Earth?
Dude, this is just a made-up theory. So you can either play his game like he knows what he's talking about and they proved it, or you can just actually research it objectively. It's just a theory that there are convection currents that come from the core. It's not proven at all. And in fact, when they claim, it does matter that they claim that the core is spinning the other way, which actually means relativistic motion, right? So it's spinning slower than the surface now, because that would change the convection currents, thus change the magnetic field directly. But it's directly contradictory to the LOD measurements, the length of day measurements. This is all covered by Ivy League schools. Or we can just listen to Gullivers, make stuff up about how convection currents were proven, and it doesn't matter what the core is doing, and blah, blah, blah.
Great.
I got a question.
So you just stated that no matter which way the Earth rotated, there would be convection currents, according to our model. So
no, what I said was your
if
model
the Earth does not rotate, then there are no convection currents, according to our model.
There are no convection currents proven within your model, and you can have convection currents without motion. If you don't know what a dynamo is, maybe research it.
Sorry, the dog was barking at me.
I don't really understand it, right? When we provide Harvard links, like a normie would be, oh, let me look at them. Right, but these anti-flat earther type, they do like the opposite, right? They don't want to read it, and they accused me yesterday of just reading the title. Like, you're just reading the title, Larry. Gosh, that's terrible. Don't you know that titles can be misleading? Well, read the document. Like, then we can talk about it. I was like, you don't understand what they're saying. What is the cosmological constant that has to do with general relativity and Einstein's equation? What does that have to do with gravity? Like, seriously? Did you guys actually ask me that? Like, I don't understand. I can't believe that someone will say, what does this have to do with the shape of the Earth? What does the cosmological constant, Einstein's gravity, have to do with Earth, spheres in space? Really? Like, are you guys, like, retarded or something? I don't get it, man.
I think we need to iron out the definition of the word objectively so everyone's on the same page.
Yesterday they told me I didn't understand the word problem, so maybe we should like rewrite the English language so that it fits the globe, right? What is a crisis and a problem? Is that a good thing? Is cosmology better because of that?
Yes.
Oh, I think a tree just fell. I'm gonna go check that out.
Yeah, I just think it's crazy, bro. Like, so anyway, I was like, the geodynamo thing is like a rabbit hole, and the reason it's important is because they give this narrative. When I say you guys don't even like the core of your belief doesn't even work. You don't even have a dynamo model that works. And they'll say, yes, we do. We know exactly what causes it. The spin. They just know how to say spin of core molten iron makes magnetic field. You know, and they don't realize that with that base model, they haven't been able to explain like 90% of the magnetic field. Like they can't explain majority of the phenomena objectively. And same with what you're saying, right? Like cosmological problem actually means it works perfectly. Well, nothing works perfect, but it's basically perfect.
Yeah, just because we don't understand something doesn't mean that it doesn't work. Dude, there's a bigger problem than you don't understand. The math doesn't work out. And according to you guys, math proves things. So what's the opposite of math not proving something? Means that it's unproven. So if it's just an unproven thought experiment that doesn't check out when we observe reality, like when they observe what's out there and they compare it to the theory, it's off by 10 to the 120th power. And that's not a problem with you guys? Look, no, it's not a problem. You don't understand the word problem, right? What is crisis? Like, that doesn't mean what you think it means. That's,
Well,
craziest thing ever.
I got a question. Is the molten core, what is that? What does molten mean?
Liquid.
Like magma, like liquid magma.
Their keyword, they're liquid. What happens when you spin a spherical object that has a liquid in it?
It spins.
Well, it slows down very fast. Like if you start spinning it, it'll start slowing down really rapidly. Okay. And the only way you can get something to spin for a long time if it has a solid core. But so why is it that, and how long is the Earth supposed to be spinning? How long has it been spinning for?
4.54 billion years.
Yeah, 4.5
so
billion.
it's spinning for a long time. A long time. So if it's a molten core, shouldn't it have stopped spinning by now? Shouldn't it be slowing down?
Paul, if you have a hard-boiled egg, are you talking about like a hard-boiled egg spins real fast and when it's not hard-boiled, will spin slow? Do you know why that happens, Paul?
Okay, is the Earth a perfect sphere?
No, but that's not the point.
Just like an egg.
Why do you ask?
Just
Why do
like
you ask
an egg.
questions completely unrelated to what I said? Come on,
Well, I mean, is that what you're going to say? Because it's the egg's kind of oblong.
Because I think are you making that statement that you just made? Several statements actually, based on the fact that when you spin an egg with a liquid core, that when you spin it real fast, it starts out same angular velocity, but it immediately slows down and goes slower. Or a hard-boiled egg, which you spin the same exact angular velocity to start, and it will continue to spin at angular velocity until the friction slows it down.
Right. Okay.
Is that what you're getting those statements from? That kind of idea?
Well, yeah, and I've seen other things like a liquid ball that's not, I mean, almost a sphere that has a liquid in it, do the same thing without it being an egg.
Right. So the reason it does that is you're talking about two different concepts. With the hard-boiled egg, you're still impart, like I was very clear to say, you impart the exact same angular velocity into both of them, meaning you spin them with the exact same angular velocity. There's nothing left for interpretation there. The reason is the force it takes to accelerate the soft-boiled egg, when it's or not boiled at all, is much less because the center of the mass is lagging behind. It's liquid. It's not directly coupled to the shell. It has communication with molecules from the center outward, but it's not direct. It's a liquid rather.
Whoa.
So spin it. So when you spin it, suddenly all the energy it takes now, even because the force was less to spin it. If you notice, if you spin a raw egg, it's a lot easier to spin the exact same angular velocity than when it's hard boiled, and then slowly all that mass inside will start accelerating. And if to conserve angular momentum, the whole thing slows down. That's a common experiment we use with grade schoolers in physics. That's why this happens.
So isn't the Earth though then the different fluids inside the Earth moving at different velocities?
You mean tangential velocity or angular velocity?
Yeah, whatever. This is your model. It's your explanation. You tell me.
They all have the same angular velocity.
But aren't fluids moving at different speeds?
If there's convection,
he's wrong. He's completely wrong.
If there's any convection, Paul, the warmer fluids will move where? Things move from.
Stop. Whenever you don't know stuff, stop trying to pretend you're in a class. You're going to ask us random little questions.
How I explain. I'm sorry, you don't like the way I'm explaining something. It's how I explain stuff. So, Paul,
you said it has the same angular velocity. You're wrong.
Let me finish. So, Paul, when things move from the center to the outside to conserve angular momentum, that mass that moves upward, regardless of its temperatures, the reason which it moved, will actually slow the Earth down, would slow the ball down. But if there's other mass going down, then it would be a net zero gain, and so it wouldn't affect the speed of this rotation of the Earth. But all these things do change the rotational velocity of the Earth. It has to, because that's the conservation of angular momentum.
You think the core of the surface has the same angular velocity?
They'll have relatively the same angular velocity, yes, because all spin rotate one.
They move independent of each other.
Yes, but they all relatively move at one revolution.
Oh, relatively. So they don't move at the same, but we can just pretend they do.
Well, no. I said very clearly that some are moving up and down, and even left to right. That movement, left to right, is not going to make any difference at all with angular momentum, but the up and down will. So if there's a net change up and down, meaning from the center to the surface, that to conserve angular momentum, the entire globe must slow down its rotational velocity.
Why is it speeding up then?
Because the mass goes down to the center. If more mass goes to the center, if it was strictly due to mass distribution, it means more mass is moving to the center, following the laws of angular momentum.
That doesn't work though. That would mess up the geomagnetic variance.
No, you don't know that.
Yes, it would.
No, you say that with such confidence, and it's such an arrogant, asshole-ish thing to say. You don't know. You're not classically trained in any kind of. You do a lot of reading.
There you go. Just attack me individually.
You think you know something you don't.
There you go. Personal attacks will make the globe work.
You think you know something you don't. How I wouldn't even say I know that for sure. But you say it, and you've had the least training of anybody.
I don't need training. I know how to read and comprehend, and I can actually research without bias.
You clearly haven't. And I've given you 4 examples.
Told you that was your argument. Look at you. You get defeated, and then you go, "Oh, well, you
Everybody
just don't understand."
has biases.
He failed at relativity.
Yeah, you fail every time, bro.
Capsule and lander. He failed at everything we talk about. He's failing at making the correct.
Santa, can I get a second?
Yes.
Yeah. every time we start making arguments and we show you what Harvard says or what Stanford says or anything else, and we cite your source, you automatically go to, well, you're not a scientist. You can't obviously understand that. What a fucking lawyer thing to say. Like, you can't know the constitutional rights unless you're a lawyer. Bull fucking shit. We're all capable of reading and understanding, right? But did we go to school? Sorry for interrupting you, Zanuck. Sorry for interrupting you, Zanuck. Sorry for interrupting you, Zanuck. But didn't Witsit go to school for 13 years and receive a public school education? You think he can't read and comprehend? How did he get his diploma?
Both of you guys
Answer
can read
that,
and
Zanuck.
comprehend.
Answer that, Zanuck.
Both you guys can read and comprehend. Problem I have, until you get to the advanced degrees, it's hard to put the pieces of these things you read together and draw the correct conclusions. And I've called you guys out on several things. Almost everything you guys have done has been incorrect. This whole
Well,
thing
you know
about
what? The whole
Coriolis,
cosmological
he was
constant's
sitting there
incorrect. The
with a
dynamo model is
bold-faced,
incorrect.
either a bold-faced lie, fusion of saying that because he understands Coriolis, that the pendulum, even if
Oh
it
my
wasn't
god,
swinging,
dude!
would show precession if you had a
I'm about to get
frictionless,
to my
magical inertial frame.
Slow it down,
independent
Zanuck.
gimbal.
Slow it down. We know you're about 2 minutes away from saying free fall. We get it. It's okay.
I didn't say I
Slow
wasn't
down.
going there. I wasn't going to free.
Dude, just stop, dude. Just have
stop.
respect for the
A lot of
conversation.
he
Listen,
doesn't.
can I say something, please?
Not
Can I say
putting the
something?
pieces together.
Zanuck, stop, dude. Have respect for the conversation, man. Like, if we're talking about something, you don't just come in and then just talk about whatever you want to, and just completely talk about 5 different subjects and start asking us questions like you're in a class. And we all came to this Discord to sit in Zanuck University, and whatever you choose to change the subject to, that's what we're talking about now. Just have a little bit of respect for whatever's being said.
Yeah, I just want to point out that it's sorry, Zanuck. I'm here too, right? I'm also in the room. I just
Larry,
want to point out
listening to
that,
you.
yeah,
I was responding to you.
Zanuck, I don't want you to respond. I'm trying to talk, bro.
When you ask
Hold
me
your
questions, I
tongue.
respond.
Hold your tongue. Okay, so Zanuck said that, we're not capable of understanding some of the higher level stuff. Yeah, the people in the colleges are also writing that they can't understand it either. So if nobody understands this fucking hypothetical thought experiment, what are we even doing here?
Well, I thought we were here to discuss physics.
Well, that's not a hypothetical thought experiment. That's not physics.
No, when you read something and you bring it here and say, here, I read this and this is what I think it said. Like, oh, NASA says that we assume a flat, non-rotating Earth. Therefore, the Earth is flat, non-rotating because NASA admits it. Well, that's drawing an incorrect conclusion by taking things you read out of context, Larry. Do you not understand that?
Who said that NASA says the Earth? Oh, I know what you're talking about now. Okay. Yeah, so we took it out of context.
Right.
Okay. What if that's just the model that they use to fly planes in? You ever thought about that? Because it's a working model?
I fly.
See, here's the
I
thing.
understand it intimately well. I have no
Okay,
problem with it.
so here's the thing. In these colleges, people have all these crazy, bizarre ideas. But when shit gets real, right? There's no feminists on the Titanic, no feminists in the Ukraine. When people are actually flying airplanes and lives are on the matter, there is no Coriolis effect. It's a flat stationary plane because when shit gets real, people have to act accordingly. If you don't act accordingly, be like, oh, well, I just, Coriolis is going to make this shot for me. No, that's not how it works, right? If it's a Coriolis thing, hold on, bro.
Wrong. You said you asked a question.
Hold on, bro. I didn't ask any
You
questions.
said right. Was that rhetorical?
Oh my God, it's rhetorical. It's for the audience. It's not for you to butt in. It's not an invitation for Zanuck to cut me off and throw me off my flow. Bro, can you not control yourself? You're one of those people that you lack the mental capacity. You're like a donkey. Yeah, I'm just pointing it out. You interrupted me.
The
Stop
problem
acting like a
is
donkey.
Flat Earthers bring
Let's
up
get
5
on
million
with it.
points and
Yeah.
expect us to be
So
able
it's
to address
okay
them
to
all.
interrupt people, but when people respond for getting interrupted, that's bad, right? How dare you respond after you get interrupted? Look, don't act like a donkey. I won't call you a donkey. Go ahead.
It's funny how flat earthers bring up 100 different things in one thing, and we can ask one question about a simple thing, and you guys have to expect us to be able to answer everything, and when we can't answer point by point, you guys get mad that we're interrupting.
Exactly.
That's such
Larry,
a projection,
but
dude.
let
Because
me
what's no,
respond to
no,
Larry.
I'm responding. No. So what's projection about that is the ironic part is if we can't answer one question you guys come up with a misunderstanding of the plane Earth, then you guys freak out, right? And you don't even have a model.
Because
But
you don't answer it.
when you can't answer, like you can't answer tons of questions I have about your model, and you just assume that there must be an answer because you don't think for yourself. You think, oh, the scientific consensus has got my back. But when you go check a scientific consensus, they say they don't have an answer. That's perfectly acceptable. You guys don't have to answer those questions, though.
All right, let me ask you one simple question.
If your response
There
is
are
to
a
ask
lot
me
of flat
that,
earthers in
you
here
can-
with different views of the flat earth. Which version of the flat earth is true and which version should I choose to jump on?
which version of the globe is true, and which version should I choose to jump
All
on?
of them.
Yeah, we're not a
All of the
cult.
versions,
We're
there's
not a
only
cult
one.
like you.
All
There's
the
only one version.
No, there's not.
That's
No,
what a
there's not.
cult says.
There's like
So-
20 different versions of the geodynamo model by itself. Just the core magnetic field model. There's like 20 different versions. I'm not changing the subject.
Yes, because Larry asked me about
So all the globers agree with
and all the
Tyson.
things that NASA wrote. And what did you say about the ship crashing? You said something
Bro,
about
you brought up NASA
didn't
and
have
the Coriolis, dude.
What'd you
You
say about
brought that
the
up. And
Titanic?
now you're saying
Titanic
I
didn't have
brought
any
it up?
feminists?
Bennett,
Yeah, he just
don't
wants to
lie,
control.
bro.
No,
Don't
Larry, you
lie.
said Titanic didn't have any feminists. What did you say about the Titanic?
Don't lie.
Oh my
Don't
God.
lie, bro. Don't
What
lie.
did you say about the Titanic?
Well, if you would have actually been listening, you would have
I
understood his
was.
point.
He goes on, like
Wait,
Leo
stop,
says, he talks
stop.
about 10
Dude,
different
oh my
things.
God. Okay, I'll be to my computer in a second. This is not going to keep happening.
What's happening? I'm just trying to have a conversation with
Zach,
Larry.
I don't
know
want to
exactly
mute you,
what's
bro. I don't want to mute you. I would rather you like mute yourself. But if you can't control yourself, someone else is going to have to control you. I think there's other Globers that might want to speak too. Do you think maybe we should give them an ear, Sanic?
Absolutely. So I'll finish with one last question, Larry, or answer you. Yes, we do fly the plane as if the Earth is flat and stationary, not rotating, but it is rotating and is not flat, and it does have effects like Coriolis, and we do align shots due to Coriolis, like the example I bring up all the time, Larry, the 26-mile shot, ballistics, 100 yards off target if you don't account for Coriolis, north and south, east and west. It always happens to the right, always, regardless of winds. So, Larry, there are situations where that is shown to be true.
Regardless
So,
of what direction
okay,
you're
wait.
shooting to.
I
So
know
if we fly the plane as if it's stationary, are you saying there's no difference between a stationary Earth and a globe Earth as far as flying is concerned?
there's some subtle differences, but yes, no difference. You fly.
Well, then why would we fly it as if it's stationary if there's some differences?
Pardon me?
Why would we fly the plane as if it's stationary if there's differences?
Because the differences are so small, you could never fly to account for those differences. It'd be impossible.
Well, that's the problem. Because
It's not
there
the
would be
problem.
differences
The
that would
answer.
be critical and
No,
life-threatening.
you claim that, but you don't demonstrate that.
Right.
Well, no, we're talking about a stationary Earth. How would a pilot be trained if it was stationary? Just the same, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you're saying there's no difference.
About how flying.
Yeah, but you need to
becomes
show how
a
there is differences.
That becomes
Well,
a
there would
straw
be a
man.
difference. We have a
You know, right.
gradient of
You know why,
tangential
right?
velocities. That would be
That
a
becomes
huge
a
difference.
straw man argument because it's not a
It's not a
point.
straw man
If something
argument.
is not,
There would be huge
something is not a hold on. If something is not a factor, you wouldn't be trained on it. Why would you be? Because it's not a factor. It's not social logic. It's the truth. It's the apparent.
Well, then why are you talking about corrections when we talk about Coriolis?
It's not a factor because it's not a fact.
It's not a factor.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
It's a small factor. And not only is it because it's so small, you'd say if it's so small, then we'll eventually see some deviation as we travel great distances. No, you won't, because along the way, it's still not a factor. It's not. It's insignificant to the other factors that are much more dominant. And we've said this for years now. And you keep on whistling past the graveyard.
Okay, guys, for anyone else listening, what they do is they're conflating the Coriolis, which seems to be a little bit of a pattern in the winds that we can see. Some patterns in the winds.
No, it's not a
that
pattern in the wind.
we could say, no, don't interrupt me. The patterns in the winds that we can see, we could call Coriolis, which is maybe caused
We don't
by
see wind.
No, we're talking about the patterns that we can observe. Like we're talking about with the quote unquote north and south, where we have a little bit of a different wind pattern. We see a little bit more of a movement similar in the north and the south, even though there's inconsistencies. We know that winds move in all directions as well.
No, that's like saying the airplanes
You're
burning through
saying there's a
fuel, losing weight.
predictable.
Hold on. Let's just one second. Let me give you an analogy to address what you're saying. That's like saying that the plane's natural tendency to lose mass as it flies, and you all know it does, starts out with a full tank of gas and lands relatively empty. In fact, it has to by law, some of the rules. So that would be the same effect as if the plane had suddenly had some updrafts along the way.
See, this
Slight
is what I was
updraft.
just
Now,
talking
do
about.
they have
They're talking.
does it have updrafts
No,
along the way?
Xanax, you
No.
didn't let me
It
finish.
loses
You're
weight along
interrupting.
the way
You're
because of the
interrupting,
fuel it loses.
and you're
The
making
effect
my
is
point for
exactly.
me
Hold
by
on.
interrupting.
There's no. Let me. You're doing it again.
No,
There's no
Xanax. I was in the middle.
difference
You
there's
interrupted
no
me
difference.
to
Hey,
do exactly what
perspective.
I was
Come on,
saying. You're
man. Play
conflating
fair.
the
Play
wind
fair.
patterns
Play
with
fair,
the Earth
right? Come
movement.
on. Come on.
No, be
No
fair. I was
difference
in the middle of talking, and you're trying to interrupt, and you're
Stop
proving my point
talking.
for me anyway.
So there's no difference between the slight updrafts.
Stop talking,
Wait.
and let him finish his
Xanax.
point.
Xanax, this is what happened, okay? New Perspective was in the middle of talking. You took over, then started talking. He yielded the floor to you out of respect, just for the room. Then you just started monologuing. Then he jumped back in, and now you're screaming about play fair. Okay, you interrupted him. So if you don't calm down, I'm going to be at my computer in a second, and I'm going to start muting you or timing you out.
Yeah, because I didn't finish my point, Xanax. The point is that you guys conflate weather patterns, right, with Earth movement. This is what a guy earlier was talking about. Well, we say that convection currents are caused by the Earth moving. They attribute everything to the spin of the Earth, when that would be a huge factor. If you had to deal with weather patterns as well as the spin of the Earth when you're talking about flying, it would be a completely different situation. But what they do is they conflate it with weather, and they say it'd be so minor you don't even have to worry about it. In fact, you could just train the pilot as if it's a stationary Earth, which is totally fallacious. If the Earth were moving, you would have to worry about the Earth moving eastward 15 degrees. You have a tangential velocity difference from where you started to where you're ending. It would be a major concern, because then there's a chance that the plane is out of sync with the Earth, and it would have to move, it would have to land on a moving surface, which it never does. The only way that a plane never has to worry about landing on a moving surface is if the surface doesn't move. That's just objectively true.
That's a great point.
It means it's a very small effect, and it is counteracted by all the,
you're gonna do exactly what I said.
all the other effects. Okay, so you're going to all talk over.
He's
So
gonna,
it's one
I'm
sentence.
just going to prove my point. Go ahead.
Yeah, but no interrupting, though.
I'm not going to respond.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're going to prove my point for me and say, oh, it's just this very small thing because it's just like a wind pattern. When we talked for hours, Zanuck, about all the corrections that would have to be made, and how if he was going west-southwest, then he would just bank south somehow to correct east, and all these. Why would we talk for 5 hours if it's just the same as flying over a stationary Earth? It makes no sense.
I would just like
They
to
want to say
point
it's
out
a factor, but not a factor.
I would just
Total
like to point out that.
contradiction.
Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say it's a total blatant contradiction that we've let them get away with for too long. Go ahead.
I would just like to point out that this conversation would go a lot better if we could let left lane chime in without Zanuck over talking him, and then maybe we could have like a back and forth conversation. But when people can't govern themselves, they must be governed from without. Like, I don't like muting people. I don't like interfering with freedom of speech and freedom of expression. So you make me feel like a fucking pig when you make me do that, Zanuck. You understand what I'm saying? You make me feel like a pig. Because what's a pig? Someone who violates other people's rights, right?
If it gets crazy, I mean, you can always make a list if like a lot of people want to talk. I mean, yeah, if it's just one person or whatever, then I don't know.
Yeah, we don't need a list. We just need decorum. I mean, lists are for, when it's a highly emotional subject, right? Like religion or something. But if we're just talking about, hey, if the Earth core is, the magma is not spinning, right, against the grain of the Earth, right? And this is, in question, obviously, is the Earth spinning? Right? If the magma's not spinning relative to the surface of the Earth, and we can't detect any motion down there, then maybe the whole thing's not spinning.
Well, they claim that it's not spinning in terms of it's not spinning relative to the Earth, meaning that if it's spinning one direction, it would be because it's spinning faster than the Earth. If it's quote unquote stopped, that means it's spinning at the same rate as the surface of the Earth. And if it's spinning the opposite direction, it's spinning slower than the surface of the Earth. It's relativistic speed.
Well, I thought they just came out that it just reversed.
Yeah, but what they mean by that, I looked all into it. So What they mean by that is they claim that it's complicated coupling, and so that although they're technically coupled, they're not entirely coupled. Whatever the hell that means. So, like, if they say it stopped, what it means is that the core, because they said the core was going faster than the Earth for a long time. Now they're coming out and saying, oh, turns out we were wrong, and it was slowing down to where now it's stopped, which means it's going exactly the same as the surface. So if you were on the surface, you wouldn't see the core spinning if you looked at it, right? Now, if it's now going the opposite way, it's because you're on the surface of the Earth spinning, and now it's going slower, so it's going to look like it's going the opposite direction. It's just about relative to the surface.
And how did they detect this? PNS waves?
That's all pseudoscience. Yes, they look at seismic activity. It didn't work with their model, so now they're just making stuff up to make it work.
Also, because
but
it didn't come out where they were supposed to come out, the vibration or whatever, the echo.
But the P wave and the S wave proves the globe Earth 2 years ago, but now all of a sudden, whoops.
Yeah. Which you didn't prove it 2 years ago either. If you look into it, like
I know.
the whole dynamo model, the core, the outer core, the seismic activity, all of this hasn't been working since it was first proposed. That's reality. So,
What's the name of this YouTube channel? I thought it was Earth Awakenings.
yeah, just.
Oh. Well, I'm looking on YouTube and I can't find it.
Another thing is, like, so basically what they say is if they look at the magnitude, it's like I'm teaching the Globers here. That's why I was going to do school in the Globers tonight about this, but I got kicked off YouTube for a week. But anyway, they look at the magnitude of the earthquakes and then they overlap them. And if the waves match, they're like, oh, well, then the core is not moving relative to the surface. If they're a little bit different, they claim that that's because the core moves faster than the surface or slower than the surface. That's all they do is they look at periodic charts of the waves and their magnitudes of the seismic waves. They overlap them, and then if they match, they say, "Oh, that must mean the core is not moving." So they had this model that the Earth's core was spinning slightly faster than the surface, with all these like pseudoscientific interpretations of seismic waves. And then they started looking at the data, and they're like, "Oh, wow, the data actually doesn't work with that claim." So they changed it to, "Oh, it stopped, and now it looks like it may even start going the other way." I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, so in other words, it doesn't fit the observation.
Correct.
So we're just going to double down, right? And we're going to come up with a solution for the problem and try to keep the, problems hush hush.
Yeah, or even like portray it as if it's like actually a new discovery and it's actually a good thing.
So Slickwood is claiming that we won't address the pic that he's posted. He's talking about the Coriolis.
Yeah, I'm busy. I don't care what he's talking about.
Yeah, no. Winds 6 to 9 miles per hour. Spin drift.
One thing they won't do is honestly discuss the geodynamo model. Like, they're going to try to run away from it every time because they're so used to just gaslighting and being like, it works perfect, you're so stupid, you don't understand it. And now that, like, me and other people have started looking more into it and we know way more about it than them, they just avoid it like the plague.
He's talking about the shot, I think, that was at the new world record, 4.4 miles. So it says at the bottom, we have discovered at 3 miles and 4.4 miles that the wind is doing what the wind is doing on the ground or at the peak of the nearby 500 feet is happening way up there and where the bullet is traveling. So if the Earth is spinning and they hit something at 4.4 miles, how would you calculate? I mean, how would you do that? Like, because you would be shooting where it's not. First of all, it's refracted at 4 miles away. So, you're shooting around the curve in that model. So there's the curvature, there's the height, there's the windage. How do you hit a target like that at 4.4 miles away with all those variables if the Earth is spinning? If you can't even see where the target actually is because of refraction. I mean, Does any of this make sense to like, because that's the thing, when you're dealing with the globe Earth, you have to suspend common sense. You have to completely get rid of it. And that's why their argument is always, well, you don't understand. Well, it doesn't make sense. And, you know, I got to hand it to you. Like, just because it doesn't make sense in my head doesn't mean that it's not true. But when something doesn't, like, you know, follow logic, and you guys are claiming that this is real, and then the scientists go and check, and it's like, well, this doesn't actually, you know, match observed reality, and it's off by 10 to the 120th, or there's the helium catastrophe, or the Big Bang problem, or all this different stuff. It's like, yeah, it doesn't make sense mathematically, it doesn't make sense logically, but it has to be there because we assume, you know, that our model is correct. Well, you're making asses out of yourself, but not me, because I'm not following you down the drain.
Well, I'm glad I listened to your live stream last night. It was a good one. It's too bad I got taken down. It took you off YouTube altogether, though, huh? For how long? I don't know if he's here still. Maybe he's AFK.
He said just a second. A week is what he said. So Michelle Fowler here says, our math has given us something incredibly useful, but it has taken us completely out of the realm of common sense. So she's admitting that it doesn't make common sense. There's no common sense involved, right? And then you guys are like, you don't understand it.
That's crazy. I can't believe she said
Well,
that.
it's a big thing. Well, yeah, they say, I've heard that for years, that when we're talking about theoretical astrophysics, you have to suspend your disbelief and you have to suspend all common sense. I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say that on a video like 10 years ago.
Wow, those are good quotes to keep track of. Have a little clip of.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Speaking of this,
go ahead.
Speaking of this, well, I'm going to have a drastic topic change here, but that reminded me of something about how the Glovers used to always say, why haven't we gone back to the moon? We would say that, and then they'd say, well, there's no reason to go back to the moon. Nothing's there. There's no reason. How many have you guys heard the Glovers say that for the last like years?
Yep. Yeah,
Or
there's
am
no
I
reason to go back. We've been there, done that.
Yeah. All right. I was just checking because it's weird now that we're going back. Now there is a reason to go back. Like, it's fucked up. Anyways, go ahead.
Well, they weren't wrong then, right? They were magically right, and it's all relative, Jeremy. You see?
It's pointless anyway because it's so provably fallacious that they ever went to begin with.
Larry, what were you saying? Michelle Fowler said, what she said it didn't seem possible or something. What was she referring to?
I don't know. I don't have the context. It's just a meme that I found. It's a big think meme. So I guess you would have to listen to her interview.
I saw that video. Yeah.
You saw the video. It says our math has given us something incredibly useful, comma, but it has taken us completely out of our realm and out of common sense. I didn't mean to read the comma.
Yeah, I saw it a while ago. I got to look at it again. I just remember it being ridiculous. It's like the first time I ever saw her. She seems like an insane person to me.
She is an insane person.
She's a complicated rock, guys. Come on. I mean, that's how she identifies as. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't think people get to just identify as things and then be those things. But, just me, I guess. Guess that's just a bigot talking,
Dude. I feel like we're in here constantly talking to the same leftists that are arguing, like we're talking to the same spirit. We're talking to different people, right? But they all have the same spirit. Like the state is the end all be all. NASA's 100% correct. If Harvard disagrees with NASA, you don't understand what you're talking about. Like they
Where do
always
they
got
disagree?
something.
So give me an example of where NASA disagrees with Harvard, or vice versa.
You're right. NASA does admit the cosmological constant crisis is a real problem, so they don't disagree there.
So again, what is the disagreement? Where do you think that NASA disagrees with?
It was hypothetical, Zanuck. I said if Harvard disagrees with NASA, you guys
Well,
are automatically going to go with the state-sponsored propaganda, right?
when we talk about things here, we just can't even understand the basic, like, or like, and how that applies to the people. I mean, for example, I told you earlier, tangent, but saying, wow, if we had a completely independent gimbal, he has misunderstandings about the conservation law. So when he talks about this independent reference frame gimbal, I mean, a gimbal that actually is completely independent reference frame. That's the word he was using. I know what he meant, but correct, it's okay. I dealt with it. He says, if you hang this pendulum on top of the North Pole with this perfect gimbal, which has completely established an independent reference, that even though it's not spinning back and forth, it will show Coriolis effect. It will show precession. And he couldn't
Bro,
be
you
more
are
wrong.
so proud of yourself over this. You bring it up so often, dude.
Because it is, I like bringing up the fundamental confusions of folks that understand these basic concepts. And I like to have people go, oh, I get it. I wouldn't take pride in like, see, I got you. I would, if you said, oh, I get it now, I'd be like, thank God, I was successful in helping somebody. That's how I feel. It's not like I'm trying to hurt you. I'm trying to help you.
Yeah, but
Seriously.
you bring it back up and you straw man it like in a way that it
I don't
didn't
straw man.
happen.
You know what a straw man means? What's a straw man?
No, I don't, Zanuck. I only listen to
What's a
you
straw man? Go ahead. You use
24/7
the word.
straw manning
Tell me why
people.
it's a straw man. I'm ignorant. I don't. Why is it a straw man?
Why is this particular argument that you're bringing up a straw man?
Do I have to repeat
I'm
myself
not
again? I
talking
said
about
it
the
once.
particular argument. I'm talking about what you always do.
Just tell me, why is it a straw man then? You should be able to have a
I
general
wasn't
response
there
then.
for I wasn't there for the original argument. I'm just saying, which it
But you're
leaves now. All of
calling
a
it a
sudden,
straw
you're
man.
bringing stuff
So
up.
you're being very specific about me
No, I'm
not
not
having
being
an
very
argument that's
specific. I'm
logical.
talking about what you usually
What do you
do.
mean? What do you mean that's a straw
You
man? What do
usually
you mean?
wait for Witsit to leave, and then you straw man an argument against him when he
What's a
can't
straw
defend
man?
himself.
What's a straw man?
What is a straw man? When
Why
you
are you asking
misrepresent
questions?
someone's argument and argue against it.
I'll give you half credit
Good?
for that.
We good?
Half credit. It's not
What?
exactly what's happening.
That's not exactly what a
straw
straw man
man.
is.
The straw man is
Enlighten
giving
me.
an argument for something almost completely different than the argument.
No, it's
So no, I'm not straw manning the
misrepresenting
argument.
the other
I'm being
person's
very
argument.
specific about this argument.
It's misrepresenting the other person's
Understanding
argument.
that
Very
something
specific.
with an independent frame of reference, as he says, that's not the word I use, by having this frictionless gimbal, that he says that if the Earth rotates under a pendulum, then it should rotate at the pole with this frictionless independent frame establishing gimbal. That shows me you don't understand Coriolis. It's not a straw man. It shows that you don't understand it.
But
If you say
what is your argument? What is your argument against that?
the argument is that if the Earth is spinning, the only way that we should see a precession with a gimbal that shows something swinging in the rotating reference frame, when you're swinging across back and forth, establishing a plane of a swing, that plane of a swing cannot be altered in space unless acted upon by forces. We're trying to isolate it. We have it in a room, we have covered from winds, magnetic flows, whatever. And the reason that the precession is seen is because the Earth is rotating underneath the plane, the movement in the rotating frame of reference.
And what was his argument against? What was his argument against you?
He said wouldn't have to be swinging, just have to be sitting there. If I pull up a pendulum and have it hanging from an independent frame of reference created gimbal, which means no friction, then what you're saying is true, Zanuck, then the Earth should rotate under that non-swinging pendulum. That's what he said, clearly.
And what reason did he give? What mechanism?
Because he had a independent frame of reference, and if the Earth is rotating, then it would rotate under this pendulum.
Again, you didn't listen to what he said.
I did.
No,
I listened to it very carefully.
He
made it
said
very clear.
vibration and oscillations.
No oscillations. He said if it was just hanging.
That's what he said.
Like
He said vibrations and
like
oscillations.
a pendulum hanging from a grandfather clock in that medallion. The medallion has a circular, but it's got only maybe an inch thick, and it's maybe 5 inches in diameter. That medallion, we'll call it, would just hanging would see in its orientation, because it has that surface pointing one direction or the other, that medallion would have a precession with the base that has a clock numbers like 1 through 12. He said it would precess, even though it's not swinging. I said no.
You left out part of his argument as to why it would.
No, he said it. I told me it would. He said because if the Earth is rotating under the pendulum, it'll also rotate under the non-swinging pendulum because I've established an independent frame of reference via this frictionless gimbal, and I gave him all of that, and it still showed me.
You left out his rebuttal to your point.
No, I didn't. I'm giving you his rebuttal.
No,
what do you think his reason why it was
when he said
let me give you the okay. You know what, Bear? Let me give you the answer. The punchline is this: he forgot to take. If I'm constructing this pendulum, my North Pole igloo, and I establish this pendulum and I have it hanging, this medallion, I structure it so it's stuck to the base, and I paint the numbers around the base, and I wait for this precession to happen. It won't happen. Why? Because I gave that pendulum, that medallion, a angular momentum as I hung it from the top. So it already has the angular momentum. You can't destroy it, so it will precess with the Earth. So there will be a zero precession. The reason that you swing hold on, almost done. When you swing it back and forth, that establishes a fixed plane. The angular momentum is not given to it because it's not applying to it. It will swing back and forth, and now the base will rotate underneath it, called precession. Now, if you got what I just said there, you understand Coriolis. If you don't, then you don't.
I understand. I understood your argument the whole time. Okay. I understand exactly what you're saying, but I still think the problems with the pendulum. They always have to set it up just right, and the one that they did at the South Pole, they had to keep changing the weight of the whatever the metal thing's called that swings.
Really.
And you get no movement at the equator, then, correct? No precession. Correct.
No precession.
None.
Yeah, I find
You've done that. You've done that yourself at the equator to find that out.
There's no forces that would actually cause it to precess.
What do you mean that would actually? I just asked you if you did it yourself.
I haven't done it myself.
Okay, so then don't talk like you know what you're talking about. If you haven't done it yourself, you can't prove there hasn't been no precession at the equator.
So I have the data that shows all these other spots going toward the equator latitudinally. All of them amazingly show the exact latitude by the rate of precession.
Okay, then has anyone done it at the equator and found no precession?
Hold on. It's not a stretch to use data to establish correlation. So when I start out at something near the North Pole, down to France, down to Texas,
wouldn't they do it at
down to
the
Mexico.
equator?
Hold on, I'm not done yet. I really wasn't done. You know I wasn't. So down to Texas, down to Mexico, and down into South America, all of those show increasing precession rates compatible with their latitudes. So you can easily extrapolate that by the time it gets to the equator, there'll be no precession.
So no one's done it in Ecuador, but they went to South America and just passed right by Ecuador.
I don't need to show that because my argument.
Oh, you don't need to show that.
Yeah, but Zanuck, when it doesn't work, you guys change.
I don't need to show because I've already established.
I'm talking, Zanuck.
I was responding to him.
I was
the heckler.
talking,
I was responding to the heckler. Hold on, let me respond to the heckler first. So I established my case based on all these 4 or 5 different locations that all show exactly the latitude they're at and the rate of precession that is greater than the hours in a day. So that shows the argument. Now, whether this happens at the equator or not, you may or may not want to see that. You sounds like you do. It doesn't really matter in my argument.
Zanuck, if you have to keep changing things in order to get it to quote unquote work, you're literally just changing things until you get the desired result. You got to be able to see that, bro.
What am I
do you
changing?
mean, what am I talking about? The things never work, bro. You have to keep
they all
changing
work.
things.
They
Make
always
sure
work.
the weight's the same, and make sure
No,
that you
you
have
don't.
the string, that you light on
No, you
fire
don't.
and this and that. Yeah, you do.
No,
It
you
doesn't
don't.
work
You're
on the
making
first
things
try,
up now.
really,
You're
ever.
just making things up.
And then you break it down over like 15 minutes, and then you extrapolate that data and make it turn into a latitude. It's all crazy nonsense, bro.
To you, because you seemingly
It
don't
doesn't
understand
always
it.
work.
So
No,
that's
Zanuck,
not true.
I've actually gone out and done it, Zanuck, and you
No,
get
you haven't.
wild results.
You have no idea. Tell me what happens if I have 2 pendulums and I change the weight. What happens with the rate of swing?
Hey Xana, can we ask Regis about his test?
Yeah, we can.
I'm
We should.
curious.
But I want to first, before we go there,
Oh yeah, sorry.
Regis,
Yeah, go ahead.
what happens?
Yeah.
Regis, what happens? Regis, what happens if I change the weight, double the weight of the pendulum? What happens to the swing period?
What happens if you double the weight of the pendulum?
Yes.
I don't know. It would run longer. I don't know.
Doesn't
No, so
matter.
you
You
don't
don't have to do it. You just have to have the data that adds it up. You don't have to actually
you
do
can
the
do it yourself,
experiment.
but nothing happens. Nothing happens to the period.
And nothing
Same
happens
period.
with twice the mass.
So you just don't
The one thing it
understand.
does
Why?
do.
You make
No,
it sound like you
Zanuck.
do.
Why
I
did they have to
disagree.
change?
Being incredulous.
Zanuck, why did they have to change the weight at the South Pole when they did it?
They didn't. They
Oh,
wanted
they
to have
didn't.
more.
Okay, I'm dropping proof right now. You just lost.
No, Regis, that's why I wanted to ask you about yours, Regis. I wanted to see what like
I never
what were the properties.
I never got to a point where I could get any meaningful results, dude. It was so different every time from the opposite
You
direction.
do in your
I
garage.
I got you.
You do in your
No,
garage.
but I'm asking like what were
Easy.
what were the details? Like what was the length and what was the mass and
Oh my
I
God!
don't
Let's
know.
just put it
Honestly,
into
I
this.
don't
If the
know.
Earth was a
I
spinning
didn't
ball and it
put it
caused
in.
the
No,
pendulum to
I
process,
don't want to put it. I don't want to put it into it, dude. I'm trying to ask him a question.
well,
I
sucks to
want you to
suck.
answer it.
Sucks to suck. If the Earth was a ball that spins underneath the pendulum and causes precession, then we'd be able to have it at the equator possessing 0. So until a baller provides the evidence that pendulums possess literally none at an equator, your entire claim is bunk, and we don't have to run through the weeds with you.
That doesn't even
Thanks,
prove
dude.
it, though.
That's
Even if it went anyway.
fantastic, dude.
Nice snicker, What's
I'm
it?
asking.
Come on, What's it? We all
I'm
know
asking
this is.
Regis a question. I'm honestly
my
curious to
mic
the
wasn't
answer, man.
Yeah, he
No, when a
answered
baller
it.
wants to provide the evidence, then we'll listen to you. Then, until then, a necessary requirement of your belief is that it doesn't process at the equator. You guys say that religiously, and none of you have ever seen that to actually happen. You just make it up. So until you provide evidence to even start to pretend it's axial rotation, which is still correlation and causation conflation, write that down. Correlation and causation
I'm not
conflation.
asking anybody to
What?
prove
We already.
Why can't
That's like the
why
oldest.
can't
I'm asking
Regis
a different
answer?
That was invented in the
He's
19th.
asking because Kosho's being a little. He's like, oh, what's the mass and the length, and what's the temperature of the room, and how long did you do it? What was the length of the string? And he just said he couldn't get meaningful results.
Are you white
Hold
knighting or
on.
what?
Left
Hold on.
lane, is
Spit
my
that
mic
shit
working?
again. Spit that shit again, Witsit. Say it again.
Correlation and causation conflation.
Correlation
Fucking
doesn't
bars.
constitute causation. That's been around since the 1920s.
That's the point he's making about your point, Zanuck.
It's not.
Ow,
That
yikes.
doesn't mean every time you have correlation, there's no causation. We're talking
Yeah,
about
you
the
are
focal
saying that
pendulum,
correlation
and the
equals
test is.
causation.
Hey, I'm talking real quick. We're talking about.
Okay, you've been
taking this
talking a
thing-
lot, and I haven't talked that much.
No, I'm not talking a lot. Hold on.
Okay,
You just
so
made me
yeah,
talk.
no,
I
you know what? I'm actually
Hold
just
on.
going to carry
I'm
on.
almost
because-
done. Let me
because
finish my
you've been
sentence.
rude now, and I'm actually sick of your rudeness. So I'm just going to carry on now. You did make a correlation equals causation argument. You need to admit that.
No, there was a correlation.
Yo, why didn't you say correlation and causation conflation, bro? He just said it.
Correlation does not constitute causation. That isn't an old.
Yeah, we
saying.
know.
It
That's the
doesn't
problem with
mean
your
what
argument.
I said was strictly correlation. I didn't say, oh, I see this, therefore. All the things combined, all the tests and all the math I've talked about, the way that the swing of the pendulum, in fact that it establishes a fixed plane, that precession at different latitudes showing the different rates of precession, which go up not at a linear rate, at a different rate, all the way toward the equator, and maybe excluding the equator, show that at the equator it will be 0 based on the data that we have provided, and that you can find yourself at 5 or 6 locations around the world where these things are swinging today. So
Provide the evidence that, first of all, you just skated past the point, which is that even if you did see that, that's correlation and not causation. Secondly, you guys just keep saying it, but you guys have never provided evidence that the precession is 0 at the equator. Literally, never.
I find it
hang
amazing
everywhere.
that he
They hang everywhere,
denies
but
that it.
not the equator.
I find it was amazing that he denied that it was correlation equals causation, and then literally restated the same correlation.
No, because I gave more than just
straight away.
I gave more than just at these latitudes we this precession rate. I talked about the mechanism. I talked about the swing. I talked about the plane. I gave
You didn't
all
tell
the
me how
supporting.
you physically manipulated it.
I did. I changed latitudes. I changed
No.
the weight. I changed the weight of the
The
pendulum.
latitude is already there.
I changed all these different things that are all different in all these particular situations. The direction they swing. Hold on. The direction they swing as well. Doesn't matter where you put these things in motion, up or down, north or south, east or west. The precession is independent of
So
that.
your
All
argument
body
is that
It's
the
not
precession
strictly-
correlates to
not
latitude.
Yeah,
not correlation. Not correlation showing causation. It's all the evidence and correlation of the data that shows.
No, that's what it is. That's what it is. If it worked at all the Rakia,
So
go ahead.
correlation. Can I get a mic check?
So no data ever can
A
be
little
correlated.
delayed, I think, but Rakia, go ahead.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
No, I was just making sure my mic worked. I've talked. I want to ask Zanuck if he's talked to people who's run these things, or if he's done them himself. Because the people I've talked to, 3 different people, universities, they said what this guy just said, which was his answer to Kosho's question. If what happened to his, what was his weight, and all that. And he said he couldn't get anything to work perfectly, like to get any good results from them because they were so erratic. That's the same thing all 3 of these universities said. They're really erratic. They hardly ever work.
I've talked to the guys at the university that run these things. I've asked a bunch of questions because I was like in awe of this whole, this recession and really
Why?
quite understand it at the time. And so I did get all the answers I wanted from them. They had all
Why?
very concise answers. They were not
okay.
They were not confused. They were not
What
telling
university?
sometimes it doesn't work. We have to make sure we let go of it perfectly. And
Okay, what university?
Hey, Zanuck.
Who did you talk to? What university? What physics group? I'd like to talk to those groups. What university?
Zanuck, read what I'm posting now.
Just give me
Read what I'm
one.
posting.
Hang on 1 second, guy.
He said UCLA.
UCLA. So the physics department, or who did you talk to there?
Physics department.
Really, who at the physics department though? That's a whole department of people.
Well, let me go look up his name. I don't.
You're making this up.
And then we'll go ahead and purchase you a ticket.
All I remember is my coach at my college. I do not remember one teacher's name, not one, out of all the years I went there. No. So,
all right, Zanuck, there's the Antarctic pendulum experiment that they did.
Wait,
look and read what I posted there.
Can we not let any of the Globers get away with it? Like, your model predicts that there would be, first of all, you're conflating, it's a correlation and causation conflation. But in addition to that, you're like actually claiming that at the equator that the pendulum possesses 0, but you've never demonstrated that to be true. And when you respond with, oh, we can look at it getting lower towards the equator, that's a non sequitur. I said, show it not possessing at all at the equator, period.
You've never taken statistics then. You don't think the R-squared value match that.
What do you think statistics is, Zanuck?
Yes. So statistics would tell you the R-squared value of that data would form a line, and how well that data attaches and correlates with the line tells you how good that prediction quality is.
Correlation doesn't.
Hold on. Every data point except for the equator, with that line we've drawn, we can say with a high level of confidence based on the R-squared value how much confidence we have on that dot being on the equator and having no precession, even though we've never gone there. That's how statistics works.
You've never gone to the equator.
Let me respond back to Bear.
All right,
Bear, real
I
quick.
want to read
Yes,
this. And then I want to read
Bear.
this.
Bear. I don't need to read it. Let me explain real quick. They changed the weight because aerodynamics was a big part of that. They had to get a weight that wasn't affected by aerodynamics. The air slowing it down too quick. So yes, that could be a problem. The heavier the weight, the less factor.
Yo, check this. Me and Jaron are actually going to fly to the equator, and we're going to set up this. Shut up. Okay, you're getting muted. You're getting muted. That's like the 13th time that you've interrupted. So Jaron and I are actually going to fly to a location directly on the equator and set up this test. So do any of the Globers want to bet on it? Want to bet that we get 0 precession? Since you guys are so confident, then you guys should happily, we're literally opening it up for a bet. So anybody want to take the bet that we're literally going to publicly offer the bet. So any of the Globers want to bet we get 0 precession?
Before you do that, I would suggest that you get in touch with.
You muted me, so fuck you now. I was going to pay for your flight if you found it did precess.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Our second attempt showed the Earth rotating in a proper direction, but at an angular velocity twice what is expected. We suspected that some kind of government conspiracy was happening, but decided to make it a further modification and try it again. Our last attempt showed that the Earth spins on its axis once every 24 hours, as expected. It's cute.
Well, yeah. First of all, the angular velocity of what? Precession?
They showed that the angular velocity was twice what expected, meaning a 12-hour day instead of a 24-hour day. Yikes.
Of what?
You mean of what, dude? Come on. You got to do better than that.
What angular velocity? There's the Earth angular velocity. There's also the pendulum's angular velocity, the precession rate.
Bro, do I have to read it again? Like, come on.
I just asked you. If you read it and understood it, you should be able to respond to that question. Like if it was a test question on what you read, you should be able to say, this. Can you not answer that?
Hey, wait. Is it going to process when we go do the test of the equator? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so if it does, what are you going to say? We must have done something wrong, huh? There's nothing we can do. If it shows that it doesn't work, then something else must have caused it, huh?
And on their first attempt, it spun the wrong way. So
spun the wrong way.
Well, that's the south, yeah. But I'm saying, like, we're going to go to the equator. It's not going to show it's going to show precession. It's not going to be perfectly zero, and they're never going to accept that result. Either it's going to match what they want and they'll accept it as somehow definitive proof, or if it doesn't show what they want, they'll just literally make up stuff, say that we can't do it no matter what. If we live stream every detail, we document everything, we do it perfectly, or we're getting like an expensive setup to do it, like they'll just say, no, well, there must have been, distribution of mass of the globe is a little different there or something. Like they'll
Or you
never.
guys should have done some shit when the eclipse happened just now in America, right? Just happened a little while ago. Try to get the Elias or Alias, whatever it's called, effect.
Elias,
that would have been fire, bro.
Whitsit, as I said, what you should do before you do this is you need to get with a couple of Glovers and iron out the details so that both sides agree. That both sides accept the outcome.
It's actually a good idea.
Cool story, bro. So why my question is, we just now said we were going to let the Glovers bet on it. So doesn't that kind of go without being said that if we're going to set up a bet, that the parameters will obviously be agreeable on both sides? That's what bets are. Anyway,
No, but I'm saying before you even do the bet, agree on the parameters. Because here's what's going to happen, though, is if they bet on it and then they disagree with your setup, they're not going to pay. But if you set it up in the first place, both sides agree on the setup, and then you make the bet, they don't have a way out.
Yeah, of course. And they're going to have to put their money in escrow. It's going to be an official bet hosted by an online escrow because the Glovers are the epitome of liars. So anyway, my point is that whenever we don't get the procession, they're just going to come up with some way to excuse the results. And even the bigger point is, how come this doesn't already exist? How come a test doesn't already exist that shows it doesn't process at all? Throughout all the history of mankind, you guys claim it works perfectly. It's been proven a million times. It works every time. All lies. Why can't you guys show us it not processing?
Yes, every time. You can do it yourself. Set up something in your garage.
Why are you skipping past my question?
Because no one's been. I'm sure there's been some university that's near the equator in Africa, in Ecuador or something that has a university that has a focal.
Singapore, maybe.
Yeah, you act like it's Antarctica.
Singapore, yeah, Singapore. Find one there.
And they just did it, and they kept doing it until it didn't process.
Well, Barry, you clearly misrepresented this. I read the first paragraph. I'll read the rest of it in a sec. They noticed went the wrong direction. You know why they noticed went the wrong direction, Bear?
Because they're in the northern hemisphere usually,
right?
And they did it.
So it wasn't really the wrong direction.
Yeah, that doesn't help you. That
was a lot misleading. That was very misleading on your part.
What are you talking about?
They were confused.
The wrong way. They
were confused. Hold on. They were confused on what they saw because they were expecting it to go a certain direction based on the northern hemisphere. So with respect to the northern hemisphere, it was the wrong direction. But according to where they were, it was perfectly correct. But you use that as part of your. Why are you talking about? You're panicking right now.
I'm next
because you're being unbelievable.
No, you're not. No, you use it as part of your argument, and it was a totally expected and accurate and correct way of looking at what they did.
It was
misrepresenting what it says. What it says was that it didn't process, then it processed the wrong way, and then it took them a while to realize it processed the wrong way because they were expecting it from. They were thinking about the northern.
He said it was actually the wrong way, meaning wrong way. Incorrect.
It went the wrong way.
It was the right way. It was their mistake, not the pendulum mistake.
Their first
get
attempt,
it right, pal.
Went the way they thought was right, which was wrong, right?
You didn't say that. You used. Why would that be an argument for you then? Why would you even bring it up? You're trying to mislead us. You're trying to be deceptive.
Trying to mislead you. Are you being for real right now?
Yes, you brought it up as an argument. It went the wrong way. You know,
first attempt.
Let me just get 2 minutes.
It was so
figure out
wrong.
which way is the right way.
Damn it, Jeremy's trying to say something.
Danik, I don't think you understand what it says.
Just give me 2 minutes. We're gonna figure out what the right way and the wrong way is.
I know what it says.
Zanuck, I think you don't because it processed the wrong way. They thought it was the right way.
To the North Pole.
Yeah, and they thought it was processing the right way.
That's not the wrong way. Use it as like a part of your argument. It's correct.
What are you talking about? Did it spin the right? Did it process the right way?
You made it sound like there was an error. Like, these things even go the wrong way sometimes.
Hey, I just wanted to tell everybody that I got the chat bot to write.
You still don't get it. Okay, go ahead.
Wow.
Let me read this off. Wait, I'm going to save it. Standing on the bottom of the world, the Earth spins backwards relative to the direction it spins in the northern hemisphere. However, water still spins down the drain in the same random direction. Our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backward from what was expected. We didn't notice this at first. Notice what? That it was spinning backwards from what was expected. We didn't notice this at first because we're all from the northern hemisphere and are accustomed to the Earth spinning in an anti-clockwise direction. When we then realized that from our frame of reference, the Earth should be spinning clockwise, so we had to modify the pendulum at an altitude of 11,000 plus feet, we think a bit more slowly. So literally what it says is that it went the wrong way based on the actual globe Earth prediction. They didn't notice it was going the wrong way at first because they're used to being in the north. Then once they realized it, they had to actually change the mechanism. You were objectively wrong. You said the exact opposite of the truth. What he said was objectively true. Admit you were wrong or stay on mute.
No,
Yes,
you,
I don't think that's
what
what it said at all.
you can't use that as my argument, muting
You're
me
gonna
if I don't
act
see your
like I was trying
right.
to misrepresent.
No, you're reading it wrong. Here again. You're going
Wow.
with it, making the incorrect conclusion. He
What are
used
you
that, and they
talking
said
about?
clearly that they expected to see a certain direction. They saw it going backward, and they realized that they were incorrect by saying, "Oh, what? We're in the southern hemisphere. It's actually going the right way." We were looking at it.
That's not what it says. I'm going to read it again. And dude,
I thought you said that with it. There's no help for you.
Guys,
There's
I'm going next
no help.
after this. Hold on. After this, I'm going next.
That's okay. Okay. But this objectively, he's lying and he knows he's lying. And there's no way that he should be able to come in here every day and intentionally lie. And now he's going to interrupt. So now he's going to be on mute. So I'm going to read it again. So it says, standing on the bottom of the world, the Earth spins backward relative to the direction it spins in the northern hemisphere. Our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backward from what was expected. We didn't notice this at first because we're all from the northern hemisphere and are accustomed to the Earth spinning in an anti-clockwise direction, meaning when it went in the anti-clockwise direction, they thought it was the right way, and then they realized, oh, this is actually the wrong way because it should be going the opposite direction in the south. It point blank says, our first attempt with the pendulum showed that the Earth spinning backward from what was expected. We didn't notice this at first. Notice what? That the pendulum was going backwards from what was expected. We didn't notice that at first because we're all from the north and accustomed to Earth spinning in an anti-clockwise direction. Period.
Uh-oh. Wow, Zanuck. Who's misleading?
No, Witsit
which
is.
way
That's what
is-
he's good at. He's good at misinterpreting everything.
Zanuck,
Now,
why
if
would
you
they have to
believe
modify
what Witsit said, please
Zanuck,
raise your
why
hand.
would they
You're
have
an
to
idiot
modify
also. No, that's not what they saw. It did not rotate backward.
Wow,
They made
you're a
mistake.
liar,
They didn't
bro.
notice it. They didn't
You're a
notice it. 'cause
liar.
Y'all quit calling names.
Hey,
Y'all quit
why are
calling
you
names.
Left Lane, why are you cool with him just blatantly lying?
I'm not lying.
I'm just
I'm
talking
telling
about
you,
he's
you're
not lying.
confused. And
Do
nobody.
you agree with him? So you people shouldn't be allowed on the internet. You don't even have reading comprehension. Just gaslight the other person and try to act like we're stupid because you guys are just lying. Because it goes on further to explain that they had to keep messing with it to get it to go the opposite way from the first result. Which means that obviously they didn't say, oh, we had to reinterpret it. They said we had to redo it and make it go the opposite way than it did from the first result. And then when we finally got it to do that, it was going twice too fast. So we had to mess with it again by manipulating the weights. And then we got it to go match the prediction. It specifically says that it went wrong, the wrong direction that the globe predicts when we first did it. We didn't realize it was going the wrong way based on the globe prediction because we're all so used to being in the north and that's the way we think it's supposed to go. Once we realize it's not supposed to go that way, we realize that it's going the wrong way. We had to then doctor the test to try to get it to work. That's objectively what it says.
Hey, Witsit, I just wanted to say
Please,
real
please,
fast.
guys. I've been waiting patiently.
Go, bro.
Now, this is this pendulum things, the Coriolis effect. Which way was it? I want a quick 2 minutes, guys. I haven't talked in hours, please. Which way is this pendulum deviating in the south? Zanuck.
Isn't he on mute?
Yeah, some.
Clockwise.
The pendulum deviates clockwise?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Which way is stuff supposed to deviate in the south due to the Coriolis effect?
To the left.
Which is what is that clockwise or counterclockwise?
Depends on how you're looking at it.
It's
So you don't
to the
know
left,
clockwise.
Witsit, I can't
Then how
believe
can you
you're
say
going to go on
clockwise
Witsit.
for any?
You're gonna back up Witsit on his complete misinterpretation of.
Zanuck, you're really gonna
Like,
Never mind. Never mind, guys. Just forget it. He's not gonna.
Yeah, he's doubling down.
So you were quick to give an answer for clockwise on that, but now you're saying you can't give me a direction for which way the deviation is supposed to happen because it depends how you're looking at it. That doesn't make sense. Why would you even give me a clockwise for the first one then?
Because we're talking about the pendulum's precession rate.
Yeah, the pendulum. Which way is it supposed to deviate? You said clockwise in the south. So which way does the Coriolis affect? Does the globe not state which direction the Coriolis affect the deviation supposed to happen in each hemisphere?
It's clockwise. It's counterclockwise in the north.
So
Pretty sure
supposed
you're
to deviate.
wrong. Pretty sure you're
Hold
wrong.
on.
Supposed to be
So stuff is
counterclockwise.
No,
guys, don't.
Oh, sorry. You're right. No. I was thinking about
Yeah,
the
I'm right.
actual clock stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm right,
sorry,
Jen.
you're right.
Do you want to admit
You're
I'm
right.
right about
You're right.
the
I'm
other
sorry.
two too?
Head backward.
Am I right
Clockwise
about
in
the
the
whole
north,
thing, Janet?
counterclockwise in the south. Yes, you're right. I was picturing in my head.
And am I right about the first thing too? Or are you still going to say
Just
I was
like
trying to
these guys
mislead?
expected something. Yeah, I just get a quick. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right about
Answer.
that only. Don't try to
That only,
don't
right?
piggyback on your correctness. Just take the win.
Oh, don't
right?
piggyback on my correctness.
Just
So
take
I
the
was still
victory.
trying to
Take the
mislead
V.
people then, right?
No.
Come on,
Take the
man.
V.
Well, let
Fucking
Jeremy
hell.
try to talk through it, I guess, even though it's like, it's hilarious that none of the ballers in here have the intellectual fortitude to speak up and say that he's clearly wrong. It's pathetic. Absolutely
Yo,
pathetic.
did
You might be right,
What, that is
Whitson,
clockwise
but
in
it is
northern hemisphere.
Hold on,
ambiguous.
guys.
Can we
Counterclockwise
see
in
the
southern hemisphere.
source?
With the sources in the chat.
That's an
And
excellent
let me read it. Let me read it. My rating. Okay, here.
That's
Standing
very
on the northern
fair.
world. Let me read it like Witsit did. Okay. Our first
Janet, read
attempt
the
with the
actual
pendulum
words.
showed. Our first
Oh,
attempt with
God.
the pendulum showed the Earth spinning
Fucking hell.
backward from what was expected. We didn't notice this the first time. All were from the northern hemisphere and are accustomed to the Earth spinning in an anti-clockward direction. Now,
Yeah, what didn't they notice the first time?
Now the Earth, hold on, the Earth is spinning in an anti-clockward direction, but the pendulum would go clockwise. So they
Exactly,
realized from their frame of reference that the Earth should be spinning clockwise. So, that means the Earth is spinning clockwise. So we modified the pendulum. Now I don't know what that means. I know in the background, and then he talks about how they had to do something but a bit more slowly, and they walked up down.
He just explained why he's wrong, and he doesn't.
I
even
know,
realize
it's like,
it.
and did no other
Oh my
ballers
God.
are going to speak up and tell him to shut up? No other ballers are going to show a little bit of integrity?
About what? What do you want me to shut up about?
You just explained why I'm right and you're wrong, and you don't even realize it.
Exactly.
Well,
Watch, all you have to do.
right,
No,
no,
look, Xander, here's the deal.
they
Here's the deal.
didn't
Either you're
notice
going to answer this
it was
question
going
or
the
you're going to
wrong
stop
direction.
talking about it. Hey, buddy, either you're going to answer the question or you're going to stop talking. When it,
so you're not
stop,
right.
dude, stop. So when it says, we didn't notice this at first, what didn't they notice? What didn't they notice at first?
That it was traveling in the incorrect direction based on what they're assuming it to be the correct direction.
No,
from
no,
the
no.
northern
Based on what they
perspective.
were expecting.
Exactly.
That's
So it
what I
says
got.
right here, it
What were they
says,
expecting? They
this is
didn't realize it.
pointless.
They forgot.
Whatever, dude,
They
whatever.
forgot what
I
they
hope
did.
ballers agree with you because now we know who we can't trust at all and who we can't talk to about even basic things because they're intentionally dishonest.
Yeah, it's
So
really
let me ask you this, Whitson. Do you think, and Barry, do you think that they actually saw the pendulum precess the opposite way than it should during
That's
the physics?
literally what
Do
it
you really
says.
think
It
that?
says,
No,
okay, I'm
but
going to
that's
explain this
okay.
one time.
Right
I'm going to
there
explain
is
it one
enough.
time.
That's enough.
Okay, here we go. I'm just going to explain it. It says right here, our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backward from what was expected. We didn't notice this at first, though, because we're all from the north and are accustomed to the Earth spinning in an anti-clockwise direction. So it says it was spinning the opposite way, backwards from what's expected based on the northern and southern hemisphere of the globe. It was spinning backwards. But we didn't notice that. We didn't notice it was going opposite of what it was supposed to. We thought it was doing the right thing because we're all from the north. Okay? Right. Then it says right here, our second attempt showed the Earth rotating in the proper direction. Our second attempt showed it rotating in the proper direction, which means their first attempt showed it going in the opposite direction, which just reiterates the first paragraph. You're objectively wrong, and a 7-year-old could read it and know you're wrong at this point. So either you admit it or you stop talking about it because you're just wasting our time. It's disrespectful.
What's the problem here, Whitson? So they tried it the second time. Okay, so what's the problem?
The problem is that Zenit claims that it never went the wrong way, and that actually they're just saying it. What?
Where's this quote? Where's this reference from?
It's from the people that in the South.
Where?
I
interpreted what they're saying.
Because I found your other reference, and of course it doesn't say what you mean it to say. But where's this one from? I want more than just a paragraph.
You don't want anything. Okay, then we don't care. We don't care.
No, give me where you
quick.
got it from. Give me where you got it from.
No.
To be fair, should we like get more context? Like, is there more like we can look into this? I mean, like this.
You're not going to admit Zenek lied either.
I want.
I don't think he lied. I just think it's a really, weirdly written like paragraph or whatever.
No, you guys are just lying. It says our second attempt showed the Earth rotate. It says the first attempt showed that it was going backwards.
What's it? You're famous.
But we didn't even notice it because we're used to it going that direction because we're from the north. So we didn't notice that was backwards from what it was supposed to be. And then it says our second attempt showed it going the proper direction. If the second attempt shows it going the proper direction and the first one showed it going the wrong direction, that means that the first one showed it going the wrong direction.
Okay, so
I would say that it was going the same direction. They just interpreted it as going wrong because they expected it to go the other way, but it went the right way both times.
That's not what it says, though. What it says
what I think it
basic reading comprehension.
Yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to talk.
Yeah, so why don't we
really it's because they want to prove some point. They can't agree to basic reading.
Can I engage with left lane for a little bit?
Is there like a test?
I was trying to do something there for a second, and it got kind of cut off. Can I just go real quick? It'll be easy if the Glovers cooperate, but I doubt that'll happen. So,
Jeremy, that's why I asked and then stopped talking, unlike other people. So please go ahead.
thank you, Crypto. So, does the globe have a prediction on which way the deviation is supposed to happen due to the Coriolis effect in the northern and southern hemispheres? For the Glovers, that's for the Glovers only, guys, please. No, do you guys need me to rephrase it?
No, I want Witset's reference first.
Never. All right, go ahead, Crypto. They're all scared. Go ahead.
You guys can't answer an honest question. It's really pathetic. I can't even believe they even talk.
Oh, it's a trap. It's a trap. Don't get it twisted, and they know it.
Crypto, go ahead.
Directions in the first and second attempt.
You're breaking up there, Crypto.
Yeah, try again.
Yo, no Glober can answer if they have a prediction for which way the Coriolis deviation is supposed to happen in which hemisphere. You guys don't know, or
they're trying to figure it out right now in the background, Jeremy.
No, it's to the right in the north.
You went out, Crypto, just so you know.
Am I back
It's
now?
to the right in the north.
Yeah, Crypto, I think he's back.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I must have been between satellites. Sorry, guys. Left lane. Why do you think that the spin was different directions on the first and second attempts?
Well, the deviation is to the right in the north if you're facing north, and it's to the left in the south if you're facing south. And
okay,
what I legitimately interpret what they're saying in that paper, from my perspective, no influence from anyone, is that they were misinterpreting the first experiment and thinking, oh, the Earth's turning backwards. But then they realized, wait a minute, we're in the southern hemisphere. It's actually going the correct way. That's what I interpret them as saying.
It literally doesn't say that.
So you didn't actually answer my question. They did the same test twice, and it was they interpreted it as spinning in different directions, right? So the second time they actually changed the instrumentation to get it to spin the other way, right?
Yeah, if you read the next paragraph now that someone gave me the reference, if you read the next paragraph, it tells you.
Yeah, I was talking to left lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to know what that next paragraph says.
It proves you wrong.
You're going to run away from the question. That's fine.
It proves you wrong.
No, I'm not running. I just like to know because it's a little confusing, honestly.
Just for the Glovers.
What it is reading is a little bit confusing, and I would like to hear more of the context of the citation.
There's no point asking somebody a question if all of the other Globers are going to white knight for him and misdirect and mislead, right?
No, I'm not misdirecting or misleading.
I'm not going to bother playing that game.
For some reason.
I just muted him.
Yeah, because that's what's going to happen. they're all going to leap in to save left lane's blushes. And I don't really want to play that game, so I'm interested in truth. So from what I've heard, right, because I haven't seen the link, maybe someone can share it with me and I can read it when I get in. But from what it sounds like to me is that they got 2 different readings on the 2 tests in the same place, right? So why do you think that the direction of spin was different both times from what they recorded?
I don't think that the apparatus was moving in a different direction. I think they misinterpreted it because they expected it to go a different way.
That's not what it says.
Then it went. That's why I need more context. It's a little confusing in the reading.
Oh, that's inconvenient. That's
Well,
funny.
if someone wants to read it for
wouldn't it be more like, like if we had actual numbers, wouldn't it be a little bit more concrete, than this?
Numbers are there. I dropped the source, buddy.
Yeah, let's see it. Would you mind reading it once more?
Let's see where the numbers at.
Okay. Just stop talking until you read it, maybe. Okay, so it says, standing on the bottom of the world, the Earth spins backwards relative to the direction it spins in the northern hemisphere. However, water still spins down the drain the same random direction. Our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backwards from what was expected. We didn't notice this at first. Let's read it again. Our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backwards from what was expected. We didn't notice this at first. What didn't they notice at first? Left lane.
Well,
the pendulum was deflecting in an opposite direction from what they expected.
That's not what it says. No, that's why you can't answer. No, that's why you can't answer my question. I'll ask it again. No, you can't answer my question because it disproves you. So I said our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backwards from what was expected. We didn't notice this at first. What didn't they notice?
That they were anticipating it to go in the other direction.
No, it says we didn't notice that it was going backwards. That's what it says.
So
it says that it was going backwards and we didn't notice this at first. That's what it says.
That's actually really interesting, because what he's saying is that they did notice it, but actually the paper explicitly says that they didn't notice that it was wrong because they were from the north.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's our open and shut case, guys. Come on.
It's terrible. It's terrible. And then it goes on. The next paragraph he was ranting about says, the opening picture shows the 3 of us kneeling next to the pendulum with the weight hanging in a vertical configuration. The air resistance against the weight caused the pendulum itself to rotate. This gave us spurious results for our first attempt. Later, we fashioned the weight so that it was hanging horizontally to the plane of the floor, and we got results consistent with what was expected. Our second attempt showed the Earth rotating in the proper direction, but at an angular velocity twice what is expected.
So that was my question to left lane. Why was the second attempt spinning differently to the first attempt?
Oh, I don't have any idea. I don't know.
If it says the second attempt is rotating in the proper direction, then what was the first attempt doing?
Obviously. Like, yikes.
Improper direction, obviously.
Yikes.
Come on, guys. This isn't hard.
Yeah, this is really, really bad. This may be one of your most dishonest moments yet as a collective group. It's really bad. Not one of you will stand up and say, wow, you were right.
Well, so what NASA was doing was trying to jump in and say, just run the narrative of they fixed it and then it worked, to avoid them having to admit the Globers were wrong, claiming it didn't go the wrong direction, right? That's the most you'll get from them, is to shift the goalpost over to a new argument, because they don't want to admit that they were wrong.
And that was kind of my original point, too, was that they have to keep changing things in order to make the pendulums work.
Yeah.
This is really, really bad.
And they don't want to go to the equator and just do the experiment.
And this is from the South Pole. This is why people message me and say Globers turn them into flat earthers.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect example.
So dishonest.
Yeah, this was one of the worst I've ever seen.
Yeah, we're all sitting here reading it. The link's there. The pictures are there. We read it out loud 5 times.
And they all obviously see it, and it's sinking in now because they're all being quiet. But wow.
No, they didn't just disagree or misunderstand. They actually started to tell us that we were stupid.
Oh yeah.
It's only going to get worse, guys. The more we pick apart their tiny little narrative that was never true in the first place, they're just going to get more and more triggered by that.
No, I mean, to be honest, from my perspective, what's triggering me is you're saying that the way I interpret what they're saying, that I'm lying, and I'm not lying. I'm simply expressing the way that I interpret what they're saying.
Okay, well, maybe you're just not able to read and comprehend things.
But it's weird because you sound smart enough.
And you insult me, so you're going to insult my intelligence.
Well, that's what you're saying, that you don't comprehend what it says. That's what you're saying.
No, that's your opinion. That's your subjective opinion.
No, there's an objective answer, and yours is wrong. It has nothing to do with opinion.
Like when you guys argue objective fact on paper, like what are you doing? Really? This is unreal.
The argument for the globe should be, well, yeah, they just had the wrong setup. They had to account for some things they didn't think about. So they had to go the wrong way the first time because they had an improper setup. They then had to change it again, and it went the right way, but it went a little too fast. So they had to change it again, and then they ended up getting the proper result. And that they just had a flaw in their in the way they had it set up at first. That's the actual globe position. But you guys are claiming it never even messed up. It's just insane.
So Zanuck, am I still misleading people, pal? You want to pipe up and admit you're wrong? Let me guess. No, right?
Oh, I told you right about. I said the rotation of the Earth was a certain direction. I attributed precession. I still stand by what I said. I read it the same way Left Lane does. There's no. Hold on, let me finish. I think it was written where they saw it running a certain direction, and they were different than what they expected, and then they reoriented maybe the lines on the ground where the numbers are. That's how they changed the pendulum, and then they saw some other anomalies due to the fact that the disc was getting spun because it was sitting horizontally. You see him standing on it from the cable.
So they rewrote the numbers backwards.
Let me finish. You might listen. You might learn what I'm saying. Then they stand on this disc. That's how it got air resistance. They made it spin itself in a certain direction, not the precession, but the weight itself. Then they changed it to a vertical orientation, and then they finally got the right and the correct numbers. So they were fumbling around and got all sorts of problems. Whatever they was visual or perceived or whatever, they finally figured it out at the end. So that's
all right, I'm going to read it one more time. Zanuck, I'm going to put you back on mute because it's just really dishonest. But I'm going to read it because I forgot. It just gets even worse for them. So it says, standing on the bottom of the world, the Earth spins backwards relative to the direction it spins in the northern hemisphere. So our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backwards from what was expected. What's expected? That on the bottom of the world, the Earth spins backwards relative to the direction it spins in the north. So our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backwards from what's expected. We didn't notice this at first because we're all from the northern hemisphere and are accustomed to the Earth spinning in an anti-clockwise direction. We then realized that from our frame of reference, the Earth should be spinning clockwise. So we had to modify the pendulum.
So their entire first couple of sentences is followed by, we didn't notice this at first. That sets up what they're fixing to say.
Wow. This is impressively remedial, okay? So it
is remedial, and I'm amazed that you don't understand it, or you're just you're intentionally misrepresenting it.
Wow.
That is crazy, bro. So again, it says that it was going backwards, but they didn't notice it was going backwards at first. They thought it worked, right? And then they realized, oh, never mind, it's supposed to be going the other way. We didn't realize that at first. That's what it objectively says, because then it says...
They made their statements, and then they said, we didn't realize what we just said. We didn't realize it at first.
You look so bad right now, dude. I'm being honest.
Hey, Whitson, why would these guys admit that they did it wrong and got the wrong result? Why would they do that?
No, you're not changing the subject. We're holding them accountable. You're not changing the subject. You're not changing the subject.
Like a temporary lapse in dishonesty, doesn't it?
Why would these guys admit that they had problems doing this if they were trying to brainwash you?
See, you're changing the subject, so I'm going to mute you because you're going to keep interrupting. So again, because you guys are gonna be honest today. Today's the day you're gonna have to admit you're wrong and be honest about something for once in your life. It says that standing on the bottom of the Earth, standing on the bottom of the world, the Earth spins the opposite direction as the north. Our first attempt with the pendulum showed the Earth spinning backwards from what's expected from being on the south, but we didn't even notice that it was going backwards from what was expected at first because we're from the northern hemisphere and are accustomed to the Earth spinning in an anti-clockwise direction. We then realized that from our frame of reference, the Earth should be spinning clockwise. So we had to modify the pendulum. They had to modify the pendulum because they then realized that it actually was going backwards and they weren't used to that being the case. It's very simple. A 5-year-old can understand it.
Why would they have to modify it, and why would they need a second attempt?
I would say that they probably modified it by changing the precession numbers, like the on a clock, the opposite direction.
Oh
That's
my
how they
God.
modified
the opposite direction.
They also had this weight flat, which caused a spin of the weight, which caused a weird a change in precession. So they change it to a vertical. They made a lot of mistakes along the way.
That's
A lot of
separate
mistakes from the
issue,
very, very
Zach.
beginning. This whole thing is flawed to begin with,
That's
but
separate
good for them. They
issue.
finally figured it out at the end.
I just want to point out
That's
how
a separate
funny it
issue.
is that left lane dropped himself out of the call. It's hilarious.
Of course,
Yeah,
it
because
seems
before
like
they admit they're
Xanax
wrong.
finally admitting that it was going backwards at first, anyhow. So you did get someplace here.
Well,
No, I didn't.
only the
I
other
still
one that's
take
trying to
the same
change the
position
subject.
Two were bad.
I still take the same position left lane did as far as they're being expecting something.
Oh, never
didn't
mind.
notice
Sorry, Xanax. I thought you were admitting you were wrong.
But I did notice there was some problem with the weight itself, which had some aerodynamic forces on the weight, which caused it to spin, which would give us some crazy paths, which I agree that would happen. They changed that and hooked it so that weight, they had like a weightlifting weight on there. They changed it to be hanging vertically, which got rid of that problem, and then they were get the predictable result.
Okay, it says our first attempt. It says our first attempt was going backwards, and we didn't notice it at first. Once we noticed it, then we had to modify the pendulum, and our second attempt showed it rotating in the proper direction. If you want to lie about that, we shouldn't engage with you. We shouldn't engage with you. We shouldn't engage with you.
Hey, Winston, did you ever
If you really think it went the wrong direction, good for you. Good for you if you think they saw that thing going the wrong. Find a pendulum anywhere that's done that. Go ahead.
It always does.
Can I ask a question? If it was precessioning in the wrong direction for some reason, wouldn't it, just by the nature of the spin of the earth, start to cause it to spin in the other direction? You understand my question?
No.
Okay.
No.
If
You
they
don't
expect
understand,
me-
or that's your answer is no.
I'm asking a question.
No,
So I
I'm
don't know.
asking Xanax. Does it know he doesn't understand, or is that his answer?
Precession is based on something swinging in a fixed plane. Just so you know.
How can you not
Well,
understand the
well,
question?
I gotta help my kids
Well,
at home.
Let me clarify. Let me try to get it more clear. If you're expecting it to spin in a counterclockwise position, and it starts to spin in a clockwise position, then shouldn't it still, if it's supposed to spin in a clockwise or the counterclockwise position, start to do that on its own?
Yeah.
Is that more clear?
Yeah, I mean, the question makes sense to me, but I don't really know.
Yeah, if it's processing, it cannot be processing in that rate and then change directions. The precession wouldn't be a precession then. It'd be some other force of that particular pendulum, like a Etch-a-Sketch or one of those things that draws the flowers. But that wouldn't have a precession, a predictable precession in any direction. It would be baking a flower.
It's easy to put a bias into the pendulum. Once you put the bias into the pendulum, it will not correct itself. Especially since this one was unpowered and only lasted a few hours, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so what you're saying is, if it starts to process in the wrong direction because you cause it to process in that direction, it would never correct itself. It would always process that way.
Not in the time that you're allowing it to see. Remember,
Think about what you're saying.
Oh no, I understand.
Think about what you're saying.
The Earth
going a straight line. If it's going a straight line, then it would never correct itself because it couldn't be out of a straight line to begin with. It wouldn't make any sense.
The Coriolis force isn't very strong. You can put a bias into the pendulum, it's going to overwhelm the Coriolis effect.
So but if you spin forever, it would always be that way. Over a long period of time, it still would not overcome it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, especially if you have one of these amplified ones. The machines
Okay, you guys are just debunked yourself. I hate to say it.
No, we haven't debunked anything. Once again, the problem is that you have to be very careful with this machine. These guys admitted that they set it up incorrectly. And why, if they were trying to brainwash you, would they ever admit that they did it wrong the first couple of times?
Who claimed they were trying to brainwash us?
Well, that's what you want to say. You want to say it's all fake.
No, I never said that.
Well, that's what you're. Then why are you bringing this up? The fact that it took them several times to get it correct.
We're just showing that it didn't work. They had to change all kinds of things to make it work. Why are you lying about what we say every single time that you talk?
I'm not lying about it, Whitsett. You are the liar right here. You are saying that these guys took several attempts to get all the bias out of the pendulum. Therefore, wow, they must be wrong. It didn't just work when you put it first time. Boom.
No,
you
don't
done
understand
an experiment at all? You have to fucking work at it sometimes.
Yeah, you don't understand the point.
Yeah, how about this? Will you admit that the Globers were wrong when they were claiming that the paper doesn't say it went the wrong way the first time?
That's how I read it too. But if they want to read it another way, that's fine. But
Okay,
you can see their interpretation.
No, you can't. It's their interpretation's blatantly backwards of what it says.
I can. Okay. In the meantime, though, they figured it out and they corrected it. They had a bias in the weight. They were doing it at the North Pole. It's like what, low temperatures and no air. And guess what? They finally got it to work in the correct way when they took all the bias out. The Foucault pendulum is not an easy thing to do.
Well, that's what the flat earther was saying earlier. That's what Rakia was saying when he talks to university. They're super fidgety and not consistent and not easy to do. And all the ballers jumped in to talk about how easy it is to do. You can do it in your own garage and it works perfect every time.
You can do it in your garage, but you have to be very careful. You have to make sure you take out all the bias. This is why it's normally when it's started up, you start off on a string and you burn the string so that you don't impart even a little bit of bias into the swing.
What if you just you have a little bit of bias, but you only pick the one that the bias sets it off in the direction you want to see? Dun dun dun.
You would have no. If you get any bias at all, you won't get the result that you will get by the Coriolis.
Really, then we should be able to easily show it not possessing at all at the equator.
Well, who would want to set up a Foucault pendulum at the equator?
To prove that the prediction of the globe's right. It's a very good way to prove it.
Nobody does that because
It wouldn't actually prove that it wouldn't prove that it's axial rotation, but it would prove that at least you have some correlation to stand on. You guys don't even have the correlation yet.
Have correlation. You look at any Foucault pendulum from any place on Earth and figure out its rotation rate, and it matches. It goes the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. There's more than one. There's several in Australia. There's one in South Africa.
I just noticed an inconsistency. Hold on a second. That's not an inconsistency. He said the Coriolis effect isn't strong enough to counteract the spin that you messed up, but the Coriolis effect is strong enough to deflect bullets, hurricane winds, artillery shells, but not to correct the spin of a pendulum.
This is why they should be replaced by ChatGPT, because you think ChatGPT would lie if you copy and pasted that paragraph into ChatGPT. Do you think it would lie and say that it went perfect, in the perfect direction the whole time? Of course not. Of course it wouldn't say that. It would say more like what NASA's saying, which is just like, oh well, they had to get it to work. They would never lie, and it would never just make up that it says it worked perfect from the beginning. It's just such a weird. That's why you guys should be replaced with the Supreme bot.
What's your problem with this? That they had to set it up several times to get it to work?
I'm not even the one that brought this up, buddy.
Well, what's your point? Why do you keep harping on this like it's some big? This means the Earth. This means the Earth is not spinning because they had to work on it and do it 3 times before they got it before it worked.
Did I say that?
Yeah, that's what you're insinuating.
I said this means the Earth's not spinning.
It's what you're insinuating.
No. I actually didn't even bring this up. I pointed out that you guys were all lying because you just have no accountability, so you can just make stuff up. And then whenever you're cornered into having to admit it, like Left Lane, you can just drop from the call. And then Coach Joe can jump in the chat and say, you did good by leaving. These people are really toxic. And they can just keep amping it up, even though everyone knows that you guys were wrong and that they were lying.
So what's your point? Why you keep
hold on, NASA, because I asked Regis a question a while ago, and instead of trying to fucking phone witches fucking bullshit, I'm gonna continue what I was the reason I was asking that. And the reason I was asking that to you, Regis, was because I did this as well, and it sounds like these guys in the South Pole who did this, and anybody else who's doing this is gonna come by the same results, which is that when you first do it, you're gonna find that any influence is going to have a greater effect than the effect you're looking for. And they said the first time that they swung it, it went the opposite direction, and they didn't notice that at first. But they also say the reason why they did that is because they swung this flat weight vertically, and they also didn't have a mechanism to make the influence of the the first release. They didn't have a mechanism to make sure that there wasn't any interference. So because they're not allowed to burn any flames down there.
So you admit Zanuck and Left Lane were wrong.
No, I'm not calling your shit, dude. But,
okay, well then stop talking. Then stop talking.
The point is, no, I'm not even talking to you, dude.
Well, you're trying to make sure we don't get to actually have the resolution of the conversation. That's what you're doing.
Regardless, my point is, That
Yeah, he jumped in the chat and he was like, "Yeah, you should leave. Good job leaving. Good job leaving because they're super toxic." He's amping up. He was amping up.
My point.
This is
my
so
point
weird.
is to Regis.
They're just liars.
My point is to Regis. Okay, my point to Regis is, just like these guys, you'll find that more you do it, like after the first, second time, you find the mistakes that influenced it, and you found a way to take those out of it, and then you get consistent results continuously because you've eliminated all the other influences, and you're now getting the influence of the Royals, which is going to be much less than that other shit. So
Yeah, so we're actually talking about something else you want to make sure that you avoid, which is that you were in the chat and you were saying, "Yeah, Left Lane, good job on you for leaving. They're super toxic." Instead of having a little integrity and being like, "Left Lane, they're right. You're reading it wrong. You and Zanuck are doubling down on it, but that's not what it says. It definitely says what they're saying." You actually amped it up and then sat quiet to watch it. It's like you enjoy them derailing and misrepresenting. And none of the ballers in this room decided to jump up and be like, "They're right. It clearly says that. You guys are wrong. Stop doubling down on it." And now you want to jump in. Once I called you out for saying that in the chat, amping it up, then you want to jump in and just be like, "Oh, I just want to talk about something else." And which it's the bad guy. He didn't let me say this earlier. So you're also being dishonest. I don't know what's wrong with you guys today, but it's pathetic.
I think it's just because you're destroying.
I'm not gonna fall into your emotional trap that you're trying to get people in. I'm actually trying to have a conversation about the subject. Okay,
bro, you're getting
if that's
destroyed.
a problem,
What
then
conversation?
if that's a problem, then that's a problem. The point is
What
that
conversation?
And this is the problem with too. Kosho thinks he has so much juice here. Go back to Jim Panda's server. How about that?
Right, seriously, dude.
The point is,
no one cares about the point, bro.
He thinks he's so hard on the internet. He thinks he runs every room. He goes to Tartology or whatever Tartaria. Stop. He goes to Tartaria. He does the same thing. He tells me what I'm allowed to talk about. He tells the room what they're allowed to talk about. He does the same thing here. He does the same thing here. He tells people what they're allowed to talk about. He talks down to him like he controls it. It's his server.
Why are you interrupting me, dude?
Cuts people off while he's trying to think about.
I'm in the middle of talking. I'm in the middle of saying something.
I mean, dude, like Kosho, bro, Kosho and Zanuck, bro, are the final boss of Globe Earth. Like, you're gonna expect that sort of behavior, bro.
Yeah, so he doesn't run the server though. He doesn't run the other servers. He isn't like, we don't all bow to King Internet Kosho. That's not how it works. The hell you got that inflated feeling of importance, but that's not how it works. So when we're having a conversation and the ballers are in a position where they need to just show some integrity and admit they were wrong, you don't come in and tell us we're not going to talk about that anymore, and now you're going to decide what's talked about. That's not how it works.
And at least try thinking about what you're going to say before you say it, because like 9 times out of 10, I hear you like muttering and stuttering and fumbling for words, bro. Like, it's really hard to sit through that shit. Like, make it short, concise, and sweet. Get to the fucking point.
Like, if the Earth's a ball, you guys are doing it a disservice by, like, when flat earthers say things I consider to be disingenuous or they're being dishonest or they won't admit that they were wrong about something, I jump in and tell and correct them. And whenever ballers take whenever flat earthers take the Glober's argument and they straw man what they're saying, I jump in and say, "That's not what he said. That's not what he's saying." I do that all the time. Why do the ballers not do that?
In fact, I did that earlier between a conversation between you and Montreal. So that's just what that's just what we do. Like we try and be as logical as possible with our conversations, but I don't think we're getting the same respect.
And then it's like, oh, Glober is wrong and is lying and doubling down. And then they put their cape on to jump in and to spin another narrative or change the subject. Anything other than them just admitting that they were wrong about something.
Yeah.
Which is why I said they should be replaced by the Supreme Bot, because the Supreme Bot doesn't have like this emotional need to spin, manipulate, and lie about stuff. Like, it's just gonna say the irresistible.
They don't need to be replaced, because honestly, what they think they're doing the exact opposite. Because anybody that hangs around long enough and listens to their disingenuous BS is like, wait a minute, what the heck am I believing in if these guys have to lie so much about it and be deceiving?
These are the best the Globe has to offer.
Because then they're like, wait, all the Globers are in agreement with this, even though they're clearly wrong. It's like, so wait, do I have to be in this cult that just even when we're wrong, I have to lie and pretend we're not wrong about something? Like, I don't want to be in that cult. And then they're like, maybe I should look into to what these other people think.
Oops, I mean science.
Kosho, did you have a response to this topic?
Well, let him wipe his tears first. I think it's a little premature to ask.
Yeah, his response was to change the subject.
And the only reason I even brought him up was because he was in the chat talking about this very subject. So I'm like, you know, and it's like everyone knows I even like left lane. Like I'm like, yo, just dude, that's not what it says. Like just walk it back. He said
I don't even know
went
what
on
the
to say
topic
that
was
he's amazed at how stupid I am because I can't understand it and it's so simple. You know, I'm like, what the.
That's
I
like
don't even know what
Zanuck,
happened.
right?
I'm just
Zanuck is
trying
always
to throw
jumping in.
salt in it.
Go
All
ahead.
right, Napalm. I was just saying, I don't even know what the fuck happened. I don't even know what the topic was about. I was just trying to throw salt in Kosho's wounds a little bit.
Oh well, what happened was
I will agree to this. I want to say one thing. Can I say one thing? I agree it's poorly written and there's a lot of things to be left to be interpretation. So I do understand where Wicked is coming from. I don't agree with them. I agree more with Left Lane and my interpretation as well is that they were confused. The confusion is miswritten, misrepresented. Was there a reverse procession? I mean, truly? I don't know. I don't think so. I really believe that they processed it correctly, but they saw it incorrectly. Then they readjusted the pendulum with different numbers on the ground, because that's how you do make pendulums and see where it's processing or marks. And they reoriented it to see which way it was going. I don't know for sure. I think we should probably find these guys and interview them. Fuck, let's
They're
move on to
dead.
something
I
else.
already looked him up, and this is that's the Zanuck version of admitting he was wrong. By the way,
right.
So you would put they're confused.
We go on to say,
you confused.
I understand why you may have been confused, and this happens lots of times. When people lack reading comprehension skills, I understand that, and this is why university could help.
and you're a smart guy, Napalm. But if you would just go back to university and take a few classes, maybe you could really do something.
You might even be able to get a Nobel Prize award.
And actually, it's the people that did the experiment and wrote it that are misunderstanding.
Somehow having knowledge about how the experiment is actually done and how long procession takes, I would think they should be able to detect this pretty easily, and if you shouldn't have gone the wrong direction, unless they had some really big problems in their freaking setup, which
You should
sounds
talk
like
to
they
your
kind of did.
nephew about it.
I could do that. I don't think he would know about
Yeah, you
this.
should. You should fix this up. You have an obligation. Now that you're aware.
Well, just because you don't know, Dice, though, right? The paper says, what it says is, based on the globe, then the pendulum should spin in the opposite direction in the south. And then we went to do the test, and it went the wrong way. And we didn't even notice this at first because we're so used to it rotating the other way in the north, we thought it was going the right way. Once we realized that actually it's going the wrong way for the south, we had to then modify the pendulum. And then during our second attempt, we got it to go the proper direction, but it was going twice the velocity it was supposed to. Then we messed with it again and then got it to match the expected results.
So doesn't that tell you
You got to
it can go
persuade
either
it a
way?
little bit. That's all.
That tells you it can go either way. They can make it go either way they want, right? No matter what.
There's Dice, so just so you understand. So that's what it clearly objectively says. And they were telling us what it actually says was that it went the right way the first time and that they just didn't notice it. Right? So it's like insane.
Right.
The whole last 10 minutes has just been like insane.
That's pretty bad, guys. Pretty disingenuous.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me that makes it really like an open and shut case is that they actually had to modify it to get it to spin the opposite way. There's no reason to do that if it was just an interpretation issue.
They literally said they modified it to get it to go the proper direction.
Yeah.
Can I get a mic check?
Because if it's an interpretation issue, you just reinterpret the same data. Like, surely.
Oh, they're saying they thought it was good at first, and then they realized, oh snap, it's actually supposed to be going the other way. We're in the south.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But their cope is that it's a wrong interpretation, right?
Yeah.
But then if it's a wrong interpretation, then you just reinterpret it. You don't have to redo the whole thing.
Yeah, why would you have to modify it? Sorry, Rookie, go ahead.
No matter what they did, right? No matter what happened in the beginning, what they had to modify to make it go somewhere, the paper that they wrote that you read, right, told everyone in here what they did. And then the ballers, Zanuck, Left Lane, and Kosho, actually went to the point of you lying about what they said in the paper and that you misread it or misinterpreted, or they can't just be honest. That's ridiculous.
See, I'll leave out the lying. I'm not saying anybody's lying. That was my contention, to simply represent what you understand to be the way you understand it is not a lie.
Yeah, I know how you put things, Left Lane, but the way it went was Zanuck saying that Witsit was lying, not reading the paper right, lying about it, and then you got on to everyone else about saying that he was about the lying part. You left Zanuck out for whatever reason, and you just interpret and smooth things over like you can just to go along with Zanuck, who was clearly wrong, which makes you wrong, right? And then just move on. No one cares.
Well, they seem to need to hang on to the pendulum. It's like one of the only things they have to try to push this idea of a rotating globe.
Lead balls in the shed.
Gio, do you even think that proves one thing one way or another? I don't.
No.
I just don't. I mean, if they can manipulate it enough in the southern hemisphere to make it go the opposite direction and work out perfectly, then what are we talking about here? And everybody I've talked to about it says it doesn't work right. You have to manipulate it a lot to even get it to come close. And most of the time it doesn't work. And things that seem to affect it that they have no clue why they're affecting it. Kiss my ass if that's proof of anything moving. But why they hold on to it so much, I think, is because they don't have anything else.
In this case, Rakia, it wasn't a mystery why it wasn't working correctly. Like as I said, the plate that they were using like a plate for a dumbbell, like the kind of weight you put on the bar, and it was flat, and they had it sitting vertically, and so for that reason, it wasn't only processing in the wrong direction, which they didn't notice at first. It was also not even processing in straight lines. Like it wasn't swinging back and forth. It was swinging elliptically, as if there was an influence at the start of it. And even whenever they got to rotate the correct direction, that elliptical swinging never it wasn't corrected until way later. They had the guy who was letting it go had to like carefully let it go because they're not allowed to burn flames up there or down there. So like the swing in the wrong direction is almost like it's not even the worst of the worst of the errors because it wasn't even swinging back and forth. So it seems to me that it's kind of obvious that there was errors in the way they had this set up, which is why once they corrected for all those errors, they got consistent results.
I'm not sure what you're talking
for.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but the paper that I heard read, which I haven't read the paper to be fair, said that it processed in the wrong direction and they didn't notice.
That's what I said to you just now.
Yeah, so it did process.
It swang in the wrong direction. Yes.
So you said it swang in direct like lines back and forth. It didn't process at all. That's not what we were talking about.
No,
Yeah.
No,
okay.
I know.
Go ahead and interrupt me. Go ahead.
That's why I brought. That's why. Yeah, but that's why I brought that up. Because it wasn't talked about.
Yeah, I'm talking about. So, are you done? Okay. So I'm talking about what the paper said about when it did process, but it processed in the wrong direction because of reasons. Whatever the reasons those are, it doesn't really matter. Reasons. That means in any hemisphere, in any position, they can get it to do whatever the hell they want. correct?
No, it's not correct. This is what I'm saying is that the setup that they had a plate standing up vertically. So the very first time they did it, when they had it standing up vertically like this, because it's a flat plate and they have it swinging back and forth, the Coriolis effect is not going to be the major influence. It's going to be the thing swinging in the air. And the fact that it wasn't, so that wasn't the only problem, that it swung the wrong direction. It also wasn't swinging back and forth, which tells you that like none of the results you use for that can be used. There's obviously an influence in it if it's not even swinging back and forth, let alone the wrong direction.
Yeah, so the takeaway from that is if you do the test wrong, yeah, of course it's, you can get it to do whatever you want because you're doing it wrong. But if you do it correctly, then there's really only like a few results you can get, and
So the
correct
point
one.
is that they were trying to adjust it to swing the expected way, rather than just the result they originally got. Wait, what was that add-on that
The
you just
takeaway
added,
is that
Coco?
every time you show something different other than what they're claiming that it is supposed to show,
It's
that
set
they're
up
gonna
wrong.
say, yeah,
Yeah.
you're setting it up wrong.
Well, no,
That's
I mean,
that's the bottom line, right?
they're
That's
going
what
down
it
to
is.
set up a Foucault pendulum and they don't know how to set it up or what to do. Come on, man.
So wait, Kosho, did you add something on there that no one's talked about yet, where they also said that it wasn't swinging back and forth?
Yeah, no one was bringing that up. But yeah, that was the case. So
Was that in
even
addition
though
to
the
the
first
thing?
time they were swinging it back and forth, I mean, even though the first time it was swinging the wrong direction, which was the major error that they brought up for the first swing, the successive swings, they were getting, it was too fast or whatever, this and that, and it also was not swinging in a straight line, like in a
It's
planar
elliptical.
fashion. It was
Is
swinging.
that
It
in
was
the
swinging
same paper?
elliptical. Yeah. And they said they explained why that was happening because, like I said, when I did it, I had to use a flame. Like most people, they use like a flame to make sure that there's no influence in the initial swing. But if you have somebody, drop it or whatever, you can add influence in it, and you're gonna notice that because it's not gonna swing back and forth. It's gonna swing like, in an elliptical fashion, which is what was happening. So they waited for that to not be the case, and they started getting consistent results, and it was the results that they expected.
Okay, I haven't read the paper, but what I think is interesting is possibly the interpretation of it being correct the first time, and if it was swinging the wrong direction, what would be the reasons for that? And if like, what would that say if there was that, if this test means anything, right? Like, so what we talk about with the star rotation is possibly lining up with pendulum movements, right? Even if it was opposite directions, like say it's correct that it's, I mean, this whole thing could be begging, of course, but if the pendulum tells us something and it's counterclockwise below the equator and clockwise above or the opposite way, then what could it tell us, right? Either it's because it's upside down, or what is it that the globe model says the reason it should be spinning the opposite way is because it's upside down,
That's
and
right.
it's actually spinning the same way.
Yeah, we're spinning the same way, but we're upside down in reference to each other. So
Yeah, so it just seems like it's going the opposite direction, but the pendulum's actually going the same way. It's just because you're upside down, right?
that's one way of looking at it. Yeah, like if it was a ceiling fan and the ceiling fan was on the same axis through the Earth, if you were at the North Pole, you'd see it spinning one way, and down there you'd see it spinning the other way. But it's ultimately spinning the same way on the same axis. Yeah, that's one way of.
Okay. Because the other thing is that if we have two star rotations like that model that I always show that E1 came up with, where there's actually two sets of stars, one going clockwise and one going counterclockwise, but they're adjacent to each other over a stationary Earth, then that could explain why the pendulum would go the opposite direction as well, right?
That's right. That was actually what Rig, the Australian Rig, he told me that one day, and I thought it was cool. So me and Lichman put it in our model. But like if it was a gear, like if the sky was a gear and it was
Yeah.
rotating the other guy, But the only
Right.
problem with that, of course, is it doesn't have any. There's no way to put that into reality. Like that would be one way it would work, but now you have to put these two skies next to each other and two hemispheres next to each other, in a way that even though they're both round, like as the equator is a circle, they're also, yeah, this doesn't make sense. They're next to each other, but the equator is adjacent to each other. You know what I mean? Like at every point, like the northern and southern part of the equator. So it doesn't really make sense.
Well, wouldn't proof of it, like the stars that go through like the celestial equator, right? If you see it like the model that you've seen, right, where the two star patterns are meeting in the center, and then it seems like stellarium. There's an argument on our side that stellarium is showing them converge and diverge, right, through the celestial equator, and that shouldn't be a significant spot at all. If it was a globe, it's just, you know, they're all going in the same direction. It just seems like that's a center spot. It's actually not a significant spot, but if it is shown that they converge and diverge, then that's a little bit strange, right?
No, that's what you would expect. If you're at the
You would
equator and
expect
you're
them
viewing it,
converging and diverging just at the celestial equator and not everywhere else.
yeah. If the sky in the north is rotating, what is it, counterclockwise or clockwise, and the southern hemisphere is rotating the opposite direction, then at the equator you'd see them rotating two different directions, and you'd see a divergence. Yeah, that's what you would expect, right?
You'd expect to see a convergence and divergence at the celestial equator.
If they're rotating two opposite directions, north and south, and then you look at that place where they're meeting, then yeah, they're rotating two opposite directions. So they're gonna be they're gonna be diverging.
Well, you're talking about the theory that I'm talking about, because you wouldn't expect that. I mean, the only reason that they seem to be going the opposite directions in the globe model is that you're upside down relative to where you were, right?
Yeah, Kosho,
Yeah,
you should
but
never see the two diverge on a globe. You should never see the two diverging star trails at the same time. And this is why. So let's say you're on a globe and the stars are way out there, right? They're way out there. If you're in the northern hemisphere, let's say you're 20 degrees north, the reason the stars look to be rotating around Polaris is because you're north of the equator on a sphere. So you're making a circle. If you were to look from the sphere from above, you're on that sphere making a circle. That is why the stars look like they're circling, because you're on that circle. Now, if you were to move to the southern hemisphere, 20 degrees south of the equator, you would also see the circle of those southern stars. But the reason those southern stars are circling is because you're on a circle, a circular path under the equator. Those are two separate phenomenons, and that's why they're occurring. To be able to be at, let's say, 20 degrees south and see a north rotation and a south rotation is not geometrically possible on a sphere. The only way that would be geometrically possible is on a well, there may be others. I can't say the only, but if you're on a stationary Earth and the sky is actually moving in those diverging patterns, you would be able to see that. On a sphere, you would only see them circling in the north or in the south. You would not see them simultaneously doing both directions unless you were north and south at the same time and did some kind of time lapse and then pasted two videos together or something. You could do it, but you could not be a human on the Earth watching those two rotations, because the rotations are caused by being either north of the equator or south of the equator. You would not see those simultaneously happening on a globe.
You just said
Two
geometrically.
things, because
Okay, you first, Coach. I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, Mr. Arma.
No, I was just going to say, because he said it's not geometrically possible, but I mean, and this is not me. It's not me not being rude, but did you actually work out the math? Because if geometrically, it's like.
I would say you could see both the divergence of both hemispheres. You just couldn't see both poles from one position, except for the equator.
That was gonna be my example, because I have two things I was gonna say. One is I did this because Travis asked me to do this, and I made a video of doing it and had all the lights in the room. You can kind of see me in my underwear if you freeze it at one point, but and there was divergence at the equator. But regardless, just like Left Lane just said, if instead of imagining the poles, you imagine like a star or two stars that were 10 degrees south and north of the poles, and you're at the equator, and you can see those two stars. You can see both sets of those two stars. It doesn't matter where you are. If you can see those two stars, you can be in the north or the south. If you can see those two stars, they're going to appear to be going the same direction around their respective poles. So if you can see both of them at the same time, you're going to see two different directions of.
Yeah, but they're only rotating around the poles because you're north or south of the equator. If you're on the equator, you should not see them converging or diverging on a sphere at all, because you're making a straight. It's not completely straight, but it's the equator is it's not vertically straight, but it's horizontally straight.
Let me say it like this, okay? If let's take the sun, or let's just take like a set of stars. It doesn't matter which stars they are, but if you're looking at them, they're all gonna go rise in the east and set in the west. If you're far away enough to where it's not night 24/7, so they're gonna rise in the east and set in the west. And if you're on the equator and you're looking towards the North Pole, rising in the east and setting to the west is going to be counterclockwise. And if you turn around and look towards the south and you see rise in the east and set in the west, you're going to see that as clockwise. So, if you're looking at two sets of stars and you're at the equator, you're going to see you're going to see counterclockwise and clockwise.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to say again, I disagree, because the only reason that they're moving clockwise or counterclockwise is because you're north of an equator on a sphere. So that's the only reason they're doing that. They're not actually moving clockwise in your model. They're way out there, light years, infinite, whatever away. The reason they're going clockwise is because you're north on a sphere. So you can't be on the north part of the sphere and see a southern counterclockwise rotation. You need to be in the southern part of the sphere so that you are on the sphere making that circular motion in order to see the southern rotating like that. That in and of itself debunks the globe.
No, it doesn't matter which hemisphere you're on. It's the direction you're pointing is what determines clockwise or anti-clockwise in this situation. How you explained it.
Well,
it's the direction you're pointing.
It's not just the direction. It's your position on the sphere. You need to be north of an equator to see a clockwise or counterclockwise rotation on a sphere, because you need to be moving in a way that correlates with the sky. You need to be moving in that circle. That's why the stars are moving in their models, because you're moving on the Earth.
Well, it's less that you're moving and more so that you're rotating. Not really moving thing.
Yeah, well, you can be north and point southward and see it different from, like, if you're in the north, right? Let's say 30 degrees north, and you point your camera northward, it would go, I forget which one is clockwise and
counterclockwise.
Yeah, and if you point it the other way, it'll go clockwise. You're still in the north.
Yeah, you can't see the central point of rotation, but you can see that the stars are moving in an arc around the central point. You just can't see the point.
But if you're if you have to be on a physical globe that's turning, causing it to look like that, how can you be in one place on the top half of the globe or the north of the globe and then see what would be required to be on the surface of the globe in the south from the north position?
It's not that. All stars on both models rise in the east and set in the west. I don't get the contention.
And if you're on the equator, Whit said you can look east and see the stars coming directly up and directly over your head and going and setting directly behind you.
What I would say.
Okay, so if I'm in the north, I should not be able to see any southern rotation whatsoever.
Sure, you can if you're far enough south. If you're like 89 degrees and sitting north, you can look and see both of you.
Really? So even though I'm actually standing on a ball, and the ball's moving, making the sky look like it's moving, I can be on the ball, moving in that one direction, but see two different directions?
Yeah, that would be impossible.
That's what we're talking about. That's what they're saying is possible.
No, it's
they literally just say words out of their mouth. They don't think of them.
I would say the only way it's possible, if you have a wide angle camera, wide enough where you're positioned kind of looking both north and south, because you have a wide angle camera. But other than that,
you don't need that. You don't need a wide angle.
Yeah, it would only be
you
an
can
optical
see the Southern
effect.
Cross from the Caribbean.
Yeah,
how are you standing on top of the ball simultaneously seeing below your feet to the north and below your feet
You're not.
to the south at clockwise and counterclockwise from
As
the
you move
equator?
as you move stars will move 1 degree, 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles you move.
Right, but
Yeah,
like
in
the
that one
southern
direction.
stars. Yeah, the southern stars are making a clockwise rotation because you're in the southern part of a sphere that is moving in a correlative way to where the stars would do that. And in the north, the same. But on a globe, you would either need to be in the north to get the counterclockwise, or you would need to be in the south to get the counterclockwise.
There would be a huge span of in the middle, in between, that went straight. You wouldn't see the curve of each direction. No way. The sky's too big.
It would.
Exactly.
stars-
Because at the
Yeah, and
equator,
that's
you're
what-
making a straight line, at least a straight and spherical geometry at the equator. Yeah, so you wouldn't see any clockwise or counterclockwise rotation. But there's many photography of either just north of the equator or just south, where we see the two.
Because it's
vortex
an optical, it's just an optical phenomena. It's not what they're saying it is. Because you put it together, it just have to be a huge span of the sky that's just appearing to be straight, not curving at
It is
all.
an optical thing because you see it. Yes, I agree. with
Yeah,
you.
we know it's an optical thing. That's
Yeah,
that's
because
what
you
we're
see
saying.
it.
That's
That's
what's
correct. That's what
creating that
optical means.
illusion that you're pretending to make us think that we're on either side of an equator of a sphere. We're not. We're actually on
Yes,
a
we are.
plane looking
No.
up.
No, there's no way
Yeah,
to get
you
two
don't have to cut
rotations.
me off every time because it makes you seem really stupid.
There's no way that you get 2 rotation points on your space pizza. Sorry. None.
Oh, fantastic straw man.
No, it's not a straw man.
Okay.
Tell me
It
how.
is.
Tell me how you get a second rotation point to go
Do you think
opposite
Rakia lives on a space pizza? Do you think
on the
Rakia
space
believes
pizza.
in space pizza?
Space
Well, I
pizza
mean, you
equals
have
straw
no
man.
model. I mean, that's the best I can come up with. I mean,
Yeah, you have a straw man.
So you're
That's
actually
the best you can
okay
come
with
up
your
with.
straw man. That's fine.
it's
As
a
long as
dirt
you admit
pizza. I mean, explain to me on the flat Earth. Okay, excuse me then. On the
Yeah.
flat Earth,
So he's going to
explain to
skate
me.
past the straw man. That's fine.
Fine. Okay, if you don't like the dirt pizza, explain to me on the flat Earth how you get 2 rotation points that move up.
Firstly, like on the straw
It's
man,
not so much about explaining anything to you because you're not going to accept anything any of us say
Well,
anyway.
no, I'll accept
It's
anything
more
you say.
about
Just come
it's
up and
more
tell
about
me.
treating us with some respect and not deliberately straw manning us when you don't have to.
You don't have any explanation for this. I've yet to hear one.
well,
I've been
that
asking for
doesn't-
years.
You're going to
wouldn't-
avoid that again. That's fine.
Come on, explain to me. Go.
Oh,
Okay, and then I'll
okay.
listen.
Hold on, Nash.
I'll
Okay.
mute and listen.
It's not a problem.
Explain to me. Explain to me how you get the
I
second
just
rotation.
wanted
I'll explain.
that you don't give a shit that you're being dishonest. That's
Go. Tell me the second rotation point. Go.
Now
Okay,
you're
I'll do it, but on one condition. Once you can explain how you can get 2 rotation points, let's say on the northern hemisphere, I'll give you my explanation if you're going to give me yours. Are you deal?
Well, yeah, it's easy on the globe because it's this.
Should I go first?
Go first. Go.
Okay, so you have the stars rotating in different directions on the flat Earth. That's an explanation.
Yep, just like
I just explained it.
just
Hold
like
on, hold on, hold on.
in the live stream right now. Just look at the maps. It shows how it could be done.
Yeah, and on the most simplistic
I
level,
just explained it.
Well, hold on. If you're not done, you can finish. But let me just say, just to tap onto that, I was going to say, let's say you have an absolutely extended planar Earth, just a massive planar Earth, and you have the sky above. I'm not getting into whether it's a dome above or flat stars, whatever. I'm just saying stars above, ground below. If those stars are like cars on a racetrack, they're up there. They can move in any direction. You could create any geometry of stars on the ceiling, like going, like I said, like little cars on in little lanes up there, moving the way that they do. So there's nothing that's impossible about that. They could be moving in 2 vortexes. It's very interesting how the way the stars move seem to correlate with a magnetic field with 2 vortexes. It's actually very similar, just like dragging a paddle through water, and you see the counter rotating vortexes. So there's a bunch of things in nature on the small scale and the large scale that show that. But there's no impossibility in terms of over a planar Earth. The stars are just moving in the exact pathways that they're moving. It can be broken down to be simple.
It would
be
be
like
like
addressing his straw man, because the straw man, the idea of
So magic, right? We don't know how
No,
this does it.
It's empirical. Exactly like it's what you see. What you see is what you get.
Yeah, but you have
The
no
way
evidence
you-
for it. Just
Understandable.
happens. Magic.
You said
thanks,
magic
thanks.
because that's your script. What Gio explained has nothing to do with magic. It has something to do with reality and something we can recreate here on Earth. And over Why are you cutting me off, dude? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? I'm
No,
asking.
no, you are on the other hand.
I'm muting.
Come on, guys.
Can I jump?
Yeah,
Step
hold
in?
on.
Please
I
don't.
muted him for interrupting.
Yeah,
Please don't interrupt. Go. You're just temporarily muted. Go ahead, Raku.
yeah. I just
Can
got
I
out of the
step in?
conversation because he does it, but you know that he has to implicate magic because that's just a script. That's for the audience to hear and move on and whatever. But what Gio said is practical. You can demonstrate this yourself. It does make sense. And what Gio said about the stars, even on a sphere model, could do different things. Now, when you do implicate a dome or some type of spherical shape that the sky makes, whatever the medium is, then you really get into some strange things that the stars are doing, which is what we see actually.
Well,
Can I?
the map that I put in first of all, speaking of demonstrations, there's a little video I put in there by Mr. Too Tough channel, where he puts the two electrodes in the water, and you can see that the leaves are all spinning opposite directions, one clockwise and one counterclockwise. So that shows the mechanics behind it. Whether we know where the mechanics come from or not is totally irrelevant, because who would know that? But what I always say is E1, when he came up with this, he knows the stars better than anyone of us, to be honest. And he says that if you could get out far enough past Easter Island, he's sure that you could show the stars completely diverge from each other, go off their opposite directions. And then on the other side, where the celestial equator is, they meet again and then go back through. And he said you can see that the Milky Way even starts to spread apart out towards the outer edges. And they say that's just because it's going around the globe, but it actually could be that it's separating. And that could be like the metaphor of the Quetzalcoatl, like the beast that's being torn apart in the sky that they've observed. And it could just be that our land masses are set up where we can't observe the complete divergence of these stars. They have no proof that the stars stay parallel to each other 360 degrees, which is what they would need to debunk this idea.
Can I answer
Wait,
to?
hold on, Bacon. If just NASA show will hold up his end of the deal, because
Yeah, I think he should have his chance to rebut. Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
All right,
and explain his how you can have 2 points of rotation from one position on a globe Earth. How's that possible?
Let's let Pate respond and then Bacon.
Easily explained. If you're far enough south in the northern hemisphere to see the southern sky, if you look south, they are rotating the direction that you would expect them to. If you look north, you can see the other rotation.
No, I'm saying looking one direction. How can you see two rotations?
You can't see one direction. How can you see a rotation pole looking one direction?
Looking north, like you said. If I look north,
you see the north rotation. That's correct.
Let's say I
look south, you're going to see the southern rotation.
Okay. So if I'm on the equator and I'm looking straight up,
you'll see the stars come directly above the east and set directly behind you in the west.
So when you're looking east,
hold on. Would they go in the same? All stars would go in the same direction.
Pretty much, yeah. Why?
So seeing 2 points of or 2 points where they seem to be going different directions. That would be impossible on the globe, right?
Well, it depends. Again, if you're looking north, you'll see them rotate counterclockwise. You look south, you see them go clockwise.
What if you just keep looking north and never turn around and just keep looking north and walk backwards south?
You mean so you want what do you want? Walk across the North Pole and walk back south again?
Yeah, from the equator, looking north, just walk backwards.
But isn't this argument regarding if you're at the equator and you're looking either like east or west, right?
That's
which is why NASA shows avoiding saying east and west. So that's the contention. If you're looking just east or west, would you see 2 rotations, one to each side?
You'd have to be above the equator. I've seen, but then you need a wide angle shot to see that.
Yeah, that's not possible on a globe. You don't. How can you look?
Well,
how can you look east and look? How can you look east and look up to see what is 90 degrees below you to your left and right while looking up and east? That's ridiculous.
New Perspective just posted this. This looks like it's from Hawaii.
Yeah, so it's a wide shot of seeing one go counterclockwise and one set go clockwise, and it's the same shot.
Yeah, but
it's not in the same direction.
I understand. No, yeah, exactly. That's a wide shot. I'm saying this is the only way possible. But what if I show you a photograph that's not about?
Look like you're going the same way.
Wait.
In order to see 180 degrees, you need a wide shot by definition.
Yeah. But what if I give you a narrow angle shot taken somewhere close to the equator that's showing both rotations. What would you say to that?
I would say, show me the picture.
Wait, like
Okay.
all,
I will.
like
Can
both.
I?
Okay.
Gil's just bringing up a good point that
Yeah,
NASA still and
they
Vic
can.
aren't getting a chance to talk.
I'm trying to address. Yeah, you said that you had one explanation, which was that the stars were just rotating in opposite directions, right? Is that right? What you said?
Well, that was just like a rebuttal to the idea that they are, because they're all going in the same direction. It's just where you stand and point that determines the direction. But they're all going from east to west. That's the like.
Yeah. Well,
how would you
I'm
say
talking
objective direction.
right.
Clockwise and
But I would
anti-clockwise
argue
is
that
just
they're not
subjective.
going just east and west. If they're going in circular patterns, that's not
Circles,
just
yeah,
east west.
yeah.
Right,
Well,
but
that's what east and west
Counterclockwise,
on a flat
clockwise.
Earth. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
like clockwise and counterclockwise is just a subjective direction based on your perspective, which direction you're pointing.
Not if you're recording both of them at the same time, and you're
I-
seeing one go clockwise and one go counterclockwise. Where if that is the case, then over a flat Earth, we could have
I was
two
trying
sets
to
of
respond
stars,
to Egypt. That
literally
wasn't your
one
turn.
going the opposite direction clockwise, than the clock, as opposed to counterclockwise.
Okay, so yeah, the orientation flips from counterclockwise to clockwise when you flip your orientation. So if you're looking to something that is rotating, you're looking right at the center of that rotation. For that to flip from counterclockwise to clockwise to counterclockwise, you have to turn around 180 degrees, right? That's where it's going to be rotating in the opposite direction, right? It's how orientation works, correct?
But what if you're pointing in one direction and seeing two rotations? What does that mean? Like
It's not just one. Then that's not one thing rotating.
Exactly.
If it's just one thing rotating, then you can't see two opposite rotations in the same direction.
Yeah, I'm at for your model, it has to be.
No, not for my model.
No, I'm saying for your model, that's the problem you have. I mean, I can explain it away in my model because I don't have one actually, not in my model, but I can give an explanation how it would work on a flat Earth. But you're constrained to your globe. Your globe spins in one direction. So if you're standing on it, the cause of stars rotating is the Earth's rotation, right?
Yep.
And the Earth rotates in one way.
Yep.
No matter where you are. So standing in one position, pointing in one direction and seeing stars, like in the two photos I just posted, seeing stars rotating in different directions, that would be impossible on a globe.
No,
Right.
you're
The
all,
only-
you know,
the only-
yeah.
the
When
only-
okay, not okay.
The only way, sorry, the only way you Bacon, you're next, but the only way it could be possible is on a geocentric globe with close stars. It is possible on very close stars on a geocentric type globe, but it's not
No,
possible.
I'm speaking to the heliocentric globe. I mean,
Right.
but
With the
yeah,
stars really far away, it doesn't work. Yeah.
Okay, so when you need 180 degrees to see from one center of rotation to the other center of rotation. If you're looking
Yeah.
at the celestial equator and you can see just a little bit above and a little bit below the celestial equator, that wouldn't require 180 degrees.
Why not?
No.
Wait.
Because that's for the center of the rotations.
Yeah, but exact rotation, not rotations. There's one rotation of the Earth. Why would you
Yeah, but
see?
there are two.
Yeah,
but there are two centers. One in which you see things going
No.
clockwise,
No,
and
no.
another
There
one
are
in
only
which you
two
see.
centers. Hold on. From the equator, there are no two centers.
Why not? There is
Why
one north and one south.
No, these are only created by your position on the globe. These so-called centers. There's no center of the sky on a globe.
There's the
There's
center of the
skies
path
all
of the
over.
stars.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're on the equator, you're going one direction, east to west, right?
In a straight
West
line.
to east, west to east.
Yeah, you're going west to east. The stars are going east to west.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going in one direction. You're going west.
Right, but if you point your camera northwards, pointing north, and you're going to see the stars rotating counterclockwise.
Exactly.
And it's going to be centered right at the horizon. So that's the center of that rotation. You see the upper part of that circle, and if you look south, you see the upper part of the other circle. So both centers are right at the horizon.
No, yeah, we agreed on that. But what if you're looking 90 degrees up and you're smack down on the equator? Why would you see two different rotations if it's not a wide? Because I conceded earlier, with a wide angle camera, like you said, 180 degrees, you would see that. But if you're looking straight up with a narrow angle, why would you see two rotations? Well,
Because
that
one of
doesn't
those
make any sense.
It does. One is above in the north part of the celestial sphere, and the other is in the southern part of the celestial
but
sphere.
it's not the stars spinning. It's your camera, your position. You're holding a camera. The only way you're getting a trail is through your camera moving. So your camera is moving one direction.
Yeah, but
How
your
would you
camera.
Yeah.
Okay, your camera has a field of view. So if you're pointing the center of your field of view right at the celestial equator, that the direction of the center of the camera is perpendicular to the rotation. So there is no clockwise or counterclockwise. There's just up and down. But to the right of that or to the left of that, that's no longer perpendicular to the rotation. Now, the left part of your photograph is in one of the hemispheres, and the right part of your photograph is in the other hemisphere. So even though it's only one photo, you have, yes, it is. If the center of your camera is right at the celestial sphere, then the edges of your camera are in opposite hemispheres. So the same camera can can see things from both celestial hemispheres.
No, the camera is not in any hemisphere. It's on
not the
on
camera.
the equator.
I'm talking
Even
about
if you're talking about the field of view, the position of the camera is what determines the star trails. Not its field of view being juxtaposed to some hemisphere. I mean, it's not physically there. It's just rotating in one direction on the equator. I don't care if my field of view. That would be true if the stars are spinning, not the Earth. I would agree with you on that.
But that wouldn't make any difference. Observation would be exactly the same.
No, it wouldn't.
No, you're saying
I might be wrong.
optically.
Okay.
Optically, if you rotate a camera, pointing that can, like if you're rotating a camera, or if you rotate the surroundings of the camera in the opposite direction, optically that's identical. So you can't say it works only if one is moving, not the other one.
No, you're not
visually
rotating the
it's
camera,
identical.
you're just getting a wide shot.
Sorry?
You're just getting a wide enough shot to get it all.
Yeah, and about the rotation, seeing either clockwise or counterclockwise, it's not about where you are, but where you're looking at. It's the direction which you're looking at. And
but if the camera's catching it, go both ways. Go one.
Yeah, the camera can see both ways. The camera can see both ways because it has an angle, has a field of view, and that field of view has both parts that are in the southern celestial hemisphere and also the northern celestial hemisphere. It has both those pieces of the sky being captured.
Right, but the camera's not upside down relative to being right side up the way it works when you're talking about being on the globe. It does.
No, it doesn't matter if it's up. It matters the direction.
The same orientation.
Yeah, it matters the direction you're seeing. If you rotate the camera, but it's still facing that same direction, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, Bacon, that's all you're saying, right? It doesn't matter. You're not really showing why, but maybe you tried to explain it. Maybe it's just going over my head.
I can try to go to Blender here and see if that helps visualize what I'm saying.
Yeah, if you could do that, that would be great. But
I just this example already though in Blender. Like, why is this?
Have you, Arma? I mean, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I've done this so
I
many
mean,
times though in Blender. Like, why is it like this? Like,
actually, I can
Megan, do
use
you
my.
mind if
Sorry, go ahead.
do you guys set your stars at infinite distance away? Do you
I
guys
start.
set your stars at an infinite distance away?
Well, first off, it's not. It doesn't have to be infinite because the
Well, I
stars
can
aren't
show you
infinite.
why that
They're
doesn't
effectively
matter.
infinite. They're effectively
I
infinite for
can
a star.
I can show you that why that doesn't matter. If you put the observer in the center and you scale up all the stars, from the perspective of the observer, there's zero change. You can make it 100 times bigger, 100 times smaller. It doesn't change a single thing in the rendering.
Yeah, and I've tried. I've done that too for them as well. I mean, I don't know for this exact group, but I'm pretty sure in this server though. But
Yeah, so
yeah,
Armo, what you did was on Blender showed from one position on the globe with Earth rotating, you can see clockwise and anti-clockwise rotations
yes,
of the stars from the same location.
yes, and also I
Is
moved
there
around
a certain field of view that you used?
Yeah, I mean, I actually increased the field of view, decreased it, whatever. As long as as long as you actually have a field of view, I imagine greater than like 1 degree. Yeah, you're always going to be able to see like both kind of things going on because you got that's how field of view works. You're getting an angle like there's I don't know, but the point is I have moved the person around on the Earth though, and I've showed this effect to you guys like a few times actually. I mean, I don't even know why this is still.
Well, it's a
You
contention
mind if I
actually
try
on the
to
flat Earth
supplement?
side. There's a
On what?
contention on the
You want
flat
to try to?
flat Earth side, whether it's actually two sets of stars or just one set of stars with a reflection, and that's part of the maybe possibly disinformation that's been injected into the flat Earth lexicon that needs to be justified. So if it's actually two sets of stars and not just kind of some kind of reflection or some kind of like just appearance of a southern star and an actual set of southern stars that are going literally in the opposite direction, then it would be accurate for that as well. It doesn't. I think that's conflated with always being a globe if you see an opposite rotating set of stars, which isn't the case.
I want to add to what Bacon had said because I think he was going to. He was going to say the same thing I was going to say. So if I was going to add in something that is I think has to be grasped because if you look at the north, if you imagine there's a star directly above 80-degree parallel in the north, then if you were to take star trails of just that star, pointed at the north, like if you pointed your camera at the North Star and you wanted to just observe that one star, you would see it making a small circle around the North Star. And if you made an observation of two stars, one at 80 and one at 70, you'd see the one at 80 making a circle and the one at 70 making a bigger circle. Okay, and if you were standing at the North Pole doing this, or if you were standing at 30 degrees north doing this, you would observe the same relationship. The two circles, the bigger and the smaller one around the dot. You would just see it at different parts of the sky. Okay, and if anybody disagrees with any of this, let me know. But this is the truth. That's what you would see, and you would also see that because it's going east to west, it's going counterclockwise. That star trail. So you'd be seeing those two circles going counterclockwise, and you would see this from anywhere you can see those stars. If you want
Can
south
I
of
make
the
a quick
equator,
comment?
yeah, but just but 1 second. I just want to say, if you go south of the equator,
Yeah,
you
go
can
ahead.
still see those two stars. You can still see those two stars south of the equator, just south of the equator. You would see the same thing. You just wouldn't see the North Pole anymore, but you would still see the two stars going
4
counterclockwise.
5.
Go ahead, Zane. Yeah. You were gonna say something, Xanax? Sorry.
No, not Xanax. It's like someone else.
Yeah, so I think the one thing that I
What is
think
that?
everyone's kind of missed a little bit. I mean, some people, especially on the flat side, are missing that these star trails, even though they look like circular paths from time-lapse photography, when you're looking at them from a equatorial mount, they're completely different, and that is because of perspective. They don't. If you looked at these stars from the, which it was alluding to this earlier, he doesn't realize that when you're looking at a star at 10 degrees north latitude or 10 degrees south latitude, the sky is still moving. And all the stars are keeping equal distance angularly from one another, even though the picture might show them converging and diverging. That doesn't happen in reality. The picture's only doing that because of perspective. So you have to keep that in mind, that when you look at something from 10 or south, or 10 degree north or south, those angles of the stars do not change. It just the sky just moves overhead. All the stars just move overhead, no matter north or south, all the same direction, east to west.
Yeah, Exactly. That's different than the point that we're making. 'Cause the point that we're making, is about is about why you see that on the globe. So you do see that on a globe when but just from perspective, that's correct. But
So then what's
we're
the
trying to explain
problem
that
with
this is
seeing it on a flat Earth? It will be
we're
the
not talking
same
about
exact thing.
we're not talking
It's not
about
the
there
same
being
on a
a
flat
problem on the flat Earth just yet.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
am.
we're simply trying to validate. I know, but we're simply this is the argument we've been having. Is, Geo and a few other people, they're telling us why wouldn't expect to see this on the sphere the way we describe it, and we're trying to validate that.
Yeah, I mean, I was one of the people arguing against it, but now that you explain it that way, I could be mistaken, and you could be correct in this matter. That the field of view is what, as in perspective, would cause this like that. This is what you would see. I mean,
yeah.
I see
I can
where
show
you're
it.
coming from, but
I can show it on Blender if you want.
yeah, but why would that be then a problem on a flat Earth?
Can I answer that? Want to answer that?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, just a second. My brother started with the drums. Just a second. Yeah, I got noise suppression. Yeah. On flat Earth, every vertical is parallel, right? So if any two people are looking upwards, that's the same direction everywhere over the Earth. So everyone shared the same direction of up, right? So
Yeah, but there's perspective.
Sure.
Like you said. I mean, you as an observer have a field of, just like on a globe. I mean,
right, but I mean, sure, that I'm not ignoring that, and the fact that if everyone has the same upward, we can't have a complete opposite orientations when looking to the sky, because a complete opposite orientation would be towards the ground. So if you can see a northern celestial rotation looking up, that can't be the same rotation of another person that
north
can
is
see.
not up on a flat Earth.
Oh,
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
higher than the horizon. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, it's in regards to perspective and the way that light works with the magnetic field and how we perceive light, and is it following a straight path or a curved path? These things all come into play.
I don't see how magnetic fields can be irrelevant here.
They're not irrelevant, yeah.
Okay, what I'm saying when I'm looking up, not necessarily directly up, but if you see the rotation around the North Star, that's you're not looking down, you're looking above the horizon. And if someone sees the opposite rotation, that person is also looking above the horizon. Those directions can't be opposite on flat Earth, right?
No, there are 108. I mean, one is north. You're looking north, looking south. You get the clockwise and anti-clockwise rotations.
Yeah,
on a
but
flat
those
Earth.
directions can't be 180 degrees from each other.
On a globe, they are not on a. I mean,
Wait.
on a globe, they are 108. They are 90 degrees from your position. You're at the equator, looking up, looking up to see. You know, you're looking east and looking up, and you're seeing a counterclockwise rotation to your north and a clockwise rotation to your south, while looking up to see what is supposed to be 90 degrees below the curvature of the Earth that you should have to look down to. I don't see it being possible. No.
I didn't get that.
Bacon's saying though, because being at the North Pole, you have to stand at the North Pole and look straight up to see Polaris and to see the center of rotation. You
We're
have
not
to be
allowed at the
straight. You
North
have to be
Pole. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter if you know that the North Star is above the North Pole and that's the center of rotation. Imagine being there. Okay. Regardless, if you're standing there, you have to look straight up to see that, because it would be 90 degrees at your vertical. So 180 degrees from that is not going to be someone turned around. It's going to be somebody who's literally their feet are flat against your feet, right? Like they're upside down in reference to you. That'd be 180 degrees because you're looking up to see the North Star.
And according to these pictures I've seen of these folks at the equator, I should be able to stand at the North Pole, look straight up, and see straight lines to the east or west, whatever, of the equator. I should see a center of rotation right above me and straight lines to the east.
Wait, Kosho, you said if you're standing smack down below Polaris, where you're looking 90 degrees up, how on a globe would you then look 180 degrees? It would still be below your feet. I don't get it. I mean, why is there a difference?
You can't see the South Social Pole. Bacon's point was that where you'd have two opposite rotations, they're 180 degrees opposed to one another. So if they're 180 degrees
like
opposed
standing
to
on
one
the
another,
equator, for example,
well, if
looking
you're standing
north
if you're
versus
standing on the
looking
equator,
south.
yeah, if you're standing on the equator, then they're both, if 180 degrees from each other would be
Yeah,
90 degrees on either side from you, right?
exactly.
But that doesn't. Yeah, right. So if you're sitting on the equator, one of the people at the North Pole is going to be 90 degrees perpendicular to you. So you're standing up straight. He's sideways in reference to you.
Yeah, how's he seeing the stars while looking? How's
No,
he seeing the
no,
center
no.
rotation looking up then? If that's the case?
That's with the assumption that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but he's standing straight up, looking straight up to see that star, while you're standing straight up, looking straight forward.
Yeah, the problem is you're using, in your example, the Earth as the reference. I could use the stars as the reference. It's a subjective thing. I mean, you're not really establishing one way or the other to be true. You're just assuming things, and I can assume the same on a flat Earth and with a curving sky. Like,
No, you couldn't do that though. You make a curving sky and make it to where one person who's standing at the equator could see both the north and the south, celestial poles, horizontally, and at both those positions, they could see those centers of rotations by looking straight up. So they're looking straight up.
Yeah,
and
it's
looking
not
at the same
possible on a
point.
globe.
why would it?
Are you guys confused?
It's not possible on a globe or a flat Earth. Why the hell would you see 100 degrees? I mean, with a wide-angle camera, we already established that.
No, no
do
matter
it.
how wide you can see, you're still looking up. You'd have to look down and around a curved ball. I mean,
Well,
what is
yeah.
going on here?
No, you're not looking up at the equator. At the equator, the north and south celestial pole are horizontal. They're at the horizon.
Yeah. How would you see that on a flat Earth?
Or on a
Or a
globe?
globe Earth? Yeah, a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
It seems like you're making a tangent
globe
from a globe and seeing two centers of rotation parallel to that tangent up in the sky, when it's supposed to be 90 degrees below you, not just to your left and right. That's a flat Earth. This is a globe. It has to be below you.
No, it's not below you, because okay. So if you're at the North Pole, then the North Celestial Pole is 90 degrees above you, and then if you're 10 degrees less, it's 80 degrees in the sky. And if you keep going until you're at the equator, 0 degrees, it's 0 degrees. It's not. It's on the horizon basically.
Yeah, it's just a pattern that the sky. Yeah, it's a pattern.
Regardless if it's a pattern or not, that's what you see. And if you're seeing that looking horizontally, somebody who's at that position at the North Pole is seeing that by looking straight up. So they're seeing something looking straight up that you're seeing looking horizontally. That means that they're perpendicular to your position.
Yeah, the fact that it could be matched with the idea of the Earth curving, it doesn't establish the fact. I mean, it's still an assumption.
With curving, but I gotta go anyway. But it does. I mean, I feel like it's going over everybody's head. Like, how in the world are you saying you're seeing the north and south celestial rotating counterclockwise, clockwise poles while at the equator being 14 miles higher, right, or bulging out at the equator, even without that, of the arc from the North Pole to the equator to the South Pole to the equator below you, way below you, while looking up or horizontally or straight, any of it. It doesn't.
That's why I said what I said. That's why. Kosho, you still here? That's why I said what I said. That's why I brought up the whole star rotation, because this is the common misconception. You still see everything going across your field of view from east to west, and whether you're on the south of the equator or north of the equator, all the difference is what objects you're actually seeing, but they're all moving that direction. Now, if you took time lapse star trails, they would have circular paths, but that's only due to perspective. That doesn't happen in reality.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're saying the stars aren't actually doing a circular path? It's only because of the lens?
No.
See, I wanted to jump in earlier because you guys get into some weird stuff here when you start saying we see them go in circles, but then tell us they don't converge and diverge, and the circles are opposite directions. Like, it don't make sense.
Oh. Bacon, are you there?
Uh-huh.
It's not just perspective, Zanuck. The stars move in the paths that they move. Just a time lapse just slows it down. If you had superhuman eyes and you could watch the stars and make a time lapse with your eyeballs, they would be doing the same thing. That's how they're moving through the sky from that position.
It's because I backed them down into this weird corner that they're in when we were arguing the star trail thing.
No,
they had to say you wouldn't see it with your eyes.
Right. Well, no, that you're missing, Gio. You're missing the point. If you look with your eyes, you will see all the stars move in uniform with no angular position change from each one to another, left to right. But if you have a camera with a wide-angle lens, you'll see a completely different picture. They will have this artificially distorted counterclockwise, clockwise relationship between the two. It doesn't happen if you're looking at it. If you're looking at the whole star system, whether you're 10 degrees north or 10 degrees south, you still see everything moving east to west. Everything. There's no rotation.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of agreeing with the flat earthers, the globe earthers, like Arma, Bacon, and earlier, who was it? They were saying, no, you can see two different rotations even when you don't have a wide angle camera. I mean, Arma actually said if you even have a 1 degree field of view, you would still see both rotations if you're placed smack down on the equator. I think he said
that is also they both can be true, and it's not a contradiction, a law of contradiction, or law of non-contradiction. This is actually a true thing. So, like when I look at the Big Dipper in the northern hemisphere at 35 degrees latitude, I see the Big Dipper rotate around about the North Star. I definitely see a rotation. Now, but all the stars keep the same angular distance from each other. All of them, no matter where I can see, left, right, front, center, doesn't matter. So the effect you see with the camera is this divergent path. That does not happen in reality. You would not ever measure a distance from any two stars angularly changing position in your field of view. That's a hard concept to grasp. I get it.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying. I get it 100%.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm just trying to connect that with what we see or what's like shown through a time lapse. And like you said,
well, that's why
you're trying to explain it through perspective, right?
Right, but the nice thing about what really explains it is the time lapse photography from the equatorial mount, and that shows you what you actually see. It shows the stars, the ground moving beneath the stars, and that's represented by these star trails that are circular by a camera that is on time lapse. So there are two different types of effects. They seem totally contradictory, but they're not. It's all due to perspective.
Yeah, but see, then what's the difference on an what's happening on an equatorial mount?
Well, equatorial mount is following the rotation of the Earth. It's following the exact rotation. Yeah, but the stars look like you would see them by sitting on the ground, and it makes sense because this camera is looking at these stars from the ground. But because it's moving with the stars, it shows the sky perfectly stationary and the Earth rotating underneath it. And so these stars don't move at all. So how can they have circular paths if they're not moving at all? Just because the ground's moving underneath it? Yeah, for perspective, that's what happens. It's actually pretty simple, but it's
not
a little bit mind-boggling.
rotation. It's just following the star. I mean,
right, the equatorial mount. You're just doing a begging the question by trying to claim that it's the Earth rotating. What you're actually doing is the camera itself,
or the angle change with over time. That's all it's doing. And you're saying that the cause is Earth rotation.
Well, not really, but we're always going to have a disconnect here. If we had drawings and whiteboards and models to show,
No, but it's not really. I mean,
The equatorial mount shows that the sky is not moving at all.
But the equatorial mount, hold on, the equatorial mount follows the movement of the sky. That's what it does. It tracks with the sky. That's what I was saying. It's a begging the question. You're just reversing that and trying to claim it's the Earth that's rotating, but in reality, it's the camera that you're putting onto a rotation that follows the sky.
Yeah, but what he's saying is when you do that, when you track the sky and you take star trails that way, the observation you get is that the Earth is rotating. Like that's what shows up in the in that footage. That's what you're saying, right, Zanuck?
Well, that's not what he's saying.
That's what he said. I've seen that footage. I don't know. He's not saying anything right now, but that's just what he just said. He just said that looks like the Earth. It looks like this Earth is moving.
Well,
because in that footage, it stays with the sky, and the sky is stationary, and then it looks like the Earth's rotating.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you're claiming because we see the stars rotate, that means the Earth is rotating.
Oh, no.
And because the equatorial mount, when it follows a star, the Earth seems to rotate. That means the Earth is rotating. I mean, I don't get the logic here. It's
the point he's making is just about how if you fix it with the stars, they don't move at all. They don't move. Are you still there?
Yeah, I got disconnected.
They don't move in relation to.
I got 3% battery. I'll say one last thing. If that was true, Gio, the picture and what we capture of this equatorial mount, these stars through the entire frame, 6, 7, 10, 12 hours, however long you can capture the stars, none of them will change position with one another. That means at any point in time you take a picture, those stars always stay in had the same angular position difference between one another, no matter where they are. So it can't be something just, perspective. It is actually what you're seeing. However, if you do star rotations, that is perspective. And I can go into the difference later.
All you're doing is, I mean, Zanuck, I actually agree with you 100%, but I don't see how that's conclusive to a globe or like dismissing a flat Earth. I mean, it's true. I would say this observation is simply that it's an observation, not affirming either or flat versus globe.
I mean, but it's very easy to picture how that could be on a globe. It's very, very hard to picture how that could work on flat Earth.
I mean, even if it's hard, it doesn't make it untrue.
I agree. But I mean, all I'm saying is, I mean, so far I haven't seen anyone that's explained the observation of the sky on flat Earth. It sounds like an impossible task to me.
How about every planetarium? Every planetarium that exists, you're on a flat floor in a room with a ceiling of stars. I'm not trying to say that proves how stars work over any Earth. I'm just saying for you to say, oh, it's so impossible, when that's foundationally how you can create a planetarium, is on a planar surfaced floor with a sky system that you can also even do it on Stellarium. There's an azimuthal grid layout on Stellarium. So I'm not saying you have to think that it is a stationary Earth or planar or flat Earth. I'm not saying that you have to agree with that, but to just make these statements like, oh, it's very difficult and impossible, when it's literally been done for eons of time, since the dawn of time. Star charts, a planisphere star chart actually is on a flat disk of stars. You can do it with a planetarium. They've modeled the universe this way, the world, since the dawn of time. So just because NASA has pushed this kind of globe idea and made people pigeonholed into that, to just sort of make a statement like, oh, it's so impossible, never been done, when it actually has been done and modeled since
NASA isn't pushing this globe idea, dude.
Okay, can I respond to that? I wasn't, like, the example you gave, is, what's it called? An observatorium? Is that what it said?
Planetarium.
Planetarium, right.
A planetarium, yeah.
Right.
Like
Is that the thing where there's like a dome of you that represents the sky?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that replicates a single observer. What I'm saying, but I don't think was ever explained, and I'm not sure if it's ever going to be explained, is account for all the observations simultaneously, not just one individual at a time. Of course, that I can do even myself on flat Earth, but on reality we have more than that. We have simultaneous observations. We have my observation here in the Southern Hemisphere. your guys' observation in the hemisphere. We have a bunch of people everywhere in the world, and to try to make sense of all that observation on flat Earth, to me is what it's impossible, and to me is what it's very easy to do on the globe.
It's not impossible.
You don't have
Earlier said it's hard, not impossible. Right.
Well,
I mean,
until
there
I don't think
were
it's
attempts
possible. I
at
might
it.
be wrong. That's my guess.
Very early on, what's his face? This guy, Decimal Z. Remember him? He did a whole thing with refraction and 3D modeling, showing how the sky, and you can see these observations. You know who I'm talking about?
No.
Dr. Zach was his name.
Dr. Zach, yeah, exactly. Dr. Zach, and then
Ridiculous.
changed his name. Yeah, ridiculous.
Go ahead.
No, who was saying they're ridiculous?
I said
Was
they're
that Kosher?
ridiculous, but yeah, but keep going about the what'd you say? There's one about refraction, how it could work.
I mean that was one way of explaining it. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, did that reflection distorted the shape of the sun and the moon, for example? Because there might be some magic refraction that can account for all that in a flat Earth, but I have no clue on how that would preserve a circular shape of both moon and sun like all the time for every observer that can see it, except like we're very close to the horizon. Like, you get what I'm saying, right? Like, you had this insane.
See, there are too many unknowns. I mean, the fact that you just you can't just reject things on its face value.
I'm not. I'm rejecting if it doesn't match observation, right?
Well,
and so
nobody
far,
rejects the observations. You're trying to come up with explanations for them.
don't reject observation. Which observation am I
I
rejecting?
mean, no. I mean, we all agree on the same. Look, we see the same things. We're just trying to explain what we're seeing.
Yeah.
But the way you're framing it is the only way you can explain it is on a globe, which is kind of laughable.
Why? I mean, it's not
Because
just.
you already agreed there are too many unknowns. I mean, you can come up with several explanations.
No, I don't
The
think
fact
so.
that your explanation matches with reality doesn't prove it's true.
No, but it's very simple. Like, you don't even have to input refraction, for example. You can completely ignore refraction and still get something very accurate.
Yeah, you can. I agree with you.
Yeah, but just by placing all that on a sphere, that like happens easily. And
which could be matching the another explanation.
Sure, but if
like coincides exactly with it.
Right. If you try to do the same thing with flat Earth, that becomes like an insanely difficult task. It's like it doesn't match it, right? There might be some explanation that might be able to match all the observations with the flat Earth. But the fact is, I haven't seen yet, right? And also the fact is, to do that on a globe, it's very easy.
Well, the problem is, see, what we're going back and forth about is simply proof, which you don't have for your model. You already admitted this wouldn't be proof, right?
I don't think anything would.
Well, that's a different story then. But
Yeah,
I think there's proof for the flat Earth. That's why this explanation is I mean, it's not a determining factor whether the Earth is flat or not.
What's the proof on the flat Earth? What do you mean by that?
Oh, there are many. Well, I don't think we. Yeah, I don't want to.
That's just, but I do want to talk about it at some point though. So just don't before you go or something. But yeah, I don't want to change the subject.
Right. Well, here's the thing. We have coordinates.
Hold on, real quick, Bacon. Would you say we see that happens? What are we seeing happen?
What?
You said we were seeing something happen a second ago. What are we seeing that happens on a globe or something? I don't. Did you say we were seeing something?
Some of the sky,
Yeah,
the sky, like the
the
rotating sky.
positions of the stars, how they move, all that.
What are the positions of the stars doing that we see?
The way they change over time, and when you
Yeah, how
compare
do
them.
they change?
Yeah.
How?
So,
How
for
they
example,
diverge.
yeah. So, for example, they have a constant angular distance between each pair of stars. That's constant.
Yeah, that's my flat Earth proof, but I
So
don't
that's
want to
it.
get
That's
into
what the
that.
stars are doing that we see. That
That's one thing. I can keep
is
going.
that what you were
So,
talking about just now?
He wants you to
uh,
say that they're diverging.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was talking about. The angular position of the stars. The only way it can be explained simultaneously on different positions on the Earth, if it were a globe. That's exactly what you said, right? I mean, I'm
yeah. I mean,
paraphrasing here, but I'm not quoting you, but that's what you said.
yeah. Just like pick different observations in which you know how high the star is in what direction, and combine them. The same observations in different parts of the world, and try to make them fit. They only fit easily if those observations come from a sphere.
He doesn't
Well,
care about that. He just wants you to say that they're diverging at the equator.
no, the only way you can measure them, flat, these angles that you talked about, but yeah, the only way you can measure these angles to fit your model is if the Earth was flat.
Why?
I mean, you know why, Bacon. We've had this
I actually
conversation
don't.
over and over.
Yeah, I heard many bad arguments trying to argue for that point. I don't know which one's yours. So I
Well,
can't say I
you're
know.
measuring an angle. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. I measure an angle.
Yeah. You're measuring an angle between a straight line.
Can't measure.
Your baseline being your observation to the horizon, right?
You're assuming I'm referring to sextant angles, which I wasn't necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, well, how else would you measure an angle?
There are other tools. There are bubble sextant, there is theodolites, there is observatories.
He's claiming
All those can give you
which
the same.
all rely on a flat baseline.
No, why would they?
What doesn't rely on a flat baseline? Which method?
You mean a surface or just the lower direction of the angle?
Your measurement of the angle.
None,
How do you
none of
measure
them,
an angle?
none of them rely.
Taking an
None of them rely.
observatory. for
Elevation
example.
angle, like the height
None
of
of
the
them need.
star.
None of them need that.
From
None of
a
them need that at
position.
all.
Oh,
None of them need
Can
that.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
I can respond
Test,
to that.
test, respond, test. Test.
Yes.
Well, Bacon was about to give us his.
All right. Well, you guys have been going back and forth on this, and we
No,
know that there's
Zanuck.
no need.
Bacon,
Go ahead.
you're speaking.
Okay,
You're
go ahead.
speaking
Go
over
ahead.
Bacon.
Okay,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
let's take a theodolite, for example. So a theodolite uses the direction of downwards to establish a vertical line, and it measures off of that vertical line a zenith angle.
Uh-huh. Can you use a theodolite to measure to the sun?
To measure what?
An angle to the sun or any celestial body? Because
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about.
Of course you can.
Okay,
Yes.
and how does that happen?
You point the scope of the theodolite to the celestial body, and you get the reading of the theodolite. It can give you both an azimuth and a zenith angle.
So
They have this
the
Bacon, they
measurement
have this
is
barrier.
from the horizontal of your position, right?
No,
Sorry?
from the
Why
vertical.
were you-
From the vertical. Why do you guys keep on getting hung up on this whole horizontal thing?
So the angle would be totally different if you measured it from a sextant or a theodolite.
No, same angle.
Exactly.
No,
So your reference point is the horizontal.
No, it's not. The reference is vertical on both
no,
of them.
yeah, it is a
Aviation
different angle. So the
Well, it
angle
depends
you
on
read.
aviation. Aviation.
We're getting
Bacon,
contradictions right now.
bacon, and I'm talking about aviation sextant, so we can get rid of the horizontal, to get rid of the elevation angles and refraction. Get rid of all that. So a sextant that is used, that I'm talking about, is the same as using a theodolite, which basically uses vertical. Right, Bacon?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I think they're not necessarily. Like if you set to 0, I think you're looking horizontally, not vertically, on a bubble sextant.
A bubble sextant is a reference to vertical. The bubble is showing the vertical, and then it has a horizontal based on the vertical. But the vertical is the bubble. So that's the primary indicator. And
Right.
then everything
Okay.
from
Yeah.
so everything from the vertical
But
will be a deviation from vertical.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
I
what are you
think you
measuring
can
the
say
angle
both
to?
ways.
Measuring the angle to the angle
To
of the sun, the star, to horizontal, not to vertical.
no vertical. Yes, on a theodolite it is to vertical.
Yeah. So then
It's
it's
the
a
same
different
thing. Why
angle.
are you arguing it?
Then it's a different angle. It's a different angle you're measuring.
One second.
Wait,
Well, I didn't. One second.
So
Can I
no,
just add
can
one
I
thing?
finish my? I'm gonna make my statement and then you can respond. On a theodolite, according to you, you got a different angle from a sextant.
Yes. Okay. But I never said that I was strictly talking about elevation angles.
What's an elevation angle?
It's an angle above horizontal.
Exactly.
Yes, and what did I just say? That I wasn't strictly talking about. I wasn't strictly talking about elevation angles.
You weren't initially
Horizontal,
when we were talking
above the
about the
horizon.
whole.
No, I said angles. I didn't say which one. When I mentioned the theodolite, I mentioned the zenith angle and the azimuth. Those are both
but-
angles. None of them require. None of them are based off a horizontal. I mean, the azimuth is a horizontal angle, but not the zenith.
Yeah, well, I mean, but that's
Don't you
based
understand
on.
that if we have something based on vertical and we establish a horizontal, and then those angles are based on horizontal that was established from the vertical plumb line, that they're all based on the plumb line. There's no need for any kind of refraction or elevation angle or nothing.
Well, I'm not talking about any of that, Zanik.
But it seems like you are talking in circles. It's
No,
really simple stuff,
I'm
guys.
speaking about the angle, the measurement of an angle.
Okay, let me break it down. It's real simple. If I got a vertical plumb line and I got an angle to the sun in the sky, and I said it was 20 degrees, would you agree that that was valid and anybody could replicate it in my position very easily with just a protractor and a plumb bob? Would you agree? Yes or no?
Yes. Now I can take. I want to take the argument further.
Follow-up statement. Question, actually. Now, if I went at nighttime and I saw a star and I did a plumb bob and I got an angle to that star, would you say I could find the angle to that star? That would be its co-altitude angle from the plumb bob, same as I do with the sun. Yes or no?
Yes.
The answer is yes. So there you go. There's angles found by the same methodology of the sun and the stars, using an aviation sextant, using a theodolite, using anything that gives me an angle from vertical, which is actually angle from horizontal, because horizontal just means 90 degrees opposed to vertical. So it's not that big of a deal. It's very simple.
Yeah, but on a globe, it's not.
It is. It's no different on a globe than anywhere else.
No, it is. It's different.
No, it's not different. The horizontal doesn't matter.
The horizontal is different.
It's not, because it's relative to the vertical. The vertical's constantly changing. So it doesn't matter.
So the horizontal is not the same.
It is. The horizontal for different positions, it certainly won't be on the same plane.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But that's the proof that it's round, because every time we move somewhere, that horizontal changes.
No, it doesn't.
It changes.
It's exactly
but
the
not
same.
not with respect to vertical, but with respect to the other horizontal. That's what we can measure.
Okay,
That's it's simply done by doing reciprocal zenith angles is a instant proof of that.
Zanik, let Egypt bring us how the angle requires a flat Earth. Because I haven't heard any statement yet. Only question.
Yeah, I want to hear that too. Good question.
Yeah.
Good question.
Well, especially in the context of now, that must be true. Your measurement of an angle with a sextant is one above a horizontal baseline. So I don't see which coincides with a flat Earth. How's that a globe then?
Why can that only happen Hold on, Bacon. Why can that only happen on a flat Earth though? Like, do we measure from the horizontal down to see if the water is going with it, or like how do you know after that?
Because you use the horizon as your reference, and you can actually triangulate your position, which is like miles beyond, and I would say thousands of miles beyond the horizon point. So it's showing that the horizontal is the same from your position to the horizon and to the GP of the celestial body that you're measuring the angle to.
You're saying you're measuring the angle to the GP?
You're measuring an angle and then using the GP to triangulate your position. So yeah, the circle of equal altitude that you're creating from the GPE and the angle, which you derived the position from, to create a circle
I'm
of
not
equal
getting.
altitude.
I'm not getting what part of that wouldn't be possible on the sphere.
Well, the GP would, if it's a circle out, the GP would not be on the surface.
The GP is on the surface.
Exactly. So
It doesn't mean
why wouldn't
Hold
the
on,
GP be
correction.
on the
The GP is not on the circle of equal altitude. It is in the center of it. It is
No,
not on.
yeah, I said on the surface, not in the. See, when you create a
Doesn't mean that
circle
surface-
of equal altitude
It
around
doesn't mean that
the
the surface has to
GP,
be the same shape.
it does. Well, it
No,
does.
no, you're
because-
saying that. You're just because you're saying it doesn't mean
I'll
it's
explain
not
why.
at all.
I'll explain. From your position, again, you're using the horizon as a reference
No, you're not.
point
You're not. I just got done telling you that.
with
You're
a
not.
sextant.
Even
I'm
the
not
sextant,
speaking-
the aviation sextant, does not.
Oh,
All you're trying to
I'm
do
talking
is
about
find
a sextant right now. Okay,
No,
You just
but
said the
you-
word sextant.
Let him make his argument.
I that's all I said from the beginning. I was talking about a sextant.
I'm talking about sextant too. Sextants all do the same thing. They find the they one way or another find the altitude angle. And what we're telling you is that regardless of the horizon, regardless of dip angles, regardless of anything, as long as you establish a horizon with whatever methodology you want, you establishing an elevation angle, or
Right,
and then
let
easily
him-
finding a altitude angle.
Let him make his argument. Go ahead, Egypt.
So what I was saying, from your position, you're establishing your angle to the celestial body through the horizon. And you can make all your dip correction you want, right? But what you're establishing is a straight line from you to the horizon and an angle from that to the celestial body. And then you're using the GP of that celestial body according to the time you took the measurement, right, to create a circle of equal altitude.
Right.
Are you
Okay,
following?
so yes, just to understand it. So what you're saying requires a flat Earth is not is it the measurement of the angle? Is it the fact that the center of the circle wouldn't be at the surface? Is it both? What exactly is that
both.
leads to a flat Earth?
Well, the whole thing, the navigation.
Right, let's get one at a time then. So let's talk about the angle first. Then we get to the circle.
Well, the angle is based on flat baseline, which you already conceded to. So.
Well, I concede that it's a direction to
Yeah,
where you see the horizon.
Yes.
So on a
And then-
globe, there's also a direction in which I see the horizon, right?
Yeah, and would you say the GP matches that direction? Is it a straight line from you to the horizon to the GP? Is that a straight line?
Can we go one thing at a time first? Like, let's first get the angle thing straight. So, I'm trying to see if I can acquire that same angle on a globe, and we can discuss the implications of that later. But is it possible to acquire that same angle on a globe? Just to acquire the angle, to take the reading?
Well, yeah, I mean, your example of a bubble sextant.
With a nautical sextant.
Or a theodolite, right? From the vertical.
With a nautical sextant.
Yeah, is that the same thing? Establishing a vertical, and then from that, the horizontal, and then measuring the angle to that?
a nautical sextant measures off of the horizon, right?
Okay. So,
Right.
what's
So
the difference?
no, I'm asking you: is it possible to use a nautical sextant to get the angle between the horizon and the star on a globe?
I mean, that's what I just said. I mean,
No, I'm
are
asking
you
if that's
presenting something?
possible on a globe.
Is that possible on a globe?
Yeah.
Just measuring the angle?
Yes.
I wouldn't know actually. I'd say I
So
don't
if you
know.
weren't a sphere, you wouldn't be able to know if we can
No, I
pick a
just said I
sextant.
don't know. I didn't say you could or couldn't. Did you hear
No,
my
I mean,
answer?
yeah. So
Can
you
you
don't
answer that
know.
question? If you know the answer, can you answer it?
Yeah, I see no problem
What?
on being able to see the horizon on a globe.
Yeah.
I'll get it. I don't see any problem seeing stars on a globe. So I also don't see any problem on picking up a sextant, pointing one side to
Okay.
the star, the other to the horizon,
Awesome.
then just reading the sextant.
Yeah, but I never made the argument that just a simple measurement determines. I said celestial navigation, the whole aspect, and like I said, your position to the GP, not just the horizon. See, what you measure is the angle from your position to the horizon, right? You get an angle from that, and then you get a GP, right?
Yeah, well, the GP you get from the almanac, right?
Exactly, based on the time, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
So
part
you get a
is
GP, and then you create a circle of equal altitude, i.e.,
okay.
a
So
straight line from you to the GP, right?
just to make that clear,
Oh,
we're
hold
good
on.
with the
Oh,
angle.
I just want to make this point clear. A circle of equal altitude means a straight line from you to the horizon to the GP, connected. No?
No.
Okay, so the GP. Okay, the GP. Where's the GP? Is that on the surface of the Earth?
Well, hold on. Can I? A circle of equal altitude is the circle of which, when you stand on the surface of the Earth, the astronomical body, in this case the star, will appear to be at the same angle.
Elevation angle or
Elevation.
or co-altitude angle, whatever you want, whatever you're using, co-altitude angle or elevation angle, all appear to be the same angle.
Right.
That's all it
So
says.
I agree with that.
Nothing to do
It's
with the
called an
shape.
LOB too.
As you move
AKA.
in towards the GP, naturally your co-altitude angle will get smaller until it finally becomes 90 degrees and you are at the GP star.
Yeah, and as you do that, as you move, it's a 60 nautical mile per 1 degree relationship. Hold on, listen. As you do that, you get a 60 nautical mile per 1 degree
He knows
relationship,
that.
and that describes a sphere, not a flat surface. There's nothing that says it has to be a flat surface ever, anywhere.
Right. As you're standing at the GP, you would have the star would be at your zenith at your 90, and your circle of equal altitude would be a dot.
Like I said, I mean, if you guys missed it, is the GP on the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you on the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
Yes.
Is the horizon on the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
Horizon is
Okay.
the surface of the Earth.
Okay. Is that a straight line? You, horizon, to GP?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because you have a 60 nautical mile per 1 degree relationship.
No, that's not
the
what you
answer.
measure with your sextant. That's not what is put
That
down
is
on your
what you measure.
almanac.
Are you that
No.
confused? Seriously? Come on.
Hold on. Can I try
very
a different?
confused.
Can I try a different time? Egypt, could you please define nautical mile for me?
Zenik, your hot mic.
Oh, sorry.
Do you know what we mean when we say the term nautical mile? Could you please define that term for me?
I know what you mean, but what's the point here? I mean, we're not talking about nautical miles.
We want you to admit nautical mile to us.
So a nautical mile is 1/60th of 1 degree of change for a celestial body. That is the definition.
What's that got to do with? Yeah, what's that got to do with my point?
So, in order for you to
Don't worry about it, buddy. 1 degree is 111 kilometers as well. So don't worry about this nonsense.
Conversation's over.
60
No,
degrees.
no, I'm not
You know,
worried. I mean,
that's completely. That's great. I'm glad you brought that
what's
up.
the point?
On Earth, 1 nautical mile is, or I'm sorry, 60 nautical miles is 111 kilometers. What is it on Mars?
Oh, we're going to Mars now. I mean, I was asking, what was your point?
No, this is my point. On Mars, a
On
nautical
Mars,
mile.
there's no such thing. Mars doesn't.
On Mars, a
Mars
nautical
doesn't
mile.
exist. It's just a cartoon.
Great. On Mars, a nautical mile is still a nautical mile, as defined by 1/60th of a degree change of an astronomical body. That distance is only 983 meters, but it is still a nautical mile.
What's your point? In reference to what we were talking about, a circle of equal altitude. I mean, you stopped me.
Don't
The
confuse me with the fact my mind's made up.
The relationship of nautical mile being 1/60th of a degree change forces your mathematic constraints into one shape, that being a sphere. If you want, I can
What's
talk with
that
you.
got to do with celestial navigation? Then
What is
and
a
the
nautical
circle
mile?
of equal altitude? Where does the nautical mile come in? And your explanation thereof. I mean, you're just diverting the conversation here.
No. That if the nautical mile is how you determine where a circle of equal altitude goes.
But it's not. You use a sextant, right? Initially, and you coincide that with a almanac through the GP of the celestial body. Where does the nautical mile come in?
All of it. All of it is using the definition of a
No,
nautical mile.
That's not how you explain.
Can I step in?
Please.
Yeah, if you guys don't mind, I would like to go back to Egypt's point with the circle of equal altitude. 'Cause to me, this sounds like another argument, a separate argument.
Well, that was the argument. I mean, the separate one was the person. Was that Kool-Aid? I think it was Kool-Aid, right?
Yeah, you're right. I tried to explain the underlying topic. We can go back to the circle of equal altitude. No, the GP is not on the circle of equal altitude.
It's not. It's the center of it.
Correct.
Right.
But to draw a line from the GP to your position, right?
Yes.
It would
Would that a straight line? Would that touch the horizon from which you
would not be a
measured
straight
the
line.
angle? Yes,
No.
exactly.
No.
Thank
It
you.
would
On a
not
globe,
be
I
a
wouldn't.
straight line.
It would
On
be
a globe, it wouldn't. But what you
In fact,
measured is, I mean,
it would
the whole point.
line that goes somewhere through the Earth. That's what
Exactly. Which, but your measurement of the angle to determine the GP is one through the horizon. But I mean, Bacon, you wanted to say
No.
something.
Yeah, the GP is something we don't get from the angle, we just get from the almanac. And we know it's somewhere in that direction that we measure the angle. We don't know how far. And we also don't assume that we can see it, right?
So what's the connection between the measurement of the angle and
I was
the GP?
I was under the impression that this would lead to flat Earth at some point, right?
I'm under the impression that you're trying to prove it's a globe.
No, I was actually asking from you, how does the measurement of the angle prove requires a flat Earth, which was what you said before. And so far I didn't get anything. First you said there was both a problem getting the angle, and then with the circle of equal altitude. And then we talked about the angle.
Your angle, okay. So your angle and your GP and the horizon, these are your inputs there. Why would you assume they're not? I mean, the only way the measurement involves a straight line. But you're telling me, it must be curved. I'm
asking how it leads to flat Earth.
Yeah, because from your measurement and the GP, which from then you determine your circle of equal altitude. That can only happen on a flat Earth.
Why?
As simple as that.
Why?
Because from you to the horizon to the GP, that is a straight line.
Why?
On a circle of equal altitude.
Why do you think so?
It is. Even on your fucking model, it's a straight line. You already said that.
No,
but it's
those
inside
are
the Earth.
Those 3 points. No, those 3 points are not all in the same straight line. If you make a straight line from you to the horizon, that doesn't intersect the GP. If you make a straight line between you and the GP, that doesn't intersect the horizon. On a globe, that doesn't happen. But the question is now which one we're assuming. But,
on a flat Earth, it does.
Sure, but how does it have to be a flat Earth for us to do what we're doing?
Because he just makes the assumption that somehow, with all these calculations, all the knowledge of the GP and the equal altitude and everything, he thinks just because there's a dot somewhere and a dot somewhere else, that there must be a straight line that goes from one to the other. And in essence, you're actually correct. There is a line between those two dots. However, it doesn't follow the surface. It's called a chord with the sphere. And the reason we know it's a chord, is so we can take these co-altitude angles along its path and see a 60 nautical mile per degree relationship. That dictates that the surface is spherical. And you don't want to get this. And I don't know what your barrier is in your brain to not accept the actual. Now, you could say these measurements are all wrong, but if the measurements are correct, yes, the Earth is a sphere. I mean, it's that simple. It could be refraction causing the 60. It could be a dome that has special stars in certain locations, your personal dome, or other crap that I hear from Witsit and other knuckleheads. But if that's the case, fine. But if it's not due to those crazy variations and made up nonsense, then it has to be a sphere, because that's the only way you can get a 60 nautical mile per 1 degree relationship.
Well, that's based on a spheres. I mean,
but that's what we measure. We measure that. Now you can tell me.
No,
Danik,
what do you measure?
That. You can listen. Hold on.
Again, that's the same thing you're putting me against.
Exactly. Hold on.
But you're doing the same thing.
Hold on. No. Listen to me. You can say, okay, fine. You measure 1 degree per 60 nautical mile, but there's a reason for that. Refraction or this personal dome nonsense or whatever. But you're not arguing that. You're saying, no, there's two dots and there has to be a straight line between them because they're on the same surface. You're affirming a consequent. It makes no sense. Argue something else. Personal dome, electrotoroidal dielectric acceleration, but it's not about that with my argument. It's only about the fact that we see a 60 nautical mile relationship, and if they're on the same surface, that has to be a sphere.
No. Nautical mile is based on a globe.
Then use 70 statute miles. Doesn't matter what you use, it's still the same. A 1-to-1 relationship that is linear defines a sphere. It defines it. Definition of. Do you know what that means? You cannot have anything other than a sphere with a 1-to-1 relationship, distance to angle. It's end of story, done. Now, I am not telling you the Earth is round. I'm saying if that's what we're seeing, it means it's round. Your only comeback is to tell me that, oh, the reason we get this is because it's refraction, or God made it that way, or it's a cartoon, or we have our own personal dome, just something. But our argument defines a sphere, period. There's nothing. And you're saying nonsense by saying that, oh, well, it's on the same surface, it has to be flat, which is affirmative consequence. And it's, that breaks all the laws of geometry. Thank you.
To clear something up for Bacon, when Egypt, then you can correct me if I'm wrong, Egypt, but he was saying it was only possible on a flat plane because of the fact. I think you got this because you responded appropriately, I think, but just to make it clear, yeah, he says it has to be on a flat plane because you have to measure the angle, which requires a path from you to the horizon.
That's all I'm saying.
Line.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, but here's the problem though, is Egypt is that horizontal doesn't require the surface. It requires an established horizontal. So you can do that with the horizon or a bubble sex, whatever. So you just need a horizontal.
Yeah,
but that
which
horizontal,
is a flat line.
Yeah, right. It is a flat line, but it doesn't have to represent the surface.
I mean,
What
it
it does
doesn't.
have
I
to
mean, you
do,
can come up with shit like you guys just said. I mean,
and
with a
I
curve.
know this is the reason. This is the reason why it's not isolated to a flat plane, because you don't need the surface for that. When you get that angle, though, you get that angle, and then you convert that into the distance by multiplying it by 60 nautical miles. That is going to be across the surface, but that doesn't have to correspond to that horizontal. It just has to be in the same direction. But it's not. It doesn't. It doesn't have to represent that as a line. So it's not unique to a flat plane for that reason. That
Yeah,
you
but
can do that on a sphere.
is it the surface of the Earth that's curving? According to
Uh,
that,
in,
is that the
Yes.
only way you can come to that?
yeah, it
Yes.
would be. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what you think.
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've taken trigonometry. You've probably
We
seen
can't.
trigonometry or done it or whatever. But if you try to take an angle and you have a distance, and you have an angle or whatever, that angle is going to change, not linearly with the distance. You got to do like what's function is that? It's like sine or cosine or one of those functions. Either way, yeah, so it's not going to be the linear path. But if you have a clock on your wall and you take the edge of the clock, the same distance. So if you move the clock hand, from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 o'clock, it's the same angular measurement, and the distance across the edge of the clock between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, they're all going to be consistent. So that means that when the angle change uh, consistently, the distance is going to change linearly. So this does work on a sphere. But as I said before, it doesn't work on a flat plane. It's not a linear relationship.
Yeah, it doesn't
I'm not
work
saying that
on
this proves the flat Earth.
on a cartoon globe or a cartoon flat Earth. Yeah, I agree with
Why
you.
do you keep on saying that?
Because
Come on, man.
because
We're trying so hard.
reality.
You realize we're trying so
Because
hard to help you here, and you're just like spinning
no,
your wheels.
I get everything. I mean, Zanuck. I mean, I didn't disagree. I mean, I actually shut up when you made your explanation because I don't have anything against that. I mean, what you're saying is logical and all, but I mean, the problem is you have no empirical evidence for your claim. I mean,
But we
all
do.
you're doing,
Oh,
yeah, but what you're doing is not logical. Then, if
how
it's
about this? It's not logical. How about this? Well, it is. No. So it's a logic that we're fighting against. I know you're listening because I can tell you're
well, you're
paying
not
attention.
combining
You're making.
logic and empiricism.
Well, I
You're
think
either
your
letting
logic is
go of
flawed.
one
Your logic
or the other.
your logic is flawed because you're saying, okay, where's the circle of equal altitude? And we told you this is where you see the stars at the exact or any celestial body at the same altitude or co-altitude angle or elevation angle, whatever. And you agreed, okay, I got that. Then you said, where's the GP? Well, GP is where it'll be right above you. Okay, we got that. And then you're saying, well, that's now my logic and your logic, which you're telling me is that because you just define those two terms and we help do that as well, and you agreed with us, then there has to be a straight line between us and the GP. And that logic is flawed. So your logic is actually flawed, not ours.
And you wanted evidence this is going on right now, I would direct your attention to the Golden Globe race, which is an ongoing around the world circumnavigation sailboat race, currently off the coast of South America after having completed.
I'll be back in a second. Sorry, Kool-Aid.
No, you're fine. But they're 8,000 nautical miles from home, so they should be home within the next couple months.
I hope they never make it. I'm just kidding, Kool-Aid. I know you love that race so much. I just fucking.
No, the girl who's in second place, her name's Christina.
Oh,
She actually just won the Seamanship of the Year award for 2022 for her rescue of one of the other competitors. She's an amazing.
I know from being in the Navy that no woman likes to be called a seaman.
Fair enough. She is a captain. I guess that we should give her that title, right?
She's. Oh yeah, there you go.
Seaman captain.
Well, yeah. Well, in the Navy, a seaman and a captain are very, very different people. Captain is what a O.
XO.
I'm gonna say an 06, 05 maybe. Well, a lot of captains. I mean, a lot of XOs can be captains. So. Anyhow, but yes, just there's something else. Oh, I don't know if there's anybody in here who still was part of the conversation with the star trails, but I never got to finish the scenario I was giving with the circles. It's fairly important because the concentric circles, the one at 80 degrees and 70 degrees north, one circle outside the other. If you have more circles, like one at 20 and one at 10 degrees north, and you were to look at the North Celestial Pole, you would see 4 circles, 2 close to the pole and 2 further away, but all concentric inside one another, and then all be rotating counterclockwise, all 4 of those circles. And if you had an identical situation in south, you'd have the pole, you'd have one at 80 and 70 and 20 and 10, and you'd have them going east to west, which would create a clockwise circle around that pole, 4 concentric circles on both sides. And if you were anywhere in the world and you could see any number of these circles, those circles would have that same relationship regardless of where you were. They'd be going east to west, counterclockwise on one side and clockwise on the other. They would be just as concentric as they were wherever else you were. And it wouldn't matter if you were north or south of the equator. Whatever set, I mean, if you could, whatever number of circles you could see, whichever circles you could see in that set would be rotating the counterclockwise or clockwise rotation. It would have been going anywhere else you were. So I'm going to put a bookend on that one. But that conversation was quite a while ago.
Is B-ball still? I mean, is what's his name? Hold on a sec.
Bacon?
Earth is life.
Yeah, B-ball. Yeah, B-ball's Earth is life. So if you mean Earth is life, there's people.
Is Kool-Aid around?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
A couple days ago, we were talking about water temperatures in the Santa Barbara Channel off the coast of California. Remember that?
Yes, I think so.
Anyway, we're talking about refraction and how, differing watering temperatures and differentials between the air and the water cause refraction. You said that the water temperatures in the Santa Barbara Channel, surface water temperatures could vary, I think you said 20 to 30 degrees. And
no, actually what I said was I would believe those temperatures, but as you don't have the temperatures, we don't know what the temperature was, so
And
we
they
really
don't
can't
they
say.
don't vary 20 or 30 degrees either, by the way.
Out to the channel?
No.
Hold on a minute. Now all I wanted to say was that, and I'm
Air
surprised
temperatures can, but not water temperatures.
Thanks for
See, air
talking over there.
temperatures?
Okay. Anyway,
water temperatures can, yeah, for sure.
I was saying that they didn't vary much, but you were saying that they varied. This is what I remember. Anyway, I might probably wrong, maybe wrong. I don't know. You said 20 to 30 degrees. Now,
but we don't
check those temperatures on an hourly basis.
Yeah, they do.
The temperatures in the Santa Barbara Channel, all up and down the California
Oh,
coast.
cool. So did you find the temperatures?
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me just. Can I finish?
Yeah.
Going to the National Data Buoy Center. All kinds of buoys up and down the California coast, pretty much all over the world now. And some of them have water temperature. Most of them do. Some of them have air temperature. Most of them do. Some of them don't. If you look at those,
most of them have barometric pressure.
Yeah, they have pressure, humidity.
I apologize. I jumped in.
Hold on a minute. Okay.
Yeah. Did we find the actual temperature? Do we know what it is now?
You want that day of the Black Swan? I have that day, by the way.
Yeah. But anyway, I was looking at them. They varied in the Santa Barbara Channel. They're going up like as far as Morro Bay and down into the Santa Monica Bay. They varied about 2 degrees.
Air or water?
Some of them, some of them were
air
right
or
along
water?
hold on. This was water temperature.
Okay.
Some of the buoys are right next to the coast, like up here in Oregon where I live. They've got some that are like 5 miles off the coast, and they've got some that are 600 miles off the coast.
Right.
Anyway, they show air temperatures too. You can see those. I just wanted to inform you that if you ever if you ever really want to know what those temperatures are, you can go to those buoys at National Data Buoy Center.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to kind of.
Right.
I was kind of surprised that you weren't aware of that, being a sailor.
No, I am aware of that. Why
didn't
I was
you bring it up?
Because what I was pointing out was you didn't have the information.
Right, I didn't have the buoy readings right at that moment, but I did go when I left. I went to the National Data Buoy Center and looked them up and got them.
What was the air temperature difference?
It was a little bit more, but it was like probably 5 degrees. You can go on it right now and look. It'd be a perfect time to
I just
go.
posted the day of the Black Swan. Go look at the difference.
Okay, let me.
That was the week we had the fires down there in LA, or down in Ventura County.
Did you start those fires? Where were you that day?
I was in Santa Barbara, down in the Santa Barbara area.
You have somebody who can corroborate that?
Yeah, a track meet.
Okay. All right. Just making sure.
And you can see they have the wind speed and the wind gusts and the wave heights and wave periods and mean wave
Let's
direction.
be clear though. Let's be clear that I think what needs to be looked at is the because those are water temperatures, right? Because you
Air
want to
temperature and
compare
water
that.
temperature. But that.
Oh, okay, never mind.
That's just one buoy.
That was like 80.
You can compare them. You can look at different buoys and compare and see how much they vary. We're just showing one. We're just showing one buoy there, Zanuck.
Right, and do we have the temperature on the land?
Right, yeah, like the.
You could probably find that by going to some kind of a. No, they do. They actually have stations on the land too.
Mm-hmm.
National Buoy Data Center has stations on the land. You could look that up too.
Yeah, and probably the town commerce records the weather. Most of them do.
Here we have we have air temperature of 63 degrees and a water temperature of 60.4. We got a 3 degree difference in temperature right there. Just air and water.
Yep. Yeah, but was it what about the overall temperature that day? Was it? I mean, I'm sure it wasn't 60 degrees, right?
It was